Prefatory Note and Preface of the Discoveries among the Ancient Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries among the Ancient Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Prefatory Note. The present abridgment of Mr. Layard's discoveries among the ruins of Nineveh and Babylon has been prepared with much care and attention, and a studious effort has been made to retain, in the author's own language, the more interesting and important portions of the larger work. This has been done by omitting the greater part of the minute details of the descriptions in sculpture and monumental remains, by dispensing with several tables of cuneiform characters, elaborate examinations of various matters by scientific men, and etc. At the same time, there has been retained everything relating to the Bible, and illustrating and enforcing its truth and the fulfilment of prophecy, as well as the genial and lifelike portraitures of Arab habits and customs, and the pleasant adventures of the author in regions that to most men seem like fairyland. For general use, it is confidently hoped and believed that the present volume will be more widely serviceable than the larger work, from its expensiveness and size, could possibly be. S. New York, May 2nd, 1853. Preface. Since the publication of my work on the discoveries at Nineveh, much progress has been made in deciphering the cuneiform character, and the contents of many highly interesting and important inscriptions have been given to the public. For these additions to our knowledge we are mainly indebted to the sagacity and learning of two English scholars, Colonel Rawlinson and the Reverend Dr. Hincks, in making use of the results of their researches. I have not omitted to own the sources from which my information has been derived. I trust also that I have in no instance availed myself of the labours of other writers, or of the help of friends, without due acknowledgments. I have endeavoured to assign to every one his proper share in the discoveries recorded in these pages. I am aware that several distinguished French scholars, amongst whom I may mention my friends, M. Botta and M. Saulcy, have contributed to the successful deciphering of the Assyrian inscriptions. Unfortunately, I have been unable to consult the published results of their investigations. If therefore I should have overlooked in any instance their claims to prior discovery, I have to express my regret for an error arising from ignorance, and not from any unworthy national prejudice. Doubts appear to be still entertained by many eminent critics as to the progress actually made in deciphering the cuneiform writing. These doubts may have been confirmed by two hasty theories and conclusions, which on subsequent investigation their authors have been the first to withdraw. But the unbiased inquirer can scarcely now reject the evidence which can be brought forward to confirm the general accuracy of the interpretations of the inscriptions. Had they rested upon a single word or an isolated paragraph, their soundness might reasonably have been questioned. When, however, several independent investigators have arrived at the same result, and have not only detected numerous names of persons, nations, and cities in historical and geographical series, but have found them mentioned in proper connection with events recorded by sacred and profane writers, scarcely any stronger evidence could be desired. The reader, I would fain hope, will come to this conclusion when I treat of the contents of the various records discovered in the Assyrian palaces. To Mr. Thomas Ellis, who has added so much to the value of my work by his translations and inscriptions on Babylonian vowels, now, for the first time, through his sagacity, deciphered, to those who have assisted me in my labours, and especially to my friend and companion, Mr. Hormuzd-Rasan, to the Reverend Dr. Hincks, to the Reverend S.C. Melan, who has kindly allowed me to use of his masterly sketches, to Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Scarf, and to Mr. Hawkins, Mr. Birch, Mr. Vaux, and the other officers of the British Museum, I beg to express my grateful thanks and acknowledgments. London, January 1853. End of Prefaces. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Chapter 1 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Evan F. Discoveries Amongst the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 1. The trustees of the British Museum resume excavations at Nineveh. Departure from Constantinople. Description of our party. Roads from Trebizond to Erzurum. Description of the country. Armenian churches. Erzurum. Rashid Pasha. The Dudjuk tribes. Shahan Bey. Turkish reform. Journey through Armenia. An Armenian bishop. The lakes of Shilu and Nazik. After a few months' residence in England during the year 1848, to recruit a constitution worn by long exposure to the extremes of an eastern climate, I received orders to proceed to my post at Her Majesty's Embassy in Turkey. The trustees of the British Museum did not, at that time, contemplate further excavations on the site of ancient Nineveh. Ill health and limited time had prevented me from placing before the public, previous to my return from the East, the results of my first researches, with the illustrations of the mountains and copies of the inscriptions recovered from the ruins of Assyria. They were not published until some time after my departure, and did not consequently receive that careful superintendence and revision necessary to works of this nature. And let me here, at the very outset, gratefully acknowledge that generous spirit of English criticism which overlooks the incapacity and shortcomings of the laborer when his object is worthy of praise. And that object is sought with sincerity and singleness of purpose. The gratitude, which I deeply felt for encouragement rarely equaled, could be best shown by cheerfully consenting, without hesitation, to the requests made to me by the trustees of the British Museum, urged by public opinion, to undertake the superintendence of a second expedition into Assyria. Being asked to furnish a plan of operations, I stated what appeared to me to be the course best calculated to produce interesting and important results, and to enable us to obtain the most accurate information on the ancient history, language, and arts, not only of Assyria, but of its sister kingdom, Babylonia. Perhaps my plan was too vast and general to admit of performance or warrant adoption. I was merely directed to return to the site of Nineveh, and to continue the researches commenced amongst its ruins. Arrangements were hastily, and of course inadequately, made in England. The assistance of a competent artist was most desirable, to portray with fidelity those monuments which injury and decay had rendered unfit for removal. Mr. F. Cooper was selected by the trustees of the British Museum to accompany the expedition in this capacity. Mr. Hormuzd Rassam, already well known to many of my readers for the share he had taken in my first discoveries, quitted England with him. They both joined me at Constantinople. Dr. Sandwith, an English physician on a visit to the East, was induced to form one of our party. One Abd el-Messiah, a Catholic Syrian of Mardin, an active and trustworthy servant during my former residence in Assyria, was fortunately at this time in the capital, and again entered my service. My other attendants were Mohammed Aga, a Kawas, and an Armenian named Circus. The faithful Bayraktar, who had so well served me during my previous journey, had accompanied the English commission for the settlement of the boundaries between Turkey and Persia, with the understanding, however, that he was to meet me at Mosul, in case I should return. Kowal Yusuf, the head of the preachers of the Yazidis, with 4 chiefs of the districts in the neighborhood of Dirakbir, who had been for some months in Constantinople, completed my party. In consequence of the severe and unjust treatment of the Yazidis, in compelling them to serve in the Turkish army, Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasser, the chiefs of the whole community, hearing that I was at Constantinople, sent a deputation to the Sultan. Through Sir Stratford Canning's friendly interference, a firman was obtained, and they were freed from all illegal impositions for the future. Our arrangements were complete by the 28th of August, 1849, and on that day we left the Bosphorus by an English steamer bound for Trebizond. The size of my party, and its consequent encumbrances rendering a caravan journey absolutely necessary, I determined to avoid the usual tracks, and to cross eastern Armenia and Kurdistan, both on account of the novelty of part of the country in a geographical point of view, and its political interest as having only recently been brought under the immediate control of the Turkish government. We disembarked at Trebizond on the 31st, and on the following day commenced our land journey. The country between this port and Erzurum has been frequently traversed and described. Through it passed the caravan routes connecting Persia with the Black Sea, the great lines of intercourse and commerce between Europe and Central Asia. The roads usually frequented are 3 in number. The summer, or upper road, is the shortest, but it is the most precipitous, and, crossing very lofty mountains, is closed after the snows commence. It is called Çakılar, from its fine upland pastures, on which the horses are usually fed when caravans take this route. The middle route has few advantages over the upper, and is rarely followed by merchants, who prefer the lower, although making a considerable detour by Gümüşhane, or the silver mines. The 3 unite at the town of Bayburt, halfway between the sea and Erzurum. Although an active and daily increasing trade is carried on by these roads, no means whatever have until recently been taken to improve them. They consist of mere mountain tracks, deep in mud or dust according to the season of the year. The bridges have been long permitted to fall into decay, and commerce is frequently stopped for days by the swollen torrent or for this stream. This has been one of the many evil results of the system of centralization so vigorously commenced by Sultan Mahmud, and so steadily carried out during the present reign. Since my visit to Trebizond, a road for carts has been commenced, which is to lead from that port to the Persian frontiers, but it will, probably, like other undertakings of the kind, be abandoned long before completed, or if ever completed, will be permitted at once to fall into ruin from the want of common repair. And yet the Persian trade is one of the chief resources of revenue of the Turkish Empire, and unless conveniences are afforded for its prosecution, will speedily pass into other hands. The southern shores of the Black Sea, 12 years ago rarely visited by a foreign vessel, are now coated by steamers belonging to 3 companies, which touch nearly weekly at the principal ports, and there is commerce and traffic enough for more. The want of proper harbors is a considerable drawback in the navigation of a sea so unstable and dangerous as the Euxine. Trebizond has a mere roadstead, and from its position is otherwise little calculated for a great commercial port, which, like many other places, it has become rather from its hereditary claims as the representative of a city once famous than from any local advantages. The only harbor on the southern coast is that of Batun, nor is there any retreat for vessels on the Circassian shores. This place is therefore probably destined to become the emporium of trade, both from its safe and spacious port, and from the facility it affords of internal communication with Persia, Georgia, and Armenia. At the back of Trebizond, as indeed along the whole of this singularly bold and beautiful coast, the mountains rise in lofty peaks, and are wooded with trees of enormous growth and admirable quality, furnishing an unlimited supply of timber for commerce or war. Innumerable streams force their way to the sea through deep and rocky ravines. The more sheltered spots are occupied by villages and hamlets, chiefly inhabited by a hardy and industrious race of Greeks. In spring the choicest flowers perfume the air, and luxuriant creepers clothe the limbs of gigantic trees. In summer the richest pastures enamel the uplands, and the inhabitants of the coast drive their flocks and herds to the higher regions of the hills. Our journey to Erzurum was performed without incident. A heavy and uninterrupted rain for 2 days tried the patience and temper of those who for the first time encountered the difficulties and incidents of eastern travel. The only place of any interest, passed during our ride, was a small Armenian village, the remains of a larger, with the ruins of 3 early Christian churches, or baptisteries. These remarkable buildings, of which many examples exist, belong to an order of architecture peculiar to the most eastern districts of Asia Minor and to the ruins of ancient Armenian cities, on the borders of Turkey and Persia. There are many interesting questions connected with this Armenian architecture which will deserve elucidation. From it was probably derived much that passed into the Gothic, whilst the Tartar conquerors of Asia Minor adopted it, as will be hereafter seen, for their mausoleums and places of worship. It is peculiarly elegant, both in its decorations, its proportions, and the general arrangement of the masses, and might with advantage be studied by the modern architect. Indeed, Asia Minor contains a mine of similar materials unexplored and almost unknown. We reached Erzurum on the 8th, and were most hospitably received by the British consul, Mr. Brandt, a gentleman who has long, well, and honorably sustained our influence in this part of Turkey, and who was the first to open an important field for our commerce in Asia Minor. With him I visited the commander-in-chief of the Turkish forces in Anatolia, who had recently returned from a successful expedition against the wild mountain tribes of central Armenia. Rashid Pasha, known as the Guzlu, or the wearer of spectacles, enjoyed the advantages of an European education, and had already distinguished himself in the military career. With a knowledge of the French language he united a taste for European literature, which, during his numerous expeditions into districts unknown to Western travelers, had led him to examine their geographical features, and to make inquiries into the manners and religion of their inhabitants. His last exploit had been the subjugation of the tribes inhabiting the Dudjuk Mountains, to the southwest of Erzurum, long an open rebellion against the Sultan. The account he gave me of the country and its occupants, though curious and interesting, is not perhaps to be strictly relied on, but a district hitherto inaccessible may possibly contain the remains of ancient races, monuments of antiquity, and natural productions of sufficient importance to merit the attention of the traveler in Asia Minor. The city of Erzurum is rapidly declining in importance, and is almost solely supported by the Persian transit trade. It would be nearly deserted if that traffic were to be thrown into a new channel by the construction of the direct road from Batun to the Persian frontiers. It contains no buildings of any interest, with the exception of a few ruins of monuments of early Mussulman domination, and the modern Turkish edifices, dignified with the names of palaces and barracks, are meeting the fate of neglected mud. The districts of Armenia and Kurdistan, through which lay our road from Erzurum to Mosul, are sufficiently unknown and interesting to merit more than a casual mention. Our route by the lake of Van, Bitlis, and Jazira was nearly a direct one. It had been but recently opened to caravans. The haunts of the last of the Kurdish rebels were on the shores of this lake. After the fall of the most powerful of their chiefs, Bedr Khan Bey, they had one by one been subdued and carried away into captivity. Only a few months had, however, elapsed since the Beys of Bitlis, who had longest resisted the Turkish arms, been captured. With them rebellion was extinguished for the time in Kurdistan. Our caravan consisted of my own party, with the addition of a muleteer and his 2 assistants, natives of Bitlis, who furnished me with 17 horses and mules from Erzurum to Mosul. The first day's ride, as is customary in the East, where friends accompany the traveler far beyond the city gates, and where the preparations for a journey are so numerous that everything cannot well be remembered, scarcely exceeded 9 miles. We rested for the night in the village of Guli, whose owner, one Shahan Bey, had been apprised of my intended visit. He had rendered his newly built house as comfortable as his means would permit for our accommodation, and, after providing us with an excellent supper, passed the evening with me. Descended from an ancient family of Derebeys, he had inherited the hospitality and polished manners of a class now almost extinct, in consequence of the policy pursued by the Turkish sultans, Mahmud and Abdul Mejid, to break down the great families and men of middle rank, who were more or less independent, and to consolidate and centralize the vast Ottoman Empire. It is customary to regard these old Turkish lords as inexorable tyrants, robber chiefs, who lived on the plunder of travelers and of their subjects. That there were many who answered to this description cannot be denied, but they were, I believe, exceptions. Amongst them were some rich in virtues and high and noble feeling. It has been frequently my lot to find a representative of this nearly extinct class in some remote and almost unknown spot in Asia Minor or Albania. I have been received with affectionate warmth at the end of a day's journey by a venerable bey or aga in his spacious mansion, now fast crumbling to ruin, but still bright with the remains of rich, yet tasteful, oriental decoration. His long beard, white as snow, falling low on his breast, his many-folded turban shadowing his benevolent yet manly countenance, and his limbs enveloped in the noble garments rejected by the new generation. His hall open to all comers. The guest neither asked from whence he came or whither he was going, dipping his hands with him in the same dish, his servants standing with reverence before him, rather his children than his servants. His revenues spent by raising fountains on the wayside for the weary traveller, or in building caravansaries on the dreary plain, not only professing, but practicing all the duties and virtues enjoined by the Koran, which are Christian duties and virtues too. In his manners, his appearance, his hospitality, and his faithfulness, a perfect model for a Christian gentleman. The race is fast passing away, and I feel grateful in being able to testify, with a few others, to its existence once, against prejudice, intolerance, and so-called reform. Our host at Guli, Shahan Bey, although not an old man, was a very favorable specimen of the class I have described. He was truly, in the noble and expressive phraseology of the East, an Ojak-zadeh, a child of the hearth, a gentleman born. His family had originally migrated from Dagestan, and his father, a pasha, had distinguished himself in the wars with Russia. He entertained me with animated accounts of feuds between his ancestors and the neighboring chiefs, and steadily refused to allow any recompense to himself or his servants for his hospitality. From Guli we crossed a high range of mountains, running nearly east and west, by a pass called Ali Baba, or Alababa, enjoying from the summit an extensive view of the plain of Pasvin, one of the most thickly peopled and best cultivated districts in Armenia. The Christian inhabitants were partly induced by promises of land and protection, and partly compelled by force, to accompany the Russian army into Georgia after the end of the last war with Turkey. By similar means, that part of the Phasalak of Erzurum adjoining the Russian territories was almost stripped of its most industrious Armenian population. To the south of us rose the snow-capped mountains of the Bin Guil, or the Thousand Lakes, in which the Araxes and several confluences of the Euphrates have their source. We descended from the pass into undulating and barren downs. The villages, thinly scattered over the low hills, were deserted by their inhabitants, who, at this season of the year, pitch their tents and seek pasture for their flocks in the uplands. Next day we continued our journey amongst undulating hills, abounding in flocks of the great and lesser bustard. Innumerable sheep walks branched from the beaten path, a sign that villages were near. But, like those we had passed the day before, they had all been deserted for the Ilyaks, or summer pastures. These villages are still such as they were when Xenophon traversed Armenia. Their houses, says he, were underground, the mouth resembling that of a well, but spacious below. There was an entrance dug for the cattle, but the inhabitants descended by ladders. In these houses were goats, sheep, cows, and foals, with their young. The low hovels, mere holes in the hillside, and the common refuge of man, poultry, and cattle, cannot be seen from any distance, and they are purposely built away from the road, to escape the unwelcome visits of traveling government officers and marching troops. It is not uncommon for a traveler to receive the first intimation of his approach to a village by finding his horse's 4 feet down a chimney, and himself taking his place unexpectedly in the family circle through the roof. Numerous small streams wind among the valleys, marking by meandering lines of perpetual green their course to the Aras, or Araxes. We crossed that river about midday by a ford not more than 3 feet deep, but the bed of the stream is wide, and after rains, and during the spring, is completely filled by an impassable torrent. During the afternoon we crossed the western spur of the Tikab Mountains, a high and bold range with 3 well-defined peaks, which had been visible from the summit of the Alababa Pass. From the crest we had the first view of Subhan, or Span, Dach, a magnificent conical peak covered with eternal snow, and rising abruptly from the plain to the north of Lake Wan. It is a conspicuous and beautiful object from every part of the surrounding country. We descended into the wide and fertile plain of Hinnis. The town was just visible in the distance, but we left it to the right, and halted for the night in the large Armenian village of Kosli, after a ride of more than 9 hours. I was received at the guest house, a house reserved for travelers, and supported by joint contributions, with great hospitality by one Misrab Aga, a Turk, to whom the village formerly belonged as a sphalic or military tenure, and who, deprived of his hereditary rights, had now farmed its revenues. He hurried with a long stick among the low houses, and heaps of dry dung, piled up in every open space for winter fuel, collecting fowls, curds, bread, and barley, abusing at the same time the tazimat, which compelled such exalted travelers as ourselves, he said, to pay for the provisions we condescended to accept. The inhabitants were not, however, backward in furnishing us with all we wanted, and the flourish of Misrab Aga's stick was only the remains of an old habit. I invited him to supper with me, an invitation he gladly accepted, having himself contributed a tender lamb roasted whole towards our entertainment. The inhabitants of Scarcely could scarcely be distinguished either by their dress or by their general appearance from the Kurds. They seemed prosperous and were on the best terms with the Mussulman farmer of their tithes. The village stands at the foot of the hills forming the southern boundary of the plains of Hincks, through which flows a branch of the Murad Su, or lower Euphrates. We forded this river near the ruins of a bridge at Kara Kupri. The plain is generally well cultivated, the principal produce being corn and hemp. The villages, which are thickly scattered over it, have the appearance of extreme wretchedness, and, with their low houses and heaps of dry manure piled upon the roofs and in the open spaces around, look more like gigantic dung-hills than human habitations. The Kurds and Armenian Christians, both hardy and industrious races, are pretty equally divided in numbers, and live sociably in the same filth and misery. We left the plains of Hincks by a path through the mountain range of Zernak. On reaching the top of the pass, we had an interrupted view of the Suban Dagh. From the village of Karagol, where we halted for the night, it rose abruptly before us. This magnificent peak, with the rugged mountains of Kurdistan, the river Euphrates winding through the plain, the peasants driving the oxen over the corn on the threshing floor, and the groups of Kurdish horsemen with their long spears and flowing garments, formed one of those scenes of Eastern travel which can leave an indelible impression on the imagination, and bring back in after years indescribable feelings of pleasure and repose. We crossed the principal branch of the Euphrates soon after leaving Karagol. Although the river is fordable at this time of year, during the spring it is nearly a mile in breadth, overflowing its banks, and converting the entire plain into one great marsh. We now had to pick our way through a swamp, scaring, as we advanced, myriads of wild fowl. I have rarely seen game in such abundance and such variety in one spot. The water swarmed with geese, duck, and teal, the marshy ground with herons and snipe, and the stubble with bustards and cranes. After the rains, the lower road is impassable, and caravans are obliged to make a considerable circuit along the foot of the hills. We were not sorry to escape the fever-breeding swamp in the mud of the plain, and to enter a line of low hills, separating us from the lake of Gula Sailu. I stopped for a few minutes at an Armenian monastery, situated on a small platform overlooking the plain. The bishop was at his breakfast, his fare frugal and episcopal enough, consisting of nothing more than boiled beans and sour milk. He insisted that I should partake of his repast, and I did so, in a small room scarcely large enough to admit the round tray containing the dishes, into which I dipped my hand with him and his chaplain. I found him profoundly ignorant, like the rest of his class, grumbling about taxes and abusing the Turkish government. After a pleasant drive of 5 hours we reached a deep, clear lake, embedded in the mountains. 2 or 3 pelicans, swan and shadow double, and myriads of waterfowl, lazily floating on its blue waters. Piron, the village where we halted for the night, stands at the further end of the Gula Shailu, and is inhabited by Kurds of the tribe of the Hassanalu, and by Armenians, all living in good fellowship amidst the dirt and wretchedness of their eternal dung heaps. Ophthalmia had made sad havoc amongst them, and the doctor was soon surrounded by a crowd of the blind and diseased clamoring for relief. The villagers had said that a Persian, professing to be a hakim, had passed through the place some time before, and had offered to cure all bad eyes on payment of a certain sum in advance. These terms being agreed to, he gave his patients a powder which left the sore eyes as they were and destroyed the good ones. He then went his way, and with the money in his pocket too, added a ferocious-looking Kurd, whose appearance certainly threw considerable doubt on the assertion. But what can one do in these days of the accursed Tanzimat, reform? The lake of Shailu is separated from the larger lake of Nazik by a range of low hills about 6 miles in breadth. We reached the small village of Kers, built on its western extremity, in about 2 hours and a half, and found the chief, surrounded by the principal inhabitants, seated on a raised platform near a well-built stone house. He assured me, stroking a beard of spotless white to confirm his words, that he was above 90 years of age, and had never seen a European before the day of my visit. Half blind, he peered at me through his blear eyes until he had fully satisfied his curiosity, then spoke contemptuously of the Franks, and abused the Tanzimat. The old gentleman, notwithstanding his rough exterior, was hospitable after a fashion. It would not suffer us to depart until we had eaten of every delicacy the village could afford. Leaving the Nazik Gul, we entered an undulating country traversed by very deep ravines, mere channels cut into the sandstone by mountain torrents. The villages are built at the bottom of these gullies, amidst fruit trees and gardens, sheltered by perpendicular rocks and watered by running streams. They are undiscovered until the traveler reaches the very edge of the precipice, when a pleasant and cheerful scene opens suddenly beneath his feet. He would have believed the upper country a mere desert had he not spied here and there in the distance a peasant slowly driving his plough through the rich soil. The inhabitants of this district are more industrious and ingenious than their neighbors. They carry the produce of their interests not on the backs of animals, as in most parts of Asia Minor, but in carts made entirely of wood, no iron used even in the wheels, which are ingeniously built of walnut, oak, and kara agash, literally black tree thorn, the stronger woods being used for rough spokes let into the nave. The plough also differs from that in general use in Asia. To the share are attached 2 parallel boards, about 4 feet long and a foot broad, which separate the soil and leave a deep and well-defined furrow. We rode for 2 or 3 hours on these uplands, until, suddenly reaching the edge of a ravine, a beautiful prospect of a lake, woodland, and mountain opened before us. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Evan F.
Chapter 2 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tyrell Sorensen. Chapter 2. The Lake of Wan, Aklat, Tartar Tombs, Ancient Remains, a Dervish, a Friend, the Mudir, Armenian Remains, an Armenian Convent and Bishop, Journey to Bitlis, Nimrod Daug, Bitlis, Journey to Curzan, Yazidi Village. The first view the traveler obtains of the Lake of Wan on descending towards it from the hills above Aklat is singularly beautiful. This great inland sea of the deepest blue is bounded to the east by ranges of serrated snow-capped mountains peering one above the other and springing here and there into the highest peaks of Tiari and Kurdistan. Beneath them lies the sacred island of Akhtamar, just visible in the distance, like a dark shadow on the water. At the further end rises the one sublime cone of the Subhan, and along the lower part of the eastern shores stretches the Nimrod Daug, varied in shape and rich in local traditions. At our feet, as we drew nigh to the lake, were the gardens of the ancient city of Aklat, leaning minarets and pointed mausoleums peeping above the trees. We rode through the vast burying grounds, a perfect forest of upright stones 7 or 8 feet high of the richest red color, most delicately and tastefully carved with arabesque ornaments and inscriptions in the massive character of the early Mussulman age. In the midst of them rose here and there a conical turba of beautiful shape, covered with exquisite tracery. The monuments of the dead still stand, and have become the monuments of a city, itself long crumbled into dust. Amidst orchids and gardens are scattered here and there low houses rudely built out of the remains of the earlier habitations, and fragments of cornice and sculpture are piled up into the walls around the cultivated plots. Beyond the turba, said to be that of Sultan Bandur, through a deep ravine such as I have already described, runs a bawling stream, crossed by an old bridge. Orchids and gardens make the bottom of the narrow valley, and the cultivated ledges, as seen from above, a bed of foliage. The lofty perpendicular rocks rising on both sides are literally honeycombed with entrances to artificial caves, ancient tombs, or dwelling places. On a high, isolated mass of sandstone stand the walls and towers of a castle, the remains of the ancient city of Kelath, celebrated in Armenian history, and one of the seats of Armenian power. I descended to the crumbling ruins and examined the excavations in the rocks. The latter are now used as habitations and as stables for herds and flocks. Many of the tombs are approached by flights of steps, also cut in the rock. An entrance, generally square, unless subsequently widened and either perfectly plain or decorated with a simple cornice, opens into a spacious chamber, which frequently leads into others on the same level or by narrow flights of steps into upper rooms. There are no traces of the means by which these entrances were closed. They probably were so by stones, turning on rude hinges or rolling on rollers. Leaving the valley and winding through a forest of fruit trees, here and there interspersed with a few primitive dwellings, I came to the old Turkish castle, standing on the very edge of the lake. It is a pure Ottoman edifice, less ancient than the turbas, or the old walls towering above the ravine. Inscriptions over the gateways state that it was partly built by Sultan Salim and partly by Sultan Suleiman, and over the northern entrance occurs the date of 975 of the Hijra. In the fort there dwelt, until very recently, a notorious Kurdish freebooter of the name of Mohammed Bey, who, secure in his stronghold, ravaged the surrounding country and sorely vexed its Christian inhabitants. He fled on the approach of the Turkish troops after their successful expedition against Nur-ula Bey, and is supposed to be wandering in the mountains of southern Kurdistan. The ancient city of Kelath was the capital of the Armenian province of Pesnauni. It came under the Mohammedan power as early as the 9th century, but was conquered by the Greeks of the Lower Empire at the end of the 10th. The Seljuks took it from them, and it then again became a Mussulman principality. It was long a place of contention for the early Arab and Tartar conquerors. Shah Arman reduced it towards the end of the 12th century. It was besieged without result by the celebrated Salah ad-Din, and was finally captured by his nephew, the son of Malik Adil, in A.D. 1207. The sun was setting as I returned to the tents. The whole scene was lighted up with its golden tints, and Claude never composed a subject more beautiful than was here furnished by nature herself. I was seated outside my tent, gazing listlessly on the scene, when I was roused by a well-remembered cry, but one which I had not heard for years. I turned about and saw standing before me a Persian dervish, clothed in a fawn-colored gazelle skin, and wearing the conical red cap, edged with fur, and embroidered in black braid with verses from the Koran and invocations to Ali, the patron of his sect. He was no less surprised than I had been at his greeting when I gave him the answer peculiar to men of his order. He was my devoted friend and servant from that moment, and sent his boy to fetch a dish of pears, for which he actually refused a present 10 times their value. Whilst we were seated chatting in the soft moonlight, Hormuzd was suddenly embraced by a young man resplendent with silk and gold embroidery, and armed to the teeth. He was a chief from the district of Mosul, and well known to us. Hearing of our arrival, he had hastened from his village at some distance to welcome us, and to endeavor to persuade me to move the encampment and partake of his hospitality. Failing, of course, in prevailing upon me to change my quarters for the night, he sent his servant to his wife, who was a lady of Mosul, and formerly a friend of my companions, for a sheep. We found ourselves thus unexpectedly amongst friends. Our circle was further increased by Christians and Mussulmans of Aklat, and the night was far spent before we retired to rest. In the morning, soon after sunrise, I renewed my wanderings amongst the ruins, first calling upon the mudir, or governor, who received me seated under his own fig tree. He was an old greybeard, a native of the place, and of a straightforward, honest bearing. I had to listen to the usual complaints of poverty and overtaxation, although, after all, the village with its extensive gardens only contributed yearly 10 purses, or less than £45, to the public revenue. This sum seems small enough, but without trade, and distant from any high road, there is not a parah of ready money, according to the mudir, in the place. From the mudir's house, I rode to the more ancient part of the city, and to the rock tombs. I entered many of these, and found all of them to be of the same character, though varying in size. Amongst them there are galleries and passages in the cliffs without apparent use, and flights of steps, cut out of the rock, which seem to lead nowhere. I searched and inquired in vain for inscriptions and remains of sculpture, and yet the place is of undoubted antiquity, and in the immediate vicinity of contemporary sites where cuneiform inscriptions do exist. During my wanderings, I entered an Armenian church and convent standing on the ledge of rock overhanging the stream, about 4 miles up the southern ravine. The convent was tenanted by a bishop and 2 priests. They dwelt in a small low room, scarcely lighted by a hole carefully blocked up with a sheet of oiled paper to shut out the cold. Dark, musty, and damp, a very parish clerk in England would have shuddered at the sight of such a residence. Their bed, a carpet worn to threads, spread on the rotten boards. Their diet, the coarsest sandy bread, and a little sour curds, with beans and mangy meat for a jubilee. A miserable old woman sat in a kind of vault under the staircase preparing their food, and passing her days in pushing to and fro with her skinny hands the goat skin containing the milk to be shaken into butter. She was the housekeeper and handmaiden of the episcopal establishment. The church was somewhat higher, though even darker than the dwelling room, and was partly used to store a heap of mouldy corn and some primitive agricultural implements. The whole was well and strongly built, and had the evident marks of antiquity. The bishop showed me a rude cross carved on a rock outside the convent, which, he declared, had been cut by one of the disciples of the Saviour himself. It is, at any rate, considered a relic of very great sanctity, and is an object of pilgrimage for the surrounding Christian population. On my return to our encampment, the tents were struck, and the caravan had already begun its march. Time would not permit me to delay, and with a deep longing to linger on this favored spot, I slowly followed the road leading along the margin of the lake to Bitlis. I've seldom seen a fairer scene, one richer in natural beauties. The artist and the lover of nature may equally find at Aklat objects of study and delight. The architect, or the traveler, interested in the history of that graceful and highly original branch of art, which attained its full perfection under the Arab rulers of Egypt and Spain, should extend his journey to the remains of ancient Armenian cities, far from high roads and mostly unexplored. He would then trace how that architecture, deriving its name from Byzantium, had taken the same development in the East as it did in the West, and how its subsequent combination with the elaborate decoration, the varied outline, and tasteful coloring of Persia had produced the style termed Saracenic, Arabic, and Moresque. He would discover, almost daily, details, ornaments, and forms, recalling to his mind the various orders of architecture, which, at an early period, succeeded to each other in Western Europe and in England, modifications of style for which we are mainly indebted to the East during its close union with the West by bond of Christianity. The Crusaders, too, brought back into Christendom, on their return from Asia, a taste for that rich and harmonious union of color and architecture which had already been so successfully introduced by the Arabs into the countries they had conquered. Our road skirted the foot of the Nimrod Dog, which stretches from Aklat to the southern extremity of the lake. We crossed several dikes of lava and scoria, with wide mud torrents now dry, the outpourings of a volcano long since extinct. Our road gradually led away from the lake. With Kawal Yusuf and my companions, I left the caravan far behind. The night came on, and we were shrouded in darkness. We sought in vain for the village which was to afford us a resting place, and soon lost our uncertain track. The Kawal took the opportunity of relating tales collected during former journeys on this spot, of robber Kurds and murdered travelers, which did not tend to remove the anxiety felt by some of my party. At length, after wandering to and fro for about an hour, we heard the distant jingle of the caravan bells. We rode in the direction of the welcome sound, and soon found ourselves at the Armenian village of Keswak, standing in a small bay and sheltered by a rocky promontory jutting boldly into the lake. Next morning we rode along the margin of the lake, still crossing the spurs of the Nimrod Dog, furrowed by numerous streams of lava and mud. In one of the deep gullies, opening from the mountain to the water's edge, are a number of isolated masses of sandstone, worn into fantastic shapes by the winter torrents which sweep down from the hills. The people of the country call them the Camels of Nimrod. Tradition says that the rebellious patriarch, endeavoring to build an inaccessible castle, strong enough to defy both God and man, the Almighty, to punish his arrogance, turned the workmen, as they were working, into stone. The rocks on the border of the lake are the camels who, with their burdens, were petrified into a perpetual memorial of the divine vengeance. The unfinished walls of the castle are still to be seen on the top of the mountain, and the surrounding country, the seat of a primeval race, abounds in similar traditions. We left the southern end of the lake, near the Armenian village of Tadwan, once a place of some importance, and soon entered a rugged ravine, worn by the mountain rills, collected into a large stream. This was one of the many headwaters of the Tigris. It was flowing tumultuously to our own bourne, and, as we gazed upon the troubled waters, they seemed to carry us nearer to our journey's end. The ravine was at first wild and rocky. Cultivated spots next appeared, scattered in the dry bed of the torrent. Then a few gigantic trees, gardens, and orchards followed, and at length the narrow valley opened on the long, straggling town of Bitlis. The governor here had provided quarters for us in a large house belonging to an Armenian who had been tailor to Badar Khan Bey. My party was now, for the first time during the journey, visited with that curse of eastern travel, fever and ague. The doctor was prostrate, and having then no experience of the malady, at once had dreams of typhus and malignant fever. A day's rest was necessary, and our jaded horses needed it as well as we, for there were bad mountain roads and long marches before us. I had a further object in remaining. This was, to obtain indemnity for the robbery committed on some relations of Kawal Yusuf 2 years before. The official order of Rashid Pasha, the governor's intervention, speedily effected the desired arrangement. The governor ordered Kawasses to accompany me through the town. I had been told that ancient inscriptions existed in the castle or on the rock, but I searched in vain for them. Those pointed out to me were early Mohammedan. Bitlis contains many picturesque remains of mosques, baths, and bridges, and was once a place of considerable size and importance. It is built in the very bottom of a deep valley and on the sides of ravines worn by small tributaries of the Tigris. The export trade is chiefly supplied by the produce of the mountains: galls, honey, wax, wool, and carpets and stuffs, woven and dyed in the tents. The dyes of Kurdistan, and particularly those from the districts around Bitlis, Sirte, and Jazira, are celebrated for their brilliancy. They are made from herbs gathered in the mountains, and from indigo, yellow berries, and other materials imported into the country. The carpets are of a rich, soft texture, the patterns displaying considerable elegance and taste. They are much esteemed in Turkey. There was a fair show of Manchester goods and coarse English cutlery in the shops. The sale of arms, once extensively carried on, had been prohibited. Having examined the town, I visited the Armenian bishop, who dwells in a large convent in one of the ravines branching off from the main valley. On my way, I passed several hot springs, some gurgling up in the very bed of the torrent. The bishop was maudlin, old, and decrepit. He cried over his own personal woes and over those of his community, abused the Turks and the American missionaries, whispering confidentially in my ear as if the Kurds were at his door. He insisted in the most endearing terms, and occasionally throwing his arms round my neck, that I should drink a couple glasses of fiery Rocky, although it was still early morning, pledging me himself in each glass. He showed me his church, an ancient building, well hung with miserable daubs of saints and miracles. There are 3 roads from Bitlis to Jazira, 2 over the mountains through Sirte, generally frequented by caravans, but very difficult and precipitous. A 3rd, more circuitous, and winding through the valleys of the eastern branch of the Tigris. I chose the last, as it enabled me to visit the Yazidi villages of the district of Kurzan. We left Bitlis on the 20th. About 5 miles from Bitlis, the road is carried by a tunnel, about 20 feet in length, through a mass of calcareous rock projecting like a huge rib from the mountain's side. The mineral stream, which in the lapse of ages has formed this deposit, is still at work, projecting great stalactites from its sides and threatening to close ere long the tunnel itself. There is no inscription to record by whom and at what period this passage was cut. We continued during the following day in the same ravine, crossing by ancient bridges the stream, which was gradually gathering strength as it advanced towards the low country. About noon, we passed a large Kurdish village called Goina, belonging to Sheikh Qasim, one of those religious fanatics who are the curse of Kurdistan. He was notorious for his hatred of the Yazidis. On those districts he had committed numerous depredations, murdering those who came within his reach. His last expedition had not proved successful. He was repulsed, with the loss of many of his followers. We encamped in the afternoon on the bank of the torrent, near a cluster of Kurdish tents, concealed from view by brushwood and high reeds. The owners were poor but hospitable, bringing us a lamb, yogurt, and milk. Late in the evening, a party of horsemen rode to our encampment. They were a young Kurdish chief, with his retainers, carrying off a girl with whom he had fallen in love, not an uncommon occurrence in Kurdistan. They dismounted, ate bread, and then hastened on their journey to escape pursuit. Starting next morning soon after dawn, we rode for 2 hours along the banks of the stream, and then, turning from the valley, entered a country of low, undulating hills. We halted for a few minutes in the village of Omais el-Koran, belonging to one of the innumerable saints of the Kurdish mountains. The sheikh himself was on the terrace superintending the repair of his house, gratuitously undertaken by the neighboring villagers, who came eagerly to engage in a good and pious work. Leaving a small plain, we ascended a low range of hills by a precipitous pathway, and halted on the summit at a Kurdish village named Koki. It was filled with Bashi Bozuks, or irregular troops, collecting the revenue, and there was such a general confusion, quarreling of men and screaming of women, that we could scarcely get bread to eat. Yet the officer assured me that the whole sum to be raised amounted to no more than 70 piastres, about 13 shillings. The poverty of the village must indeed have been extreme, or the bad will of the inhabitants outrageous. It was evening before we descended into the plain country of the district of Kurzan. The Yazidi village of Hamki had been visible for some time from the heights, and we turned towards it. As the sun was fast sinking, the peasants were leaving the threshing floor and gathering together their implements of husbandry. They saw the large company of horsemen drawing nigh, and took us for irregular troops, the terror of an eastern village. Kuwal Yusuf, concealing all but his eyes with the Arab keffiyeh which he then wore, rode into the midst of them and demanded in a peremptory voice provisions and quarters for the night. The poor creatures huddled together, unwilling to grant, yet fearing to refuse. The Kuwal, having enjoyed their alarm for a moment, threw his kerchief from his face, exclaiming, "O evil ones, will you refuse bread to your priest, and turn him hungry from your door?" There was surely then no unwillingness to receive us. Casting aside their shovels and forks, the men threw themselves upon the kowal, each struggling to kiss his hand. The news spread rapidly, and the rejoicing was so great that the village was alive with merriment and feasting. Yusuf was soon seated in the midst of a circle of the elders. He told his whole history, with such details and illustrations as an Eastern alone can introduce, to bring every fact vividly before his listeners. Nothing was omitted. His arrival at Constantinople, his reception by me, his introduction to the ambassador, his interview with the great ministers of state, the firman of future protection for the Yazidis, prospect of peace and happiness for the tribe, our departure from the capital, the nature of steamboats, the tossing of the waves, the pains of seasickness, and our journey to Curzan. Not the smallest particular was forgotten, and, when he had finished, it was my turn to be the object of unbounded welcomes and salutations. As the kowal sat on the ground, with his noble features and flowing robes, surrounded by the elders of the village, eager listeners to every word which dropped from their priest, and looking towards him with looks of profound veneration, the picture brought vividly to my mind many scenes described in the sacred volumes. Let the painter who would throw off the conventionalities of the age, who would feel as well as portray the incidents of Holy Writ, wander in the East, and mix, not as the ordinary traveller, but as a student of men and of nature, with its people. He will daily meet with customs which he will otherwise be at a loss to understand, and be brought face to face with those who have retained with little change the manners, language, and dress of a patriarchal race. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tyrell Sorensen. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 3. Reception by the Yazidis. Village of Gezelder. Triumphal March to Redwan. Redwan. Armenian Church. The Melik Taus, or Brazen Bird. Tile. Valley of the Tigris. Bas-reliefs. Journey to Daraboin. To Samil. Abde Aga. Journey to Mosul. The Yazidi Chiefs. Arrival at Mosul. Xenophon's march from Zab to the Black Sea. I was awoke on the following morning by the tread of horses and the noise of many voices. The good people of Hamki, having sent messengers in the night to the surrounding villages to spread the news of our arrival, a large body of Yazidis on horse and on foot had already assembled, although it was not yet dawn, to greet us and escort us on our journey. They were dressed in the gayest garments, and had adorned their turbans with flowers and green leaves. Their chief was Akko, a warrior well known to the Yazidi wars, still active and daring, although his beard had long turned gray. The head of the village of Gezeldir, with the principal inhabitants, had come to invite me to eat bread in his house, and we followed him. As we rode along, we were joined by parties of horsemen and footmen, each man kissing my hand as he arrived, and the horsemen alighting for that purpose. Before we reached Gezeldir, the procession had swollen to many hundreds. The men had assembled at some distance from the village, the women and children, dressed in their holiday attire and carrying boughs of trees, congregated on the housetops. Soon after our arrival, several fakirs, in their dark coarse dresses and red and black turbans, came to us from the neighboring villages. Other chiefs and horsemen also flocked in, and were invited to join in the feast, which was not, however, served up until Kawal Yusuf had related his whole history once more, without omitting a single detail. After we had eaten of stuffed lambs, pilaus, and savory dishes and most luscious grapes, the produce of the district, our entertainer placed a present of home-made carpets at my feet, and we rose to depart. The horsemen, the fakirs, and the principal inhabitants of Gezelder on foot accompanied me. At a short distance from the village, we were met by another large body of Yazidis, and by many Jacobites. A bishop and several priests were with him. 2 hours' ride with this great company, the horsemen galloping to and fro, the footmen discharging their firearms, brought us to the village of Koshana. The whole of the population, mostly dressed in pure white, and wearing leaves and flowers in their turbans, had turned out to meet us. Women stood on the roadside with jars of fresh water and bowls of sour milk, whilst others with the children were assembled on the housetops making the talel. Resisting an invitation to alight and eat bread, and having merely stopped to exchange salutations with those who assembled, I continued on the road to Redwan, our party swollen by a fresh accession of followers from the village. As we passed through the defile leading into the plain of Redwan, we had the appearance of a triumphal procession, but as we approached the small town, a still more enthusiastic reception awaited us. First came a large body of horsemen collected from the place itself and the neighboring villages. They were followed by Yazidis on foot, carrying flowers and branches of trees, and preceded by musicians playing on the tabul and zernai. Next were the Armenian community, headed by their clergy, and then the Jacobite and other Christian sects, also with their respective priests. The women and children lined the entrance to the place and thronged the housetops. I alighted amidst the din of music and the Tellel at the house of Nazi, the chief of the whole Yazidi district, 2 sheep being slain before me as I took my feet from the stirrups. I took up my quarters in the Armenian church, dining in the evening with the chiefs to witness the festivities. The change was indeed grateful to me, and I found at length a little repose and leisure to reflect upon the gratifying scene to which I had that day been witness. I have, perhaps, been too minute in the account of my reception at Redwan, but I record with pleasure this instance of a sincere and spontaneous display of gratitude on the part of a much maligned and oppressed race. To those, unfortunately too many, who believe that Easterns can only be managed by violence and swayed by fear, let this record be a proof that there are high and generous feelings which may not only be relied and acted upon without interfering with their authority or compromising their dignity, but with every hope of laying the foundation of real attachment and mutual esteem. The church stands on the slope of a mound, on the summit of which are the ruins of a castle belonging to the former chiefs of Redwan. It was built expressly for the Christians of the Armenian sect by Mirza Aga, the last semi-independent Yazidi chief, a pleasing example of toleration and liberality well worthy of imitation by more civilized men. Service was performed in the open Iwan, or large vaulted chamber, during the afternoon, the congregation kneeling uncovered in the yard. The priests of the different communities called upon me as soon as I was ready to receive their visits. The most intelligent amongst them was a Roman Catholic Chaldean, a good-humored, tolerant fellow, who, with a very small congregation of his own, did not bear any ill will to his neighbors. With the principal Yazidi chiefs, too, I had a long and interesting conversation on the state of their people and on their projects. Redwan is called a town because it has a bazaar and is the chief place of a considerable district. It may contain about 800 rudely built huts and stands on a large stream, which joins the Deir Bakir branch of the Tigris, about 5 or 6 miles below. The inhabitants are Yazidis, with the exception of about 100 Armenian and 40 or 50 Jacobite and Chaldean families. A Turkish mudir, or petty governor, generally resides in the place, but was absent at the time of my visit. We slept in a long room opening on the courtyard, and were awoke long before daybreak by the jingling of small bells and the mumbling of priests. It was Sunday, and the Armenians commenced their church services betimes. I gazed half dozing, and without rising from my bed, upon the ceremonies, the bowing, raising of crosses, and shaking of bells, which continued for above 3 hours, until priests and congregation must have been well nigh exhausted. The people, as during the previous afternoon service, stood and knelt uncovered in the courtyard. The Qawwals, who are sent yearly by Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasir to instruct the Yazidis in their faith, and to collect the contributions forming the revenues of the great chief, and of the tomb of Sheikh Adi, were now in Redwan. The same Qawwals do not take the same rounds every year. The Yazidis are parceled out into 4 divisions for the purpose of these annual visitations. Those of the Sinjir, of Kurzan, of the Pashilik of Aleppo, and of the villages in northern Armenia and within the Russian frontiers. The Yazidis of the Mosul districts have the Qawwals always amongst them. I was aware that on the occasion of these journeys the priests carry with them the celebrated Melik Taus, or brazen peacock, as a warrant for their mission. As this was a favorable opportunity, I asked and obtained a sight of this mysterious figure. A stand of bright copper or brass, in the shape like the candlesticks generally used in Mosul and Baghdad, was surmounted by the rude image of a bird in the same metal, and more like an Indian or Mexican idol than a cock or peacock. Its peculiar workmanship indicated some antiquity, but I could see no traces of inscription upon it. Before it stood a copper bowl to receive contributions, and a bag to contain the bird and stand, which takes to pieces when carried from place to place. There are 4 such images, one for each district visited by the Qawwals. The Yazidis declare that, notwithstanding the frequent wars and massacres to which the sect has been exposed, and the plunder and murder of the priests during their journeys, no Melek Taus has ever fallen into the hands of the Mussulmans. Mr. Hormuz Rassam was alone permitted to visit the image with me. As I have elsewhere observed, it is not looked upon as an idol, but as a symbol or banner, as Sheikh Nasir termed it, of the house of Hussein Bey. Having breakfasted at Naziz's house, we left Redwan, followed by a large company of Yazidis, whom I had great difficulty in persuading to turn back about 3 or 4 miles from the town. My party was increased by a very handsome black and tan greyhound with long silky hair, a present from old Akko, the Yazidi chief. Tawar, for such was the dog's name, soon forgot his old masters, and formed an equal attachment for his new. Kual Yusuf and the Yazidi chiefs had sent messengers even to Hussein Bey to apprise him of our coming. As they traveled along, they scattered the news through the country, and I was received outside every village by its inhabitants. At Tilla, the united waters of Bitlis, Sirte, and the upper districts of Botan join the western branch of the Tigris. The two streams are about equal in size, and at this time of year both fordable in certain places. We crossed the lower, or eastern, which we found wide and exceedingly rapid, the water, however, not reaching above the saddle girths. The spot at which we crossed was one of peculiar interest. It was here that the 10,000 in their memorable retreat forded this river, called, by Xenophon, the Centritus. The Greeks, having fought their way over the lofty mountains of the Carduchians, found their further progress towards Armenia arrested by a rapid stream. The ford was deep, and its passage disputed by a formidable force of Armenians, Mygdonians, and Chaldeans, drawn up on an eminence 300 or 400 feet from the river. In this strait Xenophon dreamt that he was in chains, and that suddenly his fetters burst asunder of their own accord. His dream was fulfilled when two youths casually found a more practicable ford, by which the army, after a skillful stratagem on the part of their commander, safely reached the opposite bank. The sun had set before our baggage had been crossed, and we sought by the light of the moon the difficult track along the Tigris, where the river forces its way to the low country of Assyria through a long, narrow, and deep gorge. Huge rocks rose perpendicularly on either side, broken into many fantastic shapes, and throwing their dark shadows over the water. In some places they scarcely left room for the river to pursue its course, and then a footpath, hardly wide enough to admit the loaded mules, was carried along a mere ledge overhanging the gurgling stream. The gradual deepening of this outlet during countless centuries is strikingly shown by the ledges which jut out like a succession of cornices from the sides of the cliffs. The last ledge left by the retiring waters formed our pathway. We found no village until we reached Chelek. The place had been deserted by its inhabitants for the Yilaks, or mountain pastures. For 3 hours during the following morning, we followed the bold and majestic ravine of the Tigris, scenes rivaling each other in grandeur and beauty opening at every turn. Leaving the river, where it makes a sudden bend to the northward, we commenced a steep ascent, and in an hour and a half reached the Christian village of Kuwara. We rested during the heat of the day under the grateful shade of a grove of trees, and in the afternoon we stood on the brink of the great platform of Central Asia. Beneath us were the vast plains of Mesopotamia, lost in the hazy distance, the undulating land between them and the Taurus confounded, from so great a height, with the plains themselves. The hills of Sinjar and Zakho, like ridges on an embossed map, the Tigris and the Kabur, winding through the low country to their place of junction at Darabun. To the right, facing the setting sun and catching its last rays, the high cone of Mardin. Behind, a confused mass of peaks, some snow-capped, all rugged and broken, of the lofty mountains of Botan and Malateya, between them and the northern range of Taurus, the deep ravine of the river, and the valley of Redwan. I watched the shadows as they lengthened over the plain, melting one by one into the general gloom, and then descended to the large Kurdish village of Funduk, whose inhabitants, during the rule of Badr Khan Bey, were notorious amongst even the savage tribes of Botan for their hatred and insolence to Christians. Although we had now nothing to fear, I preferred seeking another spot for our night's halt, but this was not permitted by Rasul Kiyah, who sent after us, and was so urgent in his hospitality that we were compelled to pass the night in the village. The Kurds of Funduk wear the Botan dress in its full perfection, a turban nearly 3 feet in diameter, shalwars or trousers of enormous width, loose embroidered jackets, and shirt sleeves sweeping the ground, all being striped deep dull red and black, except the underlinen and one kerchief tied diagonally across the turban, which is generally of bright yellow. They are armed, too, to the teeth, and as they crouched round the fires on the housetops, their savage countenances peering through the gloom, my London companion, unused to such scenes, might well have fancied himself in a den of thieves. The Kiyah, notwithstanding his bad reputation, was exact in all the duties of hospitality. The supper was abundant, the coffee flowed perpetually, and he satisfied my curiosity upon many points of revenue, internal administration, tribe history, and local curiosities. We passed the night on the roof without any adventure, and resumed our journey before dawn on the following morning, to the great relief of Mr. C., who rejoiced to feel himself well out of the hands of such dangerous hosts. Crossing a mountain wooded with dwarf oaks, by a very difficult pathway, carried along and over rocks containing many excavated tombs, we descended to Phoenique, a village on the Tigris, supposed to occupy the site of an ancient town, Phoenicia. After we had breakfasted, some Kurds who had gathered round us offered to take me to a rock sculptured, they said, with unknown Frank figures. We rode up the narrow and shady ravine, through which leapt a brawling torrent, watering fruit trees and melon beds. The rocks on both sides were honeycombed with tombs. The bas-relief is somewhat above the line of cultivation and is surrounded by excavated chambers. It consists of 2 figures, dressed in loose vests and trousers, one apparently resting his hand on the shoulder of the other. There are the remains of an inscription, but too much weather-worn to be copied with any accuracy. The costume of the figures and the forms of the characters, as far as they can be distinguished, prove that the tablet belongs to the Parthian period. We quitted Finnick in the afternoon. Accompanied by Kawal Yusuf and Mr. C, I left the caravan to examine some rock sculptures in a valley leading from Jazira to Dergile, the former stronghold of Badr Khan Bey. The sculptures are about 2 miles from the high road, near a small fort built by Mir Saif ed-Din and now occupied by a garrison of Arnauts. There are 2 tablets, one above the other. The upper contains a warrior on horseback, the lower a single figure. Although no traces of inscription remain, the bas-reliefs may confidently be assigned to the same period as that at Finnick. We found the caravan at Mansuria, where they had established themselves for the night. This is one of the very few Nestorian Chaldean villages of the plains which has not gone over to the Roman Catholic faith. It contains a church and supports a priest. The inhabitants complained much of oppression, and unfortunately, chiefly from brother Christians, formerly of their own creed. I was much struck with the intelligence and beauty of the children. One boy, scarcely 12 years of age, was already a shamasha, or deacon, and could read with ease the scriptures and the commentaries. We left Mansuraya at 4 in the morning, passing Jazira about dawn, its towers and walls just visible through the haze on the opposite bank of the Tigris. Shortly after we were unexpectedly met by a number of Yazidi horsemen, from whom we learnt that the country was in a very disturbed state on account of the incursions of the desert Arabs. But as a strong party was waiting to accompany us to Samil, I determined upon taking the shorter, though more dangerous and less frequented, road by Dirabaun. This road, impracticable to caravans except when the river Kabur is fordable, winds round the spur of the Zakho hills and thus avoids a difficult and precipitous pass. Dirabaun is a large Yazidi village standing on the western spur of the Zakho range. Numerous springs burst from the surrounding rocks and irrigate extensive rice grounds. Below is the large Christian village of Feshapur, where there is a ferry across the Tigris. We were most hospitably entertained by the Yazidi chief, one of the horsemen who had met us near Jazira. We mounted our horses as the moon rose, and resumed our journey accompanied by a strong escort, which left us when we were within 5 or 6 miles of Samil. It was late in the forenoon before we reached our halting place, after a dreary and fatiguing ride. We were now fairly in the Assyrian plains. The heat was intense, that heavy heat which seems to paralyze all nature, causing the very air itself to vibrate. The high artificial mound of the Yazidi village, crowned by a modern mud-built castle, had been visible in the distance long before we reached it, miraged into double its real size and into an imposing group of towers and fortifications. Almost overcome with weariness, we toiled up to it and found its owner, Abdi Aga, the Yazidi chieftain, seated in the gate, a vaulted entrance with deep recesses on both sides, used as places of assembly for business during the day and as places of rest for guests during the night. He was of tall, commanding figure, with the deepest and most powerful voice I had ever heard. We arrived earlier than he had expected, our forced march from Dirabaun having saved us some hours, and he apologized for not having ridden out to meet us. His reception was most hospitable, the lamb was slain and the feast prepared. But a sudden attack by the Bedouin on a neighboring village obliged him to reluctantly leave us and be absent during our stay. Being urged to depart, through apprehension of the Bedouin, we pushed forward, when suddenly a large body of horsemen appeared on a rising ground to the east of us. We could scarcely expect Arabs from that quarter. However, all our party was made ready for an attack. Kawal Yusuf and myself, being the best mounted, rode towards them to reconnoitre. Then 1 or 2 horsemen advanced warily from the opposite party. We neared each other. Yusuf spied the well-known black turban, dashed forward with a shout of joy, and in a moment we were surrounded and in the embrace of friends. Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasir, with the Kawals and Yazidi elders, had ridden nearly 40 miles through the night to meet and escort me, if needful, to Mosul. Their delight at seeing us knew no bounds, nor was I less touched at the display of gratitude and good feeling, equally unexpected and sincere. They rode with us as far as Tel Eskaf, where the danger from the Arabs ceased, and I was now once more with old friends. In the afternoon, as we rode towards Tel Kef, I left the high road with Hormuzd to drink water at some Arab tents. As we approached, we were greeted with exclamations of joy, and were soon in the midst of a crowd of men and women, kissing our knees and exhibiting other tokens of welcome. They were Jeburs, who had been employed in the excavations. Hearing that we were again going to dig after old stones, they once set about striking their tents to join us at Mosul or Nimrod. As we neared Tel Kef, we found groups of my old superintendents and workmen by the roadside. There were fat Toma, Mansour, Benin, and Hana, joyful at meeting me once more and at the prospect of fresh service. In the village we found Mr. Rassam, the vice-consul, and Koja Toma, his dragoman, who had made ready the feast for us at the house of the Chaldean bishop. Next morning, as we rode the last 3 hours of our journey, we met fresh groups of familiar faces. Then as we ascend an eminence midway, walls, towers, minarets, and domes rise boldly from the margin of the broad river, cheating us into belief, too soon to be dispelled, that Mosul is still a not unworthy representative of the great Nineveh. As we draw near, the long line of lofty mounds, the only remains of mighty bulwarks and spacious gates, detach themselves from the low undulating hills. Now the vast mound of Koyunjik overtops the surrounding heaps. Then above it peers the white cone of the tomb of the prophet Jonah. Many other well-remembered spots follow in rapid succession, but we cannot linger. Hastening over the creaking bridge of boats, we force our way through the crowded bazaars and alight at the house I had left 2 years ago. Old servants take their places as a matter of course, and, uninvited, pursue their regular occupations as if they had never been interrupted. Indeed, it seemed as if we had but returned from a summer's ride. 2 years had passed away like a dream. I may in this place add a few words on the part of the route pursued by Xenophon and the 10,000 during their memorable retreat, the identification of which had been one of my principal objects during our journey. I have, in the course of my narrative, already pointed out 1 or 2 spots signaled by remarkable events on their march. I must first state my conviction that the parsong, like its representative, the modern farsong or farsakh of Persia, was not a measure of distance very accurately determined, but rather indicated a certain amount of time employed in traveling a given space. That Xenophon reckoned by the common mode of computation of the country is evident, by his employing, almost always, the Persian parasong instead of the Greek stadium, and that the parasong was the same as the modern hour, we find by the distance between Larissa, Nimrod, and Mespila, Koyunjuk, being given as 6 parasongs, corresponding exactly with the number of hours assigned by the present inhabitants of the country and by the authorities of the Turkish post to the same road. The 6 hours in this instance are equal to about 18 English miles. The ford, by which the Greeks crossed the Great Zabates, may, I think, be accurately determined. It is still the principal ford in this part of the river, and must, from the nature of the bed of the stream, have been so from the earliest periods. It is about 25 miles from the confluence of the Zab and the Tigris. The Greeks could not have crossed the Zab above the spot I have indicated, as the bed above the river is deep and confined within high rocky banks. They might have done so below the junction of the Gazir, and a ravine worn by winter rains may correspond with the valley mentioned by Xenophon, but I think the Gazir is far more likely to have been the torrent bed viewed with so much alarm by the Greek commander, and the passage of which Mithridates might have disputed with some prospect of success. That Larissa and Mespila are represented by the ruins of Nimrod and Kiyunjuk no one can reasonably doubt. Xenophon's description corresponds most accurately with the ruins and with the distance between them. From Mespila the Greeks marched 4 parasongs, and probably halted near the modern village of Batnai, between Tel Kef and Tel Eskaf, an ancient site exactly 4 hours, by the usual caravan road, from Kiyunjuk. Instead of fording the Kabur near its junction with the Tigris and thus avoiding the hills, they crossed them by a precipitous pass to the site of modern Zakko. They reached this range in 4 days, traversing it on the 5th, probably by the modern caravan road. They were probably much retarded during this last day by having to fight their way over 3 distinct mountain ridges. It is remarkable that Xenophon does not mention the Kahur, although he must have crossed that river either by a ford or by a bridge before reaching the plain. Yet the stream is broad and rapid, and the fords at all times deep. Nor does he allude to the Hazel, a confluent of the Kabur, to which he came during his first day's march, after leaving Zakko. These omissions prove that he does not give an accurate itinerary of his route. 4 days' march, the first of only 60 stadia, or about 7 miles, brought the Greeks to the high mountains of Kurdistan, which, meeting the Tigris, shut out all further advance except by difficult and precipitous passes, already occupied by the Persians. Xenophon, having dislodged the enemy from the first ridge, returned to the main body of the army, which had remained on the plain. This must have been near Finik, where the very foot of the Kurdish mountains is first washed by the river. The spot agrees accurately with Xenophon's description, as it does with the distance. The Greeks, he says, come to a place where the river Tigris is, both from its depth and breadth, absolutely impassable, no road appeared, no craggy mountain of the Carduchians hanging over the river. Xenophon preferred the route across the mountains of Kurdistan, as it led into Armenia, a country from which they might choose their own road to the sea, and which abounded in villages and the necessaries of life. Beyond the Carduchian mountains there were, according to the prisoners, 2 roads into Armenia, one crossing the headwaters of the principal branch of the Tigris, the other going round them, that is, leaving them to the left. These are the roads to this day followed by caravans, one crossing the plains of Kurzan to Diyarbakir, and thence, by well-known mountain passes to Karput, the other passing through Bitlis. Xenophon chose the latter. The villages in the valleys and recesses of the mountains are still found around Funduk, and, on their first day's march over the Carduchian hills, the Greeks probably reached the neighborhood of this village. There now remained about 10 parsangs to the plain through which flows the eastern branch of the Tigris, but the country was difficult, and at this time of the year, nearly midwinter, the lower road along the river was impassable. The Greeks had, therefore, to force their way over a series of difficult passes, all stoutly defended by warlike tribes. They were consequently 4 days in reaching the Centritis, or eastern Tigris, the united waters of the rivers of Bitlis, Sirte, and Botan. It was impossible to cross that river at this spot in the face of the enemy. At length a ford was discovered higher up, and Xenophon, by skilful strategy, effected the passage. This must have been a short distance from Tilla, as the river, narrowed between rocky banks, is no longer fordable higher up. Owing to the frequent incursions of the Carduchi, the villages along the banks of the Bitlis had been abandoned, and the Greeks were compelled to turn to the westward to find provisions and habitations. Still there was no road into Armenia, particularly at this time of year, for an army encumbered with baggage, except that through the Bitlis valley. The remains of an ancient causeway are even now to be traced, and this has probably always been the great thoroughfare between western Armenia and the Assyrian plains. Xenophon consequently made nearly the same detour as I had made on my way from Constantinople. 6 marches, of 5 parasangs each, brought them to the small river Teleboas, which I believe to have been the river of Bitlis. After crossing the low country of Kurzan, well described by Xenophon as a plain varied by hills of an easy ascent, the Greeks must necessarily have turned slightly to the eastward to reach the Bitlis valley, as inaccessible mountains stopped all further progress. My caravan was 33 hours in journeying from Bitlis to Tella, corresponding exactly with the 6 days' march of the Greeks. They probably came to the river somewhat below the site of the modern town, where it well deserves the epithet of beautiful. It may have then had, as at this day, many villages near its banks. It will be observed that Xenophon says that they came to, not that they crossed, the Teleboas. From this river they reached the Euphrates in 6 marches, making, as usual, 5 parasangs each day. In all, 30 parasangs, or hours. I believe, therefore, that, after issuing from the valley of Bitlis, Xenophon turned to the westward, leaving the lake of Wan a little to the right, though completely concealed from him by a range of low hills. Skirting the western foot of the Nimrod Dog range, he passed through a plain thickly inhabited, abounding in well-provisioned villages, and crossed here and there by ranges of hills. This country still tallies precisely with Xenophon's description. We have not, I conceive, sufficient data in Xenophon's narrative to identify with any degree of certainty his route after crossing the Euphrates. We know that about 20 parasangs from that river the Greeks encamped near a hot spring, and this spring might be recognized in one of many which abound in the country. It is most probable that the Greeks still took the road still used by caravans through the plains of Hinnis and Hassan Kala as offering the fewest difficulties. But what rivers are we to identify with the Phasis and Harpasus? The distance between the Euphrates and Phasis being 70 parasangs, and between the Phasis and Harpasus 95, and the Harpasus being the larger of the 2 rivers. I am on the whole inclined to believe that either the Greeks took a very tortuous course after leaving the Euphrates, making daily but little actual progress towards the great end of their arduous journey, the sea-coast, or that there is a considerable error in the amount of parasangs given by Xenophon, that the Harpasus must be the Cheruk, and the Phasis either the Araxes or the Kur, and that Mount Thecus, the holy mountain from which the Greeks beheld the sea, was between Batun and Trebizond, the army having followed the valley of the Cheruk, but leaving it before reaching the site of the modern port on the Black Sea. End of Chapter 3.
Chapter 4 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sim. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 4. State of the excavations on my return to Mosul. Discoveries at Cuneiform. Tunnels in the mound. Bas-reliefs representing Assyrian conquests. A well. Siege of a city. Nature of sculptures at Cuneiform. Arrangements for renewal of excavations. Description of mound. Giamil Pasha. Visit to Sheikh Adi. Yazidi ceremonies. Sheikh Jindi. Yazidi meeting. Dress of the women. Bavian. Doctrines of the Yazidi. Jereya. Return to Mosul. On the morning after our arrival in Mosul, I rode at sunrise to Cuneiform. The reader may remember that, on my return to Europe in 1847, Mr. Ross had continued the researches in that mound, and had uncovered several interesting bas-reliefs, which I have already described from his own account of his discoveries. That gentleman had, to my great regret, left Mosul. Since his departure, the excavations had been placed under the charge of Mr. Rassam, the English Vice-Consul, who was directed by the trustees of the British Museum to employ a small number of men, rather to retain possession of the spot and to prevent interference on the part of others, than to carry on extensive operations. Thomas Shishman, or the Fat, was still the overseer of the workmen, and accompanied me on my first visit to the ruins. But little change had taken place in the great mound since I had last seen it. It was yellow and bare, as it always is at this time of the year. Heaps of earth marked the site of former excavations, the chambers first discovered having been again completely buried with rubbish. Of the sculptured walls laid bare 2 years before, no traces now remained. The trenches dug under Mr. Ross's directions in the southern corner, opposite the town of Mosul, were still open. It was evident at a glance that the chambers he had entered did not, as he had been led to suppose, belong to a second palace. They formed part of the same great edifice once standing on this angle of the mound, and already partly explored. The style of the bas-reliefs and of the inscriptions marked them at once as of the same epoch as those previously discovered. The walls of 2 chambers had been laid bare. In one, the lower part of a long series of sculptures was still partly preserved, but the upper had been completely destroyed, the very alabaster itself having disappeared. The bas-reliefs recorded the subjection by the Assyrian king of a nation inhabiting the banks of a river. The captive women are distinguished by long embroidered robes fringed with tassels, and the castles have a peculiar wedge-shaped ornament on the walls. The towns probably stood in the midst of marshes, as they appear to be surrounded by canes or reeds, as well as by groves of palm trees. The Assyrians, having captured the strong places by escalade, carried the inhabitants into captivity, and drove away cattle, camels, and carts drawn by oxen. Some of the men bear large baskets of osier work, and the women vases or cauldrons. The king, standing in his chariot, attended by his warriors, and preceded by a eunuch, registering the number of prisoners and the amount of the spoil, receives the conquered chiefs. Not a vestige of inscription remains to record the name of the vanquished people, but we may conjecture, from the river and the palm trees, that they inhabited some district in southern Mesopotamia. In the southern wall of this chamber was a doorway formed by plain upright slabs of a close-grained Magnesian limestone, almost as hard as flint. Between them were 2 small crouching lions, in the usual alabaster. This entrance led into a further room, of which only a small part had been explored. The walls were panelled with unsculptured slabs of the same compact limestone. The sculptured remains hitherto discovered in the mound of Cuneiform had been reached by digging down to them from the surface, and then removing the rubbish. After the departure of Mr. Ross, the accumulation of earth above the ruins had become so considerable, frequently exceeding 30 feet, that the workmen, to avoid the labour of clearing it away, began to tunnel along the walls, sinking shafts at intervals to admit light and air. These long galleries, dimly lighted, lined with the remains of ancient art, broken urns projecting from the crumbling sides, and the wild Arab and hardy Nestorian wandering through their intricacies, or working in their dark recesses, were singularly picturesque. Thomas Shishman had removed the workmen from the southern corner of the mound, where the sculptures were much injured, and had opened tunnels in a part of the building previously explored, commencing where I had left off on my departure from Mosul. I descended into the vaulted passages by an inclined way, through which the workmen issued from beneath to throw away the rubbish dug out from the ruins. At the bottom I found myself before a wall forming the southern side of the great hall, discovered, though only partly explored, during my former researches. The sculptures, faintly seen through the gloom, were still well enough preserved to give a complete history of the subject represented, although with the rest of the bas-reliefs of Cuneic, the fire had nearly turned them to lime, and had cracked them into 1,000 pieces. The faces of the slabs had been entirely covered with figures, varying from 3 inches to 1 foot in height, carefully finished, and designed with great spirit. In this series of bas-reliefs, the history of an Assyrian conquest was more fully portrayed than in any other yet discovered, from the going out of the monarch to battle, to his triumphal return after a complete victory. The first part of the subject has already been described in my former work. The king, accompanied by his chariots and horsemen, and leaving his capital in the Assyrian plains, passed through a mountainous and wooded district. He does not appear to have been delayed by the siege of many towns or castles, but to have carried the war at once into the high country. His troops, cavalry and infantry, are represented in close combat with their enemies, pursuing them over hills and through valleys, beside streams and in the midst of vineyards. The Assyrian horsemen are armed with the spear and the bow, using both weapons whilst at full speed. Their opponents seem to be all archers. The vanquished turn to ask for quarter, or wounded fall under the feet of the advancing horses, raising their hands imploringly to ward off the impending death blow. The triumph follows, the king standing in his chariot beneath the royal parasol, followed by long lines of dismounted warriors leading richly caparisoned horses, and by foot soldiers variously armed and accoutred, is receiving the captives and spoil taken from the conquered people. First approach the victorious warriors, throwing the heads of the slain into heaps before the registering officers. They are followed by others leading, and urging onwards with staves, the prisoners, men chained together or bound singly in fetters, and women, some on foot, carrying their children on their shoulders, and leading them by the hand, others riding on mules. The procession is finished by asses, mules, and flocks of sheep. As on the bas-reliefs uncovered by Mr. Ross, there is unfortunately no inscription by which the name of the conquered people can be determined. The mountains, valleys, and streams, the vines and dwarf oaks, probably indicate a region north of Assyria, in Armenia, Media, or Kurdistan. Countries we know to have been invaded by the royal builder of the palace. The dress of the men consists of a short tunic, that of the women of a shirt falling to the ankles and cut low in front of the neck. In the side of the hall sculptured with these bas-reliefs was a wide portal, formed by a pair of gigantic human-headed bulls. They had suffered, like all those previously discovered, from the fire, and the upper part, the wings and human head, had been completely destroyed. The lower half had, however, escaped, and the inscriptions were consequently nearly entire. Joined to the forepart of the bulls were 4 small figures, two on each side, and one above the other. They had long hair, falling in large and massive curls on their shoulders, wore short tunics descending to the knee, and held a pole topped by a kind of cone in one hand, raising the other as in act of adoration. At right angles with the slabs bearing these sculptures were colossal figures carrying the oft-repeated cone and basket. In this entrance a well, cut through the large pavement slab between the bulls, was afterwards discovered. It contained broken pottery, not one vase having been taken out whole, apparently human remains, and some fragments of calcined sculptured alabaster, evidently detached from the bas-reliefs on the walls. It is doubtful whether this well was sunk after the Assyrian ruins had been buried, or whether it had been from the earliest times a place of deposit for the dead. A small doorway to the right of the portal, formed by the winged bulls, led into a further chamber, in which an entrance had been found into a third room, whose walls had been completely uncovered. Its dimensions were 26 feet by 23, and it had but this one outlet, flanked on either side by two colossal figures, whose lower extremities alone remained, the upper part of the slabs having been destroyed. One appeared to have been eagle-headed, with the body of a man, and the other a monster, with human head and the feet of a lion. The bas-reliefs round the chamber represented the siege of a castle standing on an artificial mound, surrounded at its base by houses. The besieged defended themselves on the walls and turrets with bows, spears, and stones. The Assyrian army was composed of spearmen, slingers, and bowmen, some of whom had already gained the housetops. Male and female captives had been taken and heads cut off. The victorious warriors, according to custom, and probably to claim a reward, bringing them to the registrars. In the background were wooded mountains. Vines and other trees formed a distinct band in the middle of the slabs, and a river ran at the foot of the mound. The dress of the male prisoners consisted either of a long robe falling to the ankles, or of a tunic reaching to the knees, over which was thrown an outer garment, apparently made of the skins of animals, and they wore greaves laced up in front. The women were clothed in a robe descending to the feet, with an outer fringe garment thrown over the shoulders. A kind of hood or veil covered the back of the head, and fell over the neck. Above the castle was the fragment of an inscription in 2 lines, containing the name of the city, of which unfortunately the first character is wanting. It reads, "The city of Alamo I attacked and captured. I carried away its spoil." No name, however, corresponding with it has yet been found in the royal annals, and we can only infer from the nature of the country represented that the place was in a mountainous district to the north of Assyria. This doorway to a third outlet opening to the west led into a narrow passage, one side of which had alone been excavated. On it was represented the siege of a walled city, divided into 2 parts by a river. One half of the place had been captured by the Assyrians, who had gained possession of the towers and battlements, but that on the opposite bank of the stream was still defended by slingers and bowmen. Against its walls had been thrown banks or mounds, built of stones, bricks, and branches of trees. The battering rams, covered with skins or hides looped together, had been rolled up these inclined ways, and had already made a breach in the fortifications. Archers and spearmen were hurrying to the assault, whilst others were driving off the captives and carrying away the idols of the enemy. The dress of the male prisoners consisted of a plain undershirt, an upper garment falling below the knees, divided in the front and buttoned at the neck, and laced greaves. Their hair and beards were shorter and less elaborately curled than those of the Assyrians. The women were distinguished by high rounded turbans, ornamented with plaits or folds. A veil fell from the back of this headdress over the shoulders. No inscription remained to record the name of the vanquished nation. Such were the discoveries that had been made during my absence. There could be no doubt whatever that all the chambers hitherto excavated belonged to one great edifice, built by one and the same king. I have already shown how the bas-reliefs of Cuneic differed from those of the older places of Nimrud, but closely remembered those of Khorsabad in the general treatment, in the costumes of the Assyrian warriors, as well as of the nations with whom they warred, and in the character of the ornaments, inscriptions, and details. Those newly uncovered were in all these respects like the bas-reliefs found before my departure, and upon which I had ventured to form an opinion as to the respective antiquity and origin of the various ruins hitherto explored in Assyria. At Cuneic there were probably few bas-reliefs, particularly those containing representations of castles and cities, that were not accompanied by a short epigraph or label, giving the name of the conquered king and country, and even the names of the principal prisoners, especially if royal personages. Unfortunately, these inscriptions, having been usually placed on the upper part of the slabs, which has very rarely escaped destruction, but few of them remain. These remarks should be borne in mind to enable the reader to understand the descriptions of the excavated chambers at Cuneic, which will be given in the following pages in the order that they were discovered. I lost no time in making arrangements for continuing the excavations with as much activity as the funds granted to the trustees of the British Museum would permit. Thomas Shishman was placed over Cuneic. Mansur Benan, the marble cutter, and Hana, the carpenter, again entered my service. Ali Rahal, a sheikh of the Jaburs, was appointed sheikh of the mound, and duly invested with the customary robe of honour on the occasion. The accumulation of soil above the ruins was so great that I determined to continue the tunnelling, removing only as much earth as was necessary to show the sculptured walls. But to facilitate the labour of the workmen, and to avoid the necessity of their leaving the tunnels to empty their baskets, I made a number of rude triangles and wooden pulleys by which the excavated rubbish could be raised by ropes through the shafts, sunk at intervals for this purpose, as well as to admit light and air. One or two passages then sufficed for the workmen to descend into the subterranean galleries. Many of the Nestorians formerly in my service as diggers, having also heard of my intended return, had left their mountains and had joined me a day or two after my arrival. There were Jaburs enough in the immediate neighbourhood of the town to make up 4 or 5 gangs of excavators, and I placed parties at once in the galleries already opened, in different parts of Cuneic not previously explored, and at a high mound in the north-west walls, forming one side of the great enclosure opposite Mosul, a ruin which I had only partially examined during my previous visit. The shape of this great ruin is very irregular. Nearly square at the southwest corner, it narrows almost to a point at the northeast. The palace occupies the southern angle. At the opposite or northern extremity are the remains of the village of Cuneic, from which the mound takes its name. From this spot, a steep road leads to the plain, forming the only access to the summit of the mound for loaded animals or carts. There are ravines on all sides of Cuneic, except that facing the Tigris. If not entirely worn by the winter rains, they have undoubtedly been deepened and increased by them. They are strewed with fragments of pottery, bricks, and sometimes stone and burnt alabaster, while the falling earth frequently discloses in their sides vast masses of solid brick masonry, which fall in when undermined by the rains. Through these ravines are carried the steep and narrow pathways leading to the top of the mound. The Horsa winds round the eastern base of Cuneic, and leaving it near the angle occupied by the ruins of the palace, runs in a direct line to the Tigris. Although a small and sluggish stream, it has worn for itself a deep bed, and is only fordable near the mound immediately below the southern corner, where the direct road from Mosul crosses it, and at the northern extremity where a flour mill is turned by its waters. After rain it becomes an impetuous torrent, overflowing its banks and carrying all before it. It then rises very suddenly, and as suddenly subsides. The Tigris now flows about half a mile from the mound, but once undoubtedly washed its base. Between them is a rich alluvium deposited by the river during its gradual retreat. It is always under cultivation, and is divided into cornfields, and melon and cucumber beds. In this plain stands the small modern village of Cuneiform, removed for convenience from its ancient site on the summit of the mound. In Mosul I had to call upon the governor, and renew my acquaintance with the principal inhabitants, whose goodwill was in some way necessary to the pleasant, if not successful, prosecution of my labours. Kamil Pasha had been lately named to the Bashalik. He was the 6th or 7th Pasha who had been appointed since I left, for it is one of the banes of Turkish administration that, as soon as an officer becomes acquainted with the country he is sent to govern, and obtains any influence over its inhabitants, he is recalled to make room for a new ruler. Kamil had been ambassador at Berlin, and had visited several European courts. His manners were eminently courteous and polished. His intelligence, and what is of far more importance in a Turkish governor, his integrity, were acknowledged. His principal defects were great inactivity and indolence, and an unfortunate irritability of temper, leading him to do foolish and mischievous things, of which he generally soon found cause to repent. Soon after my arrival, my old friends Sheikh Abdurrahman of the Abu Salman and Abdurrabu, chief of the Jaburs, rode into the town to see me, where I had scarcely settled myself, when Kawal Yusuf came in from Badri, with a party of Yazidi Kawals to invite me, on the part of Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasser, to the annual festival at Sheikh Adi. The invitation was too earnest to be refused. I was accompanied in this visit by my own party, with the addition of Mr. Rassam, the vice consul, and his dragoman. We rode the first day to Badri, and were met on the road by Hussein Bey and a large company of Yazidi horsemen. Sheikh Nasser had already gone to the tomb to make ready for the ceremonies. The young chief entertained us for the night, and on the following morning, an hour after sunrise, we left the village for Sheikh Adi. At some distance from the sacred valley, we were met by Sheikh Nasser, Bir Sino, the Kawals, the priests, and the chiefs. They conducted us to the same building in the sacred grove that I had occupied on my former visit. The Kawals assembled around us and welcomed our coming on their tambourines and flutes, and soon about us was formed one of those singularly beautiful and picturesque groups which I have attempted to describe in my previous account of the Yazidi festival. The Yazidis had assembled in less numbers this year than when I had last met them in the valley. Only a few of the best armed of the people of Sinjar had ventured to face the dangers of the road now occupied by the Bedouins. Abd Aga and his adherents were fully occupied in defending their villages against the Arab marauders, who, although repulsed after we quitted Samil, were still hanging about the district bent upon revenge. The Gujars and the tribes of Deribun were kept away by the same fears. The inhabitants of Khazan and Ridwan were harassed by the conscription. Even the people of Bashekar and Barzani had been so vexed by a recent visit from the Pasha that they had no heart for festivities. His Excellency, not fostering feelings of the most friendly nature towards Namik Pasha, the new commander-in-chief of Arabia, who was passing through Mosul on his way to the headquarters of the army at Baghdad, and unwilling to entertain him, was suddenly taken ill and retired for the benefit of his health to Bashekar. On the morning after his arrival, he complained that the asses by their braying during the night had allowed him no rest, and the asses were accordingly peremptorily banished from the village. The dawn of the next day was announced, to the great discomfort of his Excellency, who had no interest in the matter, by the cocks, and the irregular troops who formed his bodyguard were immediately incited to a general slaughter of the race. The third night, his sleep was disturbed by the crying of the children, who, with their mothers, were at once locked up for the rest of his sojourn in the cellars. On the fourth, he was awoke at daybreak by the chirping of sparrows, and every gun in the village was ordered to be brought out to wage a war of extermination against them. But on the fifth morning, his rest was sorely broken by the flies, and the enraged Bashaw insisted upon their instant destruction. The Kiaya, who, as chief of the village, had the task of carrying out the governor's orders, now threw himself at his Excellency's feet, exclaiming, "Your Highness has seen that all the animals here, praise be to God, obey our lord, the Sultan. The infidel flies alone are rebellious to his authority. I am a man of low degree and small power, and can do nothing against them. It now behooves a great vizier like your Highness to enforce the commands of our lord and master." The Pasha, who relished a joke, forgave the flies, but left the village. I have already so fully described the general nature of the annual festival at Sheikh Adi, and the appearance of the valley on that occasion, that I shall confine myself to an account of such ceremonies as I was now permitted to witness for the first time. About an hour after sunset, Gawal Yusuf summoned Hormuzd and myself, who were alone allowed to be present, to the inner yard or sanctuary of the temple. We were placed in a room from the windows of which we could see all that took place in the court. The Gawals, sheikhs, fakirs, and principal chiefs were already assembled. In the centre of the court was an iron lamp with 4 burners, a simple dish with 4 lips for the wicks, supported on a sharp iron rod driven into the ground. Near it stood a fakir, holding in one hand a lighted torch, and in the other a large vessel of oil, from which he from time to time replenished the lamp, loudly invoking Sheikh Adi. The Gawals stood against the wall on one side of the court, and commenced a slow chant, some playing on the flute, others on the tambourine, and accompanying the measure with their voices. The sheikhs and chiefs now formed a procession, walking 2 by 2. At their head was Sheikh Jindi. He wore a tall, shaggy black cap, the hair of which hung far over the upper part of his face. A long robe, striped with horizontal stripes of black and dark red, fell to his feet. A countenance more severe, and yet more imposing than that of Sheikh Jindi, could not well be pictured by the most fanciful imagination. A beard, black as jet, waved low on his breast. His dark piercing eyes glittered through ragged eyebrows, like burning coals through the bars of a grate. The colour of his face was of the deepest brown, his teeth white as snow, and his features, though stern beyond measure, singularly noble and well formed. It was a byword with us that Sheikh Jindi had never been seen to smile. To look at him was to feel that a laugh could not be born in him. As he moved with a slow and solemn step, the flickering lamp deepening the shadows of his solemn and rugged countenance, it would have been impossible to conceive a being more eminently fitted to take the lead in ceremonies consecrated to the Evil One. He is the Beish Namaz, the leader of prayer, to the Yazidi sect. Behind him were 2 venerable sheikhs. They were followed by Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasser, and the other chiefs and sheikhs came after. Their long robes were all of the purest white. As they walked slowly round, sometimes stopping, then resuming their measured step, they chanted prayers in glory and honour of the deity. The Gawals accompanied the chant with their flutes, beating at intervals the tambourines. Round the burning lamp, and within the circle formed by the procession, danced the fakirs in their black dresses, with solemn pace timed to the music, raising and swinging to and fro their arms after the fashion of Eastern dancers, and placing themselves in attitudes not less decorous than elegant. To hymns in praise of the deity succeeded others in honour of Malik Isa and Sheikh Adi. The chants passed into quicker strains, the tambourines were beaten more frequently, the fakirs became more active in their motions, and the women made the loud dalel, the ceremonies ending with that extraordinary scene of noise and excitement that I have attempted to describe in relating my first visit. When the prayers were ended, those who marched in procession kissed, as they passed by, the right side of the doorway leading into the temple, where a serpent is figured on the wall, but not, as I was assured, the image itself, which has no typical or other meaning, according to Sheikh Nasser and Kawal Yusuf. Hussein Bey, then placing himself on the step at this entrance, received the homage of the sheikhs and elders, each touching the hand of the young chief with his own, and raising it to his lips. All present afterwards gave one another the kiss of peace. The ceremonies having thus been brought to a close, Hussein Bey and Sheikh Nasser came to me, and led me into the inner court. Carpets had been spread at the doorway of the temple for myself and the two chiefs. The sheikhs, gawals, and principal people of the sect seated themselves, or rather crouched against the walls. By the light of a lamp, dimly breaking the gloom within the temple, I could see Sheikh Jindi unrobing. During the prayers, priests were stationed at the doorway, and none were allowed to enter except a few women and girls. The wives and daughters of sheikhs and gawals had free access to the building, and appeared to join in the ceremonies. The vice-consul and Khojdat Omar were now admitted, and took their places with us at the upper end of the court. Kawal Yusuf was then called upon to give a full account of the result of his mission to Constantinople, which he did with the same detail and almost in the same words that he had used so frequently during our journey. After he had concluded, I endeavoured to urge upon them to avail themselves of the new privileges and opportunities for advancement and cultivation thus afforded them. It was finally agreed that letters of thanks, sealed by all the chiefs of the Yazidis, should be sent to the Grand Vizier, Rashid Basha, for the reception given to the Yazidi deputation, and to Sir Stratford Canning for his generous intercession in their behalf. Soon after sunrise on the following morning, the sheikhs and gawals offered up a short prayer in the court of the temple, but without any of the ceremonies of the previous evening. Some prayed in the sanctuary, frequently kissing the threshold and holy places within the building. When they had ended, they took the green cloth covering from the tomb of Sheikh Adi, and followed by the gawals, playing on their tambourines and flutes, walked with it round the outer court. The people flocked about them, and reverently carried the corner of the drapery to their lips, making afterwards a small offering of money. After the cover had again been thrown over the tomb, the chiefs and priests seated themselves round the inner court. The fakirs and sheikhs, especially devoted to the service of the sanctuary, who are called gotchjeks, now issued from the kitchens of the temple bearing large platters of smoking harissa, which they placed on the ground. The company collected in hungry groups round the messes, and whilst they were eating, the gotchjeks standing by called upon them continually in a loud voice to partake of the hospitality of Sheikh Adi. After the empty plates had been removed, a collection was made towards the support of the temple and tomb of the saint. These ceremonies occupied us until nearly midday. We then sat by the fountain in the valley, and the men and women danced before us, the boys climbing into the trees and hanging on the boughs to see the dancers. Sugar dates and raisins were afterwards scrambled amongst the children. The men soon took part in the amusement. A party of Kurds, bringing grapes from the mountains to sell at the festival, were maliciously pointed out as good objects for a joke. The hint was no sooner given than they, their donkeys, and their grapes were all rolled into one heap under a mountain of human beings. The Kurds, who were armed, resisted manfully, and ignorant of our intentions, might have revenged themselves on their assailants, but were soon restored to good humour when they found that they were to receive ample compensation for their losses and personal injuries. There was general laughing in the valley, and the Yazidis will long remember these days of simple merriment and happiness. In the afternoon the wives and daughters of the chiefs and Qawwals called upon me. The families of the Qawwals, evidently descended from the same stock, are remarkable for the beauty both of the men and women, all of whom are strikingly like one another. Their complexion is, perhaps, too dark, but their features are regular and admirably formed. The dresses of the girls were elegant, and as rich as the material they could obtain would allow. Some wove flowers into their hair, others encircled their black turbans with a single wreath of myrtle, a simple and elegant ornament. They all wore many strings of coins, amber, coral, agate, and glass beads round their necks, and some had the black skull cap completely covered with gold and silver money, a kind of apron of grey or yellowish check, like a Scotch plaid, tied over one shoulder, and falling in front over the silk dress, is a peculiar feature in the costume of the Yazidi girls, and of some Christians from the same district. Unmarried women have the neck bare. The married conceal it with a white kerchief, which passes under the chin and is tied on the top of the head. The brightest colours are worn by the girls, but the matrons are usually clothed in plain white. The females of the Qawwal families always wear black turbans and skull caps. Qawwal Yusuf, to show how the Frank ladies he had seen at Constantinople were honoured by their husbands, made his young wife walk arm in arm with him before us, to the great amusement of the bystanders. At night the same religious ceremonies were repeated in the temple, and I was allowed to sleep in the room overlooking the inner court, from whence I had witnessed them on the previous evening. After all had retired to rest, the Yazidi mullah recited, in a low chanting tone, a religious history, or discourse, consisting of the adventures and teachings of a certain Mirza Muhammad. He stood before the burning lamp, and around him were at full length on the stone pavement, and covered by their white cloaks, the sleeping sheikhs and Qawwals. The scene was singularly picturesque and impressive. Next morning I visited with Mr. Assam and Mr. Cooper the rock sculptures of Bavian, which are not more than 6 miles from the valley of Sheikh Adi in the same range of hills. But I will defer a description of these remarkable monuments until I come to relate my second journey to the spot. Qawwal Yusuf had promised, on the occasion of the festival, to show me the sacred book of the Yazidis. He accordingly brought a volume to me one morning, accompanied by the secretary of Sheikh Nasser, the only Yazidi, as far as I am aware, who could read it. It consisted of a few tattered leaves, of no ancient date, containing a poetical rhapsody on the merits and attributes of Sheikh Adi, who is identified with the deity himself as the origin and creator of all things, though evidently distinguished from the eternal essence by being represented as seeking the truth, and as reaching through it the highest place, which he declares to be attainable by all those who, like him, shall find the truth. This was the only written work that I was able to obtain from the Yazidis. Their Qawwals repeated several prayers and hymns to me, which were purely laudatory of the deity, and unobjectionable in substance. Numerous occupations during the remainder of my residence in Assyria prevented me from prosecuting my inquiries much further on this subject. Qawwal Yusuf informed me that before the great massacre of the sect by the Bey of Rawanduz, they possessed many books which were lost during the general panic or destroyed by the Kurds. He admitted that this was only a fragmentary composition, and by no means the book, which contained the theology and religious laws of the Yazidi. He even hinted that the great work did still exist, and I am by no means certain that there is not a copy at Beshekar or Barzani. The account given by the Gawal seems to be confirmed by the allusion made in the poem to the Book of Glad Tidings and the Book that Comforteth the Oppressed, which could scarcely have been inserted for any particular purpose, such as to deceive their Mohammedan neighbours. I will here add a few notes concerning the Yazidis and their faith to those contained in my former work. They were chiefly obtained from Gawal Yusuf. They believe that Christ will come to govern the world, but that after him Sheikh Mehdi will appear, to whom will be given special jurisdiction over those speaking the Kurdish language, including the Yazidis. This is evidently a modern interpolation, derived from Mussulman sources, perhaps invented to conciliate the Mohammedans. All who go to heaven must first pass an expiatory period in hell, but no one will be punished eternally. Mohammedans they exclude from all future life, but not Christians. This may have been said to avoid giving offence. The Yazidis will not receive converts to their faith. Circumcision is optional. When a child is born near enough to the tomb of Sheikh Adi to be taken there without great inconvenience or danger, it should be baptized as early as possible after birth. The Qawwals in their periodical visitations carry a bottle or skin filled with the holy water to baptize those children who cannot be brought to the shrine. There are 40 days fast in the spring of the year, but they are observed by few. One person in a family may fast for the rest. They should abstain during that period as completely as the Chaldeans from animal food. Sheikh Nasser fasts rigidly for 1 month in the year, eating only once in 24 hours and immediately after sunset. Only one wife is strictly lawful, although the chief takes more, but concubines are not forbidden. The wife may be turned away for great misconduct, and the husband, with the consent of the sheikhs, may marry again, but the discarded wife never can. Even such divorces ought only to be given in cases of adultery, for formerly, when the Yazidis administered their own temporal laws, the wife was punished with death, and the husband of course was then released. The religious as well as the political head of all Yazidis, wherever they may reside, is Hussein Bey, who is called the Khalifa, and he holds his position by inheritance. As he is young and inexperienced, he deputes his religious duties to Sheikh Nasser. Sheikh Nasser is only the chief of the sheikhs of the district of Sheikhan. The Qawwals are all of one family and are under the orders of Hussein Bey, who sends them periodically to collect the voluntary contributions of the various tribes. The amount received by them is divided into 2 equal parts, one of which goes to the support of the tomb of Sheikh Adi, and half of the other to Hussein Bey, the remainder being equally shared by the Qawwals. Neither the priest nor Hussein Bey ever shave their beards. They ought not to marry out of their own order, and though the men do not observe this rule very strictly, the women are never given in marriage to one out of the rank of the priesthood. Hussein Bey ought to take his wife from the family of Jul Beg. After death, the body of a Yazidi, like that of a Mohammedan, is washed in running water, and then buried with the face turned towards the North Star. I have stated that it is unlawful amongst the Yazidis to know how to read or write. This, I am assured, is not the case, and their ignorance arises from want of means and proper teachers. Formerly, a Chaldean deacon used to instruct the children. Qawwal Yusuf mentioned accidentally that, amongst the Yazidis, the ancient name for God was Azed, and from it he derived the name of his sect. Their Qibla, he declared, was the polar star and not the east. On my way to Mosul from Sheikh Adi, I visited the ruins of Jereya, where excavations had been again carried on by one of my agents. No ancient buildings were discovered. The principal mound is lofty and conical in shape, and the base is surrounded by smaller mounds. and irregularities in the soil, which denote the remains of houses. I had not leisure during my residence in Assyria to examine the spot as fully as it may deserve. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 5, Part 1. We were again in Mosul by the 12th of October. The Jabours, my old workmen, had now brought their families to the town. I directed them to cross the river and to pitch their tents over the excavations at Kuyanchik, as they had formerly done around the trenches at Nimrod. The Bedouins, unchecked in their forays by the Turkish authorities, had become so bold that they ventured to the very walls of Mosul, and I felt it necessary to have a strong party on the ruins for self-defence. The Jabours were, however, on good terms with the Bedouins, and had lately encamped amongst them. About 100 workmen, divided into 12 or 14 parties, were employed at Kuyanchik. The Arabs, as before, removed the earth and rubbish, while the more difficult labour with the pick was left entirely to the Nestorian mountaineers. My old friend Yakub, the Rais of Astheta, was named superintendent of the Tiyari workmen, for whom I built mud huts near the foot of the mound. The work having thus begun at Kuyanchik, I rode with Hormuzd to Nimrod for the first time on the 18th of October. It seemed but yesterday that we had followed the same track. We stopped at each village and found, in each, old acquaintances ready to welcome us. From the crest of the hill halfway, the first view of Nimrod opened upon us. The old mound on which I had gazed so often from this spot, and with which so many happy recollections were bound up, rising boldly above the Jif, the river winding through the plain, the distant wreaths of smoke marking the villages of Nineveh and Nimrod. I dismounted at my old house, which was still standing, though somewhat in ruins, for it had been the habitation of the Kiaya during my absence, and to avoid the vermin swarming in the rooms, my tent was pitched in the courtyard, and I dwelt entirely in it. The village had still, comparatively speaking, a flourishing appearance, and had not diminished in size since my last visit. The Tanzimat, or reformed system of local administration, had been introduced into the Pashalik of Mosul, and although many of its regulations were evaded, and arbitrary acts were still occasionally committed, yet on the whole a marked improvement had taken place in the dealings of the authorities with the subjects of the Sultan. The great cause of complaint was the want of security. The troops under the command of the Pasha were not sufficient in number to keep the Bedouins in check, and there was scarcely a village in the low country which had not suffered more or less from their depredations. Nimrod was particularly exposed to their incursions, and the inhabitants lived in continual agitation and alarm. By sunrise I was amongst the ruins. The mound had undergone no change. There it rose from the plain, the same sunburnt yellow heap that it had stood for 20 centuries. The earth and rubbish, which had been heaped over the excavated chambers and sculptured slabs, had settled and had left uncovered in sinking the upper part of several bas-reliefs. A few colossal heads of winged figures rose calmly above the level of the soil, and with 2 pairs of winged bulls, which had not been reburied on account of their mutilated condition, was all that remained above ground of the northwest palace, that great storehouse of Assyrian history and art. Collecting together my old excavators from the Shamuti and Jahesh, the Arab tribes who inhabit Nimrod and Nineveh, and from the tents of a few Jaburs who still lingered round the village to glean a scanty subsistence after the harvest, I placed workmen in different parts of the mound. The northwest palace had not been fully explored. Most of the chambers which didn't contain sculptured slabs, but were simply built of sun-dried bricks, had been left unopened. I consequently directed a party of workmen to resume the excavations where they had been formerly abandoned. New trenches were also opened in the ruins of the centre palace, where as yet no sculptures had been discovered in their original position against the walls. The high conical mound forming the northwest corner of Nimrod, the pyramid as it has usually been called, had always been an object of peculiar interest, which want of means had hitherto prevented me fully examining. With the exception of a shaft about 40 feet deep, sunk nearly in the centre and passing through a solid mass of sun-dried bricks, no other opening had been made into this singular ruin. I now ordered a tunnel to be carried into its base on the western face, and on a level with the conglomerate rock upon which it rested. As I ascended the mound next morning, I perceived a group of travellers on its summit, their horses picketed in the stubble. Ere I could learn what strangers had thus wandered to this remote region, my hand was seized by the faithful Bayraktar. Beneath, in an excavated chamber, wrapped in his travelling cloak, was Rawlinson deep in sleep, wearied by a long and harassing night's ride. For the first time we met in the Assyrian ruins, and besides the greetings of old friendship, there was much to be seen together and much to be talked over. The fatigues of the journey had, however, brought on fever, and we were soon compelled, after visiting the principal excavations, to take refuge from the heat of the sun in the mud huts of the village. The attack increasing in the evening, it was deemed prudent to ride into Mosul at once, and we mounted our horses in the middle of the night. During 2 days, Colonel Rawlinson was too ill to visit the excavations at Kuyanjik. On the 3rd, we rode together to the mound. After a hasty survey of the ruins, we parted, and he continued his journey to Constantinople and to England, to reap the laurels of a well-earned fame. My readers would be wearied were I to relate, day by day, the progress of the excavations, and to record, as they were gradually made, the discoveries in the various ruins. It will give a more complete idea of the results of the researchers to describe the sculptured walls of a whole chamber when entirely explored, instead of noting, one by one, as dug out, bas-reliefs which form but part of the same subject. I will therefore merely mention that during the months of October and November my time was spent between Kuyanjik and Nimrod, and that the excavations were carried on at both places without interruption. Mr. Cooper was occupied in drawing the bas-reliefs discovered at Kuyanjik, living in Mosul, and riding over daily to the ruins. To Mr. Hormuz Rassam, who usually accompanied me in my journeys, were confided, as before, the general superintendence of the operations, the payment of the workmen, the settlement of disputes, etc. His services were invaluable and of the greatest consequence to the success of my labours. The Arab workmen were divided into several classes, and their wages varied according to their respective occupations, as well as according to the time of year. They were generally paid weekly by Hormuzd. The diggers, who were exposed to very severe labour, and even to considerable risk, received from 2 piastres and a half to 3 piastres, from 5 pence to 6 pence a day. Those who filled the baskets from 2 piastres to 2.5, and the general workman from 1.5 to 2 piastres. The earth, when removed, was sifted by boys, who earned about 1 piastre for their day's labour. These wages may appear low, but they are amply sufficient for the support of a family in a country where the camel load of wheat, nearly 480 pounds, is sold for about 4 shillings, and where no other protection from the inclemencies of the weather is needed than a linen shirt and the black folds of an Arab tent. The Kuyunjik workmen were usually paid in the subterraneous galleries, some convenient space where several passages met being chosen for the purpose, those of Nimrod generally in the village. A scene of wild confusion ensued on these occasions, from which an inexperienced observer might argue a sad want of order and method. This was, however, but the way of doing business usual in the country. When there was a difference of opinion, he who cried the loudest gained the day, and after a desperate struggle of voices, matters relapsed into their usual state, every one being perfectly satisfied. Screaming and gesticulation with Easterns by no means signify ill will, or even serious disagreement. Without them, except of course amongst the Turks, who are staid and dignified to a proverb, the most ordinary transactions cannot be carried on, and they are frequently rather symptoms of friendship than of hostility. By the end of November, several entire chambers had been excavated at Kuyunjik, and many bas-reliefs of great interest had been discovered. The 4 sides of the hall, part of which has already been described, had now been explored. In the centre of each side was a grand entrance, guarded by colossal human-headed bulls. This magnificent hall was no less than 124 feet in length by 90 feet in breadth, the longest sides being those to the north and south. It appears to have formed a centre, around which the principal chambers in this part of the palace were grouped. Its walls had been completely covered with the most elaborate and highly finished sculptures. Unfortunately, all the bas-reliefs, as well as the gigantic monsters at the entrance, had suffered more or less from the fire which had destroyed the edifice, but enough of them still remained to show the subject, and even to enable me in many places to restore it entirely. The narrow passage leading from the great hall at the southwest corner had been completely explored. Its sculptures have already been described. It opened into a chamber 24 feet by 19, from which branched 2 other passages. The one to the west was entered by a wide doorway, in which stood 2 plain spherical stones about 3 feet high, having the appearance of the bases of columns, although no traces of any such architectural ornament could be found. This was the entrance into a broad and spacious gallery, about 218 feet long and 25 wide. A tunnel at its western end cut through the solid wall, as there was no doorway on this side of the gallery, led into the chambers excavated by Mr. Ross, thus connecting them with the rest of the building. I have already described the bas-reliefs representing the conquest of a mountainous country on the southern side of the Great Hall. The same subject was continued on the western wall, without much variety in the details, but on the northern, the sculptures differed from any others yet discovered, and from their interest and novelty merit a particular notice. But before giving a description of them, I must return to the long gallery to the west of the Great Hall, as the sculptures still preserved in it form part of and complete this important series. The slabs on one side of this gallery had been entirely destroyed, except at the eastern end. and from the few which still remained, every trace of sculpture had been carefully removed by some sharp instrument. Along the opposite wall, that to the right on leaving the Great Hall, only 8 bas-reliefs still stood in their original position, and even of these only the lower part was preserved. Detached fragments of others were found in the rubbish, and from them I ascertained that the whole gallery had been occupied by one continuous series, representing the different processes adopted by the Assyrians in moving and placing various objects used in their buildings, and especially the human-headed bulls, from the first transport of the huge stone in the rough from the quarry, to the raising of these gigantic sculptures in the gateways of the palace temples. On these fragments were seen the king in his chariot, superintending the operations, and workmen carrying cables, or dragging carts loaded with coils of rope, and various implements for moving the colossi. I will commence then by a description of the sculptures still standing in their original position in the gallery. A huge block of stone, probably of the alabaster used in the Assyrian edifices, somewhat elongated in form so as to resemble an obelisk in the rough, is lying on a low, flat-bottomed boat floating on a river. It has probably been towed down the Tigris from some quarry, and is to be landed near the site of the intended palace, to be carved by the sculptor into the form of a colossal bull. It exceeds the boat considerably in length, projecting beyond both the head and stern, and is held by upright beams fastened to the sides of the vessel and kept firm in their places by wooden wedges. 2 cables are passed through holes cut in the stone itself, and a third is tied to a strong pin projecting from the head of the boat. Each cable is held by a large body of men, who pull by means of small ropes fastened to it and passed around their shoulders. Some of these trackers walk in the water, others on dry land. The number altogether represented must have been nearly 300, about 100 to each cable, and they appear to be divided into distinct bands, each distinguished by a peculiar costume. Some wear a kind of embroidered turban, through which their long hair is gathered behind. The heads of others are encircled by a fringed shawl whose ends hang over the ears and neck, leaving the hair to fall in long curls upon the shoulders. Many are represented naked, but the greater number are dressed in short checkered tunics with a long fringe attached to the girdle. They are urged on by taskmasters armed with swords and staves. The boat is also pushed by men wading through the stream. An overseer, who regulates the whole proceedings, is seated astride on the forepart of the stone. His hands are stretched out in the act of giving commands. The huge stone having been landed and carved by the Assyrian sculptor into the form of a colossal human-headed bull, is to be moved from the bank of the river to the site it is meant to occupy permanently in the palace temple. This process is represented on the walls of the Great Hall. From these bas-reliefs, as well as from discoveries to be hereafter mentioned, it is therefore evident that the Assyrians sculptured their gigantic figures before, and not after, the slabs had been raised in the edifice, although all the details and the finishing touches weren't put in, as it will be seen, until they had been finally placed. I am still, however, of opinion that the smaller bas-reliefs were entirely executed after the slabs had been attached to the walls. In the first bas-relief I shall describe, the colossal bull rests horizontally on a sledge, similar in form to the boat containing the rough block from the quarry. But either in the carving the stone has been greatly reduced in size, or the sledge is much larger than the boat as it considerably exceeds the sculpture in length. The bull faces the spectator, and the human head rests on the forepart of the sledge, which is curved upward and strengthened by a thick beam, apparently running completely through from side to side. The upper part, or deck, is otherwise nearly horizontal, the under, or keel, being slightly curved throughout. Props, probably of wood, are placed under different parts of the sculpture to secure an equal pressure. The sledge was dragged by cables and impelled by levers. The cables are 4 in number, 2 fastened to strong projecting pins in front and 2 to similar pins behind. They are pulled by small ropes passing over the shoulders of the men, as in the bas-reliefs already described. On the bull itself are 4 persons, probably the superintending officers. The first is kneeling and appears to be clapping his hands, probably beating time to regulate the motions of the workmen, who, unless they applied their strength at one and the same movement, would be unable to move so large a weight. Behind him stands a second officer with outstretched arm, evidently giving the word of command. The next holds to his mouth either a speaking trumpet or an instrument of music. If the former, it proves that the Assyrians were acquainted with a means of conveying sound presumed to be of modern invention. In form it undoubtedly resembles the modern speaking trumpet, and in no bas-relief hitherto discovered does a similar object occur as an instrument of music. The fourth officer, also standing, carries a mace, and is probably stationed behind to give directions to those who work the levers. The sledge bearing the sculpture is followed by men with coils of rope and various implements, and drawing carts laden with cables and beams. A subject similar to that just described is represented in another series of bas-reliefs, with even fuller details. The bull is placed in the same manner on the sledge, which is also moved by cables and levers. It's accompanied by workmen with saws, hatchets, pickaxes, shovels, ropes and props, and by carts carrying cables and beams. Upon it are 3 officers directing the operations, one holding the trumpet in his hands, and in front walk 4 other overseers. Above the sledge and the workmen are rows of trees and a river on which are circular boats, resembling in shape the kuffas now used on the lower part of the Tigris, and probably like them, built of reeds and osier twigs, covered with square pieces of hide. They are heavily laden with beams and implements required for moving the bulls. On a fallen slab, forming part of the same general series, is the king standing in a richly decorated chariot, the pole of which, curved upwards at the end, and ornamented with the head of a horse, is raised by eunuchs. From the peculiar form of this chariot and the absence of a yoke, it would seem to have been intended purposely for such occasions as that represented in the bas-relief, and to have been a kind of movable throne drawn by men and not by horses. Behind the monarch, who holds a kind of flower or ornament in the shape of the fruit of the pine, in one hand stand 2 eunuchs, one raising a parasol to shade him from the sun, the other cooling him with a fan. He appears to have been superintending the transport of one of the colossal sculptures, and his chariot is preceded and followed by his bodyguard, armed with maces. The next series of bas-reliefs represent the building of the artificial platforms on which the palaces were erected, and the Assyrians moving to their summit the colossal bulls. The king is again seen in his chariot drawn by eunuchs, whilst an attendant raises the royal parasol above his head. He overlooks the operations from that part of the mound to which the sledge is being dragged, and before him stands his bodyguard, a long line of alternate spearmen and archers, resting their arms and shields upon the ground. At the bottom of the slab is represented a river, on the banks of which are seen men raising water by a simple machine, still generally used for irrigation in the East as well as in southern Europe, and called in Egypt a shadoof. It consists of a long pole balanced on a shaft of masonry and turning on a pivot. To one end is attached a stone and to the other a bucket, which after being lowered into the water and filled, is easily raised by the help of the opposite weight. Its contents are then emptied into a conduit communicating with the various watercourses running through the fields. In the neighbourhood of Mosul, this mode of irrigation is now rarely used, the larger skins raised by oxen affording a better supply, and giving, it is considered, less trouble to the cultivator. It would appear that the men employed in building the artificial mound were captives and malefactors, for many of them are in chains, some singly, others bound together by an iron rod attached to rings in their girdles. The fetters, like those of modern criminals, confine the legs, and are supported by a bar fastened to the waist, or consist of simple shackles round the ankles. They wear a short tunic and a conical cap, somewhat resembling the Phrygian bonnet, with the curved crest turned backwards, a costume very similar to that of the tribute bearers on the Nimrod obelisk. Each band of workmen is followed and urged on by taskmasters, armed with staves. The mound or artificial platform, having been thus built, not always, as it has been seen, with regular layers of sun-dried bricks, but frequently in parts with mere heaped-up earth and rubbish. The next step was to drag to its summit the colossal figures prepared for the palace. As some of the largest of these sculptures were full 20 feet square, and must have weighed between 40 and 50 tons, this was no easy task with such means as the Assyrians possessed. The only aid to mere manual strength was derived from the rollers and levers. Behind the monarch, on an adjoining slab, are carts bearing the cables, wedges, and implements required in moving the sculpture. A long beam or lever is slung by ropes from the shoulders of 3 men, and one of the great wedges is carried in the same way. In the upper compartment of this slab is a stream issuing from the foot of hills wooded with vines, fig trees, and pomegranates. Beneath stands a town or village, the houses of which have domes and high conical roofs, probably built of mud as in parts of northern Syria. The domes have the appearance of dish covers with a handle, the upper part being topped by a small circular projection, perhaps intended as an aperture to admit light and air. This interesting series is completed by a bas-relief, showing, it would seem, the final placing of the colossal bull. The figure no longer lies horizontally on the sledge, but is raised by men with ropes and forked wooden props. It's kept in its erect position by beams, held together by crossbars and wedges, and is further supported by blocks of stone or wood piled up under the body. Cables, ropes, rollers, and levers are also employed on this occasion to move the gigantic sculpture. The captives are distinguished by the peculiar turbans before described. We have thus represented, with remarkable fidelity and spirit, the several processes employed to place these colossi where they still stand, from the transport down the river of the rough block to the final removal of the sculptured figure to the palace. From these bas-reliefs we find that the Assyrians were well acquainted with the lever and the roller, and that they ingeniously made use of the former by carrying with them wedges of different dimensions and probably of wood to vary the height of the fulcrum. When moving the winged bulls and lions, now in the British Museum, from the ruins to the banks of the Tigris, I used almost the same means. The Assyrians, like the Egyptians, had made considerable progress in rope twisting, an art now only known in its rudest state in the same part of the East. The cables appear to be of great length and thickness, and ropes of various dimensions are represented in the sculptures. On comparing representations of similar works among the Egyptians, it will be found that they succeeded in removing masses of stone far exceeding in weight any sculpture which has yet been discovered in Assyria. Yet it is a singular fact that whilst the quarries of Egypt bear witness of themselves to the stupendous nature of the works of the ancient inhabitants of the country, and still show on their sides engraved records of those who made them, no traces whatever, notwithstanding the most careful research, have yet been found to indicate from whence the builders of the Assyrian palaces obtained their large slabs of alabaster. That they were in the immediate neighbourhood of Nineveh there's scarcely any reason to doubt, as strata of this material, easily accessible, abound, not only in the hills but in the plains. This very abundance may have rendered any particular quarry unnecessary, and blocks were probably taken as required from convenient spots, which have since been covered by the soil. There can be no doubt, as will hereafter be shown, that the king represented as superintending the building of the mounds and the placing of the colossal bulls is Sennacherib himself, and that the sculptures celebrate the building at Nineveh of the great palace and its adjacent temples, described in the inscriptions as the work of this monarch. Unfortunately, only fragments of the epigraphs have been preserved. From them it would appear that the transport of more than one object was represented on the walls. Besides bulls and sphinxes in stone, are mentioned figures in some kind of wood, perhaps of olive, like the 2 cherubims of olive tree, each 10 cubits high, in the Temple of Solomon. Over the king superintending the removal of one of these colossi is the following short inscription, thus translated by Dr. Hincks: Sennacherib, king of Assyria, the great figures of bulls, which in the land of Bilad were made for his royal palace at Nineveh, he transported thither. The land of Bilad, mentioned in these inscriptions, appears to have been a district in the immediate vicinity of Nineveh, and probably on the Tigris, as these great masses of stone would have been quarried near the river for the greater convenience of moving them to the palace. The district of Bilad may indeed have been that in which the city itself stood. Over the representation of the building of the mound there were 2 epigraphs, both precisely similar, but both unfortunately much mutilated. As far as they can be restored, they have thus been interpreted by Dr. Hincks: Sennacherib, king of Assyria, hewn stones, which, as the gods willed, were found in the land of Bilad, for the walls, or foundations, the word reads shibri, of my palace, I caused the inhabitants of foreign countries, and the people of the forests, Kershani, the great bulls for the gates of my palace to drag or bring. If this inscription be rightly rendered, we have direct evidence that captives from foreign countries were employed in the great public works undertaken by the Assyrian kings, as we were led to infer from the variety of costume represented in the bas-reliefs, and from the fetters on the legs of some of the workmen. The Jews themselves, after their captivity, may have been thus condemned to labour, as their forefathers had been in Egypt, in erecting the monuments of their conquerors, and we may perhaps recognise them amongst the builders portrayed in the sculptures. From the long gallery we have unfortunately only 3 fragments of inscriptions, without the sculptured representations of the events recorded. The most perfect is interesting on more than one account. According to Dr. Hincks, it's to be translated: Sennacherib, king of Assyria, some object, the nature not ascertained, of wood, which from the Tigris I caused to be brought up, or through, the carry, or scarcely, on sledges, or boats, I caused to be carried, or to mount. The name of the river in this inscription very nearly resembles that of the small stream which sweeps round the foot of the great mound of Kuyangjik. In the fragment of another epigraph we have mention of some objects also of wood, brought from Mount Lebanon and taken up to the top of the mound from the Tigris. These may have been beams of cedar, which it will be hereafter seen were extensively used in the Assyrian palaces. It is highly interesting thus to find the inhabitants of Nineveh fetching their rare and precious woods from the same spots that King Solomon had brought the choicest woodwork of the temple of the Lord and of his own palaces. On a third fragment, similar objects are described as coming from or up the same carry or kasri. I have mentioned that the long gallery containing the bas-relief representing the moving of the great stone led out of a chamber whose walls had been completely uncovered. The sculptures upon them were partly preserved and recorded the conquest of a city standing on a broad river in the midst of mountains and forests. The last bas-relief of the series represented the king seated within a fortified camp on a throne of elaborate workmanship, and having beneath his feet a footstool of equally elegant form. He was receiving the captives who wore long robes falling to their ankles. Unfortunately, no inscription remained by which we might identify the conquered nation. It will be remembered that excavations had been resumed in a lofty mound in the northwest line of walls forming the enclosure round Kuyangjik. It was apparently the remains of a gate leading into this quarter of the city, and part of a building, with fragments of 2 colossal winged figures had already been discovered in it. By the end of November the whole had been explored, and the results were of considerable interest. As the mound rises nearly 50 feet over the plain, we were obliged to tunnel along the walls of the building within it, through a compact mass of rubbish consisting almost entirely of loose bricks. Following the rows of low limestone slabs from the south side of the mound, and passing through 2 halls or chambers, we came at length to the opposite entrance. This gateway, facing the open country, was formed by a pair of majestic human-headed bulls, 14 feet in length, still entire, though cracked and injured by fire. They were similar in form to those of Khorsabad and Kuyangjik, wearing the lofty headdress, richly ornamented with rosettes and edged with a fringe of feathers peculiar to that period. Their faces were in full, and the relief was high and bold. More knowledge of art was shown in the outline of the limbs and in the delineation of the muscles than in any sculpture I have seen of this period. The naked leg and foot were designed with a spirit and truthfulness worthy of a Greek artist. It is, however, remarkable that the 4 figures were unfinished, none of the details having been put in, and parts being but roughly outlined. The sculptures to the left, on entering from the open country, were in a far more unfinished state than those on the opposite side. The hair and beard were but roughly marked out, square bosses being left for carving the elaborate curls. The horned cap of the human-headed bull was as yet unornamented, and the wings merely outlined. The limbs and features were hard and angular, still requiring to be rounded off, and to have expression given to them by the finishing touch of the artist. The other 2 figures were more perfect. No inscription had yet been carved on either sculpture. The entrance formed by these colossal bulls was 14 feet and a quarter wide. It was paved with large slabs of limestone, still bearing the marks of chariot wheels. The sculptures were buried in a mass of brick and earth, mingled with charcoal and charred wood. For the gates of the land had been set wide open unto the enemy, and the fire had devoured the bars. They were lighted from above by a deep shaft sunk from the top of the mound. It would be difficult to describe the effect produced, or the reflections suggested by these solemn and majestic figures, dimly visible amidst the gloom, when after winding through the dark underground passages, you suddenly came into their presence. Between them Sennacherib and his hosts had gone forth in all their might and glory to the conquest of distant lands, and had returned rich with spoil and captives, amongst whom may have been the handmaidens and wealth of Israel. Through them too the Assyrian monarch had entered his capital in shame, after his last and fatal defeat. Then the lofty walls, now but long lines of low wave-like mounds, had stretched far to the right and to the left, a basement of stone supporting a curtain of solid brick masonry, crowned with battlements and studded with frowning towers. Behind the colossal figures and between the outer and inner face of the gateway were two chambers nearly 70 feet in length by 23 in breadth. Of that part of the entrance which was within the walls, only the fragments of winged figures discovered during my previous researches now remained. The whole entrance thus consisted of 2 distinct chambers and 3 gateways, 2 formed by human-headed bulls, and a third between them simply panelled with low limestone slabs like the chambers. Its original height, including the tower, must have been full 100 feet. Most of the baked bricks found amongst the rubbish bore the name of Sennacherib, the builder of the palace of Kuyanjik. A similar gateway, but without any remains of sculptured figures, and panelled with plain alabaster slabs, was subsequently discovered in the inner line of walls forming the eastern side of the quadrangle, where the road to Barshika and Barzani leaves the ruins. At Nimrod, discoveries of very considerable importance were made in the high conical mound at the northwest corner. Desirous of fully exploring that remarkable ruin, I had employed nearly all the workmen in opening a tunnel into its western base. After penetrating for no less than 84 feet through a compact mass of rubbish, composed of loose gravel, earth, burnt bricks, and fragments of stone, the excavators came to a wall of solid stone masonry. I have already observed that the edifice covered by this high mound was originally built upon the natural rock, a bank of hard conglomerate rising about 15 feet above the plain, and washed in days of yore by the waters of the Tigris. Our tunnel was carried for 34 feet on a level with this rock, which appears to have been covered by a kind of flooring of sun-dried bricks, probably once forming a platform in front of the building. It was buried to the distance of 30 feet from the wall by baked bricks, broken and entire, and by fragments of stone, remains of the superstructure once resting upon the basement of still existing stone masonry. This mass of rubbish was about 30 feet high, and in it were found bones, apparently human, and a yellow earthen jar, rudely coloured with simple black designs. The rest of this part of the mound consisted of earth, through which ran 2 thin lines of extraneous deposit, one of pebbles, the other of fragments of brick and pottery. I am totally at a loss to account for their formation. I ordered tunnels to be carried along the basement wall in both directions, hoping to reach some doorway or entrance, but it was found to consist of solid masonry, extending nearly the whole length of the mound. Its height was exactly 20 feet, which, singularly enough, coincides with that assigned by Xenophon to the stone basement of the wall of the city, Larissa. The stones in this structure were carefully fitted together, though not united with mortar, unless the earth which filled the crevices was the remains of mud. used as it still is in the country as a cement. They were bevelled with a slanting bevel, and in the face of the wall were 8 recesses or false windows, 4 on each side of a square projecting block between gradines. The basement, of which this wall proved to be only one face, was not excavated on the northern and eastern side until a later period, but I'll describe all the discoveries connected with this singular building at once. The northern side was of the same height as, and resembled in its masonry, the western. It had a semicircular hollow projection in the centre, 16 feet in diameter, on the east side of which were 2 recesses, and on the west 4, so that the 2 ends of the wall were not uniform. That part of the basement against which the great artificial mound or platform abutted, and which was consequently concealed by it, that is, the eastern and southern side, was of simple stone masonry without recesses or ornament. The upper part of the edifice, resting on the stone substructure, consisted of compact masonry of burnt bricks, which were mostly inscribed with the name of the founder of the centre palace, the obelisk king, the inscription being in many instances turned outward. It was thus evident that the high conical mound forming the northwest corner of the ruins of Nimrod was the remains of a square tower, and not of a pyramid, as had previously been conjectured. The lower part, built of solid stone masonry, had withstood the wreck of ages, but the upper walls of burnt brick, and the inner mass of sun-dried brick which they encased, falling outwards, and having been subsequently covered with earth and vegetation, the ruin had taken the pyramidal form that loose materials falling in this manner would naturally assume. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 5, Part 2. We have thus represented, with remarkable fidelity and spirit, the several processes employed to place these colossi where they still stand, from the transport down the river of the rough block to the final removal of the sculptured figure to the palace. From these bas-reliefs we find that the Assyrians were well acquainted with the lever and the roller, and that they ingeniously made use of the former by carrying with them wedges of different dimensions and probably of wood to vary the height of the fulcrum. When moving the winged bulls and lions, now in the British Museum, from the ruins to the banks of the Tigris, I used almost the same means. The Assyrians, like the Egyptians, had made considerable progress in rope twisting, an art now only known in its rudest state in the same part of the East. The cables appear to be of great length and thickness, and ropes of various dimensions are represented in the sculptures. On comparing representations of similar works among the Egyptians, it will be found that they succeeded in removing masses of stone far exceeding in weight any sculpture which has yet been discovered in Assyria. Yet it is a singular fact that whilst the quarries of Egypt bear witness of themselves to the stupendous nature of the works of the ancient inhabitants of the country, and still show on their sides engraved records of those who made them, no traces whatever, notwithstanding the most careful research, have yet been found to indicate from whence the builders of the Assyrian palaces obtained their large slabs of alabaster. That they were in the immediate neighbourhood of Nineveh there's scarcely any reason to doubt, as strata of this material, easily accessible, abound, not only in the hills but in the plains. This very abundance may have rendered any particular quarry unnecessary, and blocks were probably taken as required from convenient spots, which have since been covered by the soil. There can be no doubt, as will hereafter be shown, that the king represented as superintending the building of the mounds and the placing of the colossal bulls is Sennacherib himself, and that the sculptures celebrate the building at Nineveh of the great palace and its adjacent temples, described in the inscriptions as the work of this monarch. Unfortunately, only fragments of the epigraphs have been preserved. From them it would appear that the transport of more than one object was represented on the walls. Besides bulls and sphinxes in stone, are mentioned figures in some kind of wood, perhaps of olive, like the 2 cherubims of olive tree, each 10 cubits high, in the Temple of Solomon. Over the king superintending the removal of one of these colossi is the following short inscription, thus translated by Dr. Hincks: Sennacherib, king of Assyria, the great figures of bulls, which in the land of Bilad were made for his royal palace at Nineveh, he transported thither. The land of Bilad, mentioned in these inscriptions, appears to have been a district in the immediate vicinity of Nineveh, and probably on the Tigris, as these great masses of stone would have been quarried near the river for the greater convenience of moving them to the palace. The district of Bilad may indeed have been that in which the city itself stood. Over the representation of the building of the mound there were 2 epigraphs, both precisely similar, but both unfortunately much mutilated. As far as they can be restored, they have thus been interpreted by Dr. Hincks: Sennacherib, king of Assyria, hewn stones, which, as the gods willed, were found in the land of Bilad, for the walls, or foundations, the word reads shibri, of my palace, I caused the inhabitants of foreign countries, and the people of the forests, Kershani, the great bulls for the gates of my palace to drag or bring. If this inscription be rightly rendered, we have direct evidence that captives from foreign countries were employed in the great public works undertaken by the Assyrian kings, as we were led to infer from the variety of costume represented in the bas-reliefs and from the fetters on the legs of some of the workmen. The Jews themselves, after their captivity, may have been thus condemned to labour, as their forefathers had been in Egypt, in erecting the monuments of their conquerors, and we may perhaps recognise them amongst the builders portrayed in the sculptures. From the long gallery we have unfortunately only 3 fragments of inscriptions, without the sculptured representations of the events recorded. The most perfect is interesting on more than one account. According to Dr. Hincks, it's to be translated: Sennacherib, king of Assyria, some object, the nature not ascertained, of wood, which from the Tigris I caused to be brought up, or through, the carry, or scarcely, on sledges, or boats, I caused to be carried, or to mount. The name of the river in this inscription very nearly resembles that of the small stream which sweeps round the foot of the great mound of Kuyungjik. In the fragment of another epigraph we have mention of some objects also of wood, brought from Mount Lebanon and taken up to the top of the mound from the Tigris. These may have been beams of cedar, which it will be hereafter seen were extensively used in the Assyrian palaces. It is highly interesting thus to find the inhabitants of Nineveh fetching their rare and precious woods from the same spots that King Solomon had brought the choicest woodwork of the temple of the Lord and of his own palaces. On a third fragment, similar objects are described as coming from or up the same carry or kasri. I have mentioned that the long gallery containing the bas-relief representing the moving of the great stone led out of a chamber whose walls had been completely uncovered. The sculptures upon them were partly preserved and recorded the conquest of a city standing on a broad river in the midst of mountains and forests. The last bas-relief of the series represented the king seated within a fortified camp on a throne of elaborate workmanship, and having beneath his feet a footstool of equally elegant form. He was receiving the captives, who wore long robes falling to their ankles. Unfortunately, no inscription remained by which we might identify the conquered nation. It will be remembered that excavations had been resumed in a lofty mound in the northwest line of walls forming the enclosure round Kuyanjik. It was apparently the remains of a gate leading into this quarter of the city, and part of a building, with fragments of 2 colossal winged figures had already been discovered in it. By the end of November the whole had been explored, and the results were of considerable interest. As the mound rises nearly 50 feet over the plain, we were obliged to tunnel along the walls of the building within it, through a compact mass of rubbish consisting almost entirely of loose bricks. Following the rows of low limestone slabs from the south side of the mound, and passing through 2 halls or chambers, we came at length to the opposite entrance. This gateway, facing the open country, was formed by a pair of majestic human-headed bulls, 14 feet in length, still entire, though cracked and injured by fire. They were similar in form to those of Khorsabad and Kuyanjik, wearing the lofty headdress, richly ornamented with rosettes and edged with a fringe of feathers peculiar to that period. Their faces were in full, and the relief was high and bold. More knowledge of art was shown in the outline of the limbs and in the delineation of the muscles than in any sculpture I have seen of this period. The naked leg and foot were designed with a spirit and truthfulness worthy of a Greek artist. It is, however, remarkable that the 4 figures were unfinished, none of the details having been put in, and parts being but roughly outlined. The sculptures to the left, on entering from the open country, were in a far more unfinished state than those on the opposite side. The hair and beard were but roughly marked out, square bosses being left for carving the elaborate curls. The horned cap of the human-headed bull was as yet unornamented, and the wings merely outlined. The limbs and features were hard and angular, still requiring to be rounded off, and to have expression given to them by the finishing touch of the artist. The other 2 figures were more perfect. No inscription had yet been carved on either sculpture. The entrance formed by these colossal bulls was 14 feet and a quarter wide. It was paved with large slabs of limestone, still bearing the marks of chariot wheels. The sculptures were buried in a mass of brick and earth, mingled with charcoal and charred wood, for the gates of the land had been set wide open unto the enemy, and the fire had devoured the bars. They were lighted from above by a deep shaft sunk from the top of the mound. It would be difficult to describe the effect produced, or the reflections suggested by these solemn and majestic figures, dimly visible amidst the gloom, when after winding through the dark underground passages, you suddenly came into their presence. Between them Sennacherib and his hosts had gone forth in all their might and glory to the conquest of distant lands, and had returned rich with spoil and captives, amongst whom may have been the handmaidens and wealth of Israel. Through them too the Assyrian monarch had entered his capital in shame, after his last and fatal defeat. Then the lofty walls, now but long lines of low wave-like mounds, had stretched far to the right and to the left, a basement of stone supporting a curtain of solid brick masonry, crowned with battlements and studded with frowning towers. Behind the colossal figures and between the outer and inner face of the gateway were 2 chambers nearly 70 feet in length by 23 in breadth. Of that part of the entrance which was within the walls, only the fragments of winged figures discovered during my previous researches now remained. The whole entrance thus consisted of 2 distinct chambers and 3 gateways, 2 formed by human-headed bulls, and a third between them simply panelled with low limestone slabs like the chambers. Its original height, including the tower, must have been full 100 feet. Most of the baked bricks found amongst the rubbish bore the name of Sennacherib, the builder of the palace of Kuyanjik. A similar gateway, but without any remains of sculptured figures, and panelled with plain alabaster slabs, was subsequently discovered in the inner line of walls forming the eastern side of the quadrangle, where the road to Barshika and Barzani leaves the ruins. At Nimrod, discoveries of very considerable importance were made in the high conical mound at the northwest corner. Desirous of fully exploring that remarkable ruin, I had employed nearly all the workmen in opening a tunnel into its western base. After penetrating for no less than 84 feet through a compact mass of rubbish, composed of loose gravel, earth, burnt bricks, and fragments of stone, the excavators came to a wall of solid stone masonry. I have already observed that the edifice covered by this high mound was originally built upon the natural rock, a bank of hard conglomerate rising about 15 feet above the plain, and washed in days of yore by the waters of the Tigris. Our tunnel was carried for 34 feet on a level with this rock, which appears to have been covered by a kind of flooring of sun-dried bricks, probably once forming a platform in front of the building. It was buried to the distance of 30 feet from the wall by baked bricks, broken and entire, and by fragments of stone, remains of the superstructure once resting upon the basement of still existing stone masonry. This mass of rubbish was about 30 feet high, and in it were found bones, apparently human, and a yellow earthen jar, rudely coloured with simple black designs. The rest of this part of the mound consisted of earth, through which ran 2 thin lines of extraneous deposit, one of pebbles, the other of fragments of brick and pottery. I am totally at a loss to account for their formation. I ordered tunnels to be carried along the basement wall in both directions, hoping to reach some doorway or entrance, but it was found to consist of solid masonry, extending nearly the whole length of the mound. Its height was exactly 20 feet, which, singularly enough, coincides with that assigned by Xenophon to the stone basement of the wall of the city, Larissa. The stones in this structure were carefully fitted together, though not united with mortar, unless the earth which filled the crevices was the remains of mud, used as it still is in the country as a cement. They were bevelled with a slanting bevel, and in the face of the wall were 8 recesses or false windows, 4 on each side of a square projecting block between gradines. The basement, of which this wall proved to be only one face, was not excavated on the northern and eastern side until a later period, but I'll describe all the discoveries connected with this singular building at once. The northern side was of the same height as, and resembled in its masonry, the western. It had a semicircular hollow projection in the centre, 16 feet in diameter, on the east side of which were 2 recesses, and on the west 4, so that the 2 ends of the wall were not uniform. That part of the basement against which the great artificial mound or platform abutted, and which was consequently concealed by it, that is, the eastern and southern side, was of simple stone masonry without recesses or ornament. The upper part of the edifice, resting on the stone substructure, consisted of compact masonry of burnt bricks, which were mostly inscribed with the name of the founder of the centre palace, the obelisk king, the inscription being in many instances turned outward. It was thus evident that the high conical mound forming the northwest corner of the ruins of Nimrod was the remains of a square tower, and not of a pyramid, as had previously been conjectured. The lower part, built of solid stone masonry, had withstood the wreck of ages, but the upper walls of burnt brick and the inner mass of sun-dried brick which they encased, falling outwards, and having been subsequently covered with earth and vegetation, the ruin had taken the pyramidal form that loose materials falling in this manner would naturally assume. It is very probable that this ruin represents the tomb of Sardanapalus, which, according to the Greek geographers, stood at the entrance of the city of Nineveh. It will hereafter be seen that it is not impossible the builder of the northwest palace of Nimrod was a king of that name, although it's doubtful whether he can be identified with the historical Sardanapalus. Subsequent discoveries proved that he must himself have raised the stone substructure, although his son, whose name is found upon the bricks, completed the building. It was, of course, natural to conjecture that some traces of the chamber in which the royal remains were deposited were to be found in the ruin, and I determined to examine it as fully as I was able. Having first ascertained the exact centre of the western stone basement, I there forced a passage through it. This was a work of some difficulty, as the wall was 8 foot 9 inches thick and strongly built of large rough stones. Having, however, accomplished this step, I carried a tunnel completely through the mound, at its very base, and on a level with the natural rock, until we reached the opposite basement wall at a distance of 150 feet. Nothing having been discovered by this cutting, I directed a second to be made at right angles to it, crossing it exactly in the centre, and reaching from the northern to the southern basement, but without any discovery. The next cutting was made in the centre of the mound, on a line with the top of the stone basement wall, which was also the level of the platform of the northwest palace. The workmen soon came to a narrow gallery about 100 feet long, 12 feet high and 6 feet broad, which was blocked up at the two ends without any entrance being left into it. It was vaulted with sun-dried bricks, a further proof of the use of the arch at a very early period, and the vault had, in 1 or 2 places, fallen in. No remains whatever were found in it, neither fragments of sculpture or inscription, nor any smaller relic. There were, however, undoubted traces of its having once been broken into on the western side by digging into the face of the mound after the edifice was in ruins, and consequently, therefore, long after the fall of the Assyrian Empire. The remains which it may have contained, probably the embalmed body of the king, with vessels of precious metals and other objects of value buried with it, had been carried off by those who had opened the tomb at some remote period in search of treasure. They must have had some clue to the precise position of the chamber, or how could they have dug into the mound exactly at the right spot? Had this depository of the dead escaped earlier violation, who can tell with what valuable and important relics of Assyrian art or Assyrian history it might have furnished us? I explored with feelings of great disappointment the empty chamber, and then opened other tunnels without further results in the upper parts of the mound. It was evident that the long gallery or chamber I've described was the place of deposit for the body of the king, if this were really his tomb. The tunnels and cuttings in other parts of the mound only exposed a compact and solid mass of sun-dried brick masonry. I much doubt, for many reasons, whether any sepulchre exists in the rock beneath the foundations of the tower, though of course it is not impossible that such may be the case. From the present state of the ruin, it's difficult to conjecture the exact original form and height of this edifice. There can be no doubt that it was a vast square tower, and it's not improbable that it may have terminated in a series of 3 or more gradines, like the obelisk of black marble from the Centre Palace, now in the British Museum. Like the palaces, too, it was probably painted on the outside with various mythic figures and devices, and its summit may have been crowned by an altar, on which the Assyrian king offered up his great sacrifices, or on which was fed the ever-burning sacred fire. But I will defer any further remarks upon this subject until I treat of the architecture of the Assyrians. As the ruin is 140 feet high, the building could scarcely have been much less than 200, whilst the immense mass of rubbish surrounding and covering the base shows that it might have been considerably more. During the 2 months in which the greater part of the discoveries described in this chapter were made, I was occupied almost entirely with the excavations, my time being spent between Nimrod and Kuyanjik. Wishing to visit Barsheka, Khorsabad, and other ruins at the foot of the range of low hills of the Gebel Maklub, I left Nimrod on the 26th of November with Hormuzd and the Bayraktar. 4 hours' ride brought us to some small artificial mounds near the village of Luk, about 3 miles to the east of the high road to Mosul. Here we found a party of workmen excavating under one of the Christian superintendents. Nothing had been discovered except fragments of pottery and a few bricks bearing the name of the Kuyanjik king. As the ruins, from their size, did not promise other results, I sent the men back to Mosul. We reached Khorsabad after riding for nearly 8 hours over a rich plain, capable of very high cultivation, though wanting in water, and still well stocked with villages, between which we startled large flocks of gazelles and bustards. I had sent one of my overseers there some days before to uncover the platform to the west of the principal edifice, a part of the building I was desirous of examining. Whilst clearing away the rubbish, he had discovered 2 bas-reliefs sculptured in black stone. They represented a hunting scene and were executed with much truth and spirit. They belonged to a small building, believed to be a temple, entirely constructed of black marble and attached to the palace. It stood upon a platform 165 feet in length and 100 in width, raised about 6 feet above the level of the flooring of the chambers, and ascended from the main building by a flight of broad steps. This platform, or stylobate, is remarkable for a cornice in grey limestone carried around the 4 sides, one of the few remains of exterior decoration in Assyrian architecture with which we are acquainted. It is carefully built of separate stones, placed side by side, each forming part of the section of the cornice. Mr. Ferguson observes, with reference to it, "At first sight it seems almost purely Egyptian, but there are peculiarities in which it differs from any found in that country, especially in the curve being continued beyond the vertical tangent, and the consequent projection of the torus giving a second shadow. Whether the effect of this would be pleasant or not, in a cornice placed so high that we must look up to it, is not quite clear, but below the level of the eye, or slightly above it, the result must have been more pleasing than any form found in Egypt, and where sculpture is not added, might be used with effect anywhere." Many fragments of bas-reliefs in the same black marble, chiefly parts of winged figures, had been uncovered, but this building has been more completely destroyed than any other part of the palace of Khorsabad, and there is scarcely enough rubbish even to cover the few remains of sculpture which are scattered over the platform. The sculptures in the palace itself had rapidly fallen to decay, and of those which had been left exposed to the air after Monsieur Botta's departure, scarcely any traces remained. Since my former visit to Khoursabat, the French consul at Mosul had sold to Colonel Rawlinson the pair of colossal human-headed bulls and winged figures, now in the Great Hall of the British Museum. They had stood in a propylaeum, about 900 feet to the southeast of the palace, within the quadrangle, but not upon the artificial mound. In form, this small building appears to have been nearly the same as the gateway in the walls of Kuyanjik, and like it, was built of brick and panelled with low limestone slabs. From the number of enamelled bricks discovered in the ruins, it is probable that it was richly decorated in colour. Trenches had also been opened in one of the higher mounds in the line of walls, and in the group of ruins at the southwest corner of the quadrangle, but no discoveries of any interest had been made. The centre of the quadrangle was now occupied by a fever-breeding marsh, formed by the waters of the Causa. We passed the night at Futhlia, a village built at the foot of the Gabal Maklub, about 1.5 miles from Khoursabat. Near Futhlia, and about 2 miles from the palace of Khoursabat, is a lofty conical tell visible from Mosul and from most parts of the surrounding country. It is one of those isolated mounds so numerous in the plains of Assyria, which do not appear to form part of any group of ruins, and the nature of which I have been unable to determine. Its vicinity to Khoursabat led me to believe that it might have been connected with those remains, and might have been raised over a tomb. By my directions, deep trenches were opened into its sides, but only fragments of pottery were discovered. From Futhlia we rode across the plain to the large village of Barzani, chiefly inhabited by Yazidis. There we found Hussein Bey, Sheikh Nasr, and a large party of Kawals assembled at the house of one Abdurrahman Chelibi, a Mussulman gentleman of Mosul, who had farmed the revenues of the place. Near Barzani are a group of artificial mounds of no great size. Having examined them and taken leave of the chiefs, I rode to the neighbouring village of Barsheika, only separated from Barzani by a deep watercourse, dry except during the rains. Both stand at the very foot of the Jebel Maklub. Immediately behind them are craggy ravines worn by winter torrents. In these valleys are quarries of the kind of alabaster used in the Assyrian palaces, but I could find no remains to show that the Assyrians had obtained their great slabs from them, although they appear to be of ancient date. I have mentioned in my former work the Assyrian ruin near Barsheika. It is a vast mound, little inferior in size to Nimrod, irregular in shape, uneven in level, and furrowed by deep ravines worn by the winter rains. Standing, as it does, near abundant quarries of the favourite sculpture material of the Assyrians, and resembling the platforms of Kuyanjik or Khoursabat, there was every probability that it contained the remains of an edifice like those ruins. There are a few low mounds scattered around it, but no distinct line of walls forming an enclosure. During the former excavations, only earthen jars and bricks inscribed with the name of the founder of the centre palace at Nimrod had been discovered. A party of Arabs and Tiyari were now opening trenches and tunnels in various parts of the mound, under the superintendence of Yaqub Rais of Ashitha. The workmen had uncovered, on the west side of the ruin near the surface, some large blocks of yellowish limestone, apparently forming a flight of steps. The only other antiquities of any interest found during the excavations were a few bricks bearing the name of the early Nimrod king and numerous fragments of earthenware. It is remarkable that no remains of more interest have been discovered in this mound, which must contain a monument of considerable size and antiquity. Although the trenches opened in it were numerous and deep, yet the ruin has not yet probably been sufficiently examined. It can scarcely be doubted that on the artificial platform, as on others of the same nature, stood a royal palace or some monument of equal importance. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 6. Discovery of grand entrance to the palace of Kuyunjik, of the name of Sennacherib in the inscriptions, the records of that king in the inscriptions on the bulls, an abridged translation of them, name of Hezekiah, account of Sennacherib's wars with the Jews, Dr. Hincks and Colonel Rawlinson, the names of Sargon and Shalmaneser, discovery of sculptures at Kuyunjik representing the siege of Lachish, description of the sculptures, discovery of clay seals, of signets of Egyptian and Assyrian kings, cartouche of Sabaco, name of Esarhaddon, confirmation of historical records of the Bible, royal cylinder of Sennacherib. During the month of December, several discoveries of the greatest interest and importance were made, both at Kuyunjik and Nimrod. I will first describe the results of the excavations in the ruins opposite Mosul. I must remind the reader that shortly before my departure for Europe in 1848, the forepart of a human-headed bull of colossal dimensions had been uncovered on the east side of the Kuyunjik palace. This sculpture then appeared to form one side of an entrance or doorway, and it is so placed in the plan of the ruins accompanying my former work. The excavations had, however, been abandoned before any attempt could be made to ascertain the fact. On my return, I had directed the workmen to dig out the opposite sculpture. A tunnel, nearly 100 feet in length, was accordingly opened at right angles to the bull first discovered, but without coming upon any other remains than a pavement of square limestone slabs, which stretched without interruption as far as the excavation was carried. I consequently discontinued the cutting, as it was evident that no entrance could be of so great a width, and as there were not even traces of building in that direction. The workmen having been then ordered to uncover the bull, which was still partly buried in the rubbish, it was found that adjoining it were other sculptures, and that it formed part of an exterior facade. The upper half of the next slab had been destroyed, but the lower still remained, and enabled me to restore the figure of the Assyrian Hercules strangling the lion, similar to that discovered between the bulls in the Propylaea of Khorsabad, and now in the Louvre. The hinder part of the animal was still preserved. Its claws grasped the huge limbs of the giant, who lashed it with the serpent-headed scourge. The legs, feet, and drapery of the god were in the boldest relief, and designed with great truth and vigour. Beyond this figure, in the same line, was a second bull. The facade then opened into a wide portal, guarded by a pair of winged bulls 20 feet long, and probably, when entire, more than 20 feet high. Forming the angle between them and the outer bulls were gigantic winged figures in low relief, and flanking them were 2 smaller figures, one above the other. Beyond this entrance was a group similar to and corresponding with that on the opposite side, also leading to a smaller entrance into the palace and to a wall of sculptured slabs. But here all traces of building and sculpture ceased, and we found ourselves near the edge of the water-worn ravine. Thus a facade of the southeast side of the palace forming apparently the grand entrance to the edifice, had been discovered. 10 colossal bulls with 6 human figures of gigantic proportions were here grouped together, and the length of the whole, without including the sculpture walls continued beyond the smaller entrances, was 180 feet. They had represented the conquest of a district, probably part of Babylonia, watered by a broad river and wooded with palms, spearmen on foot in combat with Assyrian horsemen, castles besieged, long lines of prisoners, and beasts of burden carrying away the spoil. Among various animals brought as tribute to the conquerors could be distinguished a lion led by a chain. The bulls, as I have already observed, were all more or less injured. The same convulsion of nature, for I can scarcely attribute to any human violence the overthrow of these great masses, had shattered some of them into pieces and scattered the fragments amongst the ruins. Fortunately, however, the lower parts of all, and consequently the inscriptions, had been more or less preserved. To this fact we owe the recovery of some of the most precious records with which the monuments of the ancient world have rewarded the labours of the antiquary. On the great bulls forming the centre portal of the grand entrance was one continuous inscription, injured in parts, but still so far preserved as to be legible almost throughout. It contained 152 lines. On the 4 bulls of the facade were 2 inscriptions, one inscription being carried over each pair, and the 2 being of precisely the same import. These 2 distinct records contain the annals of 6 years of the reign of Sennacherib, besides numerous particulars connected with the religion of the Assyrians, their gods, their temples, and the erection of their palaces, all of the highest interest and importance. In my first work I pointed out the evidence, irrespective of the inscriptions, which led me to identify the builder of the great palace of Kuyanchik with Sennacherib. Dr. Hincks, in a memoir on the inscriptions of Khorsabad, read in June 1849, but published in the Transactions of the Royal Irish Academy in 1850, was the first to detect the name of this king in the group of arrow-headed characters at the commencement of nearly all the inscriptions, and occurring on all the inscribed bricks from the ruins of this edifice. Subsequent discoveries confirmed this identification, but it was not until August 1851 that the mention of any actual event recorded in the Bible and in ancient profane history was detected on the monuments, thus removing all further doubt as to the king who had raised them. Shortly after my return to England, my copies of these inscriptions having been seen by Colonel Rawlinson, he announced in the Athenaeum of the 23rd of August 1851 that he had found in them notices of the reign of Sennacherib, which placed beyond the reach of dispute his historic identity, and he gave a recapitulation of the principal events recorded on the monuments, the greater part of which are known to us through history, either sacred or profane. These inscriptions have since been examined by Dr. Hincks and translated by him independently of Colonel Rawlinson. He has kindly assisted me in giving the following abridgment of their contents. The inscriptions begin with the name and titles of Sennacherib. It is to be remarked that he does not style himself king, or rather high priest of Babylon, as his father had done in the latter part of his reign, from which it may be inferred that at the time of engraving the record he was not the immediate sovereign of that city, although its chief may have paid tribute to him, and no doubt acknowledged his supremacy. He calls himself the subduer of kings from the upper sea of the setting sun, the Mediterranean, to the lower sea of the rising sun, the Persian Gulf. In the first year of his reign he defeated Merodach Baladan, a name with which we are familiar, for it is this king who is mentioned in the Old Testament as sending letters and a present to Hezekiah, when the Jewish monarch in his pride showed the ambassadors the house of his precious things, the silver and the gold, and the spices, and the precious ointment, and all the houses of his armour, and all that was found in his treasures. There was nothing in his house, nor in all his dominions, that Hezekiah showed them not. An act of vain boasting which led to the reproof of the prophet Isaiah, and to his foretelling that all its wealth, together with the descendants of its owner, should be carried away as spoil to the very city from which these ambassadors came. Merodach Baladan is called king of Karduniyas, a city and country frequently mentioned in the Assyrian inscriptions, and comprising the southernmost part of Mesopotamia, near the confluence of the Tigris and Euphrates, together with the districts watered by those two rivers, to the borders of Susiana. This king, with the help of his Susianian allies, had recently recovered Babylon, from which Sargon, Sennacherib's father, had expelled him in the 12th year of his reign. The battle appears to have been fought considerably to the north of that city. The result was that Sennacherib totally defeated Merodach Baladan, who fled to save his life, leaving behind him his chariots, wagons, horses, mares, asses, camels, and riding horses with their trappings for war. The victorious king then advanced to Babylon, where he plundered the palace, carrying off a vast treasure of gold, silver, vessels of gold and silver, precious stones, men and women servants, and a variety of objects which cannot yet be satisfactorily determined. No less than 79 cities, or fortresses, all the castles of the Chaldeans, and 820 small towns, or villages, dependent upon them, were taken and spoiled by the Assyrian army, and the great wandering tribes that dwelt around the cities of Mesopotamia. The Syrians, Aramaeans, and Chaldeans, and etc., were brought under subjection. Sennacherib, having made Baleb, one of his own officers, sovereign of the conquered provinces, proceeded to subdue the powerful tribes who border on the Euphrates and Tigris, and amongst them the Hagaranes and the Nabatheans. From these wandering people he declares that he carried off to Assyria, probably colonizing with them, as was the custom, new-built towns and villages, 208,000 men, women, and children, together with 7,200 horses and mares, 11,063 asses, 5,230 camels, 120,100 oxen, and 800,500 sheep. It is remarkable that the camels should bear so small a proportion to the oxen and asses in this enumeration of the spoil. Amongst the Bedouin tribes, who now inhabit the same country, the camels would be far more numerous. It is interesting to find that in those days, as at a later period, there was both a nomad and stationary population in northern Arabia. In the same year, Sennacherib received a great tribute from the conqueror Karara, and subdued the people of Kerimi, whom he declares to have been long rebellious, neither people can as yet be identified, rebuilding or consecrating the city of the latter, and sacrificing on the occasion, for its dedication to the gods of Assyria, 1 ox, 10 sheep, 10 goats or lambs, and 20 other animals. In the second year of his reign, Sennacherib appears to have turned his arms to the north of Nineveh, having reduced in his first year the southern country to obedience. By the help of Ashur, he says, he went to Bishi and Yashu-Birablai, both names of doubtful reading and not identified, who had long been rebellious to the kings his fathers. He took Beth-Kilamzak, their principal city, and carried away their men, small and great, horses, mares, asses, oxen, and sheep. The people of Bishi and Yasubirablai, who had fled from his servants, he brought down from the mountains and placed them under one of his eunuchs, the governor of the city of Arapaka. He made tablets and wrote on them the laws, or tribute, imposed upon the conquered, and set them up in the city. He took permanent possession of the country of Ilabai, Luristan, and Isbabara. Its king, after being defeated, fled, leaving the cities of Marabishti and Akudu, the royal residences, with 34 principal towns and villages not to be counted, to be destroyed by the Assyrians, who carried away a large amount of captives and cattle. Beth Barua, the city itself and its dependencies, Sennacherib separated from Ilibai and added to his immediate dominions. The city of Ilbinzash he appointed to be the chief city in this district. He abolished its former name, called it Ka Sanakirba, i.e. the city of Sennacherib, and placed in it a new people, annexing it to the government of Karka, which must have been in the neighbourhood of Holwan, commanding the pass through Mount Zagros. In the 3rd year of his reign, Sennacherib appears to have overrun with his enemies the whole of Syria. He probably crossed the Euphrates above Carchemish, at or near the ford of Thapsacus, and marched to the sea coast, over the northern spur of Mount Lebanon. The Syrians are called by their familiar biblical name of Hittites, the Kati, or Keta, by which they were also known to the Egyptians. The first opposition he appears to have received was from Luli, or Luliya, king of Sidon, who had withheld his homage, but who was soon compelled to fly from Tyre to Yavan in the middle of the sea. Dr. Hincks identifies this country with the island of Crete, or some part of the southern coast of Asia Minor, and with the Yavan of the Old Testament, the country of the Ionians or Greeks, an identification which I believe to be correct. This very Phoenician king is mentioned by Josephus, quoting from Menander, under the name of Elulaeus, as warring with Shalmaneser, a predecessor of Sennacherib. He appears not to have been completely subdued before this, but only to have paid homage or tribute to the Assyrian monarchs. Sennacherib placed a person whose name is doubtful, Colonel Rawlinson reads it Tubal, upon the throne of Luli, and appointed his annual tribute. All the kings of the seacoast then submitted to him, except Zidkaha, compare Zedekiah, or Zidkabal, king of Ascalon. This chief was, however, soon subdued, and was sent with his household and wealth to Assyria, name destroyed, the son of Rukipti, a former king being placed on the throne in his stead. The cities dependent upon Ascalon, which had not been obedient to his authority, he captured and plundered. A passage of great importance which now occurs is unfortunately so much injured that it has not yet been satisfactorily restored. It appears to state that the chief priests and people of Ekron had dethroned their king Padilla, who was dependent upon Assyria, and had delivered him up to Hezekiah, king of Judea. The kings of Egypt sent an army, the main part of which is said to have belonged to the king of Melukhkha, Mero or Ethiopia, to Judea, probably to help their Jewish allies. Sennacherib joined battle with the Egyptians, totally defeated them near the city of Al-something-Ku, capturing the charioteers of the king of Melukhkha and placing them in confinement. This battle between the armies of the Assyrians and Egyptians appears to be hinted at in Isaiah and in the Book of Kings. Padilla, having been brought back from Jerusalem, was replaced by Sennacherib on his throne. Hezekiah, king of Judah, says the Assyrian king, who had not submitted to my authority, 46 of his principal cities and fortresses and villages depending upon them, of which I took no account, I captured and carried away their spoil. I shut up himself within Jerusalem, his capital city. The fortified towns and the rest of his towns, which I spoiled, I severed from his country, and gave to the kings of Askelon, Ekron, and Gaza, so as to make his country small. In addition to the former tribute imposed upon their countries, I added a tribute, the nature of which I fixed. The next passage is somewhat defaced, but the substance of it appears to be that he took from Hezekiah the treasure he had collected in Jerusalem, 30 talents of gold and 800 talents of silver, the treasures of his palace, besides his sons and his daughters, and his male and female servants or slaves, and brought them all to Nineveh. The city itself, however, he does not pretend to have taken. There can be little doubt that the campaign against the cities of Palestine recorded in the inscriptions of Sennacherib at Kuyunjik is that described in the Old Testament. The events agree with considerable accuracy. We are told in the Book of Kings that the king of Assyria, in the 14th year of the reign of Hezekiah, came up against all the fenced cities of Judah and took them, as he declared himself to have done in his annals. And what is most important, and perhaps one of the most remarkable coincidences of historic testimony on record, the amount of the treasure in gold taken from Hezekiah, 30 talents, agrees in the two perfectly independent accounts. Too much stress cannot be laid on this singular fact, as it tends to prove the general accuracy of the historical details contained in the Assyrian inscriptions. There is a difference of 500 talents, as it will be observed, in the amount of silver. It is probable that Hezekiah was much pressed by Sennacherib, and compelled to give him all the wealth that he could collect, as we find him actually taking the silver from the house of the Lord, as well as from his own treasury, and cutting off the gold from the doors and pillars of the temple to satisfy the demands of the Assyrian king. The Bible may therefore only include the actual amount of money in the 300 talents of silver, whilst the Assyrian records comprise all the precious metal taken away. There are some chronological discrepancies which cannot at present be satisfactorily reconciled, and which I won't attempt to explain. It is natural to suppose that Sennacherib would not perpetuate the memory of his own overthrow, and that having been unsuccessful in an attempt upon Jerusalem, his army being visited by the plague described in Scripture, he should gloss over his defeat by describing the tribute he had previously received from Hezekiah as the general result of his campaign. There is no reason to believe from the biblical account that Sennacherib was slain by his sons immediately after his return to Nineveh. On the contrary, the expression "he returned and dwelt at Nineveh" infers that he continued to reign for some time over Assyria. We have accordingly his further annals on the monuments he erected. In his 4th year he went southward, and subdued the country of Beth-Yakin, defeating Susubira, the Chaldean, who dwelt in the city of Bitut on the river, Agami, according to Rawlinson. Further mention is made of Merodach Baladan. This king, whom I had defeated in a former campaign, escaped from my principal servants and fled to an island, whose name is lost. His brothers, the seed of his father's house, whom he left behind him on the coast, with the rest of the men of his country from Beth-Yakin, near the Salt River, the Shat el-Arab, or united waters of the Tigris and Euphrates, I carried away, and several of his towns I threw down and burnt. As-Surnadin, according to Rawlinson, my son, I placed on the throne of his kingdom. He appears then to have made a large government, of which Babylon was the chief place. In the 5th year he defeated the Tokhari, capturing their principal stronghold, or Nippur, detached hill fort, and others of their castles. He also attacked Maniak, king of Oku, or Wuku, a country to which no previous Assyrian king had penetrated. This chief deserted his capital and fled to a distance. Sennacherib carried off the spoil of his palace and plundered his cities. This expedition seems to have been to the north of Assyria, in Armenia or Asia Minor. In the following year, Sennacherib again marched to the mouths of the Euphrates and Tigris and attacked the two cities of Nagid and Nagid-Debina. Both cities belonged to the king of Elam, Elamti, or Nuvaki, the two names being used indifferently for the same country. The Assyrian king, in order to reach them, was compelled to build ships and to employ the mariners of Tyre, Sidon, and Javan as navigators. He brought these vessels down the Tigris and crossed on them to the Susianian side of the river, after having first, it would seem, taken the city Nagit, which stood on the western bank. He offered precious sacrifices to a god, maybe Neptune, name doubtful, on the bank of the Salt River, and dedicated to him a ship of gold and two other golden objects, the nature of which has not been determined. Mention is then made of his having captured Nagid-Debina, together with three other cities whose names cannot be well ascertained, and of his crossing the river Ula, the Ulai of Daniel, the Ulias of the Greeks, and the modern Karun. Unfortunately, the whole of the passage which contains the record of the expedition against these cities is much defaced, and has not yet been satisfactorily restored. It appears to give interesting details of the building of the ships on the Tigris by the men of Tyre and Sidon, and of the navigation of that river. Such are the principal historical facts recorded on the bulls placed by Sennacherib in his palace at Nineveh. I have given them fully, in order that we may endeavour to identify the sculptured representations of these events on the walls of the chambers and halls of that magnificent building described in the course of this work. As the name of Sennacherib, as well as those of many kings, countries, and cities, are not written phonetically, that is, by letters having a certain alphabetic value, but by monograms, and the deciphering of them is a peculiar process which may sometimes appear suspicious to those not acquainted with the subject, a few words of explanation may be acceptable to my readers. The greater number of Assyrian proper names with which we are acquainted, whether royal or not, appear to have been made up of the name, epithet, or title of one of the national deities, and of a second word, such as slave of, servant of, beloved of, protected by, like the Theodosius, Theodorus, and etc. of the Greeks, and the Abdullah and Abdurrahman of Mohammedan nations. The names of the gods being commonly written with a monogram, the first step in deciphering is to know which god this particular sign denotes. Thus, in the name of Sennacherib, we have first the determinative of God, to which no phonetic value is attached, while the second character denotes an Assyrian god, whose name was Sun. The first component part of the name of Esar-Haddon is the monogram for the god Assur. It is this fact which renders it so difficult to determine with any degree of confidence most of the Assyrian names, and which leads me to warn my readers that, with the exception of such as can with certainty be identified with well-known historic kings, as Sargon, Sennacherib, and Esar-Haddon, the interpretation of all those which are found on the monuments of Nineveh is liable to very considerable doubt. In speaking of them, I shall, therefore, not use any of the readings which have been suggested by different writers. Although no question can reasonably exist as to the identification of the king who built the palace of Kuyanjik with the Sennacherib of Scripture, it may still be desirable to place before my readers all the corroborative evidence connected with the subject. In so doing, however, I shall have to refer to the discoveries made at a subsequent period, and which ought consequently to be described, if the order of the narrative be strictly preserved, in a subsequent part of this work. In the first place, it must be remembered that the Kuyunjik king was undoubtedly the son of the founder of the palace at Khorasabat. He is so called in the inscriptions behind the bulls in the southwest palace at Nimrod, and in numerous detached inscriptions on bricks and on other remains from those ruins and from Kuyunjik. Now the name of the Khorasabat king was generally admitted to be Sargon, even before his relationship to the Kuyunjik king was known, although here again we are obliged to attach phonetic powers to characters used as monograms, which, when occurring as simple letters, appear to have totally different values. Colonel Rawlinson states that this king bears, in other inscriptions, the name of Shalmaneser, by which he was better known to the Jews. Dr. Hincks denies that the two names belong to the same person. Unfortunately, the upper parts of nearly all the bas-reliefs at Kuyunjik having been destroyed, the epigraphs are wanting, and we are unable as yet to identify with certainty the subject represented with any known event in the reign of Sennacherib. There is, however, one remarkable exception. During the latter part of my residence at Mosul, a chamber was discovered in which the sculptures were in better preservation than any before found at Kuyunjik. Some of the slabs indeed were almost entire, though cracked and otherwise injured by fire, and the epigraph, which fortunately explained the event portrayed, was complete. These bas-reliefs represented the siege and capture by the Assyrians of a city evidently of great extent and importance. It appears to have been defended by double walls, with battlements and towers, and by fortified outworks. The country around it was hilly and wooded, producing the fig and the vine. The whole power of the great kings seems to have been called forth to take this stronghold. In no other sculptures were so many armed warriors seen drawn up in array before a besieged city. The besieged defended themselves with great determination. Spearmen, archers, and slingers thronged the battlements and towers, showering arrows, javelins, stones, and blazing torches upon the assailants. Part of the city had, however, been taken. Beneath its walls were seen Assyrian warriors impaling their prisoners, and from the gateway of an advanced tower or fort issued a procession of captives, reaching to the presence of the king, who, gorgeously arrayed, received them seated on his throne. The vanquished people were distinguished from the conquerors by their dress. Those who defended the battlements wore a pointed helmet, differing from that of the Assyrian warriors in having a fringed lappet falling over the ears. Some of the captives had a kind of turban with one end hanging down to the shoulder, not unlike that worn by the modern Arabs of the Hejaz. Others had no headdress and short hair and beards. Their garments consisted either of a robe reaching to the ankles, or of a tunic, scarcely falling lower than the thigh and confined at the waist by a girdle. The women wore long shirts with an outer cloak thrown, like the veil of modern Eastern ladies, over the back of the head and falling to the feet. Several prisoners were already in the hands of the torturers. 2 were stretched naked upon the ground to be flayed alive. Others were being slain by the sword before the throne of the king. The haughty monarch was receiving the chiefs of the conquered nation, who crouched and knelt humbly before him. They were brought into the royal presence by the Tartan of the Assyrian forces, probably the Rabshakeh himself, followed by his principal officers. The general was clothed in embroidered robes, and wore on his head a fillet, adorned with rosettes and long tasselled bands. The throne of the king stood upon an elevated platform, probably an artificial mound in the hill country. Its arms and sides were supported by 3 rows of figures, one above the other. The wood was richly carved or encased in embossed metal, and the legs ended in pine-shaped ornaments, probably of bronze. The throne indeed appears to have resembled in every respect one discovered in the northwest palace at Nimrod, which I shall hereafter describe. Over the high back was thrown an embroidered cloth, doubtless of some rare and beautiful material. The royal feet rested upon a high footstool of elegant form, fashioned like the throne and cased with embossed metal. The legs ended in lion's paws. Behind the king were 2 attendant eunuchs, raising fans above his head and holding the embroidered napkins. The monarch himself was attired in long loose robes, richly ornamented, and edged with tassels and fringes. In his right hand he raised 2 arrows, and his left rested upon a bow, an attitude probably denoting triumph over his enemies, and in which he is usually portrayed when receiving prisoners after a victory. Behind the king was the royal tent or pavilion, and beneath him were his led horses, and an attendant on foot carrying the parasol, the emblem of royalty. His 2 chariots with their charioteers were waiting for him. The trappings of the horses were handsomely decorated, and an embroidered cloth hung with tassels fell on their chests. 2 quivers holding a bow, a hatchet, and arrows were fixed to the side of the chariot. This fine series of bas-reliefs, occupying 13 slabs, was finished by the ground plan of a castle or of a fortified camp containing tents and houses. Within the walls was also seen a fire altar with 2 beardless priests, wearing high conical caps standing before it. In front of the altar, on which burned the sacred flame, was a table bearing various sacrificial objects, and beyond it 2 sacred chariots, such as accompanied the Persian kings in their wars. The horses had been taken out, and the yokes rested upon stands. Each chariot carried a lofty pole surmounted by a globe, and long tassels or streamers. Similar standards were introduced into scenes representing sacrifices in the sculptures of Khorassabat. Above the head of the king was an inscription which may be translated, "Sennacherib, the mighty king, king of the country of Assyria, sitting on the throne of judgment, before, or at the entrance of, the city of Lachish, Lachish. I give permission for its slaughter." Here, therefore, was the actual picture of the taking of Lachish, the city, as we know from the Bible, besieged by Sennacherib when he sent his generals to demand tribute of Hezekiah, and which he had captured before their return. Evidence of the most remarkable character to confirm the interpretation of the inscriptions, and to identify the king who caused them to be engraved with the Sennacherib of Scripture. This highly interesting series of bas-reliefs contained, moreover, an undoubted representation of a king, a city, and a people, with whose names we are acquainted, and of an event described in Holy Writ. They furnish us, therefore, with illustrations of the Bible of very great importance. The captives were undoubtedly Jews. Their physiognomy was strikingly indicated in the sculptures, but they had been stripped of their ornaments and their fine raiment, and were left barefooted and half-clothed. From the women, too, had been removed the splendour of the foot ornaments and the caps of network and the crescents, the ear pendants and the bracelets and the thin veils, the headdress and the ornaments of the legs and the girdles, and the perfume boxes and the amulets, the rings and the jewels of the nose, the embroidered robes and the tunics, and the cloaks and the satchels, the transparent garments and the fine linen vests, and the turbans and the mantles, for they wore instead of a girdle a rope, and instead of a stomacher a girdling of sackcloth. Other corroborative evidence as to the identity of the king who built the palace of Kuyanjik with Sennacherib is scarcely less remarkable. In a chamber or passage in the southwest corner of this edifice were found a large number of pieces of fine clay, bearing the impressions of seals which, there is no doubt, had been affixed like modern official seals of wax to documents written on leather, papyrus, or parchment. Such documents, with seals in clay still attached, have been discovered in Egypt, and specimens are preserved in the British Museum. The writings themselves had been consumed by the fire which destroyed the building, or had perished from decay. In the stamped clay, however, may still be seen the holes for the string or strips of skin by which the seal was fastened. In some instances, the ashes of the string itself remain, with the marks of the fingers and thumb. The greater part of these seals are Assyrian, but with them are others bearing Egyptian, Phoenician, and doubtful symbols and characters. Sometimes the same seal is impressed more than once on the same piece of clay. The Assyrian devices are of various kinds. The most common is that of a king plunging a dagger into the body of a rampant lion. This appears to have been the royal, and indeed the national, seal or signet. It is frequently encircled by a short inscription, which has not yet been deciphered, or by a simple guilloche border. The same group, emblematic of the superior power and wisdom of the king, as well as of his sacred character, is found on Assyrian cylinders, gems, and monuments. Other devices found among these impressions of seals are 1. A king attended by a priest, in act of adoration before a deity standing on a lion, and surrounded by 7 stars. Above the god's head on one seal is a scorpion. 2. The king, followed by an attendant bearing a parasol, and preceded by a rampant horse. 3. A god, or the king, probably the former, rising from a crescent. There appears to be a fish in front of the figure. 4. The king with a eunuch or priest before him, a flower or ornamented staff between them. 5. A scorpion surrounded by a guilloche border, a device of very frequent occurrence and probably astronomical. 6. A priest worshipping before a god. Behind him are a bull and the sacred astronomical emblems. 8. An ear of corn surrounded by a fancy border. 9. An object resembling a dagger with flowers attached to the handle, perhaps a sacrificial knife. 10. The head of a bull and a trident, 2 sacred symbols of frequent occurrence on Assyrian monuments. 11. A crescent in the midst of a many-rayed star. 12. Several rudely cut seals representing priests and various sacred animals, stars, etc. The seals, most remarkable for beauty of design and skilful execution, represent horsemen, one at full speed raising a spear, the other hunting a stag. The impressions show that they were little inferior to Greek intaglios. No Assyrian or Babylonian relics yet discovered equal them in delicacy of workmanship, and the best examples of the art of engraving on gems, an art which appears to have reached great perfection amongst the Assyrians, are unknown to us except through these impressions. There are 3 seals apparently Phoenician, 2 of them bearing Phoenician characters for which I cannot suggest any interpretation. A few have doubtful symbols upon them which I will not attempt to explain, perhaps hieroglyphical signs. Of the purely Egyptian seals there are 4. One has 2 cartouches, placed on the symbol of gold and each surmounted by a tall plume. They probably contained the praenomen and name of a king, but not the slightest trace remains of the hieroglyphs. The impression is concave, having been made from a convex surface. the back of some of the Egyptian ovals, the rudest form of the scarabaeus, are of this shape. On the second seal is the figure of the Egyptian god Harpocrates, seated on a lotus flower with his finger placed upon his mouth, an attitude in which he is represented on an ivory from Nimrod. The hieroglyph before him does not appear to be Egyptian. But the most remarkable and important of the Egyptian seals are two impressions of a royal signet, which, though imperfect, retain the cartouche with the name of the king so as to be perfectly legible. It is one well known to Egyptian scholars as that of the second Sabbako, the Ethiopian of the 25th dynasty. On the same piece of clay is impressed an Assyrian seal, with a device representing a priest ministering before the king, probably a royal signet. There can be no doubt whatever as to the identity of the cartouche. Sabbako reigned in Egypt at the end of the 7th century before Christ, the exact time at which Sennacherib came to the throne. He is probably the So mentioned in the second book of Kings, 7:4, as having received ambassadors from Hoshea, the king of Israel, who by entering into a league with the Egyptians called down the vengeance of Shalmaneser, whose tributary he was, which led to the first great captivity of the people of Samaria. Shalmaneser we know to have been an immediate predecessor of Sennacherib, and Tirhakah, the Egyptian king, who was defeated by the Assyrians near Lachish, was the immediate successor of Sabbako II. It would seem that a peace having been concluded between the Egyptians and one of the Assyrian monarchs, probably Sennacherib, the royal signets of the two kings thus found together were attached to the treaty, which was deposited amongst the archives of the kingdom. While the document itself, written upon parchment or papyrus, has completely perished, this singular proof of the alliance, if not actual meeting, of the two monarchs is still preserved amidst the remains of the state papers of the Assyrian Empire, furnishing one of the most remarkable instances of confirmatory evidence on record, whether we regard it as verifying the correctness of the interpretation of the cuneiform character or as an illustration of sculpture history. Little doubt, I trust, can now exist in the minds of my readers as to the identification of the builder of the palace of Kuyanjik with the Sennacherib of Scripture. Had the name stood alone, we might reasonably have questioned the correctness of the reading, especially as the signs or monograms with which it is written are admitted to have no phonetic power. But when characters whose alphabetic values have been determined from a perfectly distinct source, such as the Babylonian column of the trilingual inscriptions, furnish us with names in the records attributed to Sennacherib, written almost identically as in the Hebrew version of the Bible, such as Hezekiah, Jerusalem, Judah, Sidon, and others, and all occurring in one and the same paragraph, their reading, moreover, confirmed by synchronisms and illustrated by sculptured representations of the events, the identification must be admitted to be complete. The palace of Khorsabad, as I have already observed, was built by the father of Sennacherib. The edifice in the southwest corner of Nimrod was raised by the son, as we learn from the inscription on the back of the bulls discovered in that building. The name of the king is admitted to be Esarhaddon, and there are events, as it will hereafter be seen, mentioned in his records which further tend to identify him with the Esarhaddon of Scripture, who, after the murder of his father Sennacherib, succeeded to the throne. I may mention in conclusion, as connected with the bulls forming the grand entrance, that in the rubbish at the foot of one of them were found 4 cylinders and several beads, with a scorpion in lapis lazuli, all apparently once strung together. On one cylinder of translucent green felspar, called Amazon stone, which I believe to have been the signet or amulet of Sennacherib himself, is engraved the king, standing in an arched frame as on the rock tablets at Bavian and at the Nar el-Kelb in Syria. The intaglio of this beautiful gem is not deep, but sharp and distinct, and the details are so minute that a magnifying glass is almost required to perceive them. On a smaller cylinder in the same green felspar is a cuneiform inscription which has not yet been deciphered, but which does not appear to contain any royal name. On 2 cylinders of onyx, also found at Kuyinjik and now in the British Museum, are, however, the names and titles of Sennacherib. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett, Melbourne, Australia. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen, Layard. Chapter 7. Road opened for removal of winged lions. Discovery of vaulted drain. Of other arches. Of painted bricks. Attack of the Thai on the village of Nimrod. Visit to the Hawar. Description of the encampment of the Thai. The plain of Shomamok. Sheikh Faras. Wali Bey. Return to Nimrod. The gigantic human-headed lions, first discovered in the northwest palace at Nimrod, were still standing in their original position. Having been carefully covered up with earth previous to my departure in 1848, they had been preserved from exposure to the effects of the weather and to wanton injury on the part of the Arabs. The trustees of the British Museum, wishing to add these fine sculptures to the national collection, I was directed to remove them entire. A road through the ruins for their transport to the edge of the mount was in the first place necessary, and it was commenced early in December. They would thus be ready for embarkation as soon as the waters of the river were sufficiently high to bear a raft so heavily laden over the rapids and shallows between Nimrod and Baghdad. This road was dug to the level of the pavement or artificial platform, and was not finished till the end of February, as a large mass of earth and rubbish had to be taken away to the depth of 15 or 20 feet. During the progress of the work, we found some carved fragments of ivory, similar to those already placed in the British Museum, and 2 massive sockets in bronze, in which turned the hinges of a gate of the palace. No remains of the doorposts or other parts of the gate were discovered in the ruins, and it is uncertain whether these rings were fixed in stone or wood. In the southeastern corner of the mound, tunnels carried beneath the ruined edifice, which is of the 7th century BC, showed the remains of an earlier building. A vaulted drain about 5 feet in width was also discovered. The arch was turned with large kiln-burnt bricks and rested upon side walls of the same material. The bricks being square and not expressly made for vaulting, a space was left above the centre of the arch, which was filled up by bricks laid longitudinally. Although this may not be a perfect arch, we have seen from the vaulted chamber discovered in the very centre of the high mound at the northwest corner that the Assyrians were well acquainted at an early period with its true principle. Other examples were not wanting in the ruins. The earth falling away from the sides of the deep trench opened in the northwest palace for the removal of the bull and lion during the former excavations left uncovered the entrance to a vaulted drain or passage built of sun-dried bricks. Beneath was a small watercourse, enclosed by square pieces of alabaster. A third arch, equally perfect in character, was found beneath the ruins of the southeast edifice. A tunnel had been opened almost on a level with the plain, and carried far into the southern face of the mound, but without the discovery of any other remains of building than this solitary brick arch. In the southeast corner of the quadrangle, formed by the low mounds marking the walls once surrounding this quarter of the city of Nineveh, or the park attached to the royal residence, the level of the soil is considerably higher than in any other part of the enclosed space. This sudden inequality evidently indicates the site of some ancient edifice. Connected with it, rising abruptly and almost perpendicularly from the plain, and forming one of the corners of the walls, is a lofty, irregular mound, which is known to the Arabs by the name of the Tell of Athur, the lieutenant of Nimrod. Tunnels and trenches opened in it showed nothing but earth, unmingled even with bricks or fragments of stone. Remains of walls and a pavement of baked bricks were, however, discovered in the lower part of the platform. The bricks had evidently been taken from some other building, for upon them were traces of coloured figures and patterns of the same character as those on the sculptured walls of the palaces. Their painted faces were placed downwards, as if purposely to conceal them, and the designs upon them were in most instances injured or destroyed. A few fragments were collected, and are now in the British Museum. The colours have faded, but were probably once as bright as the enamels of Khorsabad. The outlines are white, and the ground a pale blue and olive green. The only other colour used is a dull yellow. The most interesting specimens are 1. 4 captives tied together by their necks, the end of the rope being held by the foremost prisoner, whose hands are free, whilst the others have their arms bound behind. They probably formed part of a line of captives led by an Assyrian warrior. They are beardless and have bald heads, to which is attached a single feather. 2 of them have white cloths round their loins, the others long white shirts open in front, like the shirt of the modern Arab. The figures on this fragment are yellow on a blue ground. 2. Similar captives, followed by an Assyrian soldier. The armour of the warrior is that of the later period. The scales and greaves are painted blue and yellow, and the tunic blue, the ground blue. 3. Parts of 2 horses, of a man holding a dagger and of an Assyrian warrior. The horses are blue. The man appears to have been wounded or slain in battle and is naked, with the exception of a twisted blue cloth round the loins. Ground an olive green. 4. Fragment with Assyrian warriors on horses. Horses yellow with blue trappings. Ground olive green. 5. Part of a chariot and horse, yellow on a blue ground. 6. A man with a white cloth round his loins, pierced by 2 arrows. A fish, blue, with the scales marked in white, and part of a horse's head, yellow. Ground yellow. 7. Part of a walled tower or fort with square battlements, white on a blue ground. 8. Fragment of a very spirited design representing a chariot and horses passing over a naked figure pierced through the neck by an arrow. Under this group are the heads and parts of the shields of 2 Assyrian warriors. The wounded man wears a fillet round his head to which is attached a feather. The horses are blue and their trappings white, the wheels of the chariot yellow. The shields of the warriors are blue, edged by a band of alternate squares of blue and yellow. Their helmets are yellow, but the faces appear to be merely outlined in white on the olive-green ground. 9. The lower part of an Assyrian warrior. His armour and greaves blue, yellow and white. The naked hand is of a pale brown colour. Ground olive-green. 10. A castle with angular battlements, white with yellow bands on a blue ground. A square door is painted blue. All these fragments evidently belong to the same period, and probably to the same general subject. I should conjecture that they had been taken from the same building as the detached bas-reliefs in the southwest palace, and that consequently they may be attributed to the same king. The outlines are spirited, in character and treatment resembling the sculptures. A fragment of painted brick found in the ruins of the northwest palace is undoubtedly of a different and of an earlier period. The outline is in black and not in white. The upper robe is blue, the under yellow, and the fringes white. The ground is yellow. But the most perfect and interesting specimen of painting is that on a brick, 12 inches by 9, discovered in the centre of the mound of Nimrod, and now in the British Museum. It represents the king followed by his attendant eunuch, receiving his general or vizier, a group very similar to those seen in the sculptures from the northwest palace. Above his head is a kind of fringed pavilion and part of an inscription which appears to have contained his name. Beneath him is the Assyrian guilloche border. The outline is in black upon a pale yellow ground, the colours having probably faded. From the costume of the king, I believe him to be either the builder of the northwest or centre palace. This is a unique specimen of an entire Assyrian painting. During the greater part of the month of December I resided at Nimrod. One morning I was suddenly disturbed by the reports of firearms, mingled with the shouts of men and the shrieks of women. Issuing immediately from the house, I found the open space behind it a scene of wild excitement and confusion. Horsemen galloping in all directions and singing their war song were driving before them with their long spears the cattle and sheep of the village. The men were firing at the invaders. The women, armed with tent poles and pitchforks, and filling the air with their shrill screams, were trying to rescue the animals. The horsemen of the Arab tribe of Tai had taken advantage of a thick mist hanging over the Jaif to cross the Zab early in the morning and to fall upon us before we were aware of their approach. No time was to be lost to prevent bloodshed and all its disagreeable consequences. A horse was soon ready, and I rode towards the one who appeared to be the chief of the attacking party. Although his features were concealed by the keffir, closely drawn over the lower part of his face after the Bedouin fashion in war, he had been recognised as Saleh, the brother of the Hawar, the sheikh of the Tay. At my urgent solicitation, Saleh consented to restore all that had been stolen, and each one was accordingly invited to claim his own property. In the midst of the crowd of wranglers about lost cloaks, handkerchiefs, and the like, a hare suddenly sprang from her form and darted over the plain. My greyhounds, who had followed me from the house, immediately pursued her. This was too much for the Arabs. Their love of the chase overcame even their propensity for appropriating other people's property. Cattle, cloaks, swords, and kaffirs were abandoned to their respective claimants, and the whole band of marauders joined wildly in the pursuit. Before we had reached the game, we were far distant from Nimrod. I seized the opportunity to conclude the truce, and Saleh with his followers rode slowly back towards the ford of the Zab to seek his brother's tents. I promised to visit the Hawar in 2 or 3 days, and we parted with mutual assurances of friendship. I spent Christmas Day at Nimrod, and on the 28th set out to visit the Hawar. Schloss again accompanied me, Mr. Rowland, a traveller who had recently joined us, Hormuzd and Avad being of the party. Leaving the Kutha Elias to the left, we passed the ruined village of Kini Harem, taking the direct track to the Zab. The river, winding through a rich alluvial plain, divides itself into 4 branches before entering a range of low conglomerate hills, between which it sweeps in its narrowed bed with great velocity. The 4 channels are each fordable, except during floods, and the Arabs generally cross at this spot. The water reached above the bellies of our horses, but we found no difficulty in stemming the current. The islands and the banks were clothed with trees and brushwood. In the mud and sand near the jungle were innumerable deep, sharp prints of the hoof of the wild boar. The tents of the Hawa were still higher up the Zab. Sending a horseman to apprise the chief of our approach, we rode leisurely towards them. As we passed by a small village named Kaedli, the women came out with their children, and pointing to me exclaimed, "Look, look! This is the beg who is come from the other end of the world to dig up the bones of our grandfathers and grandmothers," a sacrilege which they seemed inclined to resent. Saleh, at the head of 50 or 60 horsemen, met us beyond the village and conducted us to the encampment of his brother. The tents were pitched in long parallel lines. That of the chief held the foremost place, and was distinguished by its size, the upright spears tufted with ostrich feathers at its entrance, and the many hybrid mares tethered before it. As we approached, a tall, commanding figure of erect and noble carriage issued from beneath the black canvas and advanced to receive me. I had never seen amongst the Arabs a man of such lofty stature. His features were regular and handsome, but his beard, having been fresh dyed with henna alone, was of a bright brick-red hue, ill-suited to the gravity and dignity of his countenance. His head was encircled by a rich cashmere shawl, one end falling over his shoulder, as is the custom amongst the Arabs of the Hejaz. He wore a crimson satin robe and a black cloak, elegantly embroidered down the back and on one of the wide sleeves with gold thread and many-coloured silks. This was Sheikh Hawa. As I dismounted, the sheikh advanced to embrace me, and when his arms were round my neck, my head scarcely reached to his shoulder. He led me into that part of the tent which is set aside for guests. It had been prepared for my reception, and was not ill furnished, with cushions of silk and soft Kurdish carpets. The tent itself was more capacious than those usually found amongst Arabs. The black goat hair canvas alone was the load of 3 camels, and was supported by 6 poles down the centre, with the same number on either side. Around a bright fire was an array of highly burnished metal coffee pots, the largest containing several quarts, and the smallest scarcely big enough to fill the diminutive cup reserved for the solitary stranger. Coffee was, of course, the first business. It was highly spiced as drunk by the Bedouins. The Hawa, after some general conversation, spoke of the politics of the Thai and their differences with the Turkish government. The same ruinous system which has turned some of the richest districts of Asia into a desert, and has driven every Arab clan into open rebellion against the Sultan, had been pursued toward himself and his tribe. Owing to the extortionate demands of the Turkish governors, and intestine dissensions and broils between the Arab themselves, the country had rapidly been reduced to a state of anarchy. The Arabs, having no one responsible chief, took, of course, to plundering. The villages on the Mosul side of the Zab, as well as in the populous district of Arbil, were laid waste. The Kurds, who came down into the plains during the winter, were encouraged to follow the example of the Thai, and from the rapaciousness and misconduct of 1 or 2 officers of the Turkish government, evils had ensued whose consequences will be felt for years, and which will end in adding another rich district to the desert. Such is the history of almost every tribe in Turkey, and such the causes of the desolation that has spread over her finest provinces. The Thai is a remnant of one of the most ancient and renowned tribes of Arabia. The Hawa himself traces his descent from Hatem, a sheikh of the tribe who lived in the 7th century, and who, as the impersonation of all the virtues of Bedouin life, is the theme to this day of the Arab muse. His hospitality, his generosity, his courage, and his skill as a horseman were alike unequalled, and there is no name more honoured amongst the wild inhabitants of the desert than that of Hatem Tai. The Hawar is proud of his heroic ancestor, and the Bedouins acknowledge and respect his descent. We dined with the sheikh and sat until the night was far spent, listening to tales of Arab life and to the traditions of his tribe. On the following morning the tents were struck at sunrise, and the chief moved with his followers to new pastures. The crowd of camels, flocks, cattle, laden beasts of burden, horsemen, footmen, women and children darkened the plain for some miles. We passed through the midst of them with the sheikh, and leaving him to fix the spot for his encampment, we turned from the river and rode inland towards the tents of his rival and cousin, Faras. Saleh, with a few horsemen, accompanied me, one of my special objects being to bring about a reconciliation between the two chiefs. The plain, bounded by the Tigris, the Great and Lesser Zab, and the Kurdish hills, is renowned for its fertility. It is the granary of Baghdad, and it is a common saying amongst the Arabs that if there were a famine over the rest of the earth, Shomamok, for so the principal part of the plain is called, would still have its harvest. This district belongs chiefly to the Thai Arabs, who wander from pasture to pasture and leave the cultivation of the soil to small sedentary tribes of Arabs, Turkomans and Kurds, who dwell in villages and pay an annual tribute in money or in kind. As we rode along, we passed many peasants industriously driving the plough through the rich soil. Large flocks of gazelles grazed in the cultivated patches. Scarcely fearing the husbandman, though speedily bounding away over the plain as horsemen approached, artificial mounds rose on all sides of us, and near one of the largest, called Abu Jerda, we found the black tents of Sheikh Faras. The rain began to fall in torrents before we reached the encampment. The chief had ridden out to a neighbouring village to make arrangements for our better protection against the weather. He soon returned, urging his mare to the top of her speed. In person, he was a strange contrast to the elder member of his family. He was short, squat, and fat, and his coarse features were buried in a frame of hair dyed bright red. He was, however, profuse in assurances of friendship, talked incessantly, agreed to all I proposed with regard to a reconciliation with the other branch of the tribe, and received Saleh with every outward sign of cordiality. His son had more of the dignity of his race, but the expression of his countenance was forbidding and sinister. The two young men, as they sat, cast looks of defiance at each other, and I had some difficulty in restraining Saleh from breaking out in invectives, which probably would have ended in an appeal to the sword. As the rain increased in violence, and the tent offered but an imperfect shelter, we moved to the village, where a house had been prepared for us by its honest, kind-hearted Turkoman chief, Wali Bey. With unaffected hospitality, he insisted that we should become his guests, and had already slain the sheep for our entertainment. I have met few men who exceed, in honesty and fidelity, the descendants of the pure Turkoman race, scattered over Asia Minor and the districts watered by the Tigris. On the following morning, Wali Bey provided an ample breakfast, in which all the luxuries of the village were set before us. On reaching the Zab, we found it rising rapidly from the rains of the previous day. Our servants had already crossed, but the river was now impassable. We sought a ford higher up and above the junction of the Gazir. Having struggled in vain against the swollen stream, we were compelled to give up the attempt. Nothing remained but to seek the ferry on the high road between Arbil and Mosul. We didn't reach the small village where a raft is kept for the use of travellers and caravans until nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was sunset before we had crossed the river. We hurried along the direct track to Nimrod, hoping to cross the Gazir before nightfall. But fresh difficulties awaited us. That small river, collecting the torrents of the Missouri hills, had overflown its bed, and its waters were rushing tumultuously onwards with a breadth of stream almost equalling the Tigris. We rode along its banks, hoping to find an encampment where we could pass the night. At length, in the twilight, we spied some Arabs, who immediately took refuge behind the walls of a ruined village, and, believing us to be marauders from the desert, prepared to defend themselves and their cattle. Directing the rest of the party to stop, I rode forward with the Bayraktar, and was in time to prevent a discharge of firearms pointed against us. The nearest inhabited village was Tel Aswat, or Kara Tapa, still far distant. As we rode towards it in the dusk, 1 or 2 wolves lazily stole from the brushwood, and jackals and other beasts of prey occasionally crossed our path. We found the Kiaya seated with some travellers round a blazing fire. The miserable hut was soon cleared of its occupants, and we prepared to pass the night as we best could. Towards dawn, the Kiaya brought us word that the Gazir had subsided sufficiently to allow us to ford. We started under his guidance and found that the stream, although divided into 3 branches, reached in some places almost to the backs of the horses. Safe over, we struck across the country towards Nimrod, and reached the ruins as a thick morning mist was gradually withdrawn from the lofty mound. During our absence, a new chamber had been opened in the northwest palace, to the south of the great centre wall. The walls were of plain sun-dried brick, and there were no remains of sculptured slabs, but in the earth and rubbish which had filled it were discovered some of the most interesting relics obtained from the ruins of Assyria. A description of its contents alone will occupy a chapter. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 8. Contents of a newly discovered chamber. A well. Large copper cauldrons. Bells, rings, and other objects in metal. Tripods. Cauldrons and large vessels. Bronze bowls, cups, and dishes. Description of the embossing upon them. Arms and armor. Shields. Iron instruments. Ivory remains. Bronze cubes inlaid with gold. Glass bowls. Lenses. The royal throne. The newly discovered chamber was part of the northwest palace, and adjoining a room previously explored. Its only entrance was to the west, and almost on the edge of the mound. It must, consequently, have opened upon a gallery or terrace running along the river front of the building. The walls were of sun-dried brick, panelled round the bottom with large burnt bricks about 3 feet high, placed one against the other. They were coated with bitumen, and, like those forming the pavement, were inscribed with the name and usual titles of the royal founder of the building. In one corner, and partly in a kind of recess, was a well, the mouth of which was formed by brickwork about 3 feet high. Its sides were also bricked down to the conglomerate rock, and holes had been left at regular intervals for descent. When first discovered, it was choked with earth. The workmen emptied it until they came, at the depth of nearly 60 feet, to brackish water. The first objects found in this chamber were 2 plain copper vessels or cauldrons, about 2½ feet in diameter and 3 feet deep, resting upon a stand of brickwork, with their mouths closed by large tiles. Near them was a copper jar, which fell to pieces almost as soon as uncovered. Several vases of the same metal, though smaller in size, had been dug out of other parts of the ruins, but they were empty, whilst those I am describing were filled with curious relics. I first took out a number of small bronze bells, with iron tongues, and various small copper ornaments, some suspended to wires. With them were a quantity of tapering bronze rods, bent into a hook, and ending in a kind of lip. Beneath were several bronze cups and dishes, which I succeeded in removing entire. Scattered in the earth amongst these objects were several hundred studs and buttons in mother of pearl and ivory, with many small rosettes in metal. All the objects contained in these cauldrons, with the exception of the cups and dishes, were probably ornaments of horse and chariot furniture. Beneath the cauldrons were heaped lions' and bulls' feet of bronze, and the remains of iron rings and bars, probably parts of tripods or stands for supporting vessels and bowls, which, as the iron had rusted away, had fallen to pieces, leaving such pieces entire as were in the more durable metal. Two other cauldrons, found further within the chamber, contained, besides several plates and dishes, 4 crown-shaped bronze ornaments, perhaps belonging to a throne or couch, 2 long ornamented bands of copper, rounded at both ends, apparently belts, such as those worn by warriors in armour, a grotesque head in bronze, probably the top of a mace, a metal wine strainer of elegant shape, various metal vessels of peculiar form, and a bronze ornament, probably the handle of a dish or vase. 8 more cauldrons and jars were found in other parts of the chamber. One contained ashes and bones, the rest were empty. Some of the larger vessels were crushed almost flat, probably by the falling in of the upper part of the building. With the cauldrons were discovered 2 circular flat vessels, nearly 6 feet in diameter, and about 2 feet deep, which I can only compare with the brazen sea that stood in the Temple of Solomon. Cauldrons are frequently represented as part of the spoil and tribute in the sculptures of Nimrod and Kuyunjik. They were so much valued by the ancients that, it appears from the Homeric poems, they were given as prizes at public games, and were considered amongst the most precious objects that could be carried away from a captured city. They were frequently embossed with flowers and other ornaments. Homer declares one so adorned to be worth an ox. Behind the cauldrons was a heap of curious and interesting objects. In one place were piled without order, one above the other, bronze cups, bowls, and dishes of various sizes and shapes. The upper vessels, having been most exposed to damp, the metal had been eaten away by rust, and was crumbling into fragments, or into a green powder. As they were cleared away, more perfect specimens were taken out, until, near the pavement of the chamber, some were found almost entire. Many of the bowls and plates fitted so closely, one within the other, that they have only been detached in England. It required the greatest care and patience to separate them from the tenacious soil in which they were embedded. Although a green crystalline deposit, arising from the decomposition of the metal, encrusted all the vessels, I could distinguish upon many of them traces of embossed and engraved ornaments. Since they have been in England, they have been carefully and skilfully cleaned, and the very beautiful and elaborate designs upon them brought to light. The bronze objects thus discovered may be classed under 4 heads: dishes with handles, plates, deep bowls, and cups. Some are plain, others have a simple rosette, scarab, or star in the centre, and many are most elaborately ornamented with the figures of men and animals, and with elegant fancy designs, either embossed or incised. The inside, and not the outside, of these vessels is ornamented. The embossed figures have been raised in the metal by a blunt instrument, 3 or 4 strokes of which in many instances very ingeniously produce the image of an animal. Even those ornaments which are not embossed but incised appear to have been formed by a similar process, except that the punch was applied on the inside. The tool of the engraver has been sparingly used. The most interesting dishes in the collection brought to England are: 1. With moving circular handle, the handle wanting, secured by 3 bosses, diameter 10 3/4 inches, depth 2 1/4 inches, divided into 2 friezes surrounding a circular medallion containing a male deity with bull's ears, and hair in ample curls, wearing bracelets and a necklace of an Egyptian character, and a short tunic, the arms crossed, and the hands held by 2 Egyptians, who place their other hands on the head of the centre figure. The inner frieze contains horsemen draped as Egyptians, galloping around in pairs, the outer Figures also wearing the Egyptian shenty or tunic, hunting lions on horseback, on foot, and in chariots. The hair of these figures is dressed after a fashion which prevailed in Egypt from the 9th to the 8th century B.C. Each frieze is separated by a band of galochi ornament. Number 2, diameter 10½ inches, having a low rim, partly destroyed, ornamented with an embossed rosette of elegant shape, surrounded by 3 friezes of animals in high relief, divided by a guilloche band. The outer frieze contains 12 walking bulls, designed with considerable spirit. Between each is a dwarf shrub or tree. The second frieze has a bull, a winged griffin, an ibex, and a gazelle, walking one behind the other, and the same animals seized by leopards or lions in all 14 figures. The inner frieze contains 12 gazelles. The handle is formed by a plain movable ring. The ornaments on this dish, as well as the design, are of an Assyrian character. Number 3, diameter 10¾ inches and 1½ inch deep, with a raised star in the center. The handle formed by 2 rings, working in sockets fashioned to a rim, running about 1/3 round the margin, and secured by 5 nails or bosses. 4 bands of embossed ornaments in low relief round the center, the outer band consisting of alternate standing bulls and crouching lions, Assyrian in character and treatment. The others, of an elegant pattern, slightly varied from the usual Assyrian border by the introduction of a fan-like flower in the place of a tulip. Other dishes were found still better preserved than those just described, but perfectly plain, or having only a star, more or less elaborate, embossed or engraved in the center. Many fragments were also discovered with elegant handles, some formed by the figures of rams and bulls. Of the plates, the most remarkable are, number 1, shallow, and 8¾ inches in diameter, the center slightly raised and incised with a star and 5 bands of tulip-shaped ornaments, the rest occupied by 4 groups, each consisting of 2 winged hawk-headed sphinxes, wearing the pschent or crown of the upper and lower country of Egypt, one paw raised and resting upon the head of a man kneeling on one knee, and lifting his hands in the act of adoration. Between the sphinxes, on a column in the form of a papyrus scepter, is the bust of a figure wearing on his head the sun's disk, with the uri serpents, a collar round the neck, and 4 feathers. Above are 2 winged globes with the asps, and a row of birds. Each group is enclosed by 2 columns with capitals in the form of the Assyrian tulip ornament, and is separated from that adjoining by a scarab with outspread wings, raising the globe with its 4 feet, and resting with its hind on a papyrus scepter pillar. This plate is in good preservation, having been found at the very bottom of a heap of similar relics. Number 2, depth 1¾ inch, diameter 9⅛ inch, with a broad raised rim like that of a soup plate, embossed with figures of greyhounds pursuing a hare. The center contains a frieze in high relief, representing combats between men and lions, and a smaller border of gazelles between guilloche bands, encircling an embossed star. In this very fine specimen, although the costumes of the figures are Egyptian in character, the treatment and design are Assyrian. Number 3, shallow, 9½ inches diameter, an oval in the center, covered with dotted lozenges, and set with 9 silver bosses, probably intended to represent a lake or valley, surrounded by 4 groups of hills, each with 3 crests in high relief, on which are incised in outline trees and stags, wild goats, bears, and leopards. On the sides of the hills, in relief, are similar figures of animals. The outer rim is incised with trees and deer. The workmanship of this specimen is Assyrian, and very minute and curious. Number 4, diameter 7¼ inches, the center raised, and containing an 8-rayed star, with smaller stars between each ray, encircled by a guilloche band. The remainder of the plate is divided into 8 compartments, by 8 double-faced figures of Egyptian character in high relief. Between each figure are 5 rows of animals, enclosed in guilloche bands, the first 3 consisting of stags and hinds, the 4th of lions, and the 5th of hares, each compartment containing 13 figures. A very beautiful specimen, unfortunately much injured. Number 5, diameter 8¾ inches, depth 1¼ inch. The embossings and ornaments on this plate are of an Egyptian character. The center consists of 4 heads of the cow-eared goddess Autun, forming, with lines of bosses, an 8-rayed star, surrounded by hills, indicated as in plate number 3, but filled in with rosettes and other ornaments. Between the hills are incised animals and trees. A border of figures, almost purely Egyptian, but unfortunately only in part preserved, encircles the plate. The first remaining group is that of a man seated on a throne, beneath an ornamented arch, with the Egyptian Baal, represented as on the coins of Kosora, standing full face. To the right of this figure is a square ornament with pendants, resembling a sealed document, and beneath it the crux ansata, or Egyptian symbol of life. The next group is that of a warrior in Egyptian attire, holding a mace in his right hand, and in his left a bow and arrow, with the hair of a captive of smaller proportions who crouches before him. The next group represents the Egyptian Baal, with a lion's skin round his body and plumes on his head, having on each side an Egyptian figure wearing the shent or short tunic, carrying a bow, and plucking the plumes from the head of the god, perhaps symbolic of the victory of Horus over Typhoon. The Egyptian god Ammon, bearing a bird in one hand and a falchion in the other, with female figures similar to that last described, appears to form the next group. But unfortunately this part of the plate has been nearly destroyed. The whole border, however, appears to have represented a mixture of religious and historical scenes. Number 6, diameter 6 inches, depth 1½ inch. A projecting rim, ornamented with figures of vultures with outspread wings, an embossed rosette, encircled by 2 rows of fan-shaped flowers and guilloche bands, occupies a raised centre, which is surrounded by a frieze, consisting of groups of 2 vultures devouring a hare. A highly finished and very beautiful specimen. On the back of this plate are 5 letters, either in the Phoenician or Assyrian cursive character. Numbers 7 and 8, covered with groups of small stags, surrounding an elaborate star, one plate containing above 600 figures. The animals are formed by 3 blows from a blunt instrument or punch. These plates are ornamented with small bosses of silver and gold let into the copper. Number 9, diameter 7 5/8 inches, depth 1½ inch. Of fine workmanship, the center formed by an incised star, surrounded by guilloche and tulip bands. 4 groups on the sides representing a lion, lurking among papyri or reeds, and about to spring on a bull. Number 10, diameter 7 1/2 inches. In the center, a winged scarab raising the disk of the sun, surrounded by guilloche and tulip bands, and by a double frieze, the inner consisting of trees, deer, winged ori, sphinxes, and papyrus plants, the outer of winged scarabs, flying serpents, deer, and trees, all incised. The plates above described are the most interesting specimens brought to this country. There are others, indeed, scarcely less remarkable for beauty of workmanship, or, when plain or ornamented with a simple star in the centre, for elegance of form. Of the 17 deep bowls discovered, only 3 have embossings, sufficiently well preserved to be described. The greater part appear to be perfectly plain. The most remarkable is 8 1/2 inches in diameter and 3 3/4 inches deep, and has at the bottom, in the centre, an embossed star surrounded by a rosette, and on the sides a hunting scene in bold relief. A second, 7 1/2 inches in diameter and 3 3/4 inches deep, has in the centre a medallion similar to that in the one last described, and on the sides, in very high relief, 2 lions and 2 sphinxes of Egyptian character, wearing a collar, feathers, and housings, and a headdress formed by a disc with 2 ori. Both bowls are remarkable for the boldness of the relief and the archaic treatment of the figures, in this respect resembling the ivories previously discovered at Nimrod. They forcibly call to mind the early remains of Greece, and especially the metalwork and painted pottery found in very ancient tubes in Etruria, which they so closely resemble not only in design but in subject, the same mythic animals and the same ornaments being introduced, that we cannot but attribute to both the same origin. The third, 7 3/4 inches in diameter and 2 1/2 inches deep, has in the centre a star formed by the Egyptian hawk of the sun, bearing the disk, and having at its side a whip, between 2 rays ending in lotus flowers. On the sides are embossed figures of wild goats, lotus-shaped shrubs, and dwarf trees of peculiar form. Of the cups, the most remarkable are Number 1, diameter 5 5/8 inches and 2 1/4 inches deep, very elaborately ornamented with figures of animals, interlaced and grouped together in singular confusion, covering the whole inner surface, apparently representing a combat between griffins and lions. A very curious and interesting specimen, not unlike some of the Italian chasings of the Cinquecento. Number 2, a fragment embossed with the figures of lions and bulls, of very fine workmanship. Of the remaining cups, many are plain but of elegant shape. One or two are ribbed, and some have simply an embossed star in the center. About 150 bronze vessels discovered in this chamber are now in the British Museum, without including numerous fragments, which, although showing traces of ornament, are too far destroyed by decomposition to be cleaned. The metal of the dishes, bowls, and rings has been carefully analyzed, and has been found to contain 1 part of tin to 10 of copper, being exactly the relative proportions of the best ancient and modern bronze. The bells, however, have 14% of tin, showing that the Assyrians were well aware of the effect produced by changing the proportions of the metals. These two facts show the advance made by them in the metallurgic art. The effect of age and decay has been to cover the surface of all these bronze objects with a coating of beautiful crystals of malachite, beneath which the component substances have been converted into suboxide of copper and peroxide of tin, leaving in many instances no traces whatever of the metals. It would appear that the Assyrians were unable to give elegant forms or a pleasing appearance to objects in iron alone, and that consequently they frequently overlaid that metal with bronze, either entirely or partially by way of ornament. The feet of the ring tripods previously described furnish highly interesting specimens of this process, and prove the progress made by the Assyrians in it. The iron enclosed within the copper has not been exposed to the same decay as that detached from it, and will still take a polish. The tin was probably obtained from Phoenicia, and consequently that used in the bronzes of the British Museum may actually have been exported nearly 3,000 years ago from the British Isles. We find the Assyrians and Babylonians making an extensive use of this metal, which was probably one of the chief articles of trade supplied by the cities of the Syrian coast, whose seamen sought for it on the distant shores of the Atlantic. The embossed and engraved vessels from Nimrod afford many interesting illustrations of the progress made by the ancients in metallurgy. From the Egyptian character of the designs, and especially of the drapery of the figures, in several of the specimens it may be inferred that some of them were not Assyrian, but had been brought from a foreign people. As in the ivories, however, the workmanship, subjects, and mode of treatment are more Assyrian than Egyptian, and seem to show that the artist either copied from Egyptian models or was a native of a country under the influence of the arts and tastes of Egypt. The Sidonians and other inhabitants of the Phoenician coast were the most renowned workers in metal of the ancient world. In the Homeric poems they are frequently mentioned as the artificers who fashioned and embossed metal cups and bowls, and Solomon sought cunning men from Tyre to make the gold and brazen utensils for his temple and palaces. It is, therefore, not impossible that the vessels discovered at Nimrod were the work of Phoenician artists, brought expressly from Tyre, or carried away amongst the captives when their cities were taken by the Assyrians, who, we know from many passages in the Bible, always secured the smiths and artisans, and placed them in their own immediate dominions. They may have been used for sacrificial purposes, at royal banquets, or when the king performed certain religious ceremonies, for in the bas-reliefs he is frequently presented on such occasions with a cup or bowl in his hand. Or they may have formed part of the spoil of some Syrian nation, placed in a temple at Nineveh, as the holy utensils of the Jews, after the destruction of the sanctuary, were kept in the temple of Babylon. It is not, indeed, impossible that some of them may have been actually brought from the cities round Jerusalem by Sennacherib himself, or from Samaria by Salmanaser or Sargon, who, we find, inhabited the palace at Nimrod, and of whom several relics have already been discovered in the ruins. Around the vessels I have described were heaped arms, remains of armor, iron instruments, glass bowls, and various objects in ivory and bronze. The arms consisted of swords, daggers, shields, and the heads of spears and arrows, which, being chiefly of iron, fell to pieces almost as soon as exposed to the air. The shields are of bronze and circular, the rim bending inwards and forming a deep groove round the edge. The handles are of iron, and fastened by 6 bosses or nails, the heads of which form an ornament on the outer face of the shield. The diameter of the largest and most perfect is 2 feet 6 inches. Although their weight must have impeded the movements of an armed warrior, the Assyrian spearmen are constantly represented in the bas-reliefs with them. Such, too, were probably the bucklers that Solomon hung on his towers. A number of thin iron rods, adhering together in bundles, were found amongst the arms. They may have been the shafts of arrows, which, it has been conjectured from several passages in the Old Testament, were sometimes of burnished metal. To make bright the arrows may, however, only allude to the head fastened to a reed, or shaft of some light wood. The armor consists of parts of breastplates and of other fragments embossed with figures and ornaments. Amongst the iron instruments were the head of a pick, a double-handed saw, about 3 feet 6 inches in length, several objects representing the heads of sledge-hammers, and a large blunt spearhead, such as we find from the sculptures, were used during sieges to force stones from the walls of besieged cities. The most interesting of the ivory relics were a carved staff, perhaps a royal sceptre, part of which has been preserved, although in the last stage of decay, and several entire elephant tusks, the largest being about 2 feet 5 inches long. The ivory could, with difficulty, be detached from the earth in which it was embedded. It fell to small fragments and even to dust almost as soon as exposed to the air. I have described elsewhere the frequent use of ivory for the adornment of ancient Eastern palaces and temples, as well as for thrones and furniture. Ezekiel includes horns of ivory amongst the objects brought to Tyre from Dedan, and the Assyrians may have obtained their supplies from the same country, which some believe to have been in the Persian Gulf. Amongst various small objects in bronze were 2 cubes, each having on one face the figure of a scarab with outstretched wings, inlaid in gold. Very interesting specimens, and probably amongst the earliest known of an art carried in modern times to great perfection in the East. 2 entire glass bowls, with fragments of others, were also found in this chamber. The glass, like all that from the ruins, is covered with pearly scales, which, on being removed, leave prismatic opal-like colors of the greatest brilliancy, showing, under different lights, the most varied and beautiful tints. On this highly interesting relic is the name of Sargon, with his title of King of Assyria, in cuneiform characters, and the figure of a lion. We are therefore able to fix its date to the latter part of the 7th century B.C. It is, consequently, the most ancient known specimen of transparent glass, none from Egypt being, it is believed, earlier than the time of the Samachedi, the end of the 6th or the beginning of the 5th century B.C. Opaque colored glass was, however, manufactured at a much earlier period, and some exist in the 15th century B.C. The Sargon vase was blown in one solid piece, and then shaped and hollowed out by a turning machine, of which the marks are still plainly visible. Within it were found, it will be remembered, 2 larger vases in white alabaster, inscribed with the name of the same king. They were all probably used for holding some ointment or cosmetic. With the glass bowls was discovered a rock crystal lens, with opposite convex and plane faces. Its properties could scarcely have been unknown to the Assyrians, and we have consequently the earliest specimen of a magnifying and burning glass. It was buried beneath a heap of fragments of beautiful blue opaque glass, apparently the enamel of some object in ivory or wood, which had perished. In the further corner of the chamber, to the left hand, stood the royal throne. Although it was utterly impossible, from the complete state of decay of the materials, to preserve any part of it entire, I was able, by carefully removing the earth, to ascertain that it resembled, in shape, the chair of state of the king, as seen in the sculptures of Koyunjik and Khorsabad, and particularly the represented in the bas-relief already described, of Sennacherib receiving the captives in spoil after the conquest of the city of Lachish. With the exception of the legs, which appear to have been of ivory, it was of wood, cased or overlaid with bronze, as the throne of Solomon was of ivory overlaid with gold. The metal was most elaborately engraved and embossed with symbolic figures and ornaments, like those embroidered on the robes of the early Nimrod king, such as winged deities struggling with griffins, mythic animals, men before the sacred tree, and the winged lion and bull. As the woodwork over which the bronze was fastened by means of small nails of the same material had rotted away, the throne fell to pieces, but the metal casing was partly preserved. The legs were adorned with lion's paws resting on a pine-shaped ornament, like the thrones of the later Assyrian sculptures, and stood on a bronze base. A rod with loose rings, to which was once hung embroidered drapery or some rich stuff, appears to have belonged to the back of the chair, or to a framework raised above or behind it. In front of the throne was the footstool, also of wood overlaid with embossed metal, and adorned with the heads of rams or bulls. The feet ended in lion's paws and pine cones, like those of the throne. The 2 pieces of furniture may have been placed together in a temple as an offering to the gods, as Midas placed his throne in the temple of Delphi. The ornaments on them were so purely Assyrian that there can be little doubt of their having been expressly made for the Assyrian king, and not having been the spoil of some foreign nations. Such, with an alabaster jar and a few other objects in metal, were the relics found in the newly opened room. After the examination I made of the building during my former excavation, this accidental discovery proves that other treasures may still exist in the mound of Nimrod, and increases my regret that means were not at my command to remove the rubbish from the center of the other chambers in the palace. End of Chapter 8. Recording by Todd.
Chapter 9 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett, Melbourne, Australia. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 9. Visit to the Winged Lions by Night. The Bitumen Springs. Removal of the winged lions to the river. Floods at Nimrod. Yazidi Marriage Festival. Barzani. Visit to Bavian. Site of the Battle of Arbela. Description of rook sculptures. Inscriptions. The Shabbaks. By the 28th of January, the colossal lions forming the portal to the great hall in the northwest palace of Nimrod were ready to be dragged to the river bank. The walls and their sculptured panelling had been removed from both sides of them, and they stood isolated in the midst of the ruins. We rode one calm, cloudless night to the mound to look on them for the last time, before they were taken from their old resting places. The moon was at her full, and as we drew nigh to the edge of the deep wall of earth rising round them, her soft light was creeping over the stern features of the human heads, and driving before it the dark shadows which still clothed the lion forms. One by one the limbs of the gigantic sphinxes emerged from the gloom, until the monsters were unveiled before us. I shall never forget that night, or the emotions which those venerable figures caused within me. A few hours more, and they were to stand no longer where they had stood unscathed amidst the wreck of man and his works for ages. It seemed almost sacrilege to tear them from their old haunts, to make them a mere wonder-stock to the busy crowd of a new world. They were better suited to the desolation around them, for they had guarded the palace in its glory, and it was for them to watch over it in its ruin. Sheikh Abdurrahman, who had ridden with us to the mound, was troubled with no such reflections. He gazed listlessly at the grim images, wondered at the folly of the Franks, thought the night cold, and turned his mare towards his tents. We scarcely heeded his going, but stood speechless in the deserted portal, until the shadows again began to creep over its hoary guardians. Beyond the ruined palaces, a scene scarcely less solemn awaited us. I had sent a party of Jabours to the Bitumen Springs, outside the walls to the east of the enclosure. The Arabs, having lighted a small fire with brushwood, awaited our coming to throw the burning sticks upon the pitchy pools. A thick, heavy smoke rolled upwards in curling volumes, hiding the light of the moon and spreading wide over the sky. Tongues of flame and jets of gas, driven from the burning pit, shot through the murky canopy. As the fire brightened, 1,000 fantastic forms of light played amidst the smoke. To break the cindered crust and to bring fresh slime to the surface, the Arabs threw large stones into the springs. A new volume of fire then burst forth, throwing a deep red glare upon the figures and upon the landscape. The Jabours danced round the burning pools like demons in some midnight orgy, shouting their war cry and brandishing their glittering arms. In an hour the bitumen was exhausted for the time, the dense smoke gradually died away, and the pale light of the moon again shone over the black slime pits. The colossal lions were moved by still simpler and ruder means than those adopted on my first expedition. They were tilted over upon loose earth heaped behind them, their too rapid descent being checked by a hawser, which was afterwards replaced by props of wood and stone. They were then lowered, by levers and jackscrews, upon the cart brought under them. A road paved with flat stones had been made to the edge of the mound, and the sculpture was, without difficulty, dragged from the trenches. Owing to recent heavy rains, which had left in many places deep swamps, we experienced much difficulty in dragging the cart over the plain to the riverside. 3 days were spent in transporting each lion. The unwieldy mass was propelled from behind by enormous levers of poplar wood, and in the costumes of those who worked, as well as in the means adopted to move the colossal sculptures, except that we used a wheeled cart instead of a sledge, the procession closely resembled that which in days of yore transported the same great figures, and which we see so graphically represented on the walls of Kuyunjik. As they had been brought, so were they taken away. It was necessary to humour and excite the Arabs to induce them to persevere in the arduous work of dragging the cart through the soft, deep soil into which it continually sank. At one time, after many vain efforts to move the buried wheels, it was unanimously declared that Mr. Cooper, the artist, brought ill luck, and no one would work until he retired. The cumbrous machine crept onwards for a few more yards, but again all exertions were fruitless. Then the frank lady would bring good fortune if she sat on the sculpture. The wheels rolled heavily along, but were soon clogged once more in the yielding soil. An evil eye surely lurked among the workmen or the bystanders. Search was quickly made, and one having been detected upon whom this curse had alighted, he was ignominiously driven away with shouts and execrations. This impediment having been removed, the cart drew nearer to the village, but soon again came to a standstill. All the sheikhs were now summarily degraded from their rank and honours, and a weak, ragged boy, having been dressed up in tawdry kerchiefs and invested with a cloak, was pronounced by Hormuzd to be the only fit chief for such puny men. The cart moved forwards until the ropes gave way under the new excitement caused by this reflection upon the character of the Arabs. When that had subsided and the presence of the youthful sheikh no longer encouraged his subjects, he was as summarily deposed as he had been elected, and a greybeard of 90 was raised to the dignity in his stead. He had his turn. Then the most unpopular of the sheikhs were compelled to lie down on the ground, that the groaning wheels might pass over them, like the car of Juggernaut over its votaries. With yells, shrieks, and wild antics, the cart was drawn within a few inches of the prostrate men. As a last resource, I seized a rope myself, and with shouts of defiance between the different tribes, who were divided into separate parties and pulled against each other, and amidst the deafening talil of the women, the lion was at length fairly brought to the water's edge. The winter rains had not yet swelled the waters of the river so as to enable a raft bearing a very heavy cargo to float with safety to Baghdad. It was not until the month of April, after I had left Mosul on my journey to the Kahboa, that the floods, from the melting of the snows in the higher mountains of Kurdistan, swept down the valley of the Tigris. I was consequently obliged to confide the task of embarking the sculptures to Benan, my principal overseer, a Mausolean stonecutter of considerable skill and experience, Mr. Vice-Consul Rassam kindly undertaking to superintend the operation. Owing to extraordinary storms in the hills, the river rose suddenly and with unexampled rapidity. The Jaf was one vast sea, and a furious wind drove the waves against the foot of the mound. The Arabs had never seen a similar inundation, and before they could escape to the high land, many persons were overwhelmed in the waters. When the flood had subsided, the lions on the river bank, though covered with mud and silt, were found uninjured. They were speedily placed on the rafts prepared for them, but unfortunately during the operation, one of them, which had previously been cracked nearly across, separated into two parts. Both sculptures were doomed to misfortune. Some person, uncovering the other during the night, broke the nose. I was unable to discover the author of this wanton mischief. He was probably a stranger who had some feud with the Arabs working in the excavations. The rafts reached Baghdad in safety. After receiving the necessary repairs, they floated onwards to Busra, and although they encountered several serious dangers and mishaps, they finally reached England. During my hasty visit in the autumn to Bavian, I had been unable either to examine the rock tablets with sufficient care or to copy the inscriptions. The lions having been moved, I seized the first leisure moment to return to those remarkable monuments. Kawal Yusuf having invited me to the marriage of his niece, at Bashika, we left Nimrod early in the morning for that village. The Kawal, followed by the principal inhabitants on horseback, and by a large concourse of people on foot, accompanied by music, and by children bringing lambs as offerings, met us not far from the village. It was already the second day of the marriage. On the previous day, the parties had entered into the contract before the usual witnesses, amidst rejoicing and dances. After our arrival, the bride was led to the house of the bridegroom, surrounded by the inhabitants, dressed in their gayest robes, and by the Kawals playing on their instruments of music. She was covered from head to foot by a thick veil, and was kept behind a curtain in the corner of a darkened room. Here she remained until the guests had feasted 3 days, after which the bridegroom was allowed to approach her. The courtyard of the house was filled with dancers, and during the day and the greater part of the night nothing was heard but the loud signs of rejoicing of the women and the noise of the drum and the pipe. On the 3rd day, the bridegroom was sought early in the morning and led in triumph by his friends from house to house, receiving at each a trifling present. He was then placed within a circle of dancers, and the guests and bystanders, wetting small coins, stuck them on his forehead. The money was collected as it fell, in an open kerchief, held by his companions under his chin. After this ceremony, a party of young men, who had attached themselves to the bridegroom, rushed into the crowd, and carrying off the most wealthy of the guests, locked them up in a dark room until they consented to pay a ransom for their release. The money thus collected was added to the dowry of the newly married couple. Leaving the revellers, I rode to Bazani with Kawal Yusuf, Sheikh Jindi, the stern leader of the religious ceremonies at Sheikh Adi, and a few Yazidi notables to examine the rocky valleys behind the village. I once more searched in vain for some traces of ancient quarries, from whence the Assyrians might have obtained the slabs used in their buildings. At the entrance of one of the deep ravines, which runs into the Gebel Maklub, a clear spring gushes from a grotto in the hillside. Tradition says that this is the cave of the 7 sleepers and their dog, and the Yazidis have made the spot a ziyarah, or place of pilgrimage. A ride of 7 hours brought us to the foot of the higher limestone range and to the mouth of the ravine containing the rock sculptures. Bavian is a mere Kurdish hamlet of 5 or 6 miserable huts on the left bank of the Gazir. We stopped at the larger village of Kinis. The two being scarcely half a mile apart, the place is usually called Kinis Bavian. The Arab population ceases with the plains, the villages in the hills being inhabited by Kurds and included in the district of Missouri. Adjoining is the Yazidi district of Shekan. The rock sculptures of Bavian are the most important that have yet been discovered in Assyria. They are carved in relief on the side of a narrow rocky ravine on the right bank of the Gomel, a brawling mountain torrent issuing from the Missouri hills, and one of the principal feeders of the small river Gazir, the ancient Bumidus. The Gomel or Gomella may perhaps be traced in the ancient name of Gorgamella, celebrated for that great victory which gave to the Macedonian conqueror the dominion of the eastern world. Although the battlefield was called after Arbela, a neighbouring city, we know that the river Zab intervened between them, and that the battle was fought near the village of Gorgamella, on the banks of the Bumidus, or Gazir, the Gomella of the Kurds. It is remarkable that tradition has not preserved any record of the precise scene of an event which so materially affected the destinies of the East. The history of this great battle is unknown to the present inhabitants of the country, nor does any local name, except perhaps that which I have pointed out, serve to connect it with these plains. The battlefield was probably in the neighbourhood of Tel Aswat, or between it and the junction of the Gazir with the Zab, on the direct line of march to the fords of that river. We had undoubtedly crossed the very spot during our ride to Bavian. The whole of the country between the Marklub range and the Tigris is equally well suited to the operations of mighty armies, but from the scanty topographical details given by the historians of Alexander, we are unable to identify the exact place of his victory. It is curious that hitherto no remains or relics have been turned up by the plough which would serve to mark the precise site of so great a battle as that of Arbela. The principal rock tablet at Bavian contains 4 figures, sculptured in relief upon the smoothed face of a limestone cliff, rising perpendicularly from the bed of the torrent. They are enclosed by a kind of frame, 28 feet high by 30 feet wide, and are protected by an overhanging cornice from the water which trickles down the face of the precipice. 2 deities, facing each other, are represented, as they frequently are on monuments and relics of the same period, standing on mythic animals resembling dogs. They wear the high square headdress, with horns uniting in front, peculiar to the human-headed bulls of the later Assyrian palaces. One holds in the left hand a kind of staff, surmounted by the sacred tree. To the centre of this staff is attached a ring encircling a figure, probably that of the king. The other hand is stretched forth towards the opposite god, who carries a similar staff and grasps in the right hand an object which is too much injured to be accurately described. These 2 figures may represent but one and the same great tutelary deity of the Assyrians, as the 2 kings who stand in act of adoration before them are undoubtedly but one and the same king. The monarch thus doubly portrayed is behind the god. He raises one hand and holds in the other the sacred mace, ending in a ball. His dress resembles that of the builder of the Kuyunjik palace, Sennacherib, with whom the inscriptions I shall presently describe identify him. This bas-relief has suffered greatly from the effects of the atmosphere, and in many parts the details can no longer be distinguished, but they have been still more injured by those who occupied the country after the fall of the Assyrian Empire. Strangers, having no reverence for the records or sacred monuments of those who went before them, excavated in the ready scarped rocks the sepulchral chambers of their dead. In this great tablet there are 4 such tombs. I entered them by means of a rope lowered from above by a party of Kurds. They were empty, their contents having of course been long before carried away or destroyed. To the left of this great bas-relief and nearer the mouth of the ravine is a second tablet containing a horseman at full speed and the remains of other figures. Both horse and rider are of colossal proportions and remarkable for the spirit of the outline. The warrior wears the Assyrian pointed helmet and couches a long, ponderous spear, as in the act of charging the enemy. Before him is a colossal figure of the king, and behind him a deity with a horned cap. Above his head, a row of smaller figures of gods standing on animals of various forms, as in the rock sculptures of Malthaiya. This fine bas-relief has unfortunately suffered even more than the other monuments from the effects of the atmosphere, and would easily escape notice without an acquaintance with its position. Scattered over the cliff on each side of the principal bas-reliefs are 11 small tablets, some easily accessible, others so high up on the face of the precipice that they are scarcely seen from below. One is on a level with the bed of the stream, and was indeed almost covered by the mud deposit of the floods. Each arched recess, for they are cut into the rock, contains a figure of the king, as at the Nar el-Kelb, near Beirut in Syria, 5 foot 6 inches high. Above his head are the sacred symbols, arranged in 4 distinct groups. The first group consists of 3 tiaras, like those worn by the gods and human-headed bulls, and of a kind of altar on which stands a staff ending in the head of a ram, the second of a crescent, and of the winged disc or globe, the third of a pedestal, on which are a trident and 3 staffs, one topped by a cone, another without ornament, and the last ending in 2 bulls' heads turned in opposite directions, and the fourth of a Maltese cross, perhaps symbolical of the sun, and the 7 stars. Some of these symbols have reference, it would seem, to the astral worship of the Assyrians, whilst others probably represent instruments used during sacrifices or sacred ceremonies. Across 3 of these royal tablets are inscriptions. One can be reached from the foot of the cliff. The others, being on the higher sculptures, cannot be seen from below. They are all more or less injured, but being very nearly word for word the same, they can to some extent be restored. I was lowered by ropes to those on the face of the precipice, which are not otherwise accessible. Standing on a ledge scarcely 6 inches wide, overlooking a giddy depth, and in a constrained and painful position, I had some difficulty in copying them. The stupidity and clumsiness, moreover, of the Kurds, who had never aided in such proceedings before, rendered my attempts to reach the sculptures somewhat dangerous. The inscriptions, the longest of which contained 63 lines, are in many respects of considerable importance, and have been partly translated by Dr. Hincks. They commence with an invocation to Ashur and the great deities of Assyria, the names of only 11 of whom are legible, although probably the whole 13 are enumerated as on the monuments from Nimrod. Then follow the names and titles of Sennacherib. Next, there is an account of various great works for irrigation undertaken by this king. From 18 districts or villages, he declares he dug 18 canals to the Assur, or Kusur, in which he collected their waters. He also dug a canal from the borders of the town, or district of Kisri, to Nineveh, and brought these waters through it. He called it the Canal of Sennacherib. A long, obscure passage precedes a very detailed account of the expedition to Babylon and Kardunias against Merodach Baladan, recorded under the first year of the annals on the Kuyunjik bulls. After mentioning some canals which he had made in the south of Assyria, Sennacherib speaks of the army which defended the workmen being attacked by the king of Elam and the king of Babylon, with many kings of the hills and the plains who were their allies. He defeated them in the neighbourhood of Kalul, site undetermined. Many of the great people of the king of Elam and the son of the king of Kardunias were either killed or taken prisoners, while the kings themselves fled to their respective countries. Sennacherib then mentions his advance to Babylon, his conquest and plunder of it, and concludes with saying that he brought back from that city the images of the gods which had been taken by Merodach Adake, the king of Mesopotamia, from Assyria 418 years before, and put them in their places. Now, the importance of this inscription, presuming it to be correctly interpreted, will at once be perceived, for it proves almost beyond a doubt that at that remote period the Assyrians kept an exact computation of time. We may consequently hope that sooner or later chronological tables may be discovered, which will furnish us with minute and accurate information as to the precise epoch of the occurrence of various important events in Assyrian history. It is indeed remarkable that Sennacherib should mark so exactly the year of the carrying away of the Assyrian gods. This very date enables us, as will hereafter be seen, to restore much of the chronology and to place almost with certainty in the dynastic lists a king whose position was before unknown. We find also that the greater part, if not the whole, of the rock sculptures were executed either at the end of the first or at the beginning of the second year of the reign of Sennacherib. As he particularly describes 6 tablets, it's probable that the others were added at some future period and after some fresh victory. When the whole inscription is restored, we shall probably obtain many other important details which are wanting in the annals of Kuyunjik and in the records of the same period. Beneath the sculptured tablets and in the bed of the Gomel are 2 enormous fragments of rock, which appear to have been torn from the overhanging cliff and to have been hurled by some mighty convulsion of nature into the torrent below. The pent-up waters eddy round them in deep and dangerous whirlpools, and when swollen by the winter rains, sweep completely over them. They still bear the remains of sculpture. One has been broken by the fall into 2 pieces. On them is the Assyrian Hercules, strangling the lion between 2 winged, human-headed bulls back to back, as at the grand entrances of the palaces of Kuyunjik and Khorsabad. Above this group is the king, worshipping between 2 deities who stand on mythic animals, having the heads of eagles, the bodies and forefeet of lions, and hind legs armed with the talons of a bird of prey. The height of the whole sculpture is 24 feet, that of the winged bull 8 foot 6 inches. Near the entrance to the ravine, the face of the cliff has been scraped for some yards to the level of the bed of the torrent. A party of Kurds were hired to excavate at this spot, as well as in other parts of the narrow valley. Remains and foundations of buildings in well-hewn stone were discovered under the thick mud deposited by the Gamel when swollen by rains. Higher up the gorge, on removing the earth, I found a series of basins cut in the rock and descending in steps to the stream. The water had originally been led from one to the other through small conduits, the lowest of which was ornamented at its mouth with two rampant lions in relief. These outlets were choked up, but we cleared them, and by pouring water into the upper basin, restored the fountain as it had been in the time of the Assyrians. From the nature and number of the monuments at Bavian, it would seem that this ravine was a sacred spot, devoted to religious ceremonies and to national sacrifices. When the buildings, whose remains still exist, were used for these purposes, the waters must have been pent up between quays or embankments. They now occasionally spread over the bottom of the valley, leaving no pathway at the foot of the lofty cliffs. The remains of a well-built raised causeway of stone, leading to Bavian from the city of Nineveh, may still be traced across the plain to the east of the Gebel Maklub. The place, from its picturesque beauty and its cool, refreshing shade, even in the hottest day of summer, is a grateful retreat, well suited to devotion and to holy rites. The brawling stream almost fills the bed of the narrow ravine with its clear and limpid waters. The beetling cliffs rise abruptly on each side, and above them tower the wooded declivities of the Kurdish hills. As the valley opens into the plain, the sides of the limestone mountains are broken into a series of distinct strata, and resemble a vast flight of steps leading up to the highlands of Central Asia. The banks of the torrent are clothed with shrubs and dwarf trees, amongst which are the green myrtle and the gay oleander, bending under the weight of its rosy blossoms. I remained 2 days at Bavian to copy the inscriptions and to explore the Assyrian remains. Wishing to visit the Yazidi chiefs, I took the road to Ain Sifni, passing through 2 large Kurdish villages, Atrush and Omesos Sukra, and leaving the entrance to the valley of Sheikh Adi to the right. The district to the northwest of Kinis is partly inhabited by a tribe professing peculiar religious tenets, and known by the name of Shabak. Although strange and mysterious rites are, as usual, attributed to them, I suspect they are simply the descendants of Kurds who emigrated at some distant period from the Persian slopes of the mountains, and who still profess Shiite doctrines. We passed the night in the village of Essia, where Sheikh Nasr had recently built a dwelling house. I occupied the same room with the Sheikh, Hussein Bey, and a large body of Yazidi Kawals, and was lulled to sleep by an interminable tale about the Prophet Muhammad and a stork, which, when we had all lain down to rest, a Yazidi priest related, with the same soporific effect upon the whole party. On the following day I hunted gazelles with Hussein Bey, returning next morning to Mosul. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett, Melbourne, Australia. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen, Layard. Chapter 10. Visit to Kala Shergat prevented. Visit to Shomamok. Keshaf. The Hawar. A Bedouin. His mission. Descent of Arab horses. Their pedigree. Ruins of Mokamur. The Mound of the Khazr. Plain of Shomamok. The Glar or Kala. Xenophon and the 10,000. a wolf, return to Nimrod and Mosul, discoveries at Kuyunjik, description of the bas-reliefs. The mound of Kala Shergat having been very imperfectly examined during my former residence in Assyria, I had made arrangements to return to the ruins. All my preparations were complete by the 22nd of February, and I floated down the Tigris on a raft laden with provisions and tools necessary for at least a month's residence and work in the desert. I had expected to find Mohammed Said, one of my Jabur sheikhs, with a party of the Ajel, his own particular tribe, ready to accompany me. The Bedouins, however, were moving to the north, and their horsemen had already been seen in the neighbourhood of Kala Shergat. Nothing would consequently induce the Ajel, who were not on the best terms with the Shamar Arabs, to leave their tents, and after much useless discussion I was obliged to give up the journey. Awad, with a party of Jahesh, had been for nearly 6 weeks exploring the mounds in the plain of Shomamok, country of the Thai Arabs, and had sent to tell me that he had found remains of buildings, vases, and inscribed bricks. I determined, therefore, to spend a few days in inspecting his excavations, and in carefully examining those ruins which I had only hastily visited on my previous journey. I accordingly started from Nimrod on the 2nd of March, accompanied by Hormuzd, the doctor, and Mr. Rolland. We descended the Tigris to its junction with the Zab, whose waters, swollen by the melting of the snows in the Kurdish mountains, were no longer fordable. Near the confluence of the streams and on the southern bank of the Zab is the lofty mound of Keshaf, where are the remains of a deserted fort commanding the 2 rivers. It was garrisoned a few years ago by an officer and a company of irregular troops from Baghdad, who were able from this stronghold to check the inroads of the Bedouins, as well as of the Thai and other tribes who plundered the Mosul villages. Since it has been abandoned, the country has again been exposed to the incursions of these marauders, who now cross the rivers unmolested and lay waste the cultivated districts. The tents of the Hawa were about 5 miles from Keshaf. Since my last visit, he had become once more the acknowledged chief of the Thai. Faras had, however, withdrawn from his rival, and, followed by his own adherents, had moved to the banks of the Lesser Zab. The Shamar Bedouins, encouraged by the division in the tribe, had only 3 days before our visit crossed the Tigris and fallen suddenly upon the Koshers, or Kurdish wanderers, of the Herki clans. These nomads descend annually from the highest mountain regions to winter in the rich meadows of Shomamok. They pay a small tribute to the Thai for permission to pasture their flocks, and for protection against the desert Arabs. The Hawa was consequently bound to defend them, but in endeavouring to do so had been beaten, with the loss of 40 of their finest mares. We found the Hawa much cast down and vexed by his recent misfortunes. The chiefs of the tribe were with him, in gloomy consultation over their losses. A Bedouin, wrapped in his ragged cloak, was seated listlessly in the tent. He had been my guest the previous evening at Nimrod, and had announced himself on a mission from the Shamar to the Thai, to learn the breed of the mares which had been taken in the late conflict. His message might appear, to those ignorant of the customs of the Arabs, one of insult and defiance, but he was on a common errand, and although there was blood between the tribes, his person was as sacred as that of an ambassador in any civilized community. After a battle or a foray, the tribes who have taken horses from the enemy will send an envoy to ask their breed, and a person so chosen passes from tent to tent unharmed, hearing from each man, as he eats his bread, the descent and qualities of the animal he may have lost. Amongst men who attach the highest value to the pure blood of their horses, and who have no written pedigree, for amongst the Bedouins documents of this kind don't exist, such customs are necessary. The descent of a horse is preserved by tradition, and the birth of a colt is an event known to the whole tribe. It would be considered disgraceful to the character of a true Bedouin to give false testimony on such a point, and his word is usually received with implicit confidence. The morning following, though the Hawar and the Arabs refused to accompany me, I set off for the ruins, which are in the deserted district between the Karachok range and the river Tigris. The plains in which they are situated are celebrated for the richness of their pastures, and are sought in spring by the Thai and the Kurdish kochers. We kept as much as possible in the broken country at the foot of the mountain to escape observation. The wooded banks of the Tigris and the white dome of the tomb of Sultan Abdallah were faintly visible in the distance, and a few artificial mounds rose in the plains. The pastures were already fit for the flocks, and luxuriant grass furnished food for our horses amidst the ruins. The principal mound of Mokamur is of considerable height, and ends in a cone. It is apparently the remains of a platform built of earth and sun-dried bricks, originally divided into several distinct stages or terraces. On one side are the traces of an inclined ascent, or of a flight of steps, once leading to the summit. It stands in the centre of a quadrangle of lower mounds, about 480 paces square. I could find no remains of masonry, nor any fragments of inscribed bricks, pottery, or sculptured alabaster. The ruins are near the southern spur of Karachok, where that mountain, after falling suddenly into low broken hills, again rises into a solitary ridge, called Bismar, stretching to the lesser Zab, Mokamur being between the two rivers. These detached limestone ridges, running parallel to the great range of Kurdistan, such as the Maklub, Sinjar, Karachok, and Hamrin, are a peculiar feature in the geological structure of the country lying between the ancient province of Cilicia and the Persian Gulf. Having examined the ruins, taken bearings of the principal landmarks, and allowed our horses to refresh themselves in the high grass, I returned to the encampment of the Thai. A ride of 3 hours next morning across the spurs of the Karachok brought us to the ruins of Abu Jerda, near which we had found the tents of Faras on our last visit. The mound is of considerable size, and on its summit are traces of foundations in stone masonry, but I could find no remains to connect it with the Assyrian period. We breakfasted with our old host, Wali Beg, and then continued our journey to one of the principal artificial mounds of Shomamok, called the Khazr, or Palace. The pastures were covered with the flocks of the Arabs, the Kochers, and the Dithdei Kurds. We crossed a broad and deep valley called the Kordera, and encamped for the night at the foot of the Khazr, on the banks of a rivulet called Az-Sureji, which joins the Kordera below Abu Jerda, near a village named Salam Alaik, or Peace be with you. The mound is both large and lofty, and is surrounded by the remains of an earthen embankment. It is divided almost into two distinct equal parts by a ravine or watercourse. Where an ascent probably once led from the plain to the edifice on the summit of the platform. Awad had opened several deep trenches and tunnels in the mound, and had discovered chambers, some with walls of plain sun-dried bricks, others panelled round the lower part with slabs of reddish limestone, about 3.5 or 4 feet high. He had also found inscribed bricks, with inscriptions declaring that Sennacherib had here built a city, or rather palace, for the name of which, as written in the cuneiform characters, I am not able to suggest a reading. I observed a thin deposit or layer of pebbles and rubble above the remains of the Assyrian building and about 8 feet beneath the surface, as at Kuyangjik. From the summit of the Kasra of Shomamok, I took bearings of 25 considerable mounds, the remains of ancient Assyrian population, the largest being in the direction of the Lesser Zab. Wishing to examine several ruins in the neighbourhood, I left our tents early on the following morning, and rode to the mound of Abdul Aziz, about 8 or 9 miles distant, and on the road between Baghdad and Arbil. The latter town, with its castle perched upon a lofty artificial mound, all that remains of the ancient city of Arbela, which gave its name to one of the greatest battles the world ever saw, was visible during the greater part of our day's ride. The plain abounds in villages and canals for irrigation, supplied by the Az-Sareji. The soil, thus irrigated, produces cotton, rice, tobacco, millet, melons, cucumbers, and a few vegetables. Blah, blah. The jurisdiction of the Taishake ends at the Kasra. The villages beyond are under the immediate control of the governor of Arbil, to whom they pay their taxes. The inhabitants complained loudly of oppression, and appeared to be an active, industrious race. Upon the banks of the Lesser Zab, below Altun Kupri, or Guntara, the bridge, as the Arabs call the place, encamped the Arab tribe of Abu Hamdan, renowned for the beauty of its women. The mounds I examined, and particularly that of Abdul Aziz, abound in sepulchral urns and in pottery, apparently not Assyrian. The most remarkable spot in the district of Shomamok is the Glar, an Arab corruption of Kala, or the castle, about 2 miles distant from the Kasra. It is a natural elevation, left by the stream of the Cordera, which has worn a deep channel in the soil, and dividing itself at this place into 2 branches, forms an island, whose summit, but little increased by artificial means, is therefore nearly on a level with the top of the opposite precipices. The valley may be in some places about 1 mile wide, in others only 400 or 500 yards. The Glar is consequently a natural stronghold, above 100 feet high, furnished on all sides with outworks, resembling the artificial embankments of a modern citadel. A few isolated mounds near it have the appearance of detached forts, and nature seems to have formed a complete system of fortification. I have rarely seen a more curious place. There are no remains of modern habitations on the summit of the Glar, which can only be ascended without difficulty from one side. Howard excavated by my directions in the mound and discovered traces of Assyrian buildings, and several inscribed bricks, bearing the name of Sennacherib and of a castle or palace, which, like that on the bricks from the Kasra, I am unable to interpret. From the Glar I crossed the plain to the mound of Abu Shita, in which Howard had excavated for some time without making any discovery of interest. Near this ruin, perhaps at its very foot, must have taken place an event which led to one of the most celebrated episodes of ancient history. Here were treacherously seized Clearchus, Proxenus, Menon, Archias, and Socrates, and Xenophon, elected to the command of the Greek auxiliaries, commenced the ever-memorable retreat of the 10,000. The camp of Tissaphernes, dappled with its many-coloured tents and glittering with golden arms and silken standards, the gorgeous display of Persian pomp, probably stood on the Cordera between Abu Shitha and the Kasra. The Greeks, having taken the lower road to the west of the Karachok range, through a plain even then as now a desert, turned to the east and crossed the spur of the mountain where we had recently seen the tents of the Hawar, in order to reach the fords of the Zab. I have already pointed out the probability of their having forded that river above the junction of the Gazir, and to this day the ford to the east of Abu Shitha is the best, and that usually frequented by the Arabs. Still not openly molested by the Persians, the Greeks halted for 3 days on the banks of the stream, and Clearchus, to put an end to the jealousies which had broken out between the two armies, sought an interview with the Persian chief. The crafty Eastern, knowing no policy but that to which the descendants of his race are still true, inveigled the Greek commanders into his power, and having seized them, sent them in chains to the Persian monarch. He then put to death many of their bravest companions and soldiers who had accompanied their chiefs. The effect which this perfidious act had on the Greek troops, surrounded by powerful enemies, wandering in the midst of an unknown and hostile country, betrayed by those they had come so far to serve, and separated from their native land by impassable rivers, waterless deserts, and inaccessible mountains, without even a guide to direct their steps, is touchingly described by the great leader and historian of their retreat. Few ate anything that evening, few made fires, and many that night never came to their quarters, but laid themselves down, every man in the place where he happened to be, unable to sleep, through sorrow and longing for their country, their parents, their wives and children, whom they never expected to see again. But there was one in the army who was equal to the difficulties which encompassed them, and who had resolved to encourage his hopeless countrymen to make one great effort for their liberty and their lives. Before the break of day, Xenophon had formed his plans. Dressed in the most beautiful armour he could find, for he thought if the gods granted him victory, these ornaments would become a conqueror, and if he were to die, they would decorate his fall. He harangued the desponding Greeks and showed them how alone they could again see their homes. His eloquence and courage gave them new life, and after fording the river Zab, they commenced that series of marches, directed with a skill and energy unequalled, which led them through difficulties almost insurmountable to their native shores. Near Abu Shitha, too, Darius, a fugitive, urged his flying horses through the Zab. Followed by the scattered remnants of an army which numbered in its ranks men of almost every race and clime of Asia. A few hours after, the Macedonian plunged into the ford in pursuit of the fallen monarch. At the head of those invincible legions which he was to lead, without almost a second check, to the banks of the Indus. The plains which stretch from the Zab below Abu Shitha have since been more than once the battlefield of Europe and Asia. I gazed with deep interest upon the scene of such great events, a plain where nothing remains to tell of the vast armies which once moved across it, of European valour or of Eastern magnificence. Whilst riding through the jungle towards Negub, a wolf rose before me from its lair and ran towards the plain. Following the animal, I wounded it with one barrel of my pistol, and was about to discharge the second, when my horse slipped on some wet straw left by a recent encampment, and we fell together upon the wolf. It struggled and freed itself, leaving me besmeared with its blood. The cock of the pistol fortunately broke in going off whilst the muzzle was close to my head, and I escaped without other injury than a bruised hand, the complete use of which I did not recover for some months. On my return to Nimrod, I remained there a few days to give directions to the overseers for continuing the work during a prolonged absence which I meditated in the desert. At Kuyungjik, several new chambers had been opened. The western portal of the great hall, whose 4 sides were now completely uncovered, led into a long, narrow chamber, 82 feet by 26, the walls of which had unfortunately been almost entirely destroyed. In the chamber beyond, a few slabs were still standing in their original places. In length, this room was the same as that parallel to it, but in breadth it was only 18 feet. The bas-reliefs represented the siege and sack of one of the many cities taken by the great king, and the transfer of its captives to some distant province of Assyria. The Assyrians, as was their custom, carried away in triumph the images of the gods of the conquered nation, which were placed on poles and borne in procession on men's shoulders. "Hath any god of the nations delivered his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria?" exclaimed the Assyrian general to the Jews. "Where are the gods of Hamath and Arphad? Where are the gods of Sepharvaim?" They had been carried away with the captives, and the very idols that were represented in this bas-relief may be amongst those to which Rabshakeh made this boasting allusion. The captured gods were 3, a human figure with outstretched arms, a lion-headed man carrying a long staff in one hand, and an image enclosed by a square frame. On the northern side of the great hall, the portal formed by the winged bulls, and the 2 smaller doorways guarded by colossal winged figures, led into a chamber 100 feet by 24, which opened into a further room of somewhat smaller dimensions. In the first, a few slabs were still standing, to show that on the walls had been represented some warlike expedition of the Assyrian king. And, as usual, the triumphant issue of the campaign. The monarch, in his chariot and surrounded by his bodyguards, was seen receiving the captives and the spoil in a hilly country, whilst his warriors were dragging their horses up a steep mountain near a fortified town, driving their chariots along the banks of a river, and slaying with the spear the flying enemy. The bas-reliefs which had once ornamented the second chamber had been still more completely destroyed. A few fragments proved that they had recorded the wars of the Assyrians with a maritime people, whose overthrow was represented on more than one sculptured wall in the palace, and who may probably be identified with some nation on the Phoenician coast conquered by Sennacherib and mentioned in his great inscriptions. Their galleys, rowed by double banks of oarsmen, and the high conical headdress of their women have already been described. On the best preserved slab was the blah blah blah. On the best preserved slab was the interior of a fortified camp amidst mountains. Within the walls were tents, whose owners were engaged in various domestic occupations, cooking in pots placed on stones over the fire, receiving the blood of a slaughtered sheep in a jar, and making ready the couches. Warriors were seated before a table, with their shields hung to the tent pole above them. To the south of the palace, but part of the same great building, though somewhat removed from the new excavations and adjoining those formerly carried on, an additional chamber had been opened, in which several bas-reliefs of considerable interest had been discovered. Its principal entrance, facing the west, was formed by a pair of colossal human-headed lions, carved in coarse limestone, so much injured that even the inscriptions on the lower part of them were nearly illegible. Unfortunately, the bas-reliefs were equally mutilated, only 4 slabs retaining any traces of sculpture. One of them represented Assyrian warriors leading captives, who differed in costume from any other conquered people hitherto found on the walls of their palaces. Their headdress consisted of high feathers, forming a kind of tiara like that of an Indian chief, and they wore a robe confined at the waist by an ornamented girdle. Some of them carried an object resembling a torch. Amongst the enemies of the Egyptians represented on their monuments is a tribe similarly attired. Their name has been read Tokhari, and they have been identified with an Asiatic nation. We have seen that in the inscriptions on the bulls, the Tokhari are mentioned amongst the people conquered by Sennacherib, and it is highly probable that the captives in the bas-reliefs I'm describing belonged to them. Unfortunately, no epigraph or vestige of an inscription remained on the sculptures themselves to enable us to identify them. On a second slab, preserved in this chamber, was represented a double-walled city with arched gateways and inclined approaches leading to them from the outer walls. Within were warriors with horses. Outside the fortifications was a narrow stream or canal, planted on both sides with trees and flowing into a broad river, on which were large boats, holding several persons and a raft of and flowing into a broad river, on which were large boats holding several persons, and a raft of skins bearing a man fishing, and 2 others seated before a pot or cauldron. Along the banks, and apparently washed by the stream, was a wall with equidistant towers and battlements. On another part of the same river were men ferrying horses across the river in boats, while others were swimming over on inflated skins. The water swarmed with fish and crabs. Gardens and orchards with various kinds of trees appeared to be watered by canals, similar to those which once spread fertility over the plains of Babylonia, and of which the choked-up beds still remain. A man, suspended by a rope, was being lowered into the water. Upon the corner of a slab, almost destroyed, was a hanging garden, supported upon columns, whose capitals were not unlike those of the Corinthian order. This representation of ornamental gardens was highly curious. It is much to be regretted that the bas-reliefs had sustained too much injury to be restored or removed. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jane Bennett, Melbourne, Australia. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen, Layard. Chapter 11, Part 1. Preparations for a journey to the Habur. Sculptures discovered there. Sheikh Sutum. His Redif. Departure from Mosul. First encampment. Abu Khamira. A storm. Tel Erma. A stranger. Tel Jamal. The chief of Tel Afer. A sunset in the desert. A Jabur encampment. The Beld Sinjar. The Sinjar hill. Merkan. Bukra. The dress of the Yazidis. The Shomal. Osafa. Aldina. Return to the Beld. A snake charmer. Journey continued in the desert. Rishwan. Encampment of the Barrage. Dress of Arab women. Rathaya. A deputation from the Yazidis. Arab encampments. The Habur. Muhammad Emin. Arrival at Arban. I had long wished to visit the banks of the Habur. This river, the Chaboris of the Greek geographers, and the Habur or Chebar of the Samaritan captivity, rises in the north of Mesopotamia and flowing to the west of the Sinjar hill, falls into the Euphrates near the site of the ancient city of Carchemish, or Circasium, still known to the Bedouins by the name of Carcassia. As it winds through the midst of the desert, and its rich pastures are the resort of wandering tribes of Arabs, it is always difficult of access to the traveller. It was examined for a short distance from its mouth by the expedition under Colonel Chesney, but the general course of the river was imperfectly known, and several geographical questions of interest connected with it were undetermined previous to my visit. With the Bedouins, who were occasionally my guests at Mosul or Nimrod, as well as with the Jaburs, whose encamping grounds were originally on its banks, the Habur was a constant theme of exaggerated praise. The richness of its pastures, the beauty of its flowers, its jungles teeming with game of all kinds, and the leafy thickness of its trees, yielding an agreeable shade during the hottest days of summer, formed a terrestrial paradise, to which the wandering Arab eagerly turned his steps when he could lead his flocks thither in safety. My old friend Sheikh Muhammad Emin, who had pitched his tents on the river, having invited me to visit him and sent me word that two colossal idols, similar to those of Nimrod, had suddenly appeared in a mound by the riverside, I did not hesitate, but determined to start at once for the Habur. As the Shamar Bedouins were scattered over the desert between Mosul and the Habur, and their horsemen continually scoured the plains in search of plunder, it was necessary that we should be protected and accompanied by an influential chief of the tribe. I accordingly made arrangements with Sutum, a sheikh of the Barrage, one of the principal branches of the Shamar, whose tents were at that time pitched between the river and the ruins of El-Hadar, and, punctual to his appointment, he brought his camels to Mosul on the 19th of March. He was accompanied by Kharaif, his Redif, as the person who sits on the dromedary behind the principal rider is called by the Bedouins. Amongst the two great nomad tribes of the Shamar and Anesa, the word Redif frequently infers a more intimate connection than a mere companionship on a camel. It is customary with them for a warrior to swear a kind of brotherhood with a person not only not related to him by blood, but frequently even of a different tribe. Two men connected by this tie are inseparable. They go together to war, they live in the same tent, and are allowed to see each other's wives. They become, indeed, more than brothers. Choraiff was of the tribe of the Anaser, who have a deadly feud with the Shammar, and was consequently able to render equal services to any of his old or new friends who might fall into each other's hands. It is on this account that a warrior generally chooses his rediff from a warlike tribe with which he is at enmity, for if taken in war, he would then be dachil, that he is protected, by the family, or rather particular, set of his companion. On the other hand, should one of the rediff's friends become the prisoner of the sub-tribe into which his kinsman has been adopted, he would be under its protection and could not be molested. He rides when travelling on the naked back of the animal, clinging to the hinder part of the saddle, his legs crouched up almost to his chin, a very uncomfortable position for one not accustomed from childhood to a hard seat and a rough motion. As our desert trip would probably last for more than 2 months, during which time we should meet with no villages or permanent settlements, we were obliged to take with us supplies of all kinds, both for ourselves and the workmen. Consequently, flour, rice, burgle, prepared wheat to be used as a substitute for rice, and biscuits formed a large portion of our baggage. Various luxuries such as sugar, coffee, tea and spices, with robes of silk and cotton, and red and yellow boots, together with baskets, tools for excavating, tents and working utensils formed the rest of our baggage. As it was my intention to explore any ruins of importance that we might see on our way, I chose about 50 of my best Arab excavators, and 12 Tiari or Nestorians to accompany us. They were to follow on foot, but 1 or 2 extra camels were provided, in case any were unable from fatigue to keep up with the caravan. After the usual noise and confusion in settling the loads on the camels and such matters, about midday the caravan got ready to set out. I did not leave the town until nearly an hour and a half after the caravan, to give time for the loads to be finally adjusted and the line of march to be formed. When we had all assembled outside the Sinjar gate, our party had swollen into a little army. The doctor, Mr. Cooper, and Mr. Hormuz Razam, of course, with other friends, accompanied me. 13 or 14 Bedouins had charge of the camels, so that with the workmen and servants, our caravan consisted of nearly 100 well-armed men, a force sufficient to defy almost any hostile party with which we were likely to fall in during our journey. Hussein Bey, the Yezidi chief, and many of our friends, as it is customary in the East, rode with us during part of our first stage, and my excellent friend, the Reverend Mr. Ford, an American missionary then resident in Mosul, passed the first evening under our tents in the desert. Sutton, with his rediff, rode a light fleet dromedary, which had been taken in a plundering expedition from the Anaser. Its name was Dwala. Its high and picturesque saddle was profusely ornamented with brass bosses and nails. Over the seat was thrown the Baghdad double bags, adorned with long tassels and fringes of many-coloured wools, so much coveted by the Bedouin. The Sheikh had the general direction and superintendence of our march. The Mesopotamian desert had been his home from his birth, and he knew every spring and pasture. He was of the Sadi, one of the most illustrious families of the Shammar, and he possessed great personal influence in the tribe. His intelligence was of a very high order, and he was as well known for his skill in Bedouin intrigue as for his courage and daring in war. In person he was of middle height, of spare habit but well made, and of noble and dignified carriage, although a musket wound in the thigh, from which the ball had not been extracted, gave him a slight lameness in his gait. His features were regular and well proportioned, and of that delicate character so frequently found amongst the nomads of the desert. A restless and sparkling eye of the deepest black spoke the inner man, and seemed to scan and penetrate everything within its ken. His dark hair was plaited into many long tails. His beard, like that of the Arabs in general, was scanty. He wore the usual Arab shirt, and over it a cloak of blue cloth, trimmed with red silk and lined with fur, a present from some pasha, as he pretended, but more probably a part of some great man's wardrobe that had been appropriated without its owner's consent. He was the very picture of a true Bedouin sheikh, and his liveliness, his wit, and his singular powers of conversation, which made him the most agreeable of companions, did not belie his race. The Bayraktar had the general management of the caravan, superintending with untiring zeal and activity the loading and unloading of the animals, the pitching of the tents, and the night watches, which are highly necessary in the desert. As we wound slowly over the low rocky hills to the west of the town of Mosul in a long straggling line, our caravan had a strange and motley appearance. Europeans, Turks, Bedouins, town Arabs, Tiyari, and Yazidis were mingled in singular confusion, each adding, by difference of costume and a profusion of bright colours, to the general picturesqueness and gaiety of the scene. The Tigris, from its entrance into the low country at the foot of the Kurdish mountains near Jazireh to the ruined town of Tikrit, is separated from the Mesopotamian plains by a range of low limestone hills. We rode over this undulating ground for about an hour and a half, and then descended into the plain of Zerga, encamping for the night near the ruins of a small village. There is now scarcely one permanent settlement on the banks of the Tigris from Jazira to the immediate vicinity of Baghdad, with the exception of Mosul and Tikrit. One of the most fertile countries in the world, watered by a river navigable for nearly 600 miles, has been turned into a desert and a wilderness by continued misgovernment, oppression, and neglect. The loads had not yet been fairly divided amongst the camels, and the sun had risen above the horizon before the Bedouins had arranged them to their satisfaction and were ready to depart. The plain of Zerga was carpeted with tender grass, scarcely yet forward enough to afford pasture for our animals. Scattered here and there were tulips of a bright scarlet hue, the earliest flower of the spring. A ride of 3 hours and a quarter brought us to a second line of limestone hills, the continuation of the Tel Afar and Sinjar range, dividing the small plain of Zerga from the true Mesopotamian desert. From a peak which I ascended to take bearings, the vast level country stretching to the Euphrates lay a map beneath me, dotted with mounds, but otherwise unbroken by a single eminence. The nearest and most remarkable group of ruins was called Abu Khamira, and consisted of a lofty, conical mound, surrounded by a square enclosure or ridge of earth, marking, as at Kuyunjik and Nimrod, the remains of ancient walls. 8 or 10 of my workmen, under a Christian superintendent, had for some days been excavating in the ruins of Abu Khamira. I therefore ordered the tents to be pitched near the reedy stream, and galloped to the mounds, which were rather more than a mile distant. In general plan, the ruins closely resemble those of Mokamur in the Thai country. The workmen had opened deep trenches and tunnels in several parts of the principal ruin, and had found walls of sun-dried brick, unsculptured alabaster slabs, and some circular stone sockets for the hinges of gates, similar to those discovered at Nimrod. The baked bricks and the pieces of gypsum and pottery scattered amongst the rubbish bore no inscriptions, and nor could I, after the most careful search, find the smallest fragment of sculpture. I have no hesitation, however, in assigning the ruins to the Assyrian period. One of those furious and sudden storms which frequently sweep over the plains of Mesopotamia during the spring season burst over us in the night. While incessant lightnings broke the gloom, a raging wind almost drowned the deep roll of the thunder. The united strength of the Arabs could scarcely hold the flapping canvas of the tents. Rain descended in torrents, sparing us no place of shelter. Towards dawn, the hurricane had passed away, leaving a still and cloudless sky. When the round, clear sun rose from the broad expanse of the desert, a delightful calm and freshness pervaded the air, producing mingled sensations of pleasure and repose. The vegetation was far more forward in that part of the desert traversed during the day's journey than in the plain of Zerga. We trod on a carpet of the brightest verdure, mingled with gaudy flowers. On all sides of us rose lofty Assyrian mounds, now covered with soft herbage. These, seen from a great distance, and the best of landmarks in a vast plain, guide the Bedouin in his yearly wanderings. Tel Erma, the mound of the spears, had been visible from our tents, rising far above the surrounding ruins. As it was a little out of the direct line of march, Sutton mounted one of our led horses, and leaving Koraif to protect the caravan, rode with me to the spot. The mound is precisely similar in character to Abu Khamira and Mokhamor, and like them stands within a quadrangle of earthen walls. I was unable to find any inscribed fragments of stone or brick. While I was examining the ruins, Sutton, from the highest mound, had been scanning the plain with his eagle eye. At length it rested upon a distant moving object. Although with a telescope I could scarcely distinguish that to which he pointed, the sheikh saw that it was a rider on a dromedary. He now, therefore, began to watch the stranger with that eager curiosity and suspicion always shown by a Bedouin when the solitude of the desert is broken by a human being of whose condition and business he is ignorant. Sutton soon satisfied himself as to the character of the solitary wanderer. He declared him to be a messenger from his own tribe, who had been sent to lead us to his father's tents. Mounting his horse, he galloped towards him. The Arab soon perceived the approaching horseman, and then commenced on both sides a series of manoeuvres practised by those who meet in the desert, and are as yet distrustful of each other. I marked them from the ruin as they cautiously approached, now halting, now drawing nigh, and then pretending to ride away in an opposite direction. At length, recognizing one another, they met, and having first dismounted to embrace, came together towards us. As Sutton had conjectured, a messenger had been sent to him from his father's tribe to say that their tents would be pitched in 3 or 4 days beneath the Sinjar hill. From this spot the old castle of Tel Afer, standing boldly on an eminence about 10 miles distant, was plainly visible. Continuing our march, we reached towards evening a group of mounds known as Tel Jamal, and pitched in the midst of them on a green lawn enamelled with flowers that furnished a carpet for our tents unequalled in softness of texture or in richness of colour by the looms of Kashmir. The tents had scarcely been raised when a party of horsemen were seen coming towards us. As they approached our encampment, they played the gerit with their long spears, galloping to and fro on their well-trained mares. They were the principal inhabitants of Tel Afer, with Ozer Agha, their chief, who brought us a present of lamb's flour and fresh vegetables. The Aga rode on a light chestnut mare of beautiful proportions and rare breed. His dress, as well as that of his followers, was singularly picturesque. His people are Turkomans, a solitary colony in the midst of the desert, and although their connection with the Bedouins had taught them the tongue and the habits of the wandering tribes, yet they still wear the turban of many folds and the gay flowing robes of their ancestors. They allow their hair to grow long and to fall in curls on their shoulders. As the evening crept on, I watched from the highest mound the sun as it gradually sank in unclouded splendour below the sea-like expanse before me. On all sides, as far as the eye could reach, rose the grass-covered heaps marking the site of ancient habitations. The great tide of civilization had long since ebbed, leaving these scattered wrecks on the solitary shore. Are those waters to flow again, bearing back the seeds of knowledge and of wealth that they have wafted to the west? We wanderers were seeking what they had left behind, as children gather up the coloured shells on the deserted sands. At my feet there was a busy scene, making more lonely the unbroken solitude which reigned in the vast plain around, where the only thing having life or motion were the shadows of the lofty mounds as they lengthened before the declining sun. Above 3 years before, when watching the approach of night from the old castle of Tel Afer, I had counted nearly 100 ruins. Now, when in the midst of them, no less than double that number were seen from Tel Jamal. Our tents crowning the lip of a natural amphitheatre, bright with flowers, Ozeraka and his Turkomans seated on the greensward in earnest talk with the Arab chief, the horses picketed in the long grass, the Bedouins driving home their camels for the night's rest, the servants and grooms busied with their various labours. Such was the foreground to a picture of perfect calm and stillness. In the distance was the long range of the Sinjar hills, furrowed with countless ravines, each marked by a dark purple shadow, gradually melting into the evening haze. We had a long day's march before us to the village of Sinjar. The wilderness appeared still more beautiful than it had done the day before. The recent storm had given new life to a vegetation, which, concealed beneath a crust of apparently fruitful earth, only waits for a spring shower to burst as if by enchantment through the thirsty soil. Here and there grew patches of a shrub-like plant with an edible root, having a sharp, pungent taste like mustard, eaten raw and much relished by the Bedouins. Among them lurked game of various kinds. Troops of gazelles sprang from the low cover and bounded over the plain. The greyhounds coursed hares. The horsemen followed a wild boar of enormous size and nearly white from age, and the doctor, who was the sportsman of the party, shot a bustard, with a beautiful speckled plumage and a ruff of long feathers around its neck. We rode in a direct line to the Beld Sinjar, the residence of the governor of the district. There was no beaten track, and the camels wandered along as they listed, cropping as they went the young grass. The horsemen and footmen, too, scattered themselves over the plain in search of game. War songs were chanted, and general hilarity prevailed. The more sedate Bedouins smiled in contempt at these noisy effusions of joy, only worthy of tribes who have touched the plough. But they indulged in no less keen, though more suppressed, emotions of delight. Even the Tiari caught the general enthusiasm, and sung their mountain songs as they walked along. End of chapter 11, part 1.
Chapter 11.2 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne Hadley. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Henry Layard. Chapter 11.2. As we drew near to the foot of the hills, we found a large encampment, formed partly by Jabours, belonging to Sheikh Abdulaziz, and partly by the Sinjar tribe, called Mendka, under a chief known as the Effendi, who enjoys considerable influence in this district. I dismounted a short distance from the encampment to avoid a breach of good manners, as to refuse to eat bread, or to spend the night after alighting near a tent, would be thought a grave slight upon its owner. The caravan continued its journey toward the village. I was soon surrounded by the principal people of the camp. Amongst them was one of my old workmen, Cuthar, who now cultivated a small plot of ground in the desert. It was with difficulty that I resisted the entreaties of the Effendi to partake of his hospitality, and we did not reach the Beled until after the sun had gone down, the caravan having been 10 hours in unceasing march. I had scarcely entered my tent when the governor of the district, who resides in a small modern castle built on the hillside, came to see me. He was a Turkish officer belonging to the household of Kemal Pasha, and complained bitterly of his solitude, of difficulties of collecting the taxes, and of dealing with the Bedouins who haunted the plains. He was almost shut up within the walls of his wretched fort, in company with the garrison of a score of half-starved Albanians. This state of things was chiefly owing to the misconduct of his predecessor, who, when the inhabitants of the Sinjar were quiet and obedient, had treacherously seized 2 of their principal chiefs, Mahmud and Murad, and had carried them in chains to Mosul, where they had been thrown into prison. A deputation having been sent to obtain their release, I had been able to intercede with Kemal Pasha on their behalf, and now bore to their followers the welcome news of their speedy return to their homes. Early on the following morning, I returned the visit of the governor, and from the tower of the small castle took the bearings of the principal objects in the plain. The 3 remarkable peaks rising on the low range of Kebritiya, behind Abu Kamira, were still visible in the extreme distance, and enabled me to fix with some accuracy the position of many ruins. About 4 or 5 miles distant from the Beled is another large group of mounds, resembling that of Abu Kamira, called by the Bedouins simply the Hosh, the courtyard or enclosure. The ruins of the ancient town, known to the Arabs as El Beled or the city, are divided into 2 distinct parts by a range of rocky hills, which, however, are cleft in the center by the bed of a torrent, forming a narrow ravine between them. The ruins are undoubtedly those of the town of Sinjar, the capital of an Arab principality in the time of the caliphs. Its princes frequently asserted their independence, coined money, and ruled from the Kabur and Euphrates to the neighborhood of Mosul. The province was included within the dominions of the celebrated Saleh ed-Din, the Saladin of the Crusades, and was more than once visited by him. The ruins of Sinjar are also believed to represent the Singara of the Romans. On coins struck under the Emperor Gordian, and bearing his effigy with that of the Empress Tranquillina, this city is represented by a female wearing a mural crown, surmounted by a centaur, seated on a hill with the river at her feet. According to the Arab geographers, the Sinjar was celebrated for its palms. This tree is no longer found there, nor does it bear fruit, I believe, anywhere to the north of Tikrit in Mesopotamia. Wishing to visit the villages of the Shomal, or northern side of the mountain, and at the same time to put an end, if possible, to the bloodshed between their inhabitants, and to induce them to submit to the governor, I quitted the Beled in the afternoon, accompanied by Kawal Yusuf and his Yazidi companions, Mr. and Mrs. R., the doctor, and Mr. Cooper. We followed a precipitous pathway along the hillside to Mirkan, the village destroyed by Tayyar Pasha on my first visit to the Sinjar. Mirkan was in open rebellion, and had refused both to pay taxes and to receive the officer of the Pasha of Mosul. I was at first somewhat doubtful of our reception. Esau, the chief, came out, however, to meet me, and led us to his house. We were soon surrounded by the principal men of the village. They were also at war with the tribes of the Shomal. Sounded by Kawal Yusuf, I endeavored to make them feel that peace and union amongst themselves was essential to their welfare, and after a lengthened discussion, the chief consented to accompany me to the neighboring village of Bukra, with whose inhabitants his people had been for some time at war. Mirkan had been partly rebuilt since its destruction 3 years before, but the ruins and charred timbers of houses still occupied much of its former site. There are 2 pathways from Mirkan to the Shumal, one winding through narrow valleys, the other crossing the shoulder of the mountain. I chose the latter, as it enabled me to obtain an extensive view of the surrounding country, and to take bearings of many points of interest. Near the crest of the hill, we passed a white conical building, shaded by a grove of trees. It was the tomb of the father of Murad, one of Yusuf's companions, a Kawal of note, who had died near the spot of the plague some years before. The walls were hung with the horns of sheep slain in sacrifice by occasional pilgrims. I had little anticipated the beauty and extent of the view which opened round us on the top of the pass. The Sinjar Hill is a solitary ridge rising abruptly in the midst of the desert. From its summit, therefore, the eye ranges on one side over the vast level wilderness stretching to the Euphrates, and on the other over the plain bounded by the Tigris and the lofty mountains of Kurdistan. Nisibin and Mardin were both visible in the distance. I could distinguish the hills of Badri and Sheikh Adi and many well-known peaks of the Kurdish Alps. Behind the lower ranges, each distinctly marked by its sharp, serrated outline, were the snowy-covered heights of Tiari and Botta, whilst to the south of the Sinjar, artificial mounds appeared to abound. To the north I could distinguish but few such remains. We dismounted to gaze upon this truly magnificent scene lighted up by the setting sun. I have rarely seen any prospect more impressive than these boundless plains viewed from a considerable elevation. Besides the idea of vastness they convey, the light and shade of passing clouds flitting over the face of the land, and the shadows as they lengthen toward the close of day, produce constantly changing effects of singular variety and beauty. It was night before we reached Bukra, where we were welcomed with great hospitality. The best house in the village had been made ready for us, and was scrupulously neat and clean, as the houses of the Yazidis usually are. The elders of Bukra came to me after we had dined, and seated themselves respectfully and decorously around the room. They were not averse to the reconciliation I proposed, received the hostile chief without hesitation, and promised to accompany me on the morrow to the adjoining village of Asufa, with which they were also at war. In the morning we visited several houses in the village. They were all neat and clean. The women received us without concealing their faces, which are, however, far from pleasing, their features being irregular and their complexions sallow. Those who are married dress entirely in white, with a white kerchief under their chins and another over their heads, held by the agal, or woolen cord, of the Bedouins. The girls wear white shirts and drawers, but over them colored zaboons, or long silk dresses, open at the front, and confined at the waist by a girdle ornamented with pieces of silver. They twist gay kerchiefs round their heads, and adorn themselves with coins and glass and amber beads, when their parents are able to procure them. But the Yazidis of the Sinjar are now very poor, and nearly all of the trinkets of the women have long since fallen into the hands of the Turkish soldiery, or have been sold to pay taxes and arbitrary fines. The men have a dark complexion, black and piercing eyes, and frequently a fierce and forbidding countenance. They are of small stature, but have well-proportioned limbs strongly knit together, and are muscular, active, and capable of bearing great fatigue. Their dress consists of a shirt, loose trousers, and cloak, all white, and a black turban, from beneath which their hair falls in ringlets. The Yazidis are, by one of their religious laws, forbidden to wear the common Eastern shirt open in front, and this article of their dress is always closed up to the neck. This is a distinctive mark of the sect, by which its members may be recognized at a glance. The language of the people of Sinjar is Kurdish, and few speak Arabic. As the people of Osofa or Usifa were at war with their neighbors, and as this was one of the principal seats of rebellion and discontent, I was anxious to have an interview with its chief. The position of Osofa is very picturesque. It stands on the edge of a deep ravine. Behind it are lofty crags and narrow gorges, whose sides are filled with natural caverns. On overhanging rocks, towering above the village, were two ziyaras, or holy places, of the Yazidis, distinguished from afar by their white-fluted spires. Pulo, the chief, met us at the head of the principal inhabitants, and led me to his house, where a large assembly was soon collected to discuss the principal object of my visit. Chiefs of Merkan and Bukra were induced to make offers of peace, which were accepted, and after much discussion the terms of an amicable agreement were agreed to and ratified by general consent. Sheep were slain to celebrate the event. We passed the night at Aldina, in the house of Murad, one of the imprisoned chiefs, whose release I had obtained before leaving Mosul. I was able to announce the good tidings of his approaching return to his wife, to whom he had been lately married, and who had given birth to a child during his absence. Below Aldina stands a remarkable ziyara, enclosed by a wall of cyclopean dimensions. In the plain beneath, in the midst of a grove of trees, is the tomb of Kawal Hussein, the father of Kawal Yusuf, who died in the Sinjar during one of his periodical visitations. He was a priest of sanctity and influence, and his grave is still visited as a place of pilgrimage. Sacrifices of sheep are made there, but they are merely in remembrance of the deceased, and have no particular religious meaning attached to them. The flesh is distributed amongst the poor, and a sum of money is frequently added. Approving the ceremony as one tending to promote charity and kindly feeling, I gave a sheep to be sacrificed at the tomb of the Kawal, and one of my fellow travelers added a second, the carcasses being afterwards divided among the needy. A messenger brought me word during the night that Sutum had returned from his tribe, and was waiting with a party of horsemen to escort us to his tents. I determined, therefore, to cross at once to the Beled by a direct though difficult pass. We visited Nogre and Amira before entering the gorge leading to the pass. Only two other villages of any importance, Simoka and Jaffrey, were left unseen. The ascent of the mountain was extremely precipitous, and we were nearly 2 hours in reaching the summit. We then found ourselves on a broad green platform, thickly wooded with dwarf oak. I was surprised to see snow still lying in the sheltered nooks. On both sides of us stretched the great Mesopotamian plains. To the south, glittering in the sun, was a small salt lake about 15 miles distant from the Sinjar, called by the Arabs Munayf. From it the Bedouins, when in their northern pastures, obtained their supplies of salt. We descended to the Beled through a narrow valley, thick with oak and various shrubs, and were nearly 5 hours in crossing the mountain. Sutum and his Bedouin companions were waiting for us, but were not anxious to start before the following morning. A Yazidi snake charmer, with his son, a boy of 7 or 8 years old, came to my tents in the afternoon, and exhibited his tricks in the midst of a circle of astonished beholders. He first pulled from a bag a number of snakes knotted together, which the bystanders declared to be of the most venomous kind. The child took the reptiles fearlessly from his father, and placing them in his bosom, allowed them to twine themselves round his neck and arms. The Bedouins gazed in mute wonder at these proceedings, but when the sheikh, feigning rage against one of the snakes, which had drawn blood from his son, seized it, and biting off its head with his teeth, threw the writhing body amongst them, they could no longer restrain their horror and indignation. They uttered loud curses on the infidel snake charmer and his kindred to the remotest generations. Sutum did not regain his composure during the whole evening, frequently relapsing into profound thought, then suddenly breaking out in a fresh curse upon the sheikh, who, he declared, had a very close and unholy connection with the evil one. Many days passed before he had completely got over the horror the poor Yazidi's feats had caused him. Sutum had changed his Dalul for a white mare of great beauty, named Atheba. She was of the race of Kohela, of exquisite symmetry, in temper docile as a lamb, yet with an eye of fire, and of a proud and noble carriage when excited in war or in the chase. His saddle was the simple stuff pad generally used by the Bedouins, without stirrups. A halter alone served to guide the gentle animal. We followed a pathway over the broken ground at the foot of the Sinjar, crossing deep watercourses worn by the small streams, which lose themselves in the desert. The villages, as on the opposite slope, or shomal, are high up on the hillside. We encamped after a short ride upon a pleasant stream beneath the village of Jedela. We remained there a whole day in order to visit Sutum's tribe, which was now migrating toward the Sinjar. Early in the morning a vast crowd of moving objects could be faintly perceived on the horizon. These were the camels and sheep of the Boraj, followed by the usual crowd of men, women, children, and beasts of burden. We watched them as they scattered themselves over the plain and gradually settled in different pastures. By midday, the encampment had been formed and all the stragglers collected. We could scarcely distinguish the black tents, and their sight was only marked by curling wreaths of white smoke. In the afternoon, Sutum's father, Rishwan, came to us, accompanied by several sheikhs of the Boraj. He rode on a white dalul, celebrated for her beauty and swiftness. His saddle and the neck of his animal were profusely adorned with woolen tassels of many colors, glass beads, and small shells, after the manner of the Arabs of Najd. The well-trained dromedary having knelt at the door of my tent, the old man alighted, and throwing his arms around my neck, kissed me on both shoulders. He was tall and of noble carriage. His beard was white with age, but his form was still erect, and his footsteps firm. Rishwan was one of the bravest warriors of the Shamar. He was a noble specimen of the true Bedouin, both in character and appearance. With the skill and daring of the Arab warrior, he united the hospitality, generosity, and good faith of a hero of Arab romance. The Yazidi chiefs of Karania or Sekania, the village is known by both names, came to our encampment soon after Rishwan's arrival. As they had a feud with the Bedouins, I took advantage of their visit to effect a reconciliation, both parties swearing on my hospitality to abstain from plundering one another hereafter. Being anxious to reach the end of our journey, I declined Sutum's invitation to sleep in his tent, but sending the caravan to the place appointed for our night's encampment, I made a detour to visit his father, accompanied by Mr. and Mrs. R., the doctor, Mr. C., and Hormuzd. Although the Baraj were above 6 miles from the small rivulet of Jadela, they were obliged to send to it for water. As we rode towards their tents, we passed their camels and sheep slowly wandering towards the stream. In the throng we met Sahiman, the elder brother of Sutum. He was riding on a bay horse, whose fame had spread far and wide amongst the tribes, and whose exploits were a constant theme of praise and wonder with the Shamar. He was of the race of Obeyan Sharak, a breed now almost extinct, and perhaps more highly prized than any other of the desert. He had established his fame when but 2 years old. Ferran, with the principal warriors of the Corusa, had crossed the Euphrates to plunder the Aneza. They were met by a superior force and were completely defeated. The best mares of the tribe fell into the hands of the enemy, and the bay colt alone, although followed by the fleetest horses of the Aneza, distanced his pursuers. Such noble qualities, united with the purest blood, rendered him worthy to be looked upon as the public property of the Shamar, and no sum of money would induce his owner to part with him. Near the encampment of the barrage was a group of mounds, resembling in every respect those that I have already described. The Bedouins call them Abu Kema. Are these singular ruins those of towns or of temples? Their similarity of form, a center mound divided into a series of terraces, ascended by an inclined way or steps, and surrounded by equilateral walls, would lead to the conjecture that they were fire temples, or vast altars, destined for astral worship. It will be seen hereafter that the well-known ruin of the Birs Nimrud, on or near the site of ancient Babylon, is very nearly the same in shape. When I come to describe those remarkable remains, I will add some further observations upon their original form. The Bedouins who accompanied us galloped to and fro, engaging in mimic war with their long quivering spears, until we reached the encampment of the barrage. Rishwan, Sutum, Mijwel, his younger brother, and the elders of the tribe were standing before the tent ready to receive us. All the old carpets and coverlets of the family, and ragged enough they were, had been spread out for their guests. As we seated ourselves, 2 sheep were slain before us for the feast, a ceremony it would not have been considered sufficiently hospitable to perform previous to our arrival, as it might have been doubtful whether the animals had been slain wholly for us. The chief men of the encampment collected round us, crouching in a wide circle on the grass. We talked of Arab politics and Arab war, gazous, or party for plundering, and Anyeza mare stolen or carried off in battle by the Shamar. Huge wooden platters, heavy with the steaming messes of rice and boiled meat, were soon brought in and placed on the ground before us. Immense lumps of fresh butter were then heaped upon them and allowed to melt, the chief occasionally mixing and kneading the whole up together with his hands. When the dishes had cooled, the venerable Rishwan stood up in the center of the tent and called in a loud voice upon each person by name, and in his turn to come to the feast. We fared first with a few of the principal sheikhs. The most influential men were next summoned, each however resisting the honor and allowing himself to be dragged by Sutum and Mijwel to his place. The children, as is usual, were admitted last, and wound up the entertainment by a general scramble for the fragments and the bones. Neither Rishwan nor his sons would eat any of the repast they had prepared, the laws of hospitality requiring that it should be left entirely to their guests. After we had eaten, I accompanied Mrs. R. to the harem, where we found assembled the wives and daughters of Rishwan, of his sons, and of the elders of the tribe, who had met together to see the Frank lady. Amongst them were several of considerable beauty. The wife of Sahiman, the eldest of the 3 brothers, was most distinguished for her good looks. They were all dressed in the usual long blue shirt and striped or black abba, with a black headkerchief or keffiyeh, confined by a band of spun camel's wool. Massive rings of silver, adorned with gems and coral, hung from their noses, and bracelets in the same metal, also set with precious stones, encircled their wrists and ankles. Their eyes are large, almond-shaped, expressive, and of extraordinary brilliancy and fire. They suffer their black and luxuriant hair to fall in clusters of curls. Their carriage in youth is erect and graceful. They are able to bear much fatigue, and show great courage and spirit in moments of difficulty and danger. But their beauty is only the companion of extreme youth. With few exceptions, soon after 20, and the birth of 1 or 2 children, they rapidly change into the most hideous of old hags, the lightning-like brightness of the eye alone surviving the general wreck. When young, the daughters and wives of the chiefs are well cared for. They move with the tribe in the covered camel saddle, shaded by carpets from the rays of the sun. Daughters are looked upon in the desert as a source of strength and advantage, from the alliances they enable the father to make with powerful and influential chiefs, being frequently the means of healing feuds which have existed for many years. Before we left the encampment, Satum led before me as a present a handsome grey colt, which was, as usual, returned with a request to take care of it until it was required, the polite way to decline a gift of this nature. Satum, having saddled his delul, was ready to accompany us on our journey. As he was to be for some time absent from his tents, he asked to take his wife with him, and I willingly consented. Rathea was the sister of Satum el-Meek, the chief of the powerful tribe of the Abdi, one of the principal divisions of the Shamar. She was a lady of a very haughty and imperious temper, as poor Satum had found to his cost, for she carried matters with so high a hand that he had been compelled almost immediately after his marriage to send back a young and beautiful wife to her father's tent. She rode on the dromedary behind her lord, a comfortable seat having been made for her with a rug and a coverlet. The true Sinjar mountain ends about 9 miles from Jadela, the high ridge suddenly subsiding into low broken hills. From all parts of the plain it is a very beautiful object. Its limestone rocks, wooded here and there with dwarf oak, are of a rich golden color, and the numberless ravines which furrow its side form ribs of deep purple shadow. The western part of the Sinjar is inhabited by the Yazidi tribe of Karania. We rode over the plain in a parallel line to the mountain, and about 7 or 8 miles from it. Towards nightfall we skirted a ridge of very low hills riding to our left, but night set in before we could see the tents. No sound except the mournful note of the small desert owl, which has often misled the weary wanderer, broke the deep silence, nor could we distinguish the distant fires, usually marking the site of an encampment. Satum, however, well knew where the Bedouins would halt, and about an hour after dark we heard the well-known voice of Dervish and others of my workmen who, anxious at our delay, had come out to seek us. Our encampment was full of Yazidis of the Karania tribe who had ridden from the tents to see me, bringing presents of sheep, flour, and figs. They were at war, both with the Bedouins and the inhabitants of the northern side of the mountain. My large tent was soon crowded with guests. They squatted down on the ground in double ranks. For the last time I spoke on the advantage of peace and union amongst themselves, and I exacted from them a solemn promise that they would meet the assembled tribes at the next great festival in the valley of Sheikh Adi, referring their differences in future to the decision of Hussein Bey, Sheikh Nasr, and the Kewals, instead of appealing to arms. I also reconciled them with the Bedouins, Satum entering into an engagement for his tribe, and both parties agreeing to abstain from lifting each other's flocks when they should again meet in the pastures at the foot of the hills. The inhabitants of the Sinjar are too powerful and independent to pay Kawi, or blackmail, to the Shamar, who indeed stand in much awe of their Yazidi enemies. The Yazidis returned to their encampment late at night, but about 100 of their horsemen were again with me before the tents were struck in the morning. They promised to fulfill the engagements entered into on the previous evening, and accompanied me for some miles on our day's journey. Kawal Yusuf returned with them on his way back to Mosul. It was agreed that he should buy, at the annual auction, the Mokata, or revenues of the Sinjar, and save the inhabitants from the tyranny and exactions of the Turkish tax-gatherer. I wrote letters for him to the authorities of Mosul, recommending such an agreement, equally beneficial to the tranquillity of the mountain and of the treasury of the Pasha. After leaving al-Diban, we entered an undulating country crossed by deep ravines, worn by the winter torrents. 4 hours' ride brought us to a scanty spring. Half an hour beyond we passed a second, and in 5½ hours pitched the tents for the rest of the day near a small stream. All these springs are called Malaga, and rising in the gypsum or Mosul marble, have a brackish and disagreeable taste. The Bedouins declare that, although unpalatable, they are exceedingly wholesome, and that even their mares fatten on the waters of Jareba. Satum came to me before nightfall, somewhat downcast in look, as if a heavy weight were on his mind. At length, after various circumlocutions, he said that his wife would not sleep under the white tent which I had lent her, such luxuries being, as she declared, only worthy of city ladies, and altogether unbecoming of the wife and daughter of a Bedouin. So determined is she, said Satum, in the matter, that Bala, she deserted my bed last night and slept on the grass in the open air. And now she swears she will leave me and return on foot to her kindred, unless I save her from the indignity of sleeping under a white tent. It was inconvenient to humor the fancies of the Arab lady, but as she was inexorable, I gave her a black Arab tent used by the servants for a kitchen. Under the sheet of goat-hair canvas, open on all sides to the air, she said she could breathe freely and feel again that she was a Bedouin. We crossed, during the following evening, a beautiful plain covered with sweet-smelling flowers and aromatic herbs, and abounding in gazelles, hares, and bustards. We reached in about 2 hours the encampments, whose smoke we had seen during the preceding evening. They belonged to the Bedouins of the Hamoud branch of the Shamar, and had recently been plundering a government and slaughtering the soldiers guarding it. They are notorious for treachery and cruelty, and certainly the looks of those who gathered around us, many of them grotesquely attired in the plundered garments of the slaughtered Turkish soldiery, did not belie their reputation. They fingered every article of dress we had on, to learn its texture and value. Leaving their encampments, we rode through vast herds of camels and flocks of sheep belonging to the tribe, and at length came in sight of the river. The Kabur flows through the richest pastures and meadows. Its banks were now covered in flowers of every hue, and its windings through the green plain were like the coils of a mighty serpent. I never beheld a more lovely scene. An uncontrollable emotion of joy seized all our party when they saw the end of their journey before them. The horsemen urged their horses to full speed. The Jabours, dancing in a circle, raised their colored kerchiefs on their spears and shouted their war cry, Hormuzd leading the chorus. The Tiari sang their mountain songs and fired their muskets into the air. The tents of Muhammad Emin, the Jabour sheikh, were pitched under the ruins of Arban, and on the right or northern bank of the river, which was not at this time fordable. As we drew near to them, after a ride of nearly 2 hours, the sheikh pointed in triumph to the sculptures, which were the principal objects of my visit. They stood a little above the water's edge, at the base of a mound of considerable size. We had passed several tells and the double banks of ancient canals, showing that we were still among the remains of ancient civilization. At length we stopped opposite to the encampment of the Jabur Sheikh, but it was too late to cross the river, some time being required to make ready the rafts. We raised our tents, therefore, for the night on the southern bank. They were soon filled by a motley group of Boraij, Hamoud, Asaya, and Jabur Arabs. Mogamis, Sutum's uncle, came shortly after our arrival, bringing me as a present a well-trained hawk and some bustards, the fruits of his morning sport. The falcon was duly placed on his stand in the center of the spacious tent, and remained during the rest of my sojourn in the East, a member of my establishment. His name was Fawaz, and he was a native of the hills of Makul, near Tikrit, celebrated for their breed of hawks. He was of the species called chark, and had been given by Sadun el-Mustafa, the chief of the great tribe of Omitted, to Ferhan, the sheikh of the Shamar, who had bestowed him in token of friendship on Mogamis. A sheikh of the Hamoud also brought us a wild ass colt, scarcely 2 months old, which had been caught whilst following its dam, and had been since fed upon camel's milk. Indeed, nearly all those who came to my tent had some offering, either sheep, milk, curds, or butter. Even the Arab boys had caught for us the elegant jerboa, which burrows in vast numbers on the banks of the river. Suitable presents were made in return. Dinner was cooked for all our guests, and we celebrated our first night on the Kabur by general festivities. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tasha Hobbs Peterson. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 12. Arban, our encampment, Sutum and Muhammad Amin, winged bulls discovered, excavations commenced, their results, discovery of small objects, of second pair of winged bulls, of lion, of Chinese bottle, of vase, of Egyptian scarabs, of tombs, the scene of the captivity. On the morning after our arrival in front of the encampment of Sheikh Muhammad Amin, we crossed the Kabur on a small raft and pitched our tents on its right or northern bank. I found the ruins to consist of a large artificial mound of irregular shape, washed and indeed partly carried away by the river, which was gradually undermining the perpendicular cliff left by the falling earth. The Jaburs were encamped to the west of it. I chose for our tents a recess like an amphitheater, facing the stream. We were thus surrounded and protected on all sides. Behind us and to the east rose the mound, and to the west were the family and dependents of Muhammad Amin. In the desert beyond the ruins were scattered far and wide the tents of the Jaburs, and of several Arab tribes who had placed themselves under their protection. The Cherubim, wandering keepers of herds of buffaloes, the Bugara, driven by the incursions of the Anazia from their pasture grounds at Ras al Ain, the source of the Kabur, and some families of the Jays, a large clan residing in the district of Orpha, whose sheikh, having quarrelled with his brother chiefs, had now joined Muhammad Amin. From the top of the mound the eye ranged over a level country, bright with flowers and spotted with black tents and innumerable flocks of sheep and camels. During our stay at Arbonne, the color of these great plains was undergoing a continual change. After being for some days of a golden yellow, a new family of flowers would spring up, and it would turn almost in a night to a bright scarlet, which would again as suddenly give way to the deepest blue. Then the meadows would be mottled with various hues, or would put on the emerald green of the most luxuriant of pastures. The glowing descriptions I had so frequently received from the Bedouins of the beauty and fertility of the banks of the Kabur were more than realized. In the extreme distance to the east of us rose a solitary conical elevation, called by the Arabs Kukab. In front, to the south, was the beautiful hill of the Sinjar, ever varying in color and in outline, as the declining sun left fresh shadows on its furrowed sides. Behind us, and not far distant, was the low wooded range of Abd-ul-Aziz. Artificial mounds, smaller in size than Arbonne, rose here and there above the thin belt of trees and shrubs skirting the river bank. I had brought with me a tent large enough to hold full 200 persons, and intended as a musif, or place of reception, always open to the wayfarer and the Arab visitor. For the first duty of a traveler wishing to mix with true Bedouins and to gain an influence over them is the exercise of hospitality. This great pavilion was pitched in the center of my encampment, with its entrance facing the river. To the right were the tents of the Khawas and servants, one fitted up expressly for the doctor to receive patients, of whom there was no lack at all times, and the black Arab tent of Rathia, who would not mix with the Jabours. To the left were those of my fellow travelers, and about 200 yards beyond, near the excavations, my own private tent, to which I retired during the day, when wishing to be undisturbed, and to which the Arabs were not admitted. In it also we usually breakfasted and dined, except when there were any Arab guests of distinction, with whom it was necessary to eat bread. In front of our encampment, and between it and the river, was a small lawn, on which were picketed our horses. Satom and Mohammed Amin usually eat with us, and soon became perfectly reconciled to knives and forks, and the other restraints of civilized life. Satom's tact and intelligence were indeed remarkable. Nothing escaped his hawk-like eye. A few hours had enabled him to form a correct estimate of the character of each one of the party, and he had detected peculiarities which might have escaped the notice of the most observant European. The most polished Turk would have been far less at home in the society of ladies, and during the whole of our journey he never committed a breach of manners, only acquired after a few hours' residence with us. As a companion he was delightful, full of anecdote of unclouded spirits, acquainted with the history of every Bedouin tribe, their politics and their wars, and intimate with every part of the desert, its productions and its inhabitants. Many hours I spent with him, seated after the sun went down, on a mound overlooking the great plain and the winding river, listening to the rich flow of his graceful Bedouin dialect, to his eloquent stories of Arab life, and to his animated descriptions of forays, wars, and single combats. Mohammed Amin, the sheikh of the Jabours, was a good-natured, portly Arab in intelligence inferior to Satom, and wanting many of the qualities of the pure Bedouin. During our intercourse, I had every reason to be satisfied with his hospitality and the cordial aid he afforded me. The Jabour chief was a complete patriarch in his tribe, having no less than 16 children, of whom 6 sons were horsemen and the owners of mares. The youngest, a boy of 4 years old, named Sultan, was as handsome and dirty as the best of Arab children. His mother, who had recently died, was the beautiful sister of Abd Rubu. I chanced to be her brother's guest when the news of her death was brought to him. An Arab of the tribe, weary and wayworn, entered the tent, and seated himself without giving the usual salutation. All present knew that he had come from the Kabur and from distant friends. His silence argued evil tidings. By an indirect remark, immediately understood, he told his errand to one who sat next to him, and who in turn whispered it to Sheikh Ibrahim, the chief's uncle. The old man said aloud with a sigh, "It is the will and mercy of God. She is not dead, but released." Abd Rubu at once understood of whom he spake. He arose and went forth, and the wailing of the mother and of the women soon issued from the inner recesses of the tent. My first care after crossing to Arban was to examine the sculptures described by the Arabs. The river, having gradually worn away the mound, had, during the recent floods, left uncovered a pair of winged human-headed bulls, some 6 feet above the water's edge, and full 50 beneath the level of the ruin. Only the forepart of these figures had been exposed to view, and Mohammed Amin would not allow any of the soil to be removed before my arrival. The earth was soon cleared away, and I found them to be of a coarse limestone, not exceeding 5½ feet in height by 4½ in length. Between them was a pavement slab of the same material. They resembled in general form the well-known winged bulls of Nineveh, but in the style of art they differed considerably from them. The outline and treatment was bold and angular, with an archaic feeling conveying the impression of great antiquity. They bore the same relation to the more delicately finished and highly ornamented sculptures of Nimrod, as the earliest remains of Greek art do to the exquisite monuments of Phidias and Praxiteles. The human features were unfortunately much injured, but such parts as remained were sufficient to show that the countenance had a peculiar character, differing from the Assyrian type. The sockets of the eyes were deeply sunk, probably to receive the white and the ball of the eye in ivory or glass. The nose was flat and large, and the lips thick and overhanging like those of a Negro. Human ears were attached to the head, and bull's ears to the horned cap, which was low and square at the top, not high and ornamented like those of Khorsabad and Kuyunjik, nor rounded like those of Nimrod. The hair was elaborately curled, as in the pure Assyrian sculptures, though more rudely carved. The wings were small in proportion to the size of the body, and had not the majestic spread of those of the bulls that adorned the palaces of Nineveh. It would appear from them that the sculptures belonged to the palace of a king whose name has been found on no other monument. No titles are attached to it, not even that of king, nor is the country over which he reigned mentioned, so that some doubt may exist as to whether it really be a royal name. The great accumulation of earth above these sculptures proves that, since the destruction of the edifice in which they stood, other habitations have been raised on its ruins. Arban, indeed, is mentioned by the Arab geographers as a flourishing city, in a singularly fertile district of the Kabur. Part of a minaret, whose walls were cased with colored tiles, and ornamented with Kufic inscriptions in relief, like that of the Sinjar, and the foundations of buildings are still seen on the mound, and at its foot, on the western side, are the remains of a bridge which once spanned the stream. But the river has changed its course. The piers, adorned with elegantly shaped arabesque characters, are now on the dry land. I will describe at once the results of the excavations carried on during the 3 weeks our tents were pitched at Arban. To please the Jabur Sheikh, and to keep around our encampment for greater security a body of armed men when the tribe changed their pastures, I hired about 50 of Mohammed Amin's Arabs and placed them in parties with the workmen who had accompanied me from Mosul. Tunnels were opened behind the bulls already uncovered, and in various parts of the ruins on the same level. Trenches were also dug into the surface of the mound. Behind the bulls were found various Assyrian relics, amongst them a copper bell, like those from Nimrud, and fragments of bricks with arrow-headed characters painted yellow with white outlines upon a pale green ground. In other parts of the mound were discovered glass and pottery, some Assyrian, others of a more doubtful character. Several fragments of earthenware, ornamented with flowers and scrollwork and highly glazed, had assumed the brilliant and varied iridescence of ancient glass. It was natural to conclude from the usual architectural arrangement of Assyrian edifices that the 2 bulls described stood at an entrance to a hall or chamber. We searched in vain for the remains of walls, although digging for 3 days to the right and left of the sculptures, a work of considerable difficulty in consequence of the immense heap of superincumbent earth. I then directed a tunnel to be carried towards the center of the mound, hoping to find a corresponding doorway opposite. I was not disappointed. On the 5th day a similar pair of winged bulls were discovered. They were of the same size and inscribed with the same characters. A part of one having been originally broken off, either in carving the sculpture or in moving it, a fresh piece of stone had been carefully fitted into its place. I also dug to the right and left of these sculptures for remains of walls, but without success, and then resumed the tunneling towards the center of the mound. In a few days, a lion with extended jaws, sculptured in the same coarse limestone and in the same bold archaic style as the bulls, was discovered. It had 5 legs, and the tail had the claw at the end, as in the Nineveh bas-reliefs. In height it was nearly the same as the bulls. I searched in vain for the one which must have formed the opposite side of the doorway. With the exception of these sculptures, no remains of building were found in this part of the mound. In another tunnel, opened at some distance from the bulls, half of a human figure in relief was discovered. The face was in full. One hand grasped a sword or dagger, the other held some object to the breast. The hair and beard were long and flowing, and ornamented with a profusion of curls, as in the Assyrian bas-reliefs. The headdress appeared to consist of a kind of circular helmet, ending in a sharp point. The treatment and style marked the sculpture to be of the same period as the bull and lion. Such were the sculptures discovered in the mound of Arban. Amongst smaller objects of different periods were some of considerable interest: jars, vases, funeral urns, highly glazed pottery, and fragments of glass. In a trench on the south side of the ruin was found a small green and white bottle inscribed with Chinese characters. A jar about 4 feet high in coarse half-baked clay was dug out of the center of the mound. The handles were formed by rudely designed human figures, and the sides covered with grotesque representations of men and animals and arabesque ornaments in relief. Vases of the same material, ornamented with figures, are frequently discovered in digging the foundations of houses in the modern town of Mosul. They appear to belong to a comparatively recent period, later probably than the Christian era, but previous to the Arab occupation. As they have upon them human figures dressed in a peculiar costume, consisting of a high cap and embroidered robes, I should attribute them to the Persians. A vase similar in size and shape to that of Orban, and also covered with grotesque representations of monstrous animals, the finest specimen I have seen of this class of antiquities, was found beneath the foundations of the very ancient Chaldean church of Meskinta at Mosul, when that edifice was pulled down and rebuilt 2 years ago. It was given to me by the Catholic Chaldean patriarch, to whom it belonged as chief of the community, but was unfortunately destroyed with other interesting relics by the Arabs, who plundered a raft laden with antiquities on its way to Baghdad after my return to Europe. Amongst other relics discovered at Arban were a large copper ring, apparently Assyrian, an ornament in earthenware resembling the pine cone of the Assyrian sculptures, a bull's head in terracotta, fragments of painted bricks, probably of the same period, and several Egyptian scarabaei. It is singular that engraved stones and scarabs bearing Egyptian devices, and in some instances even royal cartouches, should have been found on the banks of the Kabur. Similar objects were subsequently dug up at Nimrud and brought to me by the Arabs from various ruins in Assyria. It may be well for the reader to observe in this connection that most of the Egyptian relics discovered in the Assyrian ruins are of the time of the 18th Egyptian dynasty, or of the 15th century before Christ, a period when, as we learn from Egyptian monuments, there was a close connection between Assyria and Egypt. Several tombs were also found in the ruins, consisting principally of boxes or sarcophagi of earthenware, like those existing above the Assyrian palaces near Mosul. Some, however, were formed by 2 large earthen jars, like the common Eastern vessel for holding oil, laid horizontally and joined mouth to mouth. These terracotta coffins appear to be of the same period as those found in all the great ruins on the banks of the rivers of Mesopotamia, and are not Assyrian. They contained human remains turned to dust, with the exception of the skull and a few of the larger bones, and generally 3 or 4 urns of highly glazed blue pottery. Fewer remains and objects of antiquity were discovered in the mounds on the Kabur than I had anticipated. They were sufficient, however, to prove that the ruins are, on the whole, of the same character as those on the banks of the Tigris. That the Assyrian Empire at one time embraced the whole of Mesopotamia, including the country watered by the Kabur, there can be no doubt, as indeed is shown by the inscriptions on the monuments of Nineveh. Whether the sculptures at Arban belong to the period of Assyrian domination, or to a distinct nation afterwards conquered, or whether they may be looked upon as contemporary with, or more ancient than, the bas-reliefs of Nimrud, are questions not so easily answered. The archaic character of the treatment and design, the peculiar form of the features, the rude though forcible delineation of the muscles, and the simplicity of the details certainly convey the impression of greater antiquity than any monuments hitherto discovered in Assyria proper. A deep interest at the same time attaches to these remains from the site they occupy. To the Chabar were transported by the Assyrian king, after the destruction of Samaria, the captive children of Israel, and on its banks the heavens were opened to Ezekiel, and he saw visions of God, and spake his prophecies to his brother exiles. Around Arban may have been pitched the tents of the sorrowing Jews, as those of the Arabs were during my visit. To the same pastures they led their sheep, and they drank of the same waters. Then the banks of the river were covered with towns and villages, and a palace temple still stood on the mound, reflected in the transparent stream. We have, however, but one name connected with the Kabur recorded in Scripture, that of Tel Abib, the mound of Abib, or of the heaps of ears of corn. But whether it applies to a town or to a simple artificial elevation, such as still abound and are still called tells, is a matter of doubt. I sought in vain for some trace of the word amongst the names now given by the wandering Arab to the various ruins on the Kabur and its confluence. We know that Jews still lingered in the cities of the Kabur until long after the Arab invasion, and we may perhaps recognize in the Jewish communities of Ras Al Ain at the sources of the river and of Karkisia or Carchemish at its confluence with the Euphrates, visited and described by Benjamin of Tudela in the latter end of the 12th century of the Christian era, the descendants of the captive Israelites. But the hand of time has long since swept even this remnant away, with the busy crowds which throng the banks of the river. From its mouth to its source, from Carchemish to Ras Al Ain, there is now no single permanent human habitation on the Kabur. Its rich meadows and its deserted ruins are alike become the encamping places of the wandering Arab. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 13. Residence at Arban. Mohammed Emin's tent. The Agadat, our tents, bread baking, food of the Bedouins, thin bread, the produce of their flocks, diseases amongst them, their remedies, the delaul or dromedary, Bedouin warfare, Suttam's first wife, a storm, turtles, lions, a Bedouin robber, beavers, ride to Lejmayat, a plundering expedition, loss of a hawk, ruins of Shemshani, return to Arban, visit to Mogamis. In the preceding chapter, I have given an account of the discoveries made in the ruins of Arban. I will now add a few notes of our residence on the Kabur, a sketch of Arab life, and a description of a country not previously visited by European travellers. May be new and not uninteresting to my readers. During the time we dwelt at Arban, we were the guests and under the protection of Mohammed Emin, the Sheikh of the Jabors. On the day we crossed the river, he celebrated our arrival by a feast after the Arab fashion, to which the notables of the tribe were invited. Sheep, as usual, were boiled and served up piecemeal in large wooden bowls, with a mass of butter and bread soaked in the gravy. The chief's tent was spacious, though poorly furnished. It was the general resort of those who chanced to wander, either on business or for pleasure, to the Kabur, and was consequently never without a goodly array of guests. From the company of Shamar horsemen out on a foray to the solitary Bedouin who was seeking to become a warrior in his tribe, by first stealing a mare from some hostile encampment. Amongst the strangers partaking, at the time of our visit, of the Sheikh's hospitality was Sirhan, a chief of the Agadat, and Dervish Aga, the hereditary lord of Nisibin, an ancient Nisibis. The tents of the former were at the junction of the Kabur and Euphrates, near Carcassia, the ancient Carchemish, or as it is more generally called by the Arabs, Abu Sarah. The fertile meadows near the confluence of the two rivers formerly belonged to the Jabors, who occupied the banks of the Kabur throughout nearly the whole of its course. An old feud kept them at continual war with the great tribe of the Anasa. They long successfully struggled with their enemies, but having at length been overcome, they sought refuge in the neighbourhood of Mosul. Having returned to the Kabur, They claimed their former rights, and Mohammed Emin was invited by Sirhan to settle the contending claims, but it was to no effect. Dervish Aga of Kurdish descent was the representative of an ancient family and had come to persuade the Jabor Sheikh to assist Firhan in recovering the plundered treasure from the Hamoud. My own large tent was no less a place of resort than that of Mohammed Emin, and as we were objects of curiosity, Bedouins from all parts flocked to see us. With some of them I was already acquainted, having either received them as my guests at Mosul, or met them during excursions in the desert. They generally passed one night with us, and then returned to their own tents. A sheep was always slain for them, and boiled with rice, or prepared wheat, in the Arab way. If there were not strangers enough to consume the whole, the rest was given to the workmen or to the needy, as it is considered derogatory to the character of a truly hospitable and generous man to keep meat until the following day, or to serve it up a second time when cold. Even the poorest Bedouin who kills a sheep invites all his friends and neighbours to the repast, and if there be still any remnants, distributes them amongst the poor and the hungry, although he should himself want on the morrow. The wandering Arabs have no other means of grinding their corn than by hand mills, which they carry with them wherever they go. They are always worked by the women, for it is considered unworthy of a man to engage in any domestic occupation. These hand mills are simply two circular flat stones, generally about 18 inches in diameter, the upper turning loosely upon a wooden pivot, and moved quickly round by a wooden handle. The grain is poured through the hole of the pivot, and the flour is collected in a cloth spread under the mill. It is then mixed with water, kneaded in a wooden bowl, and pressed by the hand into round balls ready for baking. During these processes, the women are usually seated on the bare ground. Hence, in Isaiah 47, parts 1 and 2, is the daughter of Babylon told to sit in the dust and on the ground, and to take the millstones to grind meal. The tribes, who are always moving from place to place, bake their bread on a slightly convex iron plate, called a sarge, moderately heated over a low fire of brushwood or camel's dung. The lumps of dough are rolled on a wooden platter into thin cakes, a foot or more in diameter, and laid by means of the roller upon the iron. They are baked in a very short time, and should be eaten hot. The Kurds, whose flour is far whiter and more carefully prepared than that of the Arabs, roll the dough into large cakes, scarcely thicker than a sheet of paper. When carefully baked by the same process, it becomes crisp and exceedingly agreeable to the taste. All Arab bread is unleavened. If a Bedouin tribe be moving in great haste from an enemy, and should be unable to stop for many hours, or be making a forced march to avoid pursuit over a desert where the wells are very distant from each other, the women sometimes prepare bread whilst riding on camels. The fire is then lighted in an earthen vessel. One woman kneads the flour, a second rolls out the dough, and a third bakes. Boys or women on foot passing the materials, as required, from one to the other. But it is very rare that the Bedouins are obliged to have recourse to this process, and I have only once witnessed it. The fuel used by the Arabs consists chiefly of the dwarf shrubs growing in most parts of the desert, of dry grass, and of camel's dung. They frequently carry bags of the latter with them when in summer they march over very arid tracts. On the banks of the great rivers of Mesopotamia, the tamarisk and other trees furnish them with abundant firewood. They are entirely dependent for their supplies of wheat upon the villages on the borders of the desert, or on the sedentary Arabs, who whilst living in tents cultivate the soil. The Bedouins usually draw near to the towns and cultivated districts soon after the harvest to lay in their stock of grain. A party of men and women chosen by their companions, then take with them money or objects for sale or exchange, and drive the camels to the villages, where they load them and return to their tents. Nearly the whole revenue of an Arab sheikh, whatever it may be, is laid out in corn, rice, and other provisions. The quantity of food consumed in the tents of some of the great chiefs of the Bedouins is very considerable. The common Bedouin can rarely get meat. His food consists almost exclusively of wheaten bread with truffles, which are found in great abundance during the spring. A few wild herbs such as asparagus, onions, and garlic, fresh butter, curds, and sour milk. But at certain seasons, even these luxuries cannot be obtained. For months together he often eats bread alone. Roasted meat is very rarely seen in a Bedouin tent. Rice is only eaten by the sheikhs, except among the tribes who encamp in the marshes of southern Mesopotamia, where rice of an inferior quality is very largely cultivated. There it is boiled with meat and made into pilaws. The Bedouins do not make cheese. The milk of their sheep and goats is shaken into butter or turned into curds. It is rarely or never drank fresh, new milk being thought very unwholesome, as by experience I soon found it to be in the desert. The sour milk, or shanina, a universal beverage amongst the Arabs, is either buttermilk pure and diluted, or curds mixed with water. Camel's milk is drank fresh. It is pleasant to the taste, rich, and exceedingly nourishing. It is given in large quantities to the horses. The Shamar and Anaza Bedouins have no cows or oxen, those animals being looked upon as the peculiar property of tribes who have forgotten their independence, and degraded themselves by the cultivation of land. The sheep are milked at dawn, or even before daybreak, and again in the evening on their return from the pastures. The milk is immediately turned into leaben, or boiled to be shaken into butter. Amongst the Bedouins and Jabors, it is considered derogatory to the character of a man to milk a cow or a sheep, but not to milk a camel. The sheikhs occasionally obtain dates from the cities. They are either eaten dry with bread and leaben, or fried in butter, a very favourite dish of the Bedouin. To this spare and simple dish, the Bedouins owe their freedom from sickness and their extraordinary power of bearing fatigue. Diseases are rare amongst them, and the epidemics which rage in the cities seldom reach their tents. The cholera, which has of late visited Mosul and Baghdad with fearful severity, has not yet struck the Bedouins, and they have frequently escaped the plague, when the settlements on the borders of the desert have been nearly depopulated by it. The smallpox, however, occasionally makes great havoc amongst them. Vaccination being still unknown to the Shamar, and intermittent fever prevails in the autumn, particularly when the tribes encamp near the marshes in southern Mesopotamia. Rheumatism prevails somewhat, and ophthalmia is common in the desert, as well as in all other parts of the East, and may be attributed as much to dirt and neglect as to any other cause. The Bedouins are acquainted with few medicines. The desert yields some valuable simples, which are, however, rarely used. Dr. Sandwith, hearing from Sutton that the Arabs had no opiates, asked what they did with one who could not sleep. "Do," answered the sheikh. "Why, we make use of him, and set him to watch the camels. If a Bedouin be ill, or have received a wound, he sometimes comes to the nearest town to consult the barbers, who are frequently not unskilful surgeons. The women suffer little in labour, which often takes place during a march, or when they are far from the encampment, watering the flocks or collecting fuel. They allow their children to remain at the breast until they are nearly 2 and even 3 years old, and consequently have rarely many offspring. Soon after our arrival at the Kabor, I bought a delwal, or dromedary, as more convenient than a horse for making excursions in the desert. Her name was Sahima, and she belonged to Megamis, the uncle of Suttum. Having been taken by him from the Anazer, she was well trained and swift and easy in her paces. The best daluls come from Nedjid and the Gebel Shamar. They are small and lightly made, the difference between them and a common camel being as great as that between a high-bred Arab mare and an English cart horse. Their powers of endurance are very great. The dalul is much prized, and the race carefully preserved. The Arabs breed from them once in 2 years, and are very particular in the choice of the male. An ordinary animal can work for 20 years. Suttum assured me that they could travel in the spring as many as 6 days without water. Their colour is generally light brown and white. Darker colours and black are more uncommon. Their pace is a light trot, kept up for many hours. Together with fatigue, they can increase it to an unwieldy gallop, a speed they cannot long maintain. A good dalul is worth at the most 10l. The common price is about 5l. After the day's work at Arban, I generally rode with Suttum into the desert on our daluls, with the hawks and greyhounds. During these rides over the flowered greensward, the Arab sheikh would entertain me with stories of his tribe, of their wars and intrigues, their successful plundering expeditions, and their occasional defeats. In the evening Mohammed Emin would join our party in the tent, remaining until the night was far spent. The grass around Arban having been eaten by the flocks, the Jabors struck their tents at dawn on the 4th of April, and wandered down the Kabor in search of fresh pastures. The barrage, too, moved further inland from the river. During the whole morning, the desert around the ruins was a busy scene. Sheep, cattle, beasts of burden, men, women, and children being scattered far and wide over the plain. By midday the crowd had disappeared, and the meadows, which a few hours before had been teeming with living things, were now again left lonely and bare. Mohammed Emin alone, with a few Cherubim Arabs, remained to protect us. Soon after our arrival at the Kabor, Adla, Suttum's first wife, came to us with her child. After the Sheikh's marriage with Rathaya, she had been driven from her husband's tent by the imperious temper of his new bride, and had returned to Mogamis, her father. Her eldest sister was the wife of Suttum's eldest brother, Saheman, and her youngest, Maizi, was betrothed to Suttum's youngest brother, Midgewell. The three were remarkable for their beauty. Their dark eyes had the true Bedouin fire, and their long black hair fell in clusters on their shoulders. Their cousins, the 3 brothers, had claimed them as their brides, according to Bedouin law. Adla now sought to be reconciled through me to her husband. After much difficulty, all the outward forms of perfect reconciliation between the 2 wives were satisfactorily gone through, although Suttum evidently saw that there was a different reception in store for himself when there were no European eyewitnesses. Such are the trials of married life in the desert. On the 6th of April, we witnessed a remarkable electrical phenomenon. During the day, heavy clouds had been hanging on the horizon, foreboding one of those furious storms which at this time of the year occasionally visit the desert. Late in the afternoon, these clouds had gathered into one vast circle, which moved slowly round, like an enormous wheel, presenting one of the most extraordinary and awful appearances I ever saw. From its sides leaped without ceasing forked flames of lightning. Clouds springing up from all sides of the heavens were dragged hurriedly into the vortex, which advanced gradually towards us, and threatened soon to break over our encampment. Fortunately, however, we only felt the very edge of the storm. A deluge of rain and of hail of the size of pigeons' eggs. The great rolling cloud, attracted by the Sinjar hill, soon passed away, leaving in undiminished splendour the setting sun. Monday, the 8th of April, the Mogdesi, one of my servants, caught a turtle in the river measuring 3 feet in length. The Arabs have many stories of the voracity of these animals, which attain, I am assured, to even a larger size, and Sutton declared that a man had been pulled under water and devoured by one, probably an Arab exaggeration. A Bedouin who had been attacked by a lion whilst resting, about 5 hours lower down on the banks of the river, came to our encampment. He had escaped with the loss of his mare. The lion is not uncommon in the jungles of the Kabul, and the Bedouins and Jabours frequently find their cubs in the spring season. April 9th. A Bedouin youth, thin and sickly, though of a daring and resolute countenance, sat in my guest tent. His singular appearance at once drew my attention. His only clothing was a kerchief, very dirty and torn, falling over his head, and a ragged cloak which he drew tightly round him, allowing the end of a knotted club to appear above its folds. His story, which he was at length induced to tell, was characteristic of Bedouin education. He was of the Barège tribe and related to Sutton. His father was too poor to equip him with mare and spear, and he was ashamed to be seen by the Arabs on foot and unarmed. He had now become a man, for he was about 14 years old, and he resolved to trust his own skill for his outfit as a warrior. Leaving in his father's tent all his clothes, except his dirty keffiyeh and tattered abba, and without communicating his plans to his friends, he bent his way to the Euphrates. For 3 months, his family, hearing nothing of him, believed him to be dead. During that time, however, he had lived in the river jungle, feeding on roots and herbs, hiding himself during the day in the thickets, and prowling at night round the tents of the Anaza, in search of a mare that might have strayed, or might be less carefully guarded than usual. At length the object of his ambition was found, and such a mare had never been seen before. But alas, her legs were bound with iron shackles, and he had brought no file with him. He succeeded in leading her to some distance from the encampment, where, as morning dawned, to avoid detection, he was obliged to leave his prize and return to his hiding place. He was now on his way back to his tents, intending to set forth, after recruiting his strength, on new adventures in search of a mare and spear, promising to be wiser in future, and to carry a file under his cloak. Sutton seemed very proud of his relative, and introduced him to me as a promising, if not distinguished, character. It is thought no disgrace thus to steal a mare, as long as the thief has not eaten bread in the tent of her owner. April 11th. The waters of this river had been rising rapidly since the recent storm, and had now spread over the meadows. We moved our tents, and the Arabs took refuge on the mound, which stood like an island in the midst of the flood. The Jabours killed 4 beavers, and brought 3 of their young to us alive. They had been driven from their holes by the swollen stream. Mohammed Emin eagerly accepted the musk bags, which are much valued as majoons by the Turks, and consequently fetch a large price in the towns. Beavers were formerly found in large numbers on the Kabul, but in consequence of the value attached to the musk bag, they have been hunted almost to extermination by the Arabs. Mohammed Emin assured me that for several years not more than 1 or 2 had been seen. Suffolk, the great Shamar Sheikh, used to consider the musk bag of a beaver the most acceptable present he could send to a Turkish pasha, whose friendship he wished to secure. April 12th. We rode this morning to the tents of the Jabours, which had now been moved some miles down the river. Rathaya remained behind. The large tents and the workmen were left under the care of Bayrakdar. About 3 miles from Arban, we passed a small artificial mound called Tel Hamer, the Red. and similar ruins abound on the banks of the river. 3 hours from Arban, we reached a remarkable artificial mound called Shadadi, washed by the Kabor. It consists of a lofty platform, nearly square, from the centre of which springs a cone. On the top are the tombs of several Jabor chiefs, marked by the raised earth, and by small trees now dry, fixed upright in the graves. I found fragments of pottery and bricks, but no trace of inscriptions. We did not reach the encampment of Mohammed Emin, spreading 3 or 4 miles along the Kabor, until after sunset. The chief's tents were pitched near a mound, called Lej Mayat, on a bend of the river, and opposite to a very thick zor or jungle, known to the Arabs as El Boston, the garden, a kind of stronghold of the tribe, which the sheikh declared could resist the attack of any number of Nizam, regular troops, if only defended by Jabors. Sutton looked upon the grove rather as a delicious retreat from the rays of the summer's sun, to which the barrage occasionally resorted, than as a place for war. During the evening, the different sheikhs assembled in my tent to plan a gazoo, or plundering expedition, for the following day against the Agadat encamped at Abu Sarah, Karshemish. On the following morning, Mohammed Emin, with 2 of his sons, the horsemen of the tribe, and the sheikhs who were his guests, started on their gazoo. The plain, like all the country watered by the Kabor, was one vast meadow teeming with flowers. Game abounded, and the falcon soon flew towards a bustard, which his piercing eye had seen lurking in the long grass. The sun was high in the heavens, already soaring in the sky, was the enemy of the trained hawk, the agab, a kind of kite or eagle, whose name, signifying butcher, denotes his bloody propensities. Although far beyond our ken, he soon saw Hattab, and darted upon him in one swoop. The affrighted falcon immediately turned from his quarry, and with shrill cries of distress flew towards us. After circling round, unable from fear to alight, he turned towards the desert, still followed by his relentless enemy. In vain his master, following as long as his mare could carry him, waved the lure, and called the hawk by its name. He saw him no more. Whether the noble bird escaped, or fell a victim to the butcher, we never knew. Sutton was inconsolable at his loss. He wept when he returned without his falcon on his wrist, and for days he would suddenly exclaim, "Oh, Beige Bilar Hattab was not a bird, he was my brother." He was one of the best trained hawks I ever saw amongst the Bedouins, and was of some substantial value to his owner, as he would daily catch 6 or 7 bustards, except during the hottest part of summer, when the falcon is unable to hunt. About 1.5 miles below Lej Mayat, but on the opposite bank of the river, was another large mound called Fejami. We reached Shemshani in 1 hour and 3/4. It is a considerable ruin on the Kabor, and consists of one lofty mound, surrounded on the desert side by smaller mounds and heaps of rubbish. It abounds in fragments of glazed and plain pottery, bricks, and black basaltic stone, but I could find no traces of sculpture or inscription. Leaving Mohammed Emin to continue his journey, we returned to our tents. On our road we met Magamis and a large party of Bedouins on their way to join the Jabor horsemen, for they also had been invited to take part in the attack on the Agadat and to share in the spoil. They rode their swift dromedaries, 2 men on each, the Redif leading the mare of his companion. That of the sheikh was of the Obeyan race, and far famed in the desert. She was without saddle or clothes, and we could admire the exquisite symmetry and beauty of her form. We dismounted, embraced, and exchanged a few words. The Bedouins then continued their rapid course over the desert. We passed other riders on dululs and mares, hastening to join the main body, or to meet their friends at the rendezvous for the night near Abu Sarah. The attack on the tents was to be made at dawn on the following morning, the true Bedouin never taking an unfair advantage of his enemy in the dark. On the 16th of April, Botta and M and his sons returned from their expedition, driving before them their spoil of cows, oxen, and mares. The Agadat were taken by surprise, and made but a feeble defence. There was consequently little bloodshed, as is usually the case when Arabs go on these forays. The fine horse of the Jay's chief had received a bad gunshot wound, and this was the only casualty amongst my friends. Mohammed Emin brought me one or two of the captured mares as an offering. They were, of course, returned, but they involved the present of silk dresses to the Sheikh and his sons. April 18th. Today we visited the tents of Mogammis and his tribe. They were pitched about 5 miles from the river. The face of the desert was as burnished gold. Its last change was to flowers of the brightest yellow hue, and the whole plain was dressed with them. Sutton rioted in the luxuriant herbage and scented air. I never saw him so exhilarated. "What kef (delight)" he continually exclaimed, as his mare waded through the flowers. "Has God given us equal to this? It is the only thing worth living for. Ya Beige, what do the dwellers in cities know of true happiness? They have never seen grass or flowers. May God have pity on them." Mogammis clad himself in a coat of chain mail, of ordinary materials and rude workmanship, but still strong enough to resist the coarse iron spearheads of the Arab lance, though certainly no protection against a well-tempered blade. The Arabs wear their armour beneath the shirt, because an enemy would otherwise strike at the mare and not at her rider. After we had enjoyed all the luxuries of an Arab feast, visited the women's compartments, where most of the ladies of the tribe had assembled to greet us, examined the chetab or camel saddle used by the wives of the chiefs, and enquired into various details of the harem, we returned as we came, through the flowers and long grass, to our tents at Arban. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 14. Leave Arban, the banks of the Kabor, artificial mounds, Midgewell, the Cadi of the Bedouins, the Thar, or blood revenge, caution of Arabs, a natural cavern, an extinct volcano, the confluence of the Kabor, Bedouin marks, Suleiman Aga, encampment at Jejeh, the Turkish irregular cavalry, mound of Mijdel, ruins of the Kabor. Mohammed Emin leaves us. Visit to Kurdish tents and harem, the Milli Kurds, the family of Rishwan, Arab love-making, the Dakil, Bedouin poets and poetry, Turkish cavalry horses. The hot weather was rapidly drawing near. Enough had not been discovered in the mound of Arban, nor were there ruins of sufficient importance near the river to induce me to remain much longer on the Kabor. I wished, however, to explore the stream as far as I was able, towards its principal source, and to visit Suleiman Aga, the Turkish commander, who was now encamped on its banks. In answer to a letter, he urged me to come to his tents and to bring the Sheikh of the Jabors with me, pledging himself to place no restraint whatever on the perfect liberty of the chief. With such a guarantee, I ventured to invite Mohammed Emin to accompany me. After much hesitation, arising from a very natural fear of treachery, he consented to do so. On the 19th of April we crossed the Kabul, and on the following morning we commenced our journey to the eastward. Mohammed Emin was still in doubt as to whether he should go with me or not, but at last, after more than once turning back, he took a desperate resolution and pushed his mare boldly forward. His children commended him with tears to my protection, and then left our caravan for their tents. We rode from bend to bend of the river, without following its tortuous course. Its banks are belted with poplars, tamarisks, and brushwood, the retreat of wild boars, francolins, and other game, and studded with artificial mounds, the remains of ancient settlements. This deserted though rich and fertile district must at one time have been the seat of a dense population. It is only under such a government as that of Turkey that it could remain a wilderness. The first large ruin above Arban, and some miles from it on the left bank of the river, is called Mishnak. About 1.5 miles beyond it is another ruin called Abu Shala, and 3 miles further up the stream a third, called Tauban, upon which are the remains of a modern fort. After a short day's journey of 4 hours and a half, we encamped near a large mound named Melabia. Next morning Sultan returned to his tents with Rathayeya, leaving us under the care of his younger brother Midwell. After I had visited the Turkish commander, whom he did not appear over anxious to meet, he was to join us in the desert and accompany me to Mosul. Midwell was even of a more amiable disposition than his brother, and although he could neither read nor write, he was one of the cadis or judges of the Shamar, an office hereditary in the family of the Sadi, at the head of which is Rishwan. The old man had delegated the dignity to his younger son, who by the consent of his brothers will enjoy it after their father's death. Disputes of all kinds are referred to these recognized judges. Their decrees are obeyed with readiness, and the other members of the tribe are rarely called upon to enforce them. They administer rude justice, and although pretending to follow the words of the Prophet, are rather guided by ancient custom than by the law of the Koran, which binds the rest of the Mohammedan world. The most common source of litigation is, of course, stolen property. They receive for their decrees payment in money or in kind, and he who gains the suit has to pay the fee. Amongst the Shamar, if the dispute relates to a delul, the Cadi gets 2 gazis, about 8 shillings. If to a mare, a delul. If to a man, a mare. Various ordeals, such as licking a red iron, are in use to prove a man's innocence. If the accused's tongue is burnt, no doubt exists as to his guilt. One of the most remarkable laws in force amongst the wandering Arabs, and one probably of the highest antiquity, is the law of blood, called the Thar, prescribing the degrees of consanguinity within which it is lawful to revenge a homicide. Although a law, rendering a man responsible for bloodshed by anyone related to him within the 5th degree, may appear to members of a civilized community one of extraordinary rigour and involving almost manifest injustice, it must nevertheless be admitted that no power vested in any one individual, and no punishment, however severe, could tend more to the maintenance of order and the prevention of bloodshed amongst the wild tribes of the desert. As Burckhardt has justly remarked, this salutary institution has contributed in a greater degree than any other circumstance to prevent the warlike tribes of Arabia from exterminating one another. If a man commit a homicide, the Cadi endeavours to prevail upon the family of the victim to accept a compensation for the blood in money or in kind, the amount being regulated according to custom in different tribes. Should the offer of blood money be refused, the Thar comes into operation, and any person within the Khomsi, or the 5th degree of blood of the homicide, may be legally killed by anyone within the same degree of consanguinity to the victim. Midwell now took Sutum's place in the caravan and directed the order of our march. Leaving the caravan to pursue the direct road, I struck across the country to the hill of Kukab, accompanied by Mohammed Emin and Midwell. This remarkable cone, rising in the midst of the plain, had been visible from our furthest point on the Kabor. Some of the Arabs declared it to be an artificial mound. Others said that it was a mountain of stones. Mohammed Emin would tell me of a subterranean lake beneath it, in a cavern large enough to afford refuge to any number of men. After descending some 50 feet into the cave, we found ourselves in the margin of a lake of fresh water. The pitchy darkness prevented our ascertaining its size, which could not have been very great, although the Arabs declared that no one could reach the opposite side. The cave is frequently a place of refuge for the wandering Arabs, and the Bedouins encamp near it in summer to drink the cool water of this natural reservoir. Leaving the cavern and issuing from the ravine, we came to the edge of a wide crater, in the centre of which rose the remarkable cone of the Kukab. All around were evidences of the remains of an extinct volcano, which had been active within a comparatively recent geological period, even perhaps within the time of history or tradition, as the name of the mound among the Arabs denotes a jet of fire or flame, as well as a constellation. I ascended the cone, which is about 300 feet high, and composed entirely of loose lava, scoria and ashes, thus resembling precisely the cone rising in the craters of Vesuvius and Etna. It is steep and difficult of ascent, except on one side, where the summit is easily reached even by horses. Within, for it is hollow, it resembles an enormous funnel, broken away at one edge as if a molten stream had burst through it. Anemones and poppies of the brightest scarlet hue covered its sides, although the dry lava and loose ashes scarcely seemed to have collected sufficient soil to nourish their roots. It would be difficult to describe the richness and brilliancy of this mass of flowers, the cone from a distance having the appearance of a huge inverted cup of burnished copper, over which poured streams of blood. From the summit of Kukab I gazed upon a scene as varied and extensive. Beneath me the two principal branches of the Kabor united their waters. To the left or the west was the true Kabor, the Chabaras of the ancients, a name it bears from its source at Ras Al Ain, i.e. the head of the spring. The second stream, that to the east, is the ancient Mijdonius, flowing through Nizibin. Khartunia and its lake were just visible, backed by the solitary hill of the Sinjar. The Kurdish mountains bounded the view to the east. In the plain and on the banks of the rivers rose many artificial mounds, whilst in the extreme distance to the north could be distinguished the flocks and black tents of a large wandering tribe. They were those of the Kichi and Milli Kurds, encamped with the Turkish commander Suleiman Aga. We found our companions near the junction of the rivers, where a raft had been constructed to enable us to cross the smaller stream. I had sent the Beraktar 2 days before to apprise Suleiman Aga of my intended visit, and to learn how far I could with safety take Mohammed Emin with me to the Turkish camp. He had returned and was waiting for me. The Aga had given a satisfactory guarantee for the Sheikh's safety, and had sent an officer with a party of irregular troops to receive me. We had scarcely crossed the river before a large body of horsemen was seen approaching us. As they drew nigh, I recognized in the Turkish commander an old friend, the Topal or Lame, Suleiman Aga, as he was generally called in the country. He had been Kaya or lieutenant governor to the celebrated Ince Barakdar Mohammed Pasha, and like his former master possessed considerable intelligence, energy and activity. From his long connection with the tribes of the desert, his knowledge of their manners, and his skill in detecting and devising treacheries and stratagems, he was generally chosen to lead expeditions against the Arabs. He was now, as I have stated, endeavouring to recover the government treasure plundered by the Hamoud Bedouins. His tents were about 6 miles distant, and after exchanging the usual salutations we turned towards them. Many fair speeches could scarcely calm the fears of the timid Jabor Sheikh. Midgewell, on the other hand, rode boldly along, casting contemptuous glances at the irregular cavalry as they galloped to and fro in mimic combat. The delta, formed by the two streams, was covered with tents. We wended our way through crowds of sheep, horses, cattle, and camels. Suleiman Aga lived under the spacious canvas of the chief of the Chichi Kurds. The tents of the Kurdish tribes, who wander in the low country at the foot of the mountains in winter and spring, and seek the hill pastures in the summer, and especially those of the principal men, are remarkable for their size and the richness of their carpets and furniture. They are often divided into as many as 4 or 5 distinct compartments by screens of light cane or reeds, bound together with many-coloured woollen threads, disposed in elegant patterns and devices. Carpets hung above these screens complete the divisions. In the tents of the great chiefs there is a separate compartment for the servants, and one for the mares and colts. I sat a short time with Suleiman Aga, drank coffee, smoked, and listened patiently to a long discourse on the benefits of Tanzimat, which had put an end to bribes, treachery, and irregular taxation, especially intended for Mohammed Emin, who was, however, by no means reassured by it. I then adjourned to my own tents, which had been pitched upon the banks of the river, opposite a well-wooded island, and near a ledge of rocks, forming one of those beautiful falls of water so frequent in this part of the Kabul. We were encamped near the foot of a large artificial tell, called Umjerje, and on the opposite side of the Kabul were other mounds of the same name. My Jabal workmen began to excavate the ruins the day after our arrival. I remained in my tent to receive the visits of the Kurdish chiefs and of the Haita Bashish, or commanders of the irregular cavalry. From these freebooters I have derived much curious and interesting information relating to the various provinces of the Turkish Empire and their inhabitants, mingled with pleasant anecdotes and vivid descriptions of men and manners. They are generally very intelligent, frank, and hospitable, although too often unscrupulous and cruel. They unite many of the good qualities of the old Turkish soldier with most of his vices. They love hard drinking and gambling, staking their horses, arms, and even clothes on the most childish game of chance. Their pay at the same time is miserably small, rarely exceeding a few shillings a month, and they are obliged to plunder the peaceable inhabitants to supply their actual wants. The race is now fast disappearing before the Nizam or regular troops. On the second day, accompanied by Midgewell, I visited a large mound, called Mijdel, on the right bank of the river about 5 miles above Umjerje. It is a lofty platform surrounded by groups of smaller mounds, amongst which may still be traced the lines of trees and canals. It is about 4 or 5 miles from the ridge of Abdul ul Aziz. These low hills, scantily wooded with dwarf oak, are broken into innumerable valleys and ravines, which abound, it is said, with wild goats, boars, leopards, and other animals. According to my Bedouin informants, the ruins of ancient towns and villages still exist, but they could only give me the name of one, Saqqara. On the opposite side of the Kabul, and running parallel with the Abdul ul Aziz range, is another line of small hills called Hama, in which there are many wells. The Shamar Bedouins encamp on the banks of this part of the Kabul during the hot months. The mound of the Mijdel is a favourite resort of the Borage in the eye of the summer. The waters of the river are always cool, and there is sufficient pasture for the flocks and herds of the whole tribe. An Arab whom I met in the tent of one of the Haita Bashis pretended that he was well acquainted with the ruins called Ver and Sher, of which I had so frequently heard from the natives of Mardin and the Shamar. He described them as being on a hill 3 days distant from our encampment, and to consist of columns, buildings, and sculptured stones like those of Palmyra. In the evening Mohammed Emin left us. Suleiman Aga had already invested him with a robe of honour, and had prevailed upon him to join with Pharaoh in taking measures for the recovery of the plundered treasure. The scarlet cloak and civil treatment had conciliated the Jabur chief, and when he parted with the Turkish commander in my tent, there was an unusual display of mutual compliments and pledges of eternal friendship. Midwell looked on with indignant contempt, swearing between his teeth that all Jaburs were but degenerate, ploughing Arabs, and cursing the whole order of Terminars. We were detained at Umjerje several days by the severe illness of Mr. Hormuzd Razam. I took the opportunity to visit the tents of the Mili, whose chief, Musa Aga, had invited us to a feast. The spacious tent of the chief was divided by partitions of reeds, tastefully interwoven with coloured wool. The coolest part of the salamlik had been prepared for our reception, and was spread with fine carpets and silken cushions. The chief and his brothers, followed by their servants bearing trays loaded with cups, presented the coffee to their guests. After some conversation we went to the harem, and were received by his mother, a venerable lady with long silvery locks and a dignified countenance and demeanour. Her dress was of the purest white and scrupulously clean. Altogether she was almost the only comely woman I had seen amongst Eastern tribes. The wives and daughters of the chiefs, with a crowd of women, were collected in the tent, but it was evident at a glance that they were of a different race from the wandering tribes of the desert. The principal ladies led us into the private compartment, divided by coloured screens from the rest of the tent. It was furnished with more than usual luxury. The cushions were of the choicest silk, and the carpets, in the manufacture of which the Mili excel, of the best fabric. Sweetmeats and coffee had been prepared for us, and the women did not object to partake of them at the same time. Musa Aga's mother described the various marriage ceremonies of the tribe. Our account of similar matters in Europe excited great amusement among the ladies. The Mili girls are highly prized by the Kurds. 20 purses, nearly 100 shillings, we were boastingly told, had been given for one of unusual attractions. The chief pointed out one of his own wives who had cost him that sum. Other members of the same establishment had deserved a less extravagant investiture of money. The prettiest girls were called before us, and the old lady appraised each, amidst the loud laughter of their companions, who no doubt rejoiced to see their friends valued at their true worth. They were all tattooed on the arms and on other parts of the body, but less so than the Bedouin ladies. The Kurdish ladies do not, like the Mussulman women of the town, conceal their features with a veil, nor do they object to mingle or even eat with the men. During my stay at Umjerje, I invited the harem of the Chichi chief and their friends to a feast in my tent, an invitation they accepted with every sign of satisfaction. The Mili were formerly one of the wealthiest Kurdish tribes, but they were wantonly plundered, and almost reduced to want, by the Turkish troops 3 years ago. Although the Porte openly condemned the outrage, and had promised compensation, no step whatever had been taken to restore the stolen property, the greater part of which had passed into the government treasury. Midwell, during our visit, had been seated in a corner, his eyes wandering from the tent and its furniture to the horses and mares picketed without, and to the flocks pasturing around. He cast every now and then significant glances towards me, which said plainly enough, "All this ought to belong to the Bedouins. These people and their property were made for Gazoos." As we rode away, I accused him of evil intentions. "Billah, ya Bej," said he, "there is indeed enough to make a man's heart grow white with envy, but I have now eaten his bread under your shadow, and should even his stick, wherewith he drives his camel, fall into my hand, I would send it to him. He entertained me, as we returned home, with the domestic affairs of his family. Rathaya had offered herself in marriage to Sutum, and not he to her, a common proceeding, it would appear, among the Bedouins. Midgewell rather looked upon his brother with pity, as a henpecked husband. He himself, although already married to one wife, and betrothed to Saulcy, whom he would soon be able to claim, was projecting a third marriage. His heart had been stolen by an unseen damsel, whose beauties and virtues had been the theme of some wandering Arab rhymers, and she was of the Fedem Anizar, the mortal enemies of the Shamar. Her father was the sheikh of the tribe, and his tents were on the other side of the Euphrates. The difficulties and dangers of the courtship served only to excite still more the ardent mind of the Bedouin. His romantic imagination had pictured a perfection of loveliness. His whole thoughts were now occupied in devising the means of possessing this treasure. He had already apprised the girl of his love by a trusty messenger, one of her own tribe, living with the Shamar, and she had at last promised him her hand if he could claim her in her own tent. Midgewell had now planned a scheme which he was eager to put into execution. Waiting until the Fedan were so encamped that he could approach them without being previously seen, he would mount his dalul, and leading his best mare, ride to the tent of the girl's father. Meat would of course be laid before him, and having eaten he would be the guest, and under the protection of the sheikh. On the following morning he would present his mare, describing her race and qualities, to his host, and ask his daughter, offering at the same time to add any other gift that might be thought worthy of her. The father, who would probably not be ignorant of what had passed between the lovers, would at once consent to the union, and give back the mare to his future son-in-law. The marriage would shortly afterwards be solemnized, and an alliance would thus be formed between the two tribes. Such was Midgewell's plan, and it was one not unfrequently adopted by Bedouins under similar circumstances. The laws of Dakil, another very remarkable branch of Bedouin legislation, enforced amongst the Shamar, are nearly the same as those of the Anizar and Hedjaz Arabs, of which Burckhardt has given so full and interesting an account. I have little, therefore, to add upon the subject, but its importance demands a few words. No customs are more religiously respected by the true Arab than those regulating the mutual relations of the protected and protector. A violation of Dakil, as this law is called, would be considered a disgrace not only upon the individual but upon his family, and even upon his tribe, which never could be wiped out. No greater insult can be offered to a man or to his clan than to say that he has broken the Dakil. A disregard of this sacred obligation is the first symptom of degeneracy in an Arab tribe, and when once it exists, the treachery and vices of the Turk rapidly succeed to the honesty and fidelity of the true Arab character. The relations between the Dakil and the Dakal, or the protector and protected, arise from a variety of circumstances, the principal of which are eating a man's salt and bread, and claiming his protection by doing certain acts, or repeating a certain formula of words. Amongst the Shamar, if a man can seize the end of a string or thread, the other end of which is held by his enemy, he immediately becomes his Dakil. If he touch the canvas of a tent, or can even throw his mace towards it, he is the Dakil of its owner. If he can spit upon a man, or touch any article belonging to him with his teeth, he is Dakal, unless, of course, in case of theft, it be the person who caught him. A woman can protect any number of persons, or even of tents. If a horseman ride into a tent, he and his horse are Dakal. A stranger who is eaten with a Shamar can give Dakil to his enemy. For instance, I could protect any Anizar, though there is blood between his tribe and the Shamar. According to Midgewell, any person by previously calling out Nufo, I renounce, may reject an application for dakhil. An Arab who has given his protection to another, whether formally or by an act which confers the privilege of dakhil, is bound to protect his dakhal under all circumstances, even to the risk of his own property and life. I could relate many instances of the greatest sacrifices having been made by individuals, and even of whole tribes having been involved in war with powerful enemies by whom they have been almost utterly destroyed, in defence of this most sacred obligation. Even the Turkish rulers respect a law to which they may one day owe their safety, and more than one haughty pasha of Baghdad has found refuge and protection in the tent of a poor Arab sheikh, whom, during the days of his prosperity, he had subjected to every injury and wrong, and yet who would then defy the government itself and risk his very life rather than surrender his guest. The essence of Arab virtue is a respect for the laws of hospitality, of which the dakhil, in all its various forms, is but a part. Among the Bedouins who watched our camels was one Saud, a poet of renown amongst the tribes. With the exception of a few ballads that he had formerly composed in honour of Suffolk and other celebrated Shamar sheikhs, he chiefly recited extemporary stanzas on passing events, or on persons who were present. He would sit in my tent of an evening and sing his verses in a wild though plaintive strain, to the great delight of the assembled guests, and particularly of Midgewell, who, like a true Bedouin, was easily affected by poetry, especially with such as might touch his own passion for the unknown lady. When the bard improvised an amatory ditty, the young chief's excitement was almost beyond control. The other Bedouins were scarcely less moved by these rude measures, which have the same kind of effect on the wild tribes of the Persian mountains. Such verses, chanted by their self-taught poets, or by the girls of their encampment, will drive warriors to the combat, fearless of death, or prove an ample reward on their return from the dangers of the gazoo or the fight. The excitement they produce exceeds that of the grape. He who would understand the influence of the Homeric ballad in the heroic ages should witness the effect which similar compositions have upon the wild nomads of the East. The art of improvising seems innate in the Bedouin. Although his metre and modes of recitation are rude to European ears, his rich and sonorous language lends itself to this species of poetry, whilst his exuberant imagination furnishes him with endless beautiful and appropriate allegories. The wars between the tribes, the gazoo, and their struggles with the Turks are inexhaustible themes for verse, and in an Arab tent there is little else to afford excitement or amusement. The Bedouins have no books. Even a Koran is seldom seen amongst them. It is equally rare to find a wandering Arab who can read. They have no written literature, and their traditional history consists of a little more than the tales of a few storytellers who wander from encampment to encampment, and earn their bread by chanting verses to the monotonous tones of a one-stringed fiddle, made of a gourd covered with sheepskin. The day of our departure now drew nigh, and Suleiman Aga, to do us honour, invited us to a general review of the irregular troops under his command. The horsemen of the Mili and Kitchi Kurds, and of the Arab tribes who encamped with them, joined the Turkish cavalry and added to the interest and beauty of the display. The Haita Bashish were, as usual, resplendent in silk and gold. There were some high-bred horses in the field, but the men, on the whole, were badly mounted, and the irregular cavalry is daily degenerating throughout the empire. The Turkish government have unwisely neglected a branch of their national armies to which they owed most of their great victories, and at one time their superiority over all their neighbours. The abolition of the Spahiliks and other military tenures has, of course, contributed much to this result, and has led to the deterioration of that excellent breed of horses which once distinguished the Ottoman light cavalry. No effort is now made by the government to keep up the race, and the scanty pay of the irregular troops is not sufficient to enable them to obtain even second-rate animals. Everything has been sacrificed to the regular army, undoubtedly an essential element of national defence, but in a future war the Turks will probably find reason to regret that they have altogether sacrificed it to the ancient irregular horse. The Kurds, although encumbered by their long flowing garments and huge turbans, are not bad horsemen. Midgewell, however, as he scanned the motley crowd with his eagle eye, included them all in one expression of ineffable contempt. End of chapter 14. Recording by Florence.
Chapter 15 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 15. Departure from the Kabul, Arab sagacity, the Hole, the Lake of Katanuya, return of Sutum, encampment of the Shamar, Arab horses, their breeds, their value, their speed, Sheikh Ferhan, Yazidi villages, falcons, an alarm about Maria, Eski Mosul, arrival at Mosul, return of Sutum to the desert. Mr. Hormuzd Rassam, having sufficiently recovered from his dangerous illness to be able to ride a dolul, and no remains except pottery and bricks having been discovered in the mounds of Umjejech, we left the encampment of Suleiman Aga on the 29th of April on our return to Mosul. We again visited the remarkable volcanic core of Koukab. As we drew near it, Midgewell detected in the loose soil the footprints of two men, which he immediately recognized to be those of Shamar thieves returning from the Kurdish encampments. The sagacity of the Bedouin in determining from such marks whether of man or beast, and from similar indications the tribe, time of passing, and business of those who may have left them, with many other particulars, is well known. In this respect he resembles the American Indian, though the circumstances differ under which the two are called upon to exercise this peculiar faculty. The one seeks or avoids his enemy in vast plains, which, for 3/4 of the year, are without any vegetation. The other tracks his prey through thick woods and higher grass. The quickness of perception is the result of continual observation and of caution encouraged from earliest youth. Whilst the child in a civilized country is still under the care of its nurse, the Bedouin boy is compelled to exercise his highest faculties, and on his prudence and sagacity may sometimes depend the safety of his tribe. The expert Bedouin can draw conclusions from the footprints and dung of animals that would excite the astonishment of an European. He will tell whether the camel was loaded or unloaded, whether recently fed or suffering from hunger, whether fatigued or fresh, the time when it passed by, whether the owner was a man of the desert or of the town, whether a friend or foe, and sometimes even the name of his tribe. We encamped for the night near the mound of Fenanir, and resumed our journey on the following morning. Bidding farewell to the pleasant banks of the Kabul, we struck into the desert in the direction of the Sinjar. Extensive beds of gypsum or alabaster, such as was used in the Assyrian edifices, formed for some miles the surface of the plain. We soon approached a dense mass of reeds and rank herbage, covering a swamp called the Hole, which extends from the lake of Katanuya to within a short distance of the Kabul. This jungle is the hiding place of many kinds of wild beasts. Lions lurk in it, and in the thick cover the Bedouins find their cubs. During our journey an Arab joined us, riding on a dalul with his wife. His 2 children were crammed into a pair of saddlebags, a black head peeping out of either side. He had quarrelled with his kinsman, and was moving with his family and little property to another tribe. After a 6 hours' ride, we found ourselves upon the margin of a small lake, whose surface reflected the deep blue of the cloudless sky. In the midst was a peninsula, joined to the mainland by a narrow causeway, and beyond it a small island. On the former were the ruins of a town, whose falling walls and towers were doubled in the clear waters. The small town of Katanuya was, until recently, inhabited by a tribe of Arabs. A feud, arising out of the rival pretensions of 2 chiefs, sprang up amongst them. The factions fought, many persons were killed, and the place was consequently deserted, one party joining the Thai Arabs near Nizibin, the other the Yazidis of Keraniyah. We traced the remains of cultivation and the dry watercourses which once irrigated plots of rice and melon beds. The lake may be about 6 miles in circumference. The water, although brackish, like nearly all the springs in this part of the desert, is not only drinkable, but, according to the Bedouins, exceedingly wholesome for man and beast. It abounds in fish, some of which are said to be of very considerable size, and waterfowl and waders of various kinds congregate on the shores. We had scarcely resumed our march in the morning when we spied Sutum and Koraif coming towards us and urging their fleet mares to the top of their speed. A Jebor, leaving our encampment at Umjejeh, when Hormuzd was dangerously ill, had spread a report in the desert that he was actually dead. To give additional authenticity to his tale, he had minutely described the process by which my companion's body had been first salted and then sent to Frankenstan in a box, on a camel. Sutum, as we met, showed the most lively signs of grief, but when he saw the dead man himself restored to life, his joy and his embraces knew no bounds. We rode over a low, undulating country at the foot of the Sinjar hills, every dale and ravine being a bed of flowers. About 5 miles from Katanuyah, we passed a small reedy stream, called Sufeira, on which the Boraish, Sutum's tribe, had been encamped on the previous day. They had now moved further into the plain, and we stopped at their watering place, a brackish rivulet called Sahel, their tents being about 3 miles distant from us in the desert. Their mares, camels, and sheep came to Sahel for water, and during the whole day there was one endless line of animals passing to and fro before our encampment. I sat watching them from my tent. As each mare and horse stopped to drink at the troubled stream, Sutum named its owner and its breed, and described its exploits. The mares were generally followed by 2 or 3 colts, who are suffered, even in their 3rd year, to run loose after their dams, and to gambol unrestrained over the plain. It is to their perfect freedom whilst young that the horses of the desert owe their speed and the suppleness of their limbs. It may not be out of place to add a few remarks on the subject of Arab horses. The Bedouins, it is well known, divide their thoroughbreds into 5 races, descended, as some declare, from the 5 favourite mares of the Prophet. The names, however, of these breeds vary amongst different tribes. According to Sutum, who was better acquainted with the history and traditions of the Bedouins than almost any Arab I ever met, they are all derived from one original stock, the Koheleh, which, in course of time, was divided, after the names of celebrated mares, into the following 5 branches: Obayen Sherak, Hebda Zaihi, Manekia Hedreshki, Shoemach Sablach, and Margob. These form the Kamseh, or 5 breeds, from which alone entire horses are chosen to propagate the race. From the Kamseh have sprung a number of families no less noble, perhaps, than the original 5, but the Shamar receive their stallions with suspicion, or reject them altogether. Among the best known are the Watna Kersan, so called from the mares being said to be worth their weight in gold. Noble horses of this breed are found amongst the Arab tribes inhabiting the districts to the east of the Euphrates, the Beni Lam, Al-Khamis, and Al-Kathire. Karlawi, thus named from a wonderful feat of speed performed by a celebrated mare in southern Mesopotamia, Jayetani, and Julfa. The only esteemed race in the desert which, according to Sutum, cannot be traced to the Kamseh, is the Saklawi, although considered by the Shamar and by the Bedouins of the Gebel Shamar as one of the noblest, if not the noblest, of all. It is divided into 3 branches, the most valued being the Saklawi Jedran, which is said to be now almost extinct. To understand how a man, who has perhaps not even bread to feed himself and his children, can withstand the temptation of such large sums, it must be remembered that, besides the affection proverbially felt by the Bedouin for his mare, which might, perhaps, not be proof against such a test, he is entirely dependent upon her for his happiness, his glory, and, indeed, his very existence. An Arab possessing a horse unrivalled in speed and endurance, and it would only be for such that enormous prices would be offered, is entirely his own master, and can defy the world. Once on its back, no one can catch him. He may rob, plunder, fight, and go to and fro as he lists. No man has a keener sense of the joys of liberty, and a heartier hatred of restraint, than the true Bedouin. Give him the desert, his mare, and his spear, and he will not envy the wealth and power of the greatest of the earth. He plunders and robs for the mere pleasure and excitement which danger and glory afford. A mare is generally the property of 2 or more persons, who have a share in her progeny, regulated by custom and differing according to the tribe. The largest number of horses, as well as those of the most esteemed breeds, are still to be found, as in the time of Burckhardt, amongst the tribes who inhabit Mesopotamia and the great plains watered by the Euphrates and the Tigris. These rich pastures, nourished by the rains of winter and spring, the climate, and, according to the Arabs, the brackish water of the springs rising in the gypsum, seem especially favourable to the rearing of horses. The best probably belong to the Shammar and Anaza tribes. The present sheikh of the Gebel Shammar, Ibn Reshid, has, I am informed, a very choice stud of mares of the finest breeds, and their reputation has spread far and wide over the desert. The Nawab of old, the Ekbel ed Dullah, a good judge of horses, who had visited many of the tribes, and had made the pilgrimage to the holy cities by the little frequented route through the interior of Najd, assured me that the finest horses he had ever seen were in the possession of the Sharif of Mecca. The Arab horse is more remarkable for its exquisite symmetry and beautiful proportions, united with wonderful powers of endurance, than for extraordinary speed. I doubt whether any Arab of the best blood has ever been brought to England. The difficulty of obtaining them is so great that they are scarcely ever seen beyond the limits of the desert. Their colour is generally white, light or dark grey, light chestnut and bay, with white or black feet. Black is exceedingly rare, and I never remember to have seen dun, sorrel, or dapple. I refer, of course, to the true-bred Arab, and not to the Turkoman or to the Kurdish and Turkish races, which are a cross between the Arab and Persian. The average height is from 14 hands to 14 3/4, rarely reaching 15. I have only seen one mare that exceeded it. Notwithstanding the smallness of their stature, they often possess great strength and courage. But their most remarkable and valuable quality is the power of performing long and arduous marches upon the smallest possible allowance of food and water. It is only the mare of the wealthy Bedouin that gets even regular feed of about 12 handfuls of barley or of rice in the husk, once in 24 hours. During the spring alone, when the pastures are green, the horses of the Arabs are sleek and beautiful in appearance. At other times they eat nothing but the withered herbs and scanty hay gathered from the parched soil, and are lean and unsightly. They are never placed under cover during the intense heat of an Arabian summer, nor protected from the biting cold of the desert winds during the winter. The saddle is rarely taken from their backs, nor are they ever cleaned or groomed. Thus apparently neglected, they are but skin and bone, and the townsman marvels at seeing an animal which he would scarcely take the trouble to ride home, valued almost beyond price. The Shammar Bedouins give their horses, particularly when young, large quantities of camel's milk. I have heard of mares eating raw flesh, and dates are frequently mixed with their food by the tribes living near the mouth of the Euphrates. The Shammar and Anaza shoe their horses if possible, and wandering farriers regularly visit their tents. The Arab horse has but 2 ordinary paces, a quick and easy walk, sometimes averaging between 4 and 5 miles an hour, and a half-running canter. The Bedouin rarely puts his mare to full speed, unless pursued or pursuing. In the evening, as I was seated before my tent, I observed a large party of horsemen and riders on dululs approaching our encampment. They stopped at the entrance of the large pavilion reserved for guests, and, picketing their mares, and turning loose their dromedaries adorned with gay trappings, seated themselves on the carpets. The chiefs were our old friends, Mohammed Emin and Ferhan, the great Shammar sheikh. We cordially embraced after the Bedouin fashion. I had not seen Ferhan since the treacherous murder of his father by Najib Pasha of Baghdad, to which he alluded with touching expressions of grief, bewailing his own incompetency to fill Suffolk's place and to govern the divided tribe. He was now on his way with the Jabor sheikh to recover, if possible, the government treasure plundered by the Hamoud, for which, as head of the Shammar, he was held responsible by the Porte. After they had eaten of the feast we were able to prepare for them, they departed about sunset for the tents of the Jabors. I embraced Mohammed Emin for the last time, and saw him no more during my residence in Assyria. On the 4th of May, we made a short day's journey of 5 hours to a beautiful stream issuing from the Sinjar hill, beneath the village of Kersa or Chersa. A Bedouin of the Boraij tribe accompanied us, riding on a swift white dromedary of a true Negid breed. This animal was scarcely taller than a large English horse. Leaving the plain, which was speckled as far as the eye could reach with the flocks and tents of the Bedouins, we skirted the very foot of the Sinjar. Kersa had been deserted by its inhabitants, who had rebuilt their village higher up on the side of the hill. Since the loss of Hatab, Sutum had never ceased pining for a falcon worthy to take his place. He had been counting the hours of his visit to this part of the Sinjar, known only to yield to the borders of the Persian Gulf in producing the finest and bravest hawks for the chase. He was not successful, however, in pleasing himself with those which were offered to him. Next day we made but little progress, encamping near a spring under the village of Aldina, whose chief, Murad, had now returned from his captivity. Grateful for my intercession in his path, he brought us sheep and other provisions, and met us with his people as we entered the valley. At his urgent request, I aided materially in inducing the people to pay the dues of the tax-gatherer, who was at that time in the village. During the negotiations, Sutum, surrounded by clamorous Yazidis, was sitting in the shade, examining unfledged hawks. At length 3 were deemed worthy of his notice. One, being pretty well advanced in days, was sent to his tent for education, under the charge of the rider of the Negid Delul. The others, being yet in a weak state, were restored to the nest, to be claimed on his return from Mosul. The largest bird, being a very promising specimen, cost 5 gazis, or £1. The other 3 gazis and a half, as the times were hard and the tax-gatherers urgent for ready money. We rode on the following day for about an hour along the foot of the Sinjar hill, which suddenly subsides into a low undulating country. The narrow valleys and ravines were blood-red with gigantic poppies. The Bedouins adorned the camels and horses with the scarlet flowers, and twisted them into their own headdresses and long garments. Even the tiare dressed themselves up in the gaudy trappings of nature, and as we journeyed, chanting an Arab war song, we resembled the return of a festive procession from some sacrifice of old. During our weary marches under a burning sun, it required some such episodes to keep up the drooping spirits of the men, who toiled on foot by our sides. Poetry and flowers are the wine and spirits of the Arab. A couplet is equal to a bottle, and a rose to a dram, without the evil effects of either. Would that in more civilized climes the sources of excitement were equally harmless. In the evening, Sutum inveighed bitterly against a habit of some travellers of continually taking notes before strangers. I endeavoured to explain the object, and to remove his fears. "It is all very well," said the Sheikh, "and I can understand, and am willing to believe, all you tell me. But supposing the Turks, or anybody else, should hereafter come against us, there are many foolish and suspicious men in the tribe, and I have enemies, who would say that I had brought them, for I have shown you everything. You know what would be the consequence to me of such a report. As for you, you are in this place to-day, and 100 days' journey off to-morrow, but I am always here. There is not a plot of grass or a spring that that man," alluding to one of our party, "does not write down." Sutum's complaints were not unreasonable, and travellers cannot be too cautious in this respect, when amongst independent tribes, for even if they do not bring difficulties upon themselves, they may do so upon others. We had a 7 hours' ride on the Deluls, leaving the caravan to follow, to the large ruin of Abu Maria, passing through the Tel Afar. The Jahesh were encamped about 2 miles from the place. My workmen had excavated for some time in these remarkable mounds, and had discovered chambers and several enormous slabs of Mosul marble, but no remains whatever of sculpture. A short ride of 3 hours brought us to Eski, old Mosul, on the banks of the Tigris. According to tradition, this is the original site of the city. There are mounds and the remains of walls, which are probably Assyrian. Mosul was still 9 caravan hours distant, and we encamped the next night at Hamaidat, where many of our friends came out to meet us. On the 10th of May we were again within the walls of the town, our desert trip having been accomplished without any mishap or accident whatever. Sutum left us 2 days after for his tents, fearing lest he should be too late to join the warriors of the Khorasech, who had planned a grand gazoo into Najd. He urged me to accompany them, but I had long renounced such evil habits, and other occupations kept me in Mosul. Finding that I was not to be persuaded, and that the time was at length come for us to part, he embraced me, crammed the presents we had made to himself and his wives into the saddle-bags, and, mounting his delul, rode off with Midgewell towards the desert. End of Chapter 15. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Chapter 16 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 16. Discoveries at Kuyunjik. Procession of figures bearing fruit and game. Locusts. Led horses. An Assyrian campaign. Dagon, or the fish god. The chambers of records. Inscribed clay tablets. Return to Nimrod. Effects of the flood. Discoveries. Small temple and a high mound. The evil spirit. Fish god. Fine bas-relief of the king. Extracts from the inscription. Great inscribed monolith. Extracts from the inscription. Cedar beams. Small objects. Second temple. Marble figure and other objects. During my absence in the desert, the excavations at Kuyunjik had been actively carried on under the superintendence of Tomer Shishman. On my arrival, he described many interesting discoveries, and I hastened to the ruins, crossing in a rude ferry boat the river, now swollen by the spring rains, to more than double its usual size. The earth had been completely removed from the sides of the long gallery, on the walls of which had been portrayed the transport of the large stone and of the winged bulls. An outlet was discovered near its western end, opening into a narrow descending passage, an entrance, it would appear, into the palace from the river side. Its length was 96 feet, its breadth not more than 13. The walls were panelled with sculptured slabs about 6 feet high. Those to the right, in descending, represented a procession of servants carrying fruit, flowers, game, and supplies for a banquet, preceded by mace-bearers. The first servant, following the guard, bore an object which I should not hesitate to identify with the pineapple, unless there were every reason to believe that the Assyrians were unacquainted with that fruit. The leaves sprouting from the top proved that it was not the cone of a pine tree or fir. After all, the sacred symbol held by the winged figures in the Assyrian sculptures may be the same fruit, and not, as I have conjectured, that of a coniferous tree. The attendants who followed carried clusters of ripe dates and flat baskets of osier work, filled with pomegranates, apples, and bunches of grapes. They raised in one hand small green boughs to drive away the flies. Then came men bearing hares, partridges, and dried locusts fastened on rods. The locust has ever been an article of food in the East, and is still sold in the markets of many towns in Arabia. Being introduced in this bas-relief amongst the choice delicacies of a banquet, it was probably highly prized by the Assyrians. The locust bearers were followed by a man with strings of pomegranates. Then came, 2 by 2, attendants carrying on their shoulders low tables, such as are still used in the East at feasts, loaded with baskets of cakes and fruits of various kinds. The procession was finished by a long line of servants bearing vases of flowers. These figures were dressed in a short tunic, confined at the waist by a shawl or girdle. They wore no headgear, their hair falling in curls on their shoulders. On the opposite walls of the passage were 14 horses without trappings, each horse having a simple halter twisted around its lower jaw, by which it was led by a groom. The animals and men were designed with considerable truth and spirit. It is probable that the sculpture forming the upper end of the passage, but now entirely destroyed, represented the king receiving this double procession. The passage may have led to the banqueting hall, or to a chamber where royal feasts were sometimes held, and was therefore adorned with appropriate subjects. At its western end, the gallery turned abruptly to the north, its walls being there built of solid stone masonry. I lost all further traces of it, as the workmen were unable at that time to carry on the tunnel beneath an accumulated mass of earth and rubbish about 40 feet thick. As the workmen could no longer, without some danger, excavate in this part of the ruins, they had returned to the chamber already described as containing a series of bas-reliefs representing the capture and sack of a large city in the mountains, and as opening into the broad gallery on whose walls were depicted the various processes employed by the Assyrians in moving their colossal figures. From this chamber branched to the south a narrow passage, whose sculptured panels had been purposely destroyed. It led into a great hall, which the workmen did not then explore. They continued for a few feet along its western side, and then turning through a doorway, discovered a chamber, from which again, always following the line of wall, they entered a spacious apartment, completely surrounded with bas-reliefs, representing one continuous subject. The Assyrian army was seen fording a broad river amidst wooded mountains. The king in his chariot was followed by a long retinue of warriors on foot and on horses, richly caparisoned, by led horses with even gayer trappings, and by men bearing on their shoulders his second chariot, which had a yoke ornamented with bosses and carvings. After crossing the river, they attacked the enemy's strongholds, which they captured one by one, putting to death or carrying into captivity their inhabitants. The captives wore a kind of turban wrapped in several folds round the head, and a short tunic confined at the waist by a broad belt. From the nature of the country, it may be conjectured that the sculptures represented a campaign in some part of Armenia, and I am inclined to identify the river with the Euphrates, near whose headwaters, as we learn from the bull inscriptions, Sennacherib waged one of his most important wars. The slabs at the western end of this chamber were actually curved backwards, showing the enormous pressure that must have taken place from the falling in of the upper part of the building, by which not only the alabaster was bent, but driven into the wall of sundry bricks. On the north side of the chamber were two doorways leading into separate apartments. Each entrance was formed by two colossal bas-reliefs of Dagon, or the fish god. Unfortunately, the upper part of all these figures had been destroyed, but as the lower remained from above the waist, we can have no difficulty in restoring the whole, especially as the same image is seen entire on a fine Assyrian cylinder of agate in my possession. It combined the human shape with that of the fish. The head of the fish formed a mitre above that of the man, whilst its scaly back and fan-like tail fell as a cloak behind, leaving the human limbs and feet exposed. The figure wore a fringed tunic, and bore the two sacred emblems, the basket and the cone. We can scarcely hesitate to identify this mythic form with the Oannes, or sacred manfish, who, according to the traditions preserved by Berosus, issued from the Erythraean Sea, instructed the Chaldeans in all wisdom, in the sciences, and in the fine arts, and was afterwards worshipped as a god in the temples of Babylonia. Its body, says the historian, was that of a fish, but under the head of a fish was that of a man, and to its tail were joined women's feet. 5 such monsters rose from the Persian Gulf at fabulous intervals of time. The Dagon of the Philistines and of the inhabitants of the Phoenician coast was worshipped, according to the united opinion of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible, under the same form. When the Ark of the Lord was brought into the great temple of the idol at Ashdod, and the statue fell a second time, the head of Dagon and both the palms of his hands were cut off upon the threshold. Only the fishy part of Dagon was left to him. His worship appears to have extended over Syria, as well as Mesopotamia and Chaldea. He had many temples, as we learn from the Bible, in the country of the Philistines, and it was probably under the ruins of one of them that Samson buried the people of Gaza, who had gathered them together for to offer a great sacrifice unto Dagon, their god, and to rejoice. We also find a Beth Dagon, or the house of Dagon, amongst the uttermost cities of the children of Judah, and another city of the same name in the inheritance of the children of Asher. The first doorway, guarded by the fish gods, led into 2 small chambers opening into each other, and once panelled with bas-reliefs, the greater part of which had been destroyed. I shall call these chambers the chambers of records, for, like the house of the rolls, or records, which Darius ordered to be searched for the decree of Cyrus concerning the building of the Temple of Jerusalem, they appear to have contained the decrees of the Assyrian kings, as well as the archives of the empire. I have mentioned elsewhere that the historical records and public documents of the Assyrians were kept on tablets and cylinders of baked clay. Many specimens have been brought to this country. The importance of such relics will be readily understood. They present, in a small compass, an abridgment or recapitulation of the inscriptions on the great monuments and palace walls, giving in a chronological series the events of each monarch's reign. The writing is so minute, and the letters are so close one to another, that it requires considerable experience to separate and transcribe them. The chambers I am describing appear to have been a depository in the palace of Nineveh for such documents. To the height of a foot or more from the floor, they were entirely filled with them, some entire, but the greater part broken into many fragments, probably by the falling in of the upper part of the building. They were of different sizes. The largest tablets were flat, and measured about 9 inches by 6½ inches. The smaller were slightly convex, and some were not more than an inch long, with but 1 or 2 lines of writing. The cuneiform characters on most of them were singularly sharp and well defined, but so minute in some instances as to be almost illegible without a magnifying glass. These documents appear to be of various kinds. Many are historical records of wars and distant expeditions undertaken by the Assyrians. Some seem to be royal decrees, and are stamped with the name of a king, the son of Esarhaddon. Others again, divided into parallel columns by horizontal lines, contain lists of the gods, and probably a register of offerings made in their temples. On one, Dr. Hincks has detected a table of the value of certain cuneiform letters expressed by different alphabetical signs, according to various modes of using them, a most important discovery. On another, apparently a list of the sacred days in each month, and on a third, what seems to be a calendar. As we find from the Bavian inscriptions that the Assyrians kept a very accurate computation of time, we may reasonably expect to obtain valuable chronological tables and some information as to their methods of dividing the year, and even the day. Many are sealed with seals, and may prove to be legal contracts or conveyances of land. Others bear rolled impressions of those engraved cylinders so frequently found in Babylonia and Assyria, by some believed to be amulets. The characters appear to have been formed by a very delicate instrument before the clay was hardened by fire, and the process of accurately making letters so minute and complicated must have required considerable ingenuity and experience. On some tablets are found Phoenician or cursive Assyrian characters and other signs. The adjoining chambers contained similar relics, but in far smaller numbers. Many cases were filled with these tablets before I left Assyria, and a vast number of them have been found, I understand, since my departure. A large collection of them is already deposited in the British Museum. We cannot overrate their value. They furnish us with the materials for the complete decipherment of the cuneiform character, for restoring the language and history of Assyria, and for inquiring into the customs, sciences, and we may perhaps even add, literature of its people. The documents that have thus been discovered at Nineveh probably exceed all that have yet been afforded by the monuments of Egypt. But years must elapse before the innumerable fragments can be put together, and the inscriptions transcribed for the use of those who, in England and elsewhere, may engage in the study of the cuneiform character. It is to be hoped that the trustees of the British Museum will undertake the publication of documents of such importance to the history of the ancient world. The second entrance formed by the fish gods opened into a small chamber, whose sides had been lined with bas-reliefs, but there were no remains of inscriptions. A few days after our return to Mosul, I floated down the river on a raft to Nimrod. The flood which had spread over the plain during my absence in the desert had destroyed a part of the village. The centre of the plain of Nimrod was now a large lake, and the cultivated fields were overspread with slime. The Shemuti gathered round me as I arrived, and told me of crops destroyed and of houses swept away. The workmen had not been idle during my absence, and discoveries of considerable interest and importance had been made in the high mound on the level of the artificial platform. The first trenches had been opened in the side of the ravine between the ruins of the tower and those of the northwest palace. A pavement of large square bricks, bearing the usual superscription of the early Nimrod king, was soon uncovered. It led to a wall of sun-dried bricks coated with plaster, which proved to be part of a small temple. I have already mentioned that a superstructure of bricks rested upon the stone basement wall of the tower at the northwest corner of the mount. It was against the eastern and southern faces of this upper building that the newly discovered temple abutted. 4 of its chambers were explored, chiefly by means of tunnels carried through the enormous mass of earth and rubbish in which the ruins were buried. The great entrances were to the east. The principal portal was formed by 2 colossal human-headed lions, 16 feet and a half high and 15 feet long. They were flanked by 3 small winged creatures, one above the other, and divided by an ornamental cornice, and between them was an inscribed pavement slab of alabaster. In front of each was a square stone, apparently the pedestal of an altar, and the walls on both sides were adorned with enamelled bricks. About 30 feet to the right, or north, of the lion gateway was a second entrance, at each side of which were 2 singular figures. One was that of a monster, whose head, of fanciful and hideous form, had long pointed ears and extended jaws, armed with huge teeth. Its body was covered with feathers, its 4 feet were those of a lion, its hind legs ended in the talons of an eagle, and it had spreading wings and the tail of a bird. Behind this strange image was a winged man, whose dress consisted of an upper garment with a skirt of skin or fur, an underrobe fringed with tassels, and the sacred horned hat. A long sword was suspended from his shoulders by an embossed belt. Sandals, armlets, and bracelets completed his attire. He grasped in each hand an object in the form of a double trident, resembling the thunderbolt of the Greek Jove, which he was in the attitude of hurling against the monster, who turned furiously towards him. This group appears to represent the bad spirit driven out by a good deity, a fit subject for the entrance to a temple dedicated to the god of war. The singular combination of forms by which the Assyrian sculptor portrayed the evil principle, so prominent an element in the Chaldean, and afterwards in the Magian, religious systems, cannot fail to strike the reader. On the slabs at right angles to these sculptures, forming the outer part of the entrance, were 2 colossal human figures, without wings, wearing garlands on their heads and bearing branches ending in 3 flowers. Within the temple, at right angles to the entrance, were sculptured fish gods, somewhat different in form from those in the palace of Koyunjik. The fish's head formed part of the 3-horned cap usually worn by the winged figures. The tail only reached to the waist of the man, who was dressed in the tunic and long furred robe commonly seen in the bas-reliefs of Nimrod. To the right of this entrance, and apparently outside the walls of the temple, was discovered one of the finest specimens of Assyrian sculpture brought to this country. It represents the early Nimrod king, in high relief, carved on a solid block of limestone, cut into the shape of an arched frame, in the form of the rock tablets of Bavian and the Nar el-Kelb. The monarch wears his sacrificial robes, and carries the sacred mace in his left hand. Round his neck are hung the 4 sacred signs, the crescent, the star or sun, the trident, and the cross. His waist is encircled by the knotted cord, and in his girdle are 3 daggers. Above his head are the mythic symbols of Assyrian worship, the winged globe, the crescent, the star, the bident, and the horned cap. The entire slab, 8 foot 8 inches high by 4 foot 6 inches broad and 1 foot 3 inches thick, is covered behind and before, except where the sculpture intervenes, with an inscription, in small and admirably formed arrow-headed characters. Unfortunately, the heat of the fire which had consumed the building had also broken this monument into 2 pieces. From the carelessness shown in its transport to England, this fine specimen of Assyrian sculpture sustained still further injury, and the lower part is now almost destroyed. The inscription must have contained, when entire, several hundred lines, and is divided on the back of the slabs into 2 columns. It commences with an invocation to the god Ashur, the supreme lord, the king of the circle and of the 12 great gods. Then follow the names of these deities. The first name is Anu, the last Ishtar, probably Astarte, or the moon, and not Venus, as some have believed. After this invocation, occurs the name of the founder of the Northwest Palace, read by Dr. Hincks, Assarakbal, and by Colonel Rawlinson, Sardanapalus, by a long exordium, apparently of a religious nature, which has not yet been satisfactorily deciphered. Then follows a full account of his various campaigns and wars. The line entrance led into a chamber 46 feet by 19 feet. Nearly opposite to the entrance was a doorway panelled with slabs sculptured with winged figures carrying maces. The inner door led into a chamber 47 feet by 31 feet, ending in a recess paved with one enormous alabaster slab, no less than 21 feet by 16 feet 7 inches, and 1 foot 1 inch thick. This monolith had been broken into several pieces, probably by the falling in of the roof of the building, and had in several places been reduced to lime by the burning beams of the ceiling. The whole of its surface, as well as the side facing the chamber, was occupied by one inscription, 325 lines in length, divided into 2 parallel horizontal columns, and carved with the greatest sharpness and care. On subsequently raising the detached pieces, I found that the back of the slab, resting on a solid mass of sun-dried bricks, was also covered with cuneiform writing, occupying 3 columns. It is difficult to understand why so much labour should have been apparently thrown away upon an inscription which would remain unseen until the edifice itself was utterly destroyed. Still more curious is the fact that, whilst this inscription contains all the historical details of that on the opposite side, the records of 2 or 3 more years are added, and that the upper inscription stops abruptly in the middle of a sentence. It is possible that the builders of the temple, foreseeing its ruin, had determined that if their enemies should through malice deface their annals, there should yet remain another record, inaccessible and unknown, which would preserve the history of their greatness and glory unto all time. The inscription on this great monolith appears to have been similar in its historical details to that on the king in the frame. I shall quote some specimens, translated by Dr. Hincks, to show the minuteness with which the Assyrian kings chronicled every event of their reign, and the consequent value of the historical records. It is to be remarked that, although these inscriptions are in the form of annals, the years are not mentioned. The king generally sets out on his campaigns in one particular month, the name of which is given, probably in the autumn, when the heats of summer were over. In the beginning of his reign, he collected his army, and made his first expedition into the country of Numi, or Numni, probably Elam or Susiana, subsequently, as we should find, called Numaki or Nubaki. He took many cities, towns, and districts whose names have not been identified. He slew their women, their slaves, and their children, and carried away their cattle and flocks. Their fighting men escaped to a hill fort, ? Their houses he burned like stubble, ? Many other countries to the south and southeast of Assyria, some of which are mentioned on the obelisk, were conquered during this campaign. The city of Nishtun, ? is particularly described as one of considerable importance. He seized its king or governor, whose name reads Babu, the son of Babur, and imprisoned him in Babylon. At that time the cities of Nerib, their position is doubtful, their principal cities, he destroyed. From Nerib he departed to the city of Tushka. A palace for his dwelling he made there, and placed pillars, ? at the gates, and put a statue of, probably some kind of stone, and set up tablets, and made a place for them in the citadel. An account follows of the building of the northwest palace of Nimrod, which, when deciphered, will be of considerable interest, and may enable us to restore that edifice. He also built 2 cities on the Euphrates, one on each bank, ? calling one after his own name, and the other after the name of the great god Ashur. Numerous expeditions to countries to the north, west, and south of Assyria are then related in detail. Among them one to Carchemish, where he received the tribute of Sangara, king of the Khatti, the Hittites or people of Syria, including a great variety of gold and silver ornaments, some apparently to be recognized by their pure Hebrew names. As few of the cities and countries conquered and visited by this king have yet been identified, and a mere repetition of the same dry details would scarcely interest the reader, I will merely give literal versions, as far as they can be given, of the history of 2 of the most important campaigns. They will show the style of these remarkable chronicles, and the minuteness with which events were recorded. The first paragraph relates to the campaign of the king on the borders of the Euphrates. On the 22nd day of the month, I departed from Calah, the quarter of Nineveh now called Nimrod. I crossed the Tigris. On the banks of the Tigris I received much tribute. In the city of Tabit I halted. I occupied the banks of the river Karma, the Hermus, or eastern confluent of the Kabul. In the city of Megaris I halted. From the city of Megaris I departed. I occupied the banks of the Kabul, Chaboras. I halted at the city of Sadikani, or Kardikani. I received the tribute of the city of Kedni. From Kedni I departed to the city of Lemni. In the city of Lemni I halted. From the city of Lemni I departed. In the city of Beth-Khilapi I halted. The tribute of Beth-Khilapi I received, gold and silver, and many other articles, amongst which are apparently objects of clothing or embroidered stuffs. Then follow his marches day by day to the cities of Sirki, Sofri, Nakwarabani, and Kindani, from each of which he received tribute in gold, silver, several objects not identified, cattle, and sheep. The inscription goes on. The city of Kindani stands on the right bank of the river Euphrates. From Kindani I departed. On the mountain by the side of the Euphrates I halted. From the mountain I departed. In Beth Shebaiah, over against Karid, I halted. The city of Karid stands on the right bank of the river Euphrates. From Beth Shebaiah I departed. On the top of, or above, Anat I halted. Anat stands in the middle of the Euphrates, agreeing with the position of the modern town of Anna. He then attacked and took the principal city of Shadu, of the country of Sukkah, and the city of Tsur, the capital of Shadu, whose inhabitants were assisted by the soldiers of Bishi, a nation also alluded to in the second year of the Annals as Sennacherib. Nebobaladin, king of Kardunias, is then mentioned, showing that the campaign was carried down the banks of the Euphrates, far to the south of Babylon. The second extract is from the records of a campaign in northern Syria. Having first crossed the Euphrates, from Kunulua, the capital of Lubana, the Sharutinian, I departed. The Arantu, Orontes, I crossed. On the bank of the Arantu I encamped. From the banks of the Arantu I departed. Between the countries of Saraban and Tapan, I occupied the country. By the seashore I encamped. To the city of Adiboa, a principal city of Lubana, the Sharutinian, I returned. Undeciphered passage. I caused some men of Assyria to dwell in his palace, Whilst I was in Adiboa, the cities of Lukuta I took. I slew many of their men. I overthrew and burned their cities. Their fighting men, or the deserters from my army, I laid hold of. On stakes over against their city I impaled them. At that time the countries that are upon the Lebanon I took possession of, to the great sea of the country of Akari, the Mediterranean. On the great sea I put my servants, sacrifices to the gods I offered. The tribute of the kings of the people who dwelt near the sea, of the Tyrians, the Sidonians, the Cubalians, the Mahalatai, the Ma'ai, and the Acarians, all nations to the north of the Tyre, and of the city of Arvad, which is in the middle of the sea, silver and gold pieces, rings, of copper, ingots, of copper, 2 kinds of clothing, perhaps the dyed cloth of Tyre, or embroidery such as are frequently mentioned in the Bible, great yagoti and small pagoti, meaning not determined, some wooden objects apparently of cedar, and pearls, from the rivers at or between the sea. I went to the mountain of Kamana, the Kamenus, in the north of Syria. I sacrificed to the gods. I made bridges, or beams, and pillars, From Kamana I brought them to Bithkara, for my own house, for the temple of the sun. I went to the forests and cut them down, and made bridges, or roofs or beams, of the wood, for Ishtar, mistress of the city of Nineveh, my protectress. The chief events of the reign of this king are briefly alluded to in the standard and other inscriptions discovered in the northwest palace at Nimrod, but in the records just described we have a minuteness of geographical detail which enables us to trace the course of his expeditions with great certainty. Standing one day on a distant part of the mound, I smelt the sweet smell of burning cedar. The Arab workmen, excavating in the small temple, had dug out a beam, and, the weather being cold, had at once made a fire to warm themselves. The wood was cedar, probably one of the very beams mentioned in the inscription as brought from the forests of Lebanon by the king who built the edifice. After a lapse of nearly 3,000 years, it had retained its original fragrance. It is likely that the whole superstructure, as well as the roof and floor of the building, like those of the temple and palace of Solomon, were of this precious material. In these ruins was also found a mass of lead melted by the fire, for embedded in it was the iron head of a hatchet. Amongst the various small objects collected were figures of winged deities, etc., of clay coloured in the mass with a blue derived from copper, eyes, beards, hair, and ornaments in enamel, probably belonging to figures of wood, metal, or ivory, resembling the crucephalantine statues of the Greeks, eyes of black marble inlaid with ivory, with the eyeballs of a bright blue enamel belonging to similar statues, and arms, legs, and other parts of figures in charred wood. Fragments of porcelain, parts of a cup or vase, with carvings in low relief, several inscribed fragments of agate, lapis lazuli, cornelian, and other precious materials, beads, cylinders, and 1 or 2 clay tablets with inscriptions and impressions of seals, complete the list of small objects discovered in this temple. About 100 feet to the east of the building last described, and on the very edge of the artificial platform, I discovered a second temple. Its principal entrance faced the south, and was on the same level as the northwest palace. This gateway was formed by 2 colossal lions with extended jaws, gathered up lips and nostrils, flowing manes and ruffs of bristly hair. The heads, though to a certain extent conventional in form, were designed with that vigour so remarkably displayed by the Assyrian sculptor in the delineation of animals. The limbs conveyed the idea of strength and power, the veins and muscles were accurately portrayed, and the outline of the body was not deficient in grace and truth. But the front of the animal, which was in full, was narrow and cramped, and unequal in dignity to the side. The sculptor has given 5 legs to the animal for the same reason that he gave them to the sphinxes, that they may offer a complete front and side view. This gateway, about 8 feet wide, was paved with 1 inscribed slab. The height of the lines was about 8 feet, and their length 13. An inscription was carved across them. In front of them, in the corners formed by walls projecting at right angles with the entrance, were 2 altars, hollow at the top, and ornamented with gradines resembling the battlements of a castle. The exterior walls appeared to have been adorned with enamelled bricks, many of which still remained. Unfortunately, one of these lions had been too much injured by fire to bear removal. The other, although cracked in several places when discovered, and consequently moved in pieces, has been preserved and is now in the British Museum. The lion portal led into a chamber 57 feet by 25. At one end was a recess similar to that in the opposite temple, and also paved with 1 great alabaster slab, inscribed on both sides. This monolith, 19.5 feet by 12 feet, was likewise broken into several pieces, and had been injured in parts by fire. The inscription on the upper side, divided into 2 columns and containing 230 lines, was nearly the same as that on the king in the frame, and on the monolith in the other temple. It was also a record of the wars and campaigns of the early Nimrod king. The other rooms in the same building contained no inscriptions, sculptures, or other objects of interest. In the earth above the great inscribed slab was found an interesting figure, 3 feet 4 inches high, and cut in a hard, compact limestone. It appeared to represent the king himself, attired as high priest in his sacrificial robes. In his right hand he held an instrument resembling a sickle, and in his left the sacred mace. Round his waist was the knotted girdle, and his left arm, like that of the king in the opposite temple, was partly concealed by an outer robe. His garments descended to his feet, the toes alone projecting from them. The beard and hair were elaborately curled, the features were majestic, and the general proportions of the statue not altogether incorrect, with the exception of a want of breadth in side view peculiar to Assyrian works of art of this nature. It was, however, chiefly remarkable as being the only entire statue in the round of this period hitherto discovered in the ruins of Nineveh. On the breast is an inscription nearly in these words, after the name and titles of the king, the conqueror from the upper passage of the Tigris to Lebanon and the Great Sea, who all countries from the rising of the sun to the going down thereof has reduced under his authority. The statue was, therefore, probably raised after his return from the campaign in Syria described, as we have seen, on the monoliths and alluded to in the standard inscription. The statue originally stood on a pedestal of reddish limestone, which, with the figure itself, was found broken into several pieces. They have been restored and are now in the British Museum. The two interesting buildings just described, the only undoubted remains of temples hitherto found at Nimrod, complete the discoveries at the northern extremity of the mound. They enable us, as will hereafter be seen, to restore part of the group of edifices raised on the grand platform in this quarter of Nineveh. End of Chapter 16. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Chapter 17 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Section 17. The Summer. Encampment at Kuyunjik. Visitors. Mode of life. Departure for the mountains. Accra. Rock tablets at Gunduk. District of Zibari. Namet Aga. District of Shirwan. Of Badadost. Of Gerdi. Of Shemdina. Mausa Bay. Nestorian Bishop. Content of Mar Hananisha. Dizza. An Albanian friend. Bashkalach. Izzet Pasha. A Jewish encampment. High mountain pass. Mahmudiyah. First view of one. The difficulties and delay in crossing the Tigris, now swollen by the melting of the mountain snows, induced me to pitch my tents on the mound of Kolyunjik, and to reside there with all my party, instead of daily passing to and fro in the rude ferry-boats to the ruins. The small European community at Mosul was increased in June by the arrival of a large party of travellers, 2 English gentlemen and their wives, who passed through on their way to Baghdad, the Honourable Mr. Walpole, who has since published an account of his adventures in the East, the Reverend Mr. Malan, to whom I am indebted for many beautiful sketches, the Reverend Mr. Bowen, an English clergyman, on a tour of inspection to the Eastern churches, with whom I spent many agreeable and profitable hours amongst the ruins of Nineveh and Babylon, and his companion, Mr. Sandreski, were our visitors, and most of them were my guests. Our tents were pitched at the northern corner of Kolyunjik. The spring was now fast passing away. The heat became daily greater, the corn was cut, and the plains and hills put on their summer clothing of dull parched yellow. The pasture is withered, the tender herb faileth, the green herb is no more. It was the season, too, of the shergis, or burning winds from the south, which occasionally sweep over the face of the country, driving, in their short-lived fury, everything before them. Their coming was foretold by a sudden fall in the barometer, which rose again as soon as they had passed. At Nimrod, the excavations had been almost stopped. At Kolyunjik, they were still carried on as actively as my means would permit. I was now occupied in moving and packing sculptures from both ruins. From Nimrod, the beautiful bas-relief of the king in the arched frame, described in the previous chapter, the good spirit driving out the evil principle, the fish god, the colossal lion from the small temple, and several other interesting sculptures, were taken to the river bank and sent on rafts to Basra. At Kolyunjik, none of the slabs could be removed entire. I could only pack in fragments several of the bas-reliefs. The cases were dragged in carts to the Tigris, unloaded below the piers of the ancient bridge, and there placed on rafts prepared to receive them. During the day, when not otherwise occupied, I made drawings of the bas-reliefs discovered in the subterranean passages. My guests, choosing some convenient place underground near the parties who were at work, spread their carpets beneath the crumbling sculptures. We all went below soon after the sun had risen, and remained there without again seeking the open air, until it was far down in the western horizon. The temperature in the dark tunnels was cool and agreeable, nearly 20 degrees of Fahrenheit lower than that in the shade above, but I found it unwholesome, the sudden change in going in and out causing intermittent fever. After the sun had set, we dined outside the tents, and afterwards reclined on our carpets to enjoy the cool, balmy air of an eastern night. We slept under the open sky, making our beds in the field. July had set in, and we were now in the eye of the summer. My companions had been unable to resist its heat. One by one we dropped off with fever. The doctor, after long suffering, had gone with Mr. Walpole to the cooler regions of the Kurdish hills, there to wait until the state of the excavations might enable me to join them. Mr. Cooper, too, had so much declined in health that I sent him to the convent of the Marmeti, on the summit of the Gebel Makloub. Mr. Hornwood's Rassam and myself struggled on the longest, but at length we also gave way. Fortunately, our ague attacks did not coincide. We were prostrate alternate days, and were, therefore, able to take charge alternately of the works. By the 11th of July, I had sent to Basra the first collections of sculptures from Koyunjik, and on that day, in the middle of the hot stage of fever, and half delirious, I left Mosul for the mountains. While necessarily absent, I determined to visit those parts of central Kurdistan not yet explored by European travellers, to devote some days to the examination of the ruins and cuneiform inscriptions in and near the city of Wan, and then to return to Mosul through the unexplored uplands to the south of the Lake of Wan, and by such of the Nestorian valleys as I had not seen during my former journey in the mountains. I should then spend the hottest part of the summer in the cool regions of Kurdistan, and be again at Nineveh by September, when the heats begin to decline. As few European travellers can brave the perpendicular rays of an Assyrian sun, we struck our tents late in the afternoon, and got upon our horses at the foot of the mound of Koyunjik as the sun went down. With me were Hormuzd, my old servants, and the faithful Bayraktar. Mr. Cooper was to join us on the following day, and we were to seek the doctor and Mr. Walpole at Accra. 5 hours' ride over the plain brought us to the small Turkoman village of Bir Hilan, the Well of Stone, which stands on the south-eastern spur of the Makloub Hills. After 2 hours' rest, we continued our journey, and crossed this spur before morning dawned. Leaving the Gebel Makloub, we descended into a broad plain, stretching from it to the first Kurdish range, and soon found ourselves on the banks of the Gazir. Here a clear, sparkling stream, clothed with tall oleanders, now bending under their rosy blossoms. We sought the shade of some spreading walnut trees during the heat of the day, near the small Kurdish village of Kaimawa. Here Mr. Cooper joined us, and we were again on our way in the afternoon. Instead of striking for the mountains by the direct path across the plain of Navkur, we rode along the foot of a range of low hills, forming its western boundary, to the large Kurdish village of Badaresh. Having rested for a few hours, we descended in the middle of the night into a plain receiving the drainage of the surrounding highlands, and during the rainy season almost impassable from mud. Artificial mounds, the remains of ancient civilization, but of small size when compared with the great ruins of Assyria, rise amongst the hovels of the Kurdish peasants. After we had crossed the parched and burning plain, we entered a valley in the Kurdish hills, watered by a stream called Melik or Gerasim. We had to climb over much broken ground, rocky ridge and ravine, before reaching the slope of the mountain, covered with the gardens and orchards of Accra. We tarried for a moment at a cool spring rising in a natural grotto, and collected into 2 large basins. We had no difficulty in finding our European fellow-travellers. The first Kurd we met pointed towards a well-wooded garden. Above its trees peered their white tents. As we rode into it, however, no one came out to welcome us. I entered the first tent, and there, stretched on their carpets in a state of half-consciousness, the prey to countless flies, lay the doctor and Mr. Walpole. It was with difficulty I could rouse them to learn the history of their fever. The whole party were in the same state, the servants prostrate like their masters. I lost no time in enforcing a system of diet, and placing my patients under a course of treatment for ague, with which long experience had given me some acquaintance. Some days elapsed before my companions were able to journey. I took advantage of the delay to visit some bas-reliefs near the neighbouring village of Gunduk. There are 2 sculptured tablets in the rocks above Gunduk. They have been carved at the mouth of a spacious natural cavern, whose roof is fretted with stalactites, and down whose sides trickles cool, clear water, and hang dank ferns and creeping plants. It is called Gupa Dmar Johanna, or the Cure of St. John, and near it is an ancient Nestorian church dedicated to St. Audicio. The bas-reliefs are Assyrian. The upper represents a man slaying a wild goat with a spear. In the lower, as far as I could distinguish the sculpture, which is high on the rock and much injured, are 2 women facing each other and seated on stools. Each holds a child above a kind of basin or circular vessel, as if in the act of baptizing it. Behind the seated female to the left, a figure bears a 3rd child and is followed by a woman. On the opposite side is a group of 3 persons, apparently sacrificing an animal. There are no traces of inscriptions on or near the tablets. On the 17th July, my companions were able to move to the higher mountains. We all longed for a cooler climate, and we rejoiced as at sunrise we left our garden. A precipitous and difficult path leads up the mountain. From the summit of the pass, the eye wanders over the plains of Navkur and Shekan, the broken hill country around Arbil, and the windings of the Zab and the Gazir. On the opposite side is a deep valley dividing the Akra hills from a second and loftier range. Through the valley ran a broad, clear stream, one of the confluents of the Zab, called by the Kurds Durusho or Bayraisho. We rode along its banks for nearly an hour, and then struck into a narrow gorge thickly wooded with oak. Another stony and precipitous pass was between us and the principal district of Zibari. Descending into the low country, we rode by the village of Birikapra, the residence of Mustafa Aga, the former head of the Zibari tribes. The present chief, Namet Aga, dwells at Heron, about 2 miles beyond. He had lately been at Mosul to receive from the Pasha his cloak of investiture, and during his visit had been my guest. His abilities and acquirements were above the ordinary Kurdish standard, which indeed is low enough. For, as the Arab proverb declares, be the Kurd a Kurd or a prophet, he will still be a bear. He spoke Persian with fluency, and was not ignorant of Arabic. As he was well acquainted with the geography of Kurdistan, I learned from him many interesting particulars relating to the less known districts of the mountains. The chief welcomed me with friendly warmth, and, although forbidden to eat himself, he did not leave his guests uncared for. The breakfast brought to us from his harem comprised a variety of sweetmeats and savoury dishes, which did credit to the skill of the Kurdish ladies. I was the bearer of a letter to him from the Pasha. No acceptable communication, however, as it treated of new taxes, a subject very generally disagreeable, upon tobacco, cotton, and fruit, which the Zibari Kurds were now called upon for the first time to pay. The Salian, too, a kind of property tax, was raised from 25 to 60,000 piastres, about £550. The late successful expeditions against the chiefs of Botta and Hakiari had encouraged the Porta to ask money of the previously independent tribes under Namet Aga, and although no Turkish troops had yet entered their mountains, the Kurds deemed it advisable to comply for the present with the demand rather than run the risk of an invasion, and a still more dreaded evil, the conscription. Namet Aga's authority extended over Zibari, Shirwan, Gerki, Barbadost, and Shembina, from Accra to the Persian frontier. These districts are occupied by different Kurdish tribes, each having its own chief, but they had then submitted to the Aga of Zibari, and paid their tribute through him to the governor of Mosul. Namet placed me under the protection of his cousin, Mullah Aga, who was ordered to escort us to the borders of the Bashalik of Hakiari, now occupied by the Turkish troops. Our guide was a tall, sinewy mountaineer, dressed in the many-coloured loose garments and huge red and black turban folded round the high conical felt cap, which gives a peculiar and ungainly appearance to the inhabitants of central Kurdistan. He was accompanied by 3 attendants, and all were on foot, the precipitous and rocky pathways of the mountains being scarcely practicable for horses, which are rarely kept but by the chiefs. They carried their long rifles across their shoulders and enormous daggers in their girdles. We left Heren early on the morning of the 19th, and soon reaching the Zab, rode for 2 hours along its banks, to a spot where a small raft had been made ready for us to cross the stream. We had some difficulty in crossing, and were compelled to pass the night in the small village of Rezan, near the ferry, as one of the baggage mules refused to swim the stream, and was not forced over until near dawn of the following morning. We now entered the tract which has probably been followed for ages by the mountain clans in their periodical migrations. Besides the sedentary population of these districts, there are certain nomad Kurdish tribes, called Kochas, who subsist entirely by their flocks. They are notorious petty thieves and robbers, and during their annual migrations commit serious depredations upon the settled inhabitants of the district on their way, and more especially upon the Christians. As they possessed vast flocks of sheep and herds of cattle, their track has in most places the appearance of a beaten road, and is, consequently, well fitted for beasts of burden. On the 21st July, crossing a high ridge, we left the district of Zibari, and entered that of Shirwan, whose chief, Miran Bey, came out to meet us at the head of his armed retainers. He led us to the large village of Berziyah, situated beneath a bold and lofty peak called Piran. Most of the villages in these mountains have small mud forts, with either 4 or 6 towers, the places of refuge and defence of the numerous petty chiefs during their frequent broils and blood feuds. We met a few Jewish families who wander from village to village. The men are pedlars and goldsmiths, and are not unwelcome guests, even in the intolerant families of the Kurds, as they make and refashion the ornaments of the ladies. On one of the many towering peaks is the large village of Kaniresh, with its orchards and gardens, the residence of the chief of the district of Badadost. We reached it by a very rapid ascent in an hour and a half. We were received by the Mir Fezullah Bey, in a spacious chamber supported by wooden pillars, and completely open on the side facing the valley, over which it commanded an extensive and beautiful prospect. Though quite restive under the Turkish control, he received Mullah Aga with civility, and read the letters of introduction from Namet Aga, of which I was the bearer. Like most of the mountain chiefs, he spoke Persian, the language used in Kurdistan for all written communications, and in books, except the Quran and a few pious works, which are in Arabic. The Kurdish dialects are mere corruptions of the Persian, and are not, with rare exceptions, employed in writing. The Mir pressed me to pass the night with him as his guest, but after partaking of his breakfast, I continued my journey, and reached, by sunset, the small turreted stronghold of Beygishni. The next morning we crossed one of the shoulders of the lofty peak of Ser-i-Resh into the valley of Chapata. We were met on the way by a party of Nestorians, who had come out to see me, headed by the brother of the Bishop of Gerdi. He walked by me as far as Zernin, the castle of the Kurdish chief, and then left a relation to guide us to the dwelling of the Bishop of Shemezdin, or Shandina. As usual, he complained of bitter oppression and injustice from the Kurdish Mirs, who had lately driven a large part of the Christian population across the frontiers into Persia. After enjoying the hospitality of Yahya Bey, the Mir of Gerdi, at the village of Rua, we left the naked hills which skirt the Assyrian plains and entered the wooded districts of Kurdistan. On the following day we journeyed through a valley thick with walnuts and other large trees, and followed the windings of a stream, called by the Kurds Shambo, one of the principal confluents of the Zab. We crossed it backwards and forwards by wicker suspension bridges, until we ascended through a forest of orchards watered by innumerable streamlets to Nira, the village of Mosa Bey, the chief of Shandina. We pitched our tents near some springs on an open lawn, and waited the return of an aged servant who had been disturbed by the noise of our caravan, and had undertaken to announce our arrival to his master. We had evidently to deal with a man of civilization and luxury, for the old Kurd shortly returned, followed by numerous attendants, bearing sherbets and various Persian delicacies in china bowls. Mosa Bey himself came to us in the afternoon, and his manners and conversation confirmed the impression that his breakfast had produced. Intercourse with Persia, beyond whose frontiers his own tribe sometimes wandered, had taught him the manners and language of his neighbours. He told me that he was descended from one of the most ancient of Kurdish families, whose records for many hundred years still exist, and he boasted that Sheikh Taha, the great saint, had deemed him the only chief worthy, from his independence of the infidel government of the Sultan, to receive so holy a personage as himself after the downfall of Beda Khan Bey. This Sheikh Taha, who, as the main instigator of many atrocious massacres of the Christians, and especially of the Nestorians, ought to have been pursued into the uttermost parts of the mountains by the Turkish troops, and hanged as a public example, was now suffering from fever. He sent to me for medicine, but as his sanctity would not permit him to see, face to face, an unbelieving Frank, and as he wished to have a remedy without going through the usual form of an interview with a doctor, I declined giving him any help in the matter. Mosa Bey was at this time almost the only chief in Kurdistan who had not yet made a formal submission to the Turkish government. His territories were, therefore, a place of refuge for those fugitives who, less fortunate than himself, had been driven from their strongholds by the arms or intrigues of the Porta. He bewailed the discords which severed the tribes, and made them an easy prey to the Osmanli. The Turks, wise in their generation, have pursued their usual policy successfully in Kurdistan. The dissensions of the chiefs have been fomented, and, thus divided, they have fallen one by one victims to treachery or to force. We rose early on the following day, and left Nera long before the population was stirring, by a very steep pathway, winding over the face of a precipice, and completely overhanging the village. Reaching the top of the pass, we came upon a natural carpet of alpine flowers of every hue, spread over the eastern declivity of the mountain. Leaving the caravan to proceed to our night's resting place, I turned down the valley with my companions to visit the Bishop of Shemisden at his convent of Mar Hananisha. A ride of 3/4 of an hour brought us to the episcopal residence. Mar Isho, the bishop, met me at some distance from it. He was shabbily dressed, and not of prepossessing appearance, but he appeared to be good-natured and to have a fair stock of common sense. After we had exchanged the common salutations, seated on a bank of wild thyme, he led the way to the porch of the church. Ragged carpets and felts had been spread in the dark vestibule, in the midst of sacks of corns, wargle, and other provisions for the bishop's establishment. Various rude agricultural instruments and spinning wheels almost filled up the rest of the room, for these primitive Christians rely on the sanctity of their places of worship for the protection of their temporal stores. The title of the bishop is Metropolitan of Rostock, a name of which I could not learn the origin. His jurisdiction extends over many Nestorian villages, chiefly in the valley of Shemisden. Half of this district is within the Persian territories, and from the convent we could see the frontier dominions of the Shah. It is in the high road of the periodical migrations of the great tribe of Herki, who pass like a locust cloud twice a year over the settlements of the unfortunate Christians, driving before them the flocks, spoiling the granaries, and carrying away even the miserable furniture of the hovels. It is in vain that the sufferers carry their complaints to their Kurdish master. He takes from them double the lawful taxes and tithes. The Turkish government has in this part of the mountains no power, if it had the inclination, to protect its Christian subjects. After we had partaken of the frugal breakfast of milk, honey, and fruit prepared for us by the bishop, we turned again into the high road to Bashkallah. We had another pass to cross before descending into the valley of Harona, where our caravan had encamped for the night. On the mountain top were several Nestorian families crouching, half naked, for shelter beneath a projecting rock. They seized the bridles of our horses as we rode by, beseeching us to help them to recover their little property, which, but a few hours before, had been swept away by a party of Herki Kurds. I could do nothing for these poor people, who seemed in the last stage of misery. From the summit of the pass, we looked down into 2 deep and well-wooded valleys, hemmed in by mountains of singularly picturesque form. We descended into the more northern valley, and passing the miserable Nestorian hamlet of Soulosor, and the ruined church and deserted Christian village of Talana, reached our tents about sunset. They were pitched near Harona, whose Nestorian inhabitants were too poor to furnish us with even the common coarse black bread of barley. We had now quitted the semi-independent Kurdish valleys, and had entered the newly created province of Hakkari, governed by a pasha who resides at Bashkallah. The adjacent plain of Gaur is, however, exposed to the depredations of the Herki Kurds, who, when pursued by the Turkish troops, seek a secure retreat in their rocky fastnesses beyond the limits of the Pashalik. The district contains many villages, inhabited by a hardy and industrious race of Nestorian Christians. The American missionaries of Oromia have crossed the frontier since my visit, and have, I am informed, opened schools in them with encouraging prospects of success. Gaur is a Nestorian bishopric. A ride of 6 hours and a half brought us to the large village of Diza, the chief place of the district, and the residence of a Turkish mudir, or petty governor. This office was filled by one Adal Bey, with whom I found my old friend Ismail Aga of Tepelin, who had shown me hospitality 3 years before in the ruined castle of Ahmadiyah. He was now in command of the Albanian troops forming part of the garrison. A change had come over him since we last met. The jacket and arms which had once glittered with gold were now greasy and dull. His face was as worn as his garments. After a cordial greeting, he made me a long speech on his fortunes, and on that of Albanian irregulars in general. "Ah, Bey," said he, "the power and wealth of the Osmanlis is at an end. The Sultan has no longer any authority. The accursed Tanzimat reform has been the ruin of all good men. Why, see, Bey, I am obliged to live upon my pay. I cannot eat from the treasury, nor can I squeeze a piastre. What do I say, a piastre? Not a miserable half-starved fowl out of the villages, even though they be Christians. Forsooth, they must talk to me about reform and ask for money. The Albanian's occupation is gone. Even Tafil Bosi, a celebrated Albanian condottiere, smokes his pipe, and becomes fat like a Turk. It is the will of God. I have forsworn Raki. I believe in the Koran, and I keep Ramazan." The night was exceedingly cold. The change from the heat of the plains to the cool nights of the mountains had made havoc amongst our party. Nearly all our servants were laid up with fever, as well as the doctor and Mr. Walpole, who had rarely been free from its attacks during the journey. I could not, however, delay, and on the following morning our sickly caravan was again toiling over the hills. We had now entered the Armenian districts. The Christian inhabitants of Diza are of that race and faith. We encamped for the night at the Kurdish village of Peraunis. Next day we forded a branch of the Zab, and entered the valley of this great confluent of the Tigris, its principal source being but a few miles to the north of us, near the frontiers of Persia. The land is so heavy that the rude plough of the country requires frequently as many as 8 pairs of oxen. The Armenian ploughmen sit on the yokes, and whilst guiding or urging the beasts with a long iron-pointed goad, chant a monotonous ditty, to which the animals appear so well accustomed that when the driver ceases from his dirge, they also stop from their labours. A dell near our path was pointed out to me as the spot where the unfortunate traveller Schultz was murdered by Nur Ullah Bey, the Kurdish chief of the Hakkari. Turning up a narrow valley towards the high mountains, we suddenly came in sight of the castle of Bashkallah, one of the ancient strongholds of Kurdistan. Its position is remarkably picturesque. It stands on a lofty rock, jutting out from the mountains which rise in a perpendicular wall behind it. At the foot are grouped the houses of a village. I found Izzet Pasha encamped at a considerable elevation in the rocky ravine, which we reached, guided by kawasses carrying huge glass lanterns, by a very precipitous and difficult track. I remained with him until the night was far advanced, and then returned to our encampment. He informed me that there was a direct road from Bashkallah to Mosul for 40 hours, through Beit Shevet, Daoudiah, and Dohuk, which, with very little labour and expense, could be made practicable for guns. Bashkallah was formerly the dwelling place of Nur Ullah Bey, a Kurdish chief well known for his rapacious and bloodthirsty character, and as the murderer of Schultz. He joined Beda Khan Bey in the great massacres of the Nestorians, and for many years sorely vexed those Christians who were within his rule. After a long resistance to the troops of the Sultan, he was captured about 2 years before my visit, and banished for life to the islands of Candia. My companions and servants being much in want of rest, I stopped today at Bashkallah. On resuming our journey, we took a direct, though difficult track to one, only open in the middle of summer. Following a small stream, we entered a ravine leading into the very heart of the mountains. 3 hours' ride, always rapidly ascending along the banks of the rivulet, brought us to a large encampment. The features of the women and of the men, who came out of their tents as we rode up, as well as the tongue in which they addressed one another, showed at once that they were not Kurds. They were Jews, shepherds and wanderers, of the stock, maybe, of those who, with their high priest, Hyrcanus, were carried away captive from Jerusalem by Tigranes in the 2nd century of our era, and placed in the city and neighbourhood of one. Their descendants, 200 years later, were already so numerous that Shapur, Sapores II, destroyed no less than 10,000 families in one alone. We encamped near the Jewish nomads, and I visited their tents, but could learn nothing of their history. They fed their flocks, as their fathers had done before them, in these hills, and paid taxes to the governor of Bashkalach. We had now reached the higher regions of Kurdistan. Next morning we soon left the narrow, flowery valley and the brawling stream, and entered an undulating upland covered with deep snow, considerably more than 10,000 feet above the level of the sea. On all sides of us were towering peaks, and to the west a perfect sea of mountains, including the lofty ranges of Hakkari and Bohdan. Far away to the north was the azure basin of Lake One, and beyond it rose the solitary white cone of the Subandar. Descending rapidly, and passing near the foot of the mountain 1 or 2 miserable, half-deserted Kurdish hamlets, we entered a long, narrow ravine, shut in by perpendicular cliffs of sandstone and conglomerate. This outlet of the mountain streams opens into the valley of Mahmudiyah, in the centre of which rises an isolated rock crowned by the picturesque castle of Koshab. We pitched our tents on a green lawn near the bank of the foaming stream which sweeps round the foot of the castellated rock. Soon after our arrival, a Kurdish bey of venerable appearance, a descendant of the hereditary chiefs of Mahmudiyah, called upon me. He had once been the owner of the castle, but it had been wrested from him by 2 brothers, named Khan Murad and Khan Abdal, mere mountain robbers. In his stronghold the brothers long defied the Turkish government, levying blackmail upon such caravans as ventured to pass through their territories, and oppressing with fines and forced conversions their Christian subjects. It was but the year before our visit that they had yielded to the troops sent against them, and had been sent into banishment, with the rest of the rebel chiefs, to Candia. With the Kurdish bey came one Ahmed Aga, a chief of the large border tribe of Mogri, an intelligent man who conversed freely on the state of the country, and gave me some interesting information regarding the frontiers. The fear of conscription has driven many families into Persia, and into the more independent districts of Kurdistan. On the whole, the wandering tribes are becoming less formidable to the porter than they formerly were. To the east of the district of Mahmudiyah, and in that of Karaso, are many Yezidi villages, and a considerable Jewish population. Both races are much oppressed by the Kurdish chiefs, who take their property and even their lives with perfect indifference. The Qadis, as Ahmed Aga informed me, have given fetwas, decrees, that both were lawful to the true believer. We rose early next morning and went up to the castle. It is falling into ruins, though its towers still rise boldly from the edge of the precipice, overhanging at a giddy height the valley below. In them, open to the cool breezes of the mountain, are the dwelling rooms of the old Kurdish chiefs, adorned with tasteful lattice-work, and with the painted panellings and gilded cornices of Persia. They are now tenanted by the Turkish troops, whose bright arms and highly polished kitchen utensils hang on the gaudy walls. After drinking coffee and smoking pipes with the captain of the guard, we walked down the narrow pathway leading to the valley, and, mounting our horses, joined the caravan, which had preceded us on the road to Wan. On the following morning we crossed this valley to Nordchuk, on the outskirts of which I was met by the priest at the head of the inhabitants. A range of low hills now separated us from the plain and lake of Wan. We soon reached their crest, and a landscape of surpassing beauty was before us. At our feet, intensely blue and sparkling in the rays of the sun, was the inland sea, with the sublime peak of the Subandar mirrored in its transparent waters. The city, with its castle-crowned rock and its embattled walls and towers, lay embowered in orchards and gardens. To our right, a rugged snow-capped mountain opened midway into an amphitheatre, in which, amidst lofty trees, stood the Armenian convent of Yedi-Klisia, the 7 churches. To the west of the lake was the Nimrod Dagh, and the highlands nourishing the sources of the great rivers of Mesopotamia. The hills forming the foreground of our picture were carpeted with the brightest flowers, over which wandered the flocks, whilst the gaily dressed shepherds gathered around us as we halted to contemplate the enchanting scene. We now descended rapidly towards one, and as we issued into the plain, a party of horsemen galloped towards us. I soon recognised amongst them my friend Mr. Bowen. With him were the Kawasbashi and a troop of irregular cavalry sent out by the Pasha to escort me into the city. Nor did the governor's kindness end with this display of welcome. After winding for nearly an hour through orchards and gardens, whose trees were bending under the weight of fruit, and when through the narrow and crowded streets, we were led to his serai or palace, which, such as it was, had been made ready for our use, and where his treasurer was waiting to receive us. Notwithstanding the fast, an abundant breakfast of various meats and sweet messes, cooked after the Turkish fashion, had been prepared for us, and we soon found repose upon a spacious divan, surrounded by all the luxuries of Eastern life. End of Chapter 17. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Chapter 18 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 18. Mehmed Pasha, Description of One, Its History, Improvement in its Condition, the Armenian Bishop, the cuneiform inscriptions, the Caves of Korkor, the Meher Kaposi, a Tradition, Observations on the Inscriptions, the Bayram, an Armenian School, the American Missions, Protestant Movement in Turkey, Amik, the Convent of Yedi-Klisia. Mehmed Pasha was living during the fast of Ramazan in a kiosk in one of the gardens outside the city walls. We had scarcely eaten before he came himself to welcome us to one. He was the son of the last Bostanji Bashi of Constantinople, and having been brought up from a child in the imperial palace, was a man of pleasing and dignified manners, and of considerable information. Although he had never left his native country, he was not ignorant of the habits and customs of Europe. He had long served the Sultan in difficult and responsible posts, and to his discretion and sagacity was chiefly to be attributed the subjugation of Beda Khan Bey and the rebel Kurdish tribes. His rule was mild and conciliating, and he possessed those qualities so rare in a Turkish governor, yet so indispensable to the civilization and well-being of the empire, a strict honesty in the administration of the revenues of his province, and a sense of justice beyond the reach of bribes. From Christians and Kurds we had received during our journey through his pashalik the highest testimony to his tolerance and integrity. In the evening I returned his visit, and found him surrounded by the chiefs and elders of the city, and by the officers of his household. I sat with him till midnight, the time passing in that agreeable conversation which a well-educated Turk so well knows how to sustain. I remained a week at One, chiefly engaged in copying the cuneiform inscriptions, and in examining its numerous remarkable monuments of antiquity. The city is of very ancient date. It stands on the borders of a large and beautiful lake, a site eminently suited to a prosperous community. The lofty mountains bordering the inland sea to the east here recede in the form of an amphitheatre, leaving a rich plain 5 or 6 miles in breadth, in the midst of which rises an isolated calcareous rock. To the summit of this natural stronghold there is no approach except on the western side, where a gradual but narrow ascent is defended by the walls and bastions. From the earliest ages it has consequently been the acropolis of the city, and no position could be stronger before the discovery of the engines of modern warfare. The fortifications and castle, of a comparatively recent date, are now in ruins, and are scarcely defensible, with their few rusty guns, against the attacks of the neighbouring Kurds. According to Armenian history, the Assyrian queen Semiramis founded the city. It having fallen into decay, it is said to have been rebuilt, shortly before the invasion of Alexander the Great by an Armenian king named One, after whom it was subsequently called. It appears to have been again abandoned, for we find that it was once more raised from its foundations in the 2nd century BC by Markarshag, the first king of the Arsacian dynasty of Armenia, who made it the strongest city in his kingdom. In the 11th century it was ceded by the royal family of the Ardronis to the Greek emperors, from whom it was taken by the Seljuk Turks. It fell in 1392 into the hands of Timurlane, who, according to his custom, gave the inhabitants over to the sword. Even in his day, the great monuments of solid stone raised by the Assyrian queen were still shown to the stranger. Moses of Chorene, the early historian of Armenia, has faithfully described its position and its antiquities. The isolated hill, rising in the midst of a broad plain covered with flourishing villages, and watered by innumerable streams, the chapels, chambers, treasuries, and caverns cut in the living rock, and the great inscriptions written, as it were, on the face of the precipice, as pages are written with a pen on wax. The first traveller who, in modern times, examined the remarkable remains of antiquity at One was the unfortunate Schultz. He visited the place in 1827. The cuneiform inscriptions carved on the rock were known to exist long before his day, but he was the first to copy them, and from his copies they have been published by the Asiatic Society of France. Since the time of Schultz, the city has undergone many changes. It was seized by the rebel Kurdish chief, Khan Mahmud, but after many vain attempts made to recover the place, it finally yielded 2 years before my journey. Under the mild rule of Mehmed Pasha, it was rapidly rising to prosperity. The protection he had given to the Armenians had encouraged that enterprising and industrious people to enlarge their commerce, and to build warehouses for trade. 2 handsome khans, with bazaars attached, were nearly finished. Shops for the sale of European articles of clothing and of luxury had been opened, and, what was of still more importance, several native schools had already been established. These improvements were chiefly due to one Sharan, an Armenian merchant and a man of liberal and enlightened views, who had seconded with energy and liberality the desire of the Pasha to ameliorate the social condition of the Christian population. Shortly after my arrival, the Armenian bishop called upon me. He was dressed in the peculiar costume of his order, long black robes and a capacious black hood almost concealing his head, and was accompanied by the priests and principal laymen of his diocese. On his breast he wore the rich diamond crescent and star of the Turkish Order of Merit, of which he was justly proud. Although he had been duly elected several years before to his episcopal dignity, he still wanted the formal consecration of the patriarch of his church, owing to difficulties connected with the political position of the patriarch. He was now, however, on the eve of his departure to receive that consecration, which was essential to his due admission into the Armenian hierarchy. The modern town of One stands at the foot and to the south of the isolated rock. Its streets and bazaars are small, narrow, and dirty, but its houses are not ill built. It is surrounded by fruitful gardens and orchards, irrigated by artificial rivulets derived from the streams rising in the Yedi Klicia mountains. It may contain between 12 and 15,000 inhabitants. The whole pashalik at the time of my visit paid an annual sum of 6,000 perses, about £27,000, to the Turkish treasury. In the town there was a garrison of 1,000 foot and 500 horse, and the commander of the troops in the district and in the adjoining province of the Hakkari was at the head of 5,000 men. The old hereditary pashas of One, as well as the principal families, were of Turkish origin, and came, I was informed by some of their descendants, from Konya, Iconium, about 300 years ago. The chiefs, however, of the surrounding districts are Kurds. 2 families, named the Topçi Oglus and the Timur Oglus, divided the town into opposite factions, which were continually at war, and carried their bloody feuds almost daily into the streets. The Timur Oglus were the most powerful, and it was through their means that Khan Mahmud possessed himself of the place. The inscriptions of One are of 2 distinct periods, though all of the cuneiform writing. The most ancient are in a character identical with that on the oldest monuments of Assyria. The earliest inscriptions are found on 2 square stones built into a wall near the western gateway of the city, and immediately beneath the only entrance to the castle. The language of these inscriptions appears to be Assyrian, while that of all the others is peculiar to one. Nevertheless, the names of the kings in them can be genealogically connected with those on other monuments. But the most important records at one are carved on the southern face of the isolated rock, round the entrance to a set of excavated chambers, probably once serving as tombs. As those inscriptions record the victories and deeds of a monarch, it is highly probable that they were placed over royal sepulchres. A flight of 20 narrow steps cut in the perpendicular face of the precipice, and partly destroyed, so as to be somewhat difficult and dangerous, leads to a narrow ledge, above which the rock has been carefully smoothed, and is still covered with inscriptions in the cuneiform character. Here an entrance, about 7 feet deep, opens into a hall, 34.5 feet long by nearly 21 wide and 12 high, leading by 4 doorways into as many distinct chambers. Around its walls are window-like recesses, and between them, and on each side of the doorways, are ornamental niches, with holes in the centre, which may have held metal lamps. The floor has been excavated in 2 places into squares a few inches deep. I cannot conjecture for what purpose. The door to the left on entering leads into a small chamber, 11 foot 8 inches by 9 foot 8 inches, surrounded by similar window-like recesses. In it is a second doorway opening upon a well or pit, filled to within a few feet of the mouth with stones and rubbish. There were no means of ascertaining its depth or original use without removing the contents. The 3 other doors in the entrance hall lead to square rooms surrounded by niches, but without other ornament. The excavations are sometimes called by the Turks Korko Mugoralari, the caves of Korko, from a garden of that name below them. The inscriptions on the face of the rock around the outer entrance to these chambers are contained in 8 parallel columns, including in all above 300 lines and 13 consecutive paragraphs. The letters are large and admirably carved, and the writing is divided by horizontal lines. These rock tablets are the records of a king whose name, according to Dr. Hincks, is Argistis. He invokes the gods of his nation and celebrates the conquest of various peoples or tribes whose names still require to be identified, but who probably inhabited countries to the north of Armenia. He describes the burning of their temples and palaces, and the carrying away of captives, and of an immense spoil of horses, camels, cattle, and sheep, the numbers of each being given with apparent exactness. The name of the region in which these conquests were chiefly made seems to read Mana. The remaining inscriptions are on the northern face of the rock. They are 5 in number. The longest and most important contains 29 lines, and is on the side wall to the left on entering an artificial vaulted recess. It has been partly destroyed by a rude cross cut by the Armenians across the tablet. The cave is called the Kazan Kaposi, or the Treasure Gate, and is held to be a sacred spot by Christians and Mussulmans. An inscription of 17 lines is carved at the entrance to a second artificial chamber, and on tablets cut into the rock are 3 more, each of 19 lines, word for word alike, but with orthographical variations in the royal name. 4 of these inscriptions belong to the father of the king, who recorded his conquests on the southern face of the rock. His name, according to Dr. Hincks, may be read Minuas. They merely contain the royal titles and invocations to the gods. The long inscription in the vaulted recess is of the grandson of Minuas, the latest king mentioned in the monuments of one. It is of considerable interest as containing the name of a country, which Dr. Hincks identifies with Babylon, and as enumerating, first in detail, the amount of booty taken from 3 different countries, and afterwards giving the total amount of the whole. By this double account, the one checking the other, a clue was afforded to the signs representing numerals in the Assyrian inscriptions, as well as to their respective values, a discovery for which we are indebted to the sagacity of Dr. Hincks. The Pasha had kindly placed the Mimar-Bashi, or architect-in-chief of the town, an honest Armenian named Nikos, under my orders during my researches at One. The excavations, however, which were made, came to no result worth mentioning. About 1.5 miles to the east of the town, near a small village in the gardens of One, is a recess in the rock 15 feet 8 inches high and 6 feet 7 inches broad, containing a long cuneiform inscription. The inscription is called Meher Kapolsi, which, according to the people of One, means the shepherd's gate, from a tradition that a shepherd, having fallen asleep beneath it, was told in a dream the magic word that opened the spell-bound portal. He awoke and straightway tried the talisman. The stone doors flew apart, disclosing to his wandering eyes a vast hall filled with inexhaustible treasures. But as he entered, they shut again behind him. He filled with gold a bag in which, as he tended his flocks, he carried his daily food. After repeating the magic summons, he was permitted to issue into the open air. But he had left his crook, and must return for it. The doors were once more unclosed at his bidding. He sought to retrace his steps, but had forgotten the talisman. His faithful dog waited outside until nightfall. As its master did not come back, it then took up the bag of gold, and carrying it to the shepherd's wife, led her to the gates of the cave. She could hear the cries of her husband, and they are heard to this day, but none can give him help. The inscription of the Meher Kapolsi originally consisted of 95 lines, comprising the same record twice repeated. Only about 60 are now legible. Near the shepherd's gate, the rocks are excavated into a vast number of caves. In some places, long flights of steps lead nowhere, but finish abruptly in the face of the perpendicular precipice. In others, the cliff is scarped to a great height without any apparent object. A singular shaft with stairs leading into a cavern is called Zimzim. It is difficult to account for the use and origin of these peculiar excavations. Their height from the plain and their inaccessible position almost preclude the idea of their having been quarries. Several slabs of black basalt, inscribed with cuneiform characters, have been built into the interior walls of 2 ancient Armenian churches within the town of One. In the church of St. Peter and St. Paul, I found parts of 4 legends, which are historical, containing a record of the capture of many cities and of the amount of spoil carried away from conquered countries. In the church of Serp Sahak, I was able to transcribe 2 inscriptions, one under the altar, the other in the vestibule beneath the level of the floor, which had been broken up and removed before I could reach the stone. The longest consists of 40 lines, the other of 27. The beginning and ending of the lines in both are wanting. The only inscription at One that I could not copy was the trilingual tablet of Xerxes. It is on the most inaccessible part of the rock, about 70 or 80 feet above the plain. Not having a glass of sufficient power, I was unable to distinguish the characters from below. As it had been accurately transcribed by Schultz, and resembles those of the same king at Persepolis and Hamadan, I did not think it necessary to incur any risk or expense in reaching it by means of ropes or scaffolding. In the rock there are numerous excavated chambers, some even exceeding in dimensions those I have described. But with the exception of a simple seat or bench of stone, about 2.5 feet high on one side of them, they are perfectly plain and unornamented. They appear to have been used as tombs. Some are approached by flights of steps cut in the precipice. Others are altogether inaccessible except by ropes from above. It is yet doubtful to what family of languages the One inscriptions must be assigned. Some believe it to be a Tatar dialect. Dr. Hincks, on the contrary, is of opinion that it is Indo-Germanic. 2 of the inscriptions, and the earliest in date, as I have already observed, are in pure Assyrian. With regard to the date of the monuments, there appears to be a clue which may enable us to fix it with some degree of certainty. In an inscription from Khorsabad, amongst the kings conquered by Sargon, one is mentioned whose name corresponds with Agistis, the 5th in the One dynasty. Supposing the 2, therefore, to be the same, and there is no reason to doubt their being so, we may assume that the monarchs of the One records reside from about the middle of the 8th century before Christ to the end of the 7th, and the evidence afforded by the forms of the characters leads to this conjecture. At sunrise on the 8th August, the roaring of cannon, re-echoed by the lofty rock, announced the end of Ramazan and the beginning of the periodical festivities of the Bayram. Early in the morning, the Pasha, glittering with gold and jewels, and surrounded by the members of his household, the officers of the garrison, and the gaily dressed chiefs in their regular troops, rode in procession through the streets of the town. As it is customary, he received in the palace the visits of the Cadi, Mollahs, and principal Mussulman inhabitants of one, as well as of the bishop, clergy, and elders of the Armenian Church. The population, rejoicing at their release from a fast almost intolerable in summer, decked themselves in holiday garments, and made merry in the houses and highways. The sounds of music and revelry issued from the coffee-houses and places of public resort. The children repaired to swings, merry-go-rounds, and stalls of sweetmeats, which had been raised in the open spaces within the walls. The Christians add the feast to their own festivals, already too numerous, and, like their Mussulman neighbours, pay visits of compliment and ceremony. Their women, who are said to be handsome, but are even more rigidly concealed than the Mohammedan ladies, crept through the streets in their long white veils. I called in the evening on the bishop, and next morning at his invitation visited the principal schools. 5 have been established since the fall of the Kurdish beys, and the enjoyment of the comparative protection by the Christian population. Only 1 had been opened within the walls, the rest were in the gardens, which are thickly inhabited by Armenians, and form extensive suburbs to one. More than 200 children of all ages were assembled. They went through their exercises and devotions at the sound of a bell with great order and precision, alternately standing and squatting on their hams on small cushions placed in rows across the hall. An outer room held basins and towels for washing, and the cloaks and shoes taken off on entering. Books were scarce. There were not more than a score in the whole school. The first class, which had made some progress, had a few elementary works on astronomy and history, published by the Armenian press at Constantinople and Smyrna, but only 1 copy of each. The boys, at my request, sang and chanted their prayers, and repeated their simple lessons. Such schools, imperfect though they be, are proofs of a great and increasing improvement in the Christian communities of Turkey. A change of considerable importance, and which, it is to be hoped, may lead to the most beneficial results, is now taking place in the Armenian Church. It is undoubtedly to be attributed to the judicious, earnest, and zealous exertions of the Armenian missionaries. Their establishments, scattered over nearly the whole Turkish Empire, have awakened amongst the Christians, and principally among the Armenians, a spirit of inquiry and a desire for the reform of abuses, and for the cultivation of their minds, which must ultimately tend to raise their political as well as their social position in the human scale. It is scarcely 15 years since the first institution for Christian instruction on Protestant, independent, principles was opened by those excellent men in Constantinople. By a wise selection of youths from different parts of the empire, who from their character and abilities were deemed worthy of the choice, they were shortly enabled to send into the provinces those who could sow the seeds of truth and knowledge, without incurring the suspicions attaching to strangers, and without labouring under the ignorance of the manners and languages of those whom they mix, which must always prove so serious an obstacle to foreigners in their intercourse with the natives. A movement of this nature could scarcely escape persecution. The Armenian clergy, not unfavourable to the darkness and bigotry which had for centuries disgraced their church, and exercising an uncontrolled power over an ignorant and simple people, soon raised a cry against the evangelists, as they were contemptuously called. By such misrepresentations and calumnies, as are always ready at hand to the enemies of progress and reform, they were able to enlist in their favour the Turkish authorities at the capital and in the provinces. Unfortunately, 4 sects alone, the Roman Catholic, the Armenian, the Greek, and the Copt, were recognized by the Porta amongst their Christian subjects. The Reformed Armenian Church was consequently without an acknowledged head, and unable to communicate directly with the government, to make known its tenets, or to complain of the acts of injustice and persecution to which it was exposed. Many persons fell victims to their opinions. Some, were cruelly tortured in the house of the patriarch himself, and others were imprisoned or utterly ruined in Constantinople and the provinces. Through the exertions of the English minister at Constantinople, a firman was obtained from the Sultan, placing the new Protestant community on the same footing as the other churches of the empire, assigning to it a head or agent through whom it could apply directly to the ministers, and extending to it other privileges enjoyed by the Roman Catholics and Greeks. Fortunately for the cause, many men of irreproachable character and of undoubted sincerity from the Armenian nation have been associated with it, and its success has not been endangered, like that of so many other movements of the same kind, by interested or hasty conversions. The influence of this spirit of inquiry, fostered by the American missions, has not been alone confined to those who have been cut off from their own community. The Armenian clergy have found it their true interest to promote reform in their own church. Schools in opposition to the American establishments have been opened in the capital and in most of the large towns of Asia Minor, and elementary and theological works, of a far more liberal character than any hitherto published in Turkey, have been printed by Armenian printing presses in Constantinople and Smyrna, or introduced into the country from Venice. Whilst on this subject, and connected as I have been with the Nestorians, I must not omit a tribute of praise to the admirable establishments of the Armenian missions amongst the Chaldeans of Oromia in Persia, under the able direction of the Reverend Mr. Perkins. It was with much regret that I was compelled to give up the plan I had formed of visiting the small colony from the New World. The Reverend Mr. Bowen, who crossed the frontiers from one, has, in a true Christian spirit, borne witness in the English Church to the enlightened and liberal spirit in which their labours are carried on. 40 or 50 schools have been opened in the town of Oromia and surrounding villages. The abuses that have crept into this primitive and highly interesting church are being reformed, and the ignorance of its simple clergy gradually dispelled. A printing press, for which type has been purposely cut, now publishes for general circulation the scriptures and works of education in the dialect and character peculiar to the mountain tribes. The English language has been planted in the heart of Asia, and the benefits of knowledge are extended to a race which, a few years ago, was almost unknown even by name to Europe. The Armenian Bishop of One was not wanting in intelligence and in liberal feeling, but, like most of his order, he was profoundly ignorant. The convents of One and of the neighbourhood, he said, were once rich in ancient manuscripts, but they had been carried away by camel loads some 200 years before by the Persians, and were believed still to be preserved in Isfahan. With the exception of a few printed copies of the scriptures, and some religious works for the use of the churches, there are now no books in the city. He received with pleasure from Mr. Bowen a copy of the New Testament in the vulgar Armenian tongue, remarking that it would be a great adventure to the common people to have a version of the scriptures in a language which they could understand. He was probably not aware that the head of his church had utterly condemned its use, and had anathematized all those who received it. My companions had been compelled, from ill health, to leave the plain, and had taken refuge in the convent of Yediklissia from the sultry heats of the plain. Before joining them, I visited the village of Amich, where, according to my Armenian guide Nikos, an inscription was engraved on the rocks. I left the city on the 10th of August, but the time and labour bestowed resulted only in disappointment. From Amich, I rode across the country in a direct line to the monastery of Yediklissia, whose gardens on the side of the lofty mountain of Wurak are visible from most parts of the plain. I stopped for an hour at the church of Kurmarwar before ascending to the convent. An aged priest with beard white as snow, and wearing a melon-shaped cap and long black robes, was the guardian of the place. He led me into an arcade surrounding the inner court of the building. Seeing that I was a Frank, he fancied at once that I was searching for inscriptions, and pointed to a circular stone, the base of a wooden column, which, he said, he had shown many years before to a traveller, meaning Schultz. It bears 3 imperfect lines of cuneiform writing, part of an inscription belonging to one of the One Kings, whose name Dr. Hincks read Minoas. It appears to record the foundation of a temple. A second inscription on a black stone, and several fragments with the same royal name, are built into the walls. 8 hours' ride from Amich brought me to the large Armenian convent of Yedi-Klisia, or the Seven Churches, built of substantial stone masonry and enclosing a spacious courtyard planted with trees. It has more the appearance of a caravanserai than that of a place of religious retreat, and is beautifully situated near the mouth of a wooded ravine, halfway up a bold mountain, which ends in snowy peaks. Spread beneath it is a blue lake and a smiling plain, and the city, with its bold castellated rock and its turreted walls half hid in gardens and orchards. The church, a substantial modern edifice, stands within the courtyard. Its walls are covered with pictures as primitive in design as in execution. There is a victorious St. George blowing out the brains of a formidable dragon with a bright brass blunderbuss, and saints attired in the traditionary garments of Europe performing extravagant miracles. The intelligence of the good priest at the head of the convent was pretty well on a par with his illustrated church history. He was a specimen of the Armenian clergy of Asia Minor. As he described each subject to me, he spoke of the Nestorians as heretics, because they were allowed, by the canons of their church, to marry their mothers and grandmothers, of the Protestants as Freemasons or atheists, and of the great nations of Europe as the Portuguese, the Inglesi, the Muscoves, and the Abyssinians. I found 2 short cuneiform inscriptions, one on a stone amongst the ruins of the old church, the other built into the walls of the new. They also belong to Minuas, and merely contain the name and titles of the king. End of Chapter 18. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Chapter 19 of Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth. Discoveries Among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 19. Leave 1. The Armenian Patriarch, the Islands of Akhtamar, an Armenian Church, History of the Convent, Pass into Mucus, the District of Mucus, of Shatak, of Norduz, an Nestorian Village, Encampments, Mount Ararat, Mar Shamon, Julameric, Valley of Diz, Pass into Jelu, Nestorian District of Jelu, an Ancient Church, the Bishop, District of Baz, of Tacoma, return to Mosul. Sickness had overcome both Dr. Sandwith and Mr. Cooper. A return to the burning plains of Assyria might have proved fatal, and I advised them to seek, without further delay, the cooler climate of Europe. Mr. Walpole, too, who had been long suffering from fever, now determined upon quitting my party and taking the direct road to Erzurum. In the afternoon of the 12th August, I left the gates of the convent of Yedi-Klisia, with Mr. Hormuzd Rassam. Once more I was alone with my faithful friend, and we trod together the winding pathway which led down the mountainside. We had both been suffering from fever, but we still had strength to meet its attacks, and to bear cheerfully, now unhindered, the difficulties and anxieties of our wandering life. We made a short journey of 3½ hours to the pleasant village of Artamit, or Adramit, and encamped beneath its fruit trees in a garden near the lake. Our path on the following day led through a hilly district, sometimes edging a deep bay, then again winding over a rocky promontory. We crossed by a bridge the large stream which we had seen at Mahmudiah, and which here discharged itself into a lake. On the shores of the lake we found many encampments of gypsies, the men to be distinguished by their swarthy countenances, the women and children by their taste for begging. We passed through Vastan, in the 11th century the residence of the royal Armenian family of Ardzroni, but now a mere village. The convent boat was on the beach, 3 miles above the usual landing place. 4 sturdy monks were about to row it back to the island. As they offered to take me with them, I left the caravan to journey onwards to our night's encamping place, and with Mr. Rassam and the Bayraktar we were soon gliding over the calm surface of the lake. Not a breeze rippled the blue expanse. The burning rays of the sun were still full upon us, and the panting boatmen were nearly 2 hours before they reached the convent. In the absence of the patriarch, we were received by an intelligent and courteous monk named Kirikor. His hair, as well as his beard, had never known the scissors, and fell in long, luxuriant curls over his shoulders. It was of jetty black, for he was still a young man, although he had already passed 20 years of a monastic life. He led us through an arched doorway into the spacious courtyard of the convent, and thence into an upper room furnished with comfortable divans for the reception of guests. Tea was brought to us after the Persian fashion, and afterwards a more substantial breakfast, in which the dried fish of the lake formed the principal dish. Kirikor had visited Jerusalem and Constantinople, had read many of the works issued by the Venetian press, and was a man of superior acquirements for an Armenian monk of the Orthodox faith. The church, which is within the convent walls, is built of the sandstone of a rich, deep red colour that has been quarried for the turbechs of Akhlat. Like other religious edifices of the same period and of the same nation, it is in the form of a cross, with a small hexagonal tower, ending in a conical roof, rising above the centre. The interior is simple. A few rude pictures of saints and miracles adorn the walls, and a gilded throne for the patriarch stands near the altar. The exterior, however, is elaborately ornamented with friezes and broad bands of sculpted figures and scrollwork, the upper part being almost covered with bas-reliefs, giving to the whole building a very striking and original appearance. I know of no similar specimen of Armenian architecture, and I regret that time would not allow me to make detailed drawings of the edifice. In a graveyard outside the church are several most elaborately carved tombstones, belonging to the early Armenian patriarchs. That of Zachariah, who died in the 14th century, and who was for 1 year patriarch of Echmiadzin, and for 9 years at Akhtamar, is especially worthy of notice for the richness and elegance of its ornaments. The convent and church are built on a small rocky island about 5 miles from the shore. On an adjacent islet are the ruined walls of a castle partly covered by the rising waters of the lake. Intercourse with the mainland is carried on by the one crank boat which, whenever the weather permits, goes backwards and forwards daily for such provisions as are required by the inmates of the monastery. Khan Mahmud took the place by collecting together the vessels belonging to one for the transport of his troops. Late in the afternoon, accompanied by the monk Kirikor, I was rowed to the farm and garden belonging to the convent, near the village of Ashayansk. A few monks live on the farm and tend the property of the convent, supplying the patriarch with the produce of the dairy and orchards. They received us very hospitably. Kirikor rode with me on the following morning as far as the large Armenian village of Narek, in which there is a church dedicated to St. George, much frequented in pilgrimage by the Christians of One and the surrounding country. It is a strong, solid building, of the same red sandstone as the tombs of Akhlat. We had now left the Lake of One, and our track led up a deep ravine, which gradually became more narrow as we drew nigh to the high mountains that separated us from the unexplored districts of Mucus and Botan. We passed a large Armenian village, named Pagwans, near which, on the summit of a precipitous rock, stands the ruined castle of Khan Mahmud, the rebel chief. He was the eldest of 7 brothers, all of whom governed under him different districts on the borders of the lake, and sorely oppressed the Christian inhabitants. 5 were captured and are in banishment. Ere long, we entered a rocky barren tract, patched here and there with fragrant alpine flowers. After climbing up a steep declivity of loose stones, like the moraine of a Swiss glacier, and dragging our horses with much difficulty after us, we found ourselves amidst eternal snow, over which we toiled for nearly 2 hours, until we reached the crest of the mountain, and looked down into the deep valley of Mucus. This is considered one of the highest passes in Kurdistan, and one of the most difficult for beasts of burden. The descent was even more rapid and precipitous than the ascent, and we could scarcely prevent our weary horses from rolling down into the ravine with the stones which we put into motion at every step. At the foot of the pass is a small Armenian church called Koros Klesia, or the Church of the Cock, because a black cock is said to warn the traveller when the snowdrifts hide the mountain tracks. A ride of 8 hours brought us to the large scattered village of Mucus, the principal place of the district of the same name. We were met, as we drew near, by the mudir, or governor, an active, bustling Turk, who had already chosen, with the usual taste of an Eastern, the prettiest spot, a lawn on the banks of the river, for our tents, and had collected provisions for ourselves and our horses. The good Pasha of one had sent to the different chiefs on our way, and had ordered preparation to be everywhere made for our reception. The Tigris is here a deep stream, and is crossed by a stone bridge. The district of Mucus, anciently Mok, and one of the provinces of the Armenian kingdom, had only lately been brought under the authority of the Sultan. Of its 60 villages, 40 are inhabited by Christian Armenians. The revenues amounted the year of my visit to little more than 100,000 piastres, about £910, of which the village of Mucus contributed 42,000. The garrison consisted of only 40 regular soldiers and 40 Albanians, so completely had the seizure of their chiefs discouraged the wild Kurdish tribes who dwell in the mountains, and were formerly in open rebellion against the Porter. This nomad race forms the principal part of the Mussulman population, and is the most fierce and independent in Kurdistan. The mudir showed the greatest anxiety for our welfare during the night, continually visiting our tents to see that the Albanians he had placed as guards over our property did not fall asleep, as the village swarmed with Botta and thieves. The principal Armenians of Mucus, with their priests, spent a morning with me. They knew of no ruins or inscriptions in the district, and I found them even more ignorant than their fellow countrymen of the districts around one, whose stupidity has passed into a Turkish proverb. We left Mucus early in the afternoon, accompanied by the mudir. The path following the course of the river leads to Sert Jezireh and the Assyrian plains. Next day we crossed a high mountain ridge covered in some places with snow, separating the district of Mucus from that of Shatak. Its northern and western slopes are the summer pastures of the Miran Kurds, whose flocks were still feeding on the green lawns and in the flowery glens. On the opposite side of the pass we found an encampment of Hartushi Kurds, under one Omar Aga, a noble old chieftain, who welcomed us with unbounded hospitality, and set before me every luxury that he possessed. Shatak, the mudir of which village had prepared for our reception, is a small town rather than a village. It is chiefly inhabited by Armenians, an industrious and hardy race, cultivating the sides of the mountains on which are built their villages, and weaving in considerable quantities the gay coloured woolen stuffs so much esteemed by the Kurds. In nearly every house was a loom, and the rattle of the shuttle came from almost every door. The mountains produce galls, wool, some of which has the same silky texture as that of Angora, the small underwool of the goat called teftik, a valuable article of export, and minerals. In the bazaar at Shatak I saw a few English prints and other European wares brought for sale from one. The priests and principal Armenians of the place came to me soon after my arrival, and I learned from them that efforts had already been made to improve the condition of the Christian community, now that the oppressive rule of the Kurdish hereditary chiefs had been succeeded by the more tolerant government of the Sultan. A school had been opened, chiefly by the help of Sharan, the active and liberal Armenian banker of one. The town itself is called by the Armenians Tauk, by the Kurds Shok, and when spoken of together with the numerous villages that surround it, Shatak. It stands near the junction of two considerable streams, forming one of the headwaters of the eastern Tigris, and uniting with the Bohtan Su. The largest comes from the district of Albag. These streams, as well as that of Mucus, abound in trout of the most delicious flavour. The entire district contains 50 villages, and numerous mesras, or hamlets. The revenues are about the same as those of Mucus. We left Shok on the 17th August by a bridge crossing the principal stream. The mudir rode with us up a steep mountain, rising on the very outskirts of the town. After a long and difficult ascent, we came to a broad green platform called Kagu, the pastures of the people of Shatak, and now covered with their tents and flocks. This high ground overlooked the deep valleys through which wound the two streams, and on whose sides were many smiling gardens and villages. Crossing a high mountain pass, on which snow still lingered, we descended into a deep valley like that of Shatak, chiefly cultivated by Armenians. We crossed a small stream, and descended on the opposite side to Ashkelon, whose inhabitants were outside the village, near a clear spring, washing and shearing their sheep. We had now entered Nolduz, a district under a mudir appointed by the Pasha of Wan, and living at a large village called Pirbedelan. Our ride on the following day was over upland pastures of great richness, and through narrow valleys watered by numerous streams. Here and there were villages inhabited by Kurds and Armenians. We were now approaching the Nestorian districts. The first man of the tribe we met was an aged buffalo keeper, who, in answer to a question in Kurdish, spoke to me in the Chaldee dialect of the mountains. Hormuzd and my servants rejoiced at the prospect of leaving the Armenian settlements, whose inhabitants, they declared, were for stupidity worse than Kurds, and for rapacity worse than Jews. Chilgiri was the first Nestorian village on our way. The men, with their handsome wives and healthful children, came out to meet us. We did not stop there, but continued our journey to Merwanen, which we found deserted by its inhabitants for the Zomas, or summer pastures. Although poor and needy, the people of Merwanen were not less hospitable than other Nestorians I had met with. They brought us, as the sun went down, smoking messes of millet boiled in sour milk and mixed with mountain herbs. The next day we came to a large encampment of Hartushi Kurds, near the outlet of a green valley, watered by many streams, forming the most easterly sources of the Tigris. Abd-ur-Rahman, the chief, was absent from his tents, collecting the annual salian, or revenue of the tribe. In his absence we were very hospitably treated, and were witnesses of the activity and industry of the Kurdish community. The mountain rising above us was the boundary between the pashaliks of Wan and Hakkari, and the watershed of the Tigris and Zab. On the opposite side, the streams unite in their waters, flowed towards the latter river. The first district we entered was that of Lewen, inhabited chiefly by Nestorians. The whole population with their flocks had deserted their villages for the Zomas. We ascended to the encampment of the people of Billi, a wretched assemblage of dirty hovels, half tent and half cabin, built of stones and black canvas. Behind it towered, amidst eternal snows, a bold and majestic peak, called Carnesse o Daule. Round the base of this mountain, over loose stones and sharp rocks, and through ravines deep in snow, we dragged our weary horses next day. The Kurdish shepherds that wander there, a wild and hardy race, have no tents, but during the summer months live in the open fields with their flocks, without any covering whatever. After a wearisome and indeed dangerous ride, we found ourselves on a snowy platform variegated with alpine plants. The tiny streams which trickled through the ice were edged with forget-me-nots of the tenderest blue, and with many well-remembered European flowers. I climbed up a solitary rock to take bearings of the principal peaks around us. A sight as magnificent as unexpected awaited me. Far to the north, and high above the dark mountain ranges which spread like a troubled sea beneath my feet, rose one solitary cone of unspotted white, sparkling in the rays of the sun. Its form could not be mistaken. It was Mount Ararat. My Nestorian guide knew no more of this stately mountain, to him a kind of mythic land far beyond the reach of human travel, than that it was within the territories of the Muscovites, and that the Christians called it Bashut Dama Hamda. From this point alone it was visible, and we saw it no more during our journey. We descended rapidly by a difficult track, passing here and there encampments of curs and the tents and flocks of the people of Julameric. To the green pastures succeeded the region of cultivated fields, and we seemed to approach more settled habitations. Following a precipitous pathway, and mounted on a tall and sturdy mule, we spied an aged man with long robes, black turban, and a white beard, which fell almost to his girdle. We at once recognized the features of Mar Shamon, the patriarch of the Nestorians, or, as he proudly terms himself, of the Chaldeans of the East. He had not known of our coming, and he shed tears of joy as he embraced us. Kohannes, his residence, was not far distant, and he turned back with us to the village. Since I had seen him, misfortune and grief, more than age, had worn deep furrows in his brow, and had turned his hair and beard to silvery grey. The garments of the patriarch were worn and ragged. Even the miserable allowance of his 300 piastres, about £2 10s, which the porter had promised to pay him monthly on his return to the mountains, was long in arrears, and he was supported entirely by the contributions of his faithful but poverty-stricken flock. Carhannes was, moreover, still a heap of ruins. At the time of the massacre, Mar Shamon sacredly saved himself by a precipitous flight before the ferocious Kurds of Bedakan Bey entered the village and slew those who still lingered in it, and were from age or infirmities unable to escape. Mar Shamon, at the time of my visit, had no less cause to bewail the misfortune of his people than his personal sufferings. The latter were perhaps partly to be attributed to his own want of prudence and foresight. Old influences, which I could not but deeply deplore, and to which I do not in Christian charity wish further to allude, had been at work, and I found him even more bitter in his speech against the American missionaries than against the Turkish or Kurdish oppressors. He had been taught, and it is to be regretted that his teachers were of the Church of England, that those who were endeavouring to civilize and instruct his flock were seceders from the orthodox community of Christians, heretical in doctrine, rejecting all the sacraments and ordinances of the true faith, and intent upon reducing the Nestorians to their own hopeless condition of infidelity. His fears were worked on by the assurance that, ere long, through their means and teaching, his spiritual as well as his temporal authority would be entirely destroyed. I found him bent upon deeds of violence and intolerant persecution, which might have endangered, for the second time, the safety of this people as well as his own. I strove, and I trust not without success, to set before the old man his true interest in regard to educating his clergy and people, circulating the scriptures, reforming abuses, etc. The Nestorian community had greater wrongs to complain of than their patriarch. The Turkish government, so far from fulfilling the pledges given to the British embassy, had sent officers to the mountains who had grievously ill-treated and oppressed the Christian inhabitants, and they had suffered all kinds of outrage and oppression which the rapacious Turks could inflict. There was no tribunal to which they could apply for redress. A deputation sent to the Pasha had been ill-treated, and some of its members were still in prison. There was no one in authority to plead for them. They had even suffered less under the sway of their old oppressors, for, as a priest touchingly remarked to me, the Kurds took away our lives, but the Turks take away wherewith we have to live. We remained a day with the patriarch, and then took the road to Julimerik, 3 caravan hours distant from Carhannes. This town has been more than once visited and described by English travellers. Near Julimerik, we met many poor Nestorians flying, with their wives and children, they knew not whither, from the oppression of the Turkish governors. The direct road by Tiari to Mosul is carried along the river Zab, through ravines scarcely practicable to beasts of burden. It issues into the lower valleys near the village of Lizan. On the banks of the Zab, I found the remains of an ancient road, cut in many places in the solid rock. It probably led from the Assyrian plains to the upper provinces of Armenia. There are no inscriptions or ruins to show the period of its construction, but from the greatness of the work I am inclined to attribute it to the Assyrians. We picked our way over the slippery pavement as long as we could find some footing for ourselves and our beasts, but in many places, where it had been entirely destroyed, we were compelled to drag our horses by main force over the steep rocks and loose detritus which sloped to the very edge of the river. Before reaching the first Nestorian village, in the valley of Diz, we had to ford an impetuous torrent, boiling and foaming over smooth rocks, and reaching above our saddle girths. One of the baggage mules lost its footing. The eddying waters hurried it along, and soon hurled it into the midst of the Zab. The animal, having at length relieved itself from its burden, swam to the bank. Unfortunately, it bore my own trunks. My notes and inscriptions, the fruits of my labours at one, together with the little property I possessed, were carried far away by the stream. After the men from the village had long searched in vain, the lost load was found about midnight, stopped by a rock some miles down the river. We passed the night in the miserable village of Raban Audisio. On the opposite side of the valley, but high in the mountains, was the village of Salamus. The pathway to it being precipitous and inaccessible even to mules, we turned to Madis, the residence of the Melek, or chief, of the district of Diz. The villages of Diz, like those of the Nestorian valleys in general, stand in the midst of orchards and cultivated terraces. They were laid waste, and the houses burned during the first massacre. Dis was the first Christian district attacked by Botta and M. The inhabitants made a long and determined resistance, but were at length overpowered by numbers. We continued our journey through a deep and narrow valley, hemmed in by high mountains and by perpendicular cliffs. The Melek met us on the road near the village of Cherechere, or Clissa. The old man had the too common tale to tell us, of oppression and wrong on the part of the Turks. Melek Benyamin implored me to help him in his difficulties, but I could do no more than offer words of sympathy and consolation. Leaving the Melek to pursue his tax-gathering, we rode through a magnificent valley, now narrowing into a wild gorge walled with precipitous cliffs, then opening into an amphitheatre of rocks encircling a village embedded in trees. The valley at length was abruptly closed by the towering peaks and precipices of the Jelu mountain. At its foot is the village of Koresin, where we encamped for the night. The inhabitants were, for the most part, like the other people of Dis, in the zomas or summer pastures. Not far from the zomas of Dis were the tents of the villages of Jelu. They also had encamped on the very verge of eternal snow, but within the boundaries of Dis, as there were no pastures on the other side of the pass in their own district. They were better clothed, and showed more signs of comfort, if not of wealth, than their unfortunate neighbours. Many of the men spoke a little Arabic, and even Turkish, learned during their yearly visits as basket-makers to the Low Country. We were still separated from the valley of Jelu by a shoulder jutting from the lofty Soppadurek mountain. Before reaching this rocky ridge, we had to cross a broad tract of deep snow, over which we had much difficulty in dragging our heavily laden mules. When on the crests of the pass, we found ourselves surrounded on all sides by rugged peaks, the highest being that known as the Taura Jelu, of which we had scarcely lost sight from the day we had left Mosul. It is probably the highest mountain in central Kurdistan, and cannot be under, if it be not indeed above, 15,000 feet. The pass we crossed before descending into the valley of Jelu is considered the highest in the Nestorian country, and is probably more than 11,000 feet above the level of the sea. From the top of the pass we looked down into a deep abyss. The pathway was fearfully dangerous, and over steep and slippery rocks. Down this terrible descent we had to drag our jaded horses, leaving our track marked in blood. I have had some experiences in bad mountain roads, but I do not remember to have seen any much worse than that leading into Jelu. After numerous accidents and great labour, we left a rocky gully, and found ourselves on a slope ending, at a dizzy depth, in a torrent scarcely visible from our path. The yielding soil offered even a more difficult footing for our beasts than the polished rocks. The wild mountain ravine was now changed for the smiling valley of Jelu. Villages embowered in trees filled every nook and sheltered place. We descended to Zerin, or Zeraini, the principal settlement and the residence of the Melek. To our left were two other villages, Alzan and Mede. As my large caravan descended the hillside, the inhabitants of Zerin took us at once for Turks, whose appearance is the signal for a general panic. The women hide in the innermost recesses to save themselves from insult. The men slink into their houses and offer a vain protest against the seizure of their property. When at last we had satisfied the trembling people of Zerin that we were not Mussulmans, they insisted upon our being Americans, of whom they had at that moment, for certain religious reasons, almost as great a distrust. At length they made out that I was the Balios of Mosul, and the Melek arriving at this crisis, we were received with due hospitality. Our baggage was carried to the roof of a house, and provisions were brought to us without delay. Although during his expedition to Diari, Botta and M had seized the flocks of the people of Jelu, and had compelled them, moreover, to pay large contributions in money and in kind, he had not been able to enter their deep and well-guarded valleys. The Nestorians of Jelu have no trade to add to their wealth. Many of the men, however, wander during the winter into Asia Minor, and even into Syria and Palestine, following the trade of basket-making, in which they are very expert. but their travels and their intercourse with the rest of the Christian world have not improved their morals, their habits, or their faith. The district of Jellu is under a bishop whose spiritual jurisdiction also extends over Baz. He resides at Martha d'Omra, the village of the church, separated by a bold rocky ridge from Zarian. It was Sunday as we descended through orchards by a precipitous pathway to his dwelling. The bishop was away. He had gone lower down the valley to celebrate divine service for a distant congregation. The inhabitants of the village were gathered round the church in their holiday attire, and received us kindly and hospitably. From a belfry issued the silvery tones of a bell, which echoed through the valley and gave an inexpressible charm to the scene. It is not often that such sounds break upon the traveller's ear in the far east, to awaken 1,000 pleasant thoughts, and to recall to memory many a happy hour. This church is said to be the oldest in the Nestorian mountains, and is a plain, substantial, square building, with a very small entrance. To me it was peculiarly interesting, as having been the only one that had escaped the ravages of the Kurds, and as containing, therefore, its ancient furniture and ornaments. Both the church and the dark vestibule were so thickly hung with relics of the most singular and motley description, that the ceiling was completely concealed by them. Notwithstanding the undoubted antiquity of the church and its escape from plunder, I searched in vain for ancient manuscripts. We followed the valley to the village of Nara, where the bishop was resting after his morning duties. A young man of lofty stature and handsome countenance, dressed in the red-striped loose garments of the Kurds, and only distinguished by a turban of black silk from those around him, came out to meet us. A less episcopal figure could scarcely be imagined, but although he seemed some Kurdish hunter or warrior, he gave us his benediction as he drew near. It was difficult to determine whom the poor bishop feared most, the Turks or the American missionaries. The first, he declared, threatened his temporal, the others his spiritual authority. I gave him the best advice I was able on both subjects, and urged him not to reject the offer that had been made to instruct his people, but identify himself with the progress on which might be founded the only reasonable hope for the regeneration of his creed and race. Unfortunately, as in the case of Marchaumont, strange influences had been at work to prejudice the mind of the bishop. We were now in the track I had followed during my former visit to the mountains. Crossing the precipitous pass to the west of Baz, which, since my first visit, had been the scene of one of the bloodiest episodes of the Nestorian massacre, we entered the long, narrow ravine leading to the valley of Tacoma. We stopped at Gundokta, where 4 years before I had taken leave of the good priest Bodaka, who had been amongst the first victims of the fury of the Kurdish invaders. The Kasha, who now ministered to the spiritual wants of the people, the rayas of the village, and the principal inhabitants, came to us as we stopped in the churchyard. But they were no longer the gaily dressed and well-armed men who had welcomed me on my first journey. Their garments were tattered and worn, and their countenances haggard and wan. The church, too, was in ruins. Around were the charred remains of the burnt cottages, and the neglected orchards overgrown with weeds. A body of Turkish troops had lately visited the village, and had destroyed the little that had been restored since the Kurdish invasion. The same taxes had been collected 3 times, and even 4 times over. The relations of those who had run away to escape from these exactions had been compelled to pay for the fugitives. The chief had been thrown, with his arms tied behind his back, on a heap of burning straw, and compelled to disclose where a little money that had been saved by the villagers had been buried. The priest had been torn from the altar and beaten before his congregation. Men showed me the marks of torture on their body, and of iron fetters round their limbs. For the sake of wringing a few piastres from this poverty-stricken people, all these deeds of violence had been committed by officers sent by the Porter to protect the Christian subjects of the Sultan, whom they pretended to have released from the misrule of the Kurdish chiefs. The smiling villages described in the account of my previous journey were now a heap of ruins. From 4 of them alone 770 persons had been slain. Bader Khan Bey had driven off, according to the returns made by the Meleks, 24,000 sheep, 300 mules, and 10,000 head of cattle, and the Confederate chiefs had each taken a proportionate share of the property of the Christians. No flocks were left by which they might raise money wherewith to pay the taxes now levied upon them, and even the beasts of burden, which could have carried to the markets of more wealthy districts the produce of their valley, had been taken away. We remained at night in Tacoma to see the Meleks who came to us from Tacoma Gowaya. Leaving the valley, we crossed the high mountain enclosing Tacoma to the south, and passed through Pinianish into Chal, a district inhabited by Mussulmans, and which had consequently not suffered from the ravages of the Kurdish chiefs. It presented, with its still flourishing villages, surrounded by gardens and vineyards, a vivid contrast to the unfortunate Christian valley we had just left. A rapid descent through a rocky gorge brought us to the Zab, over which there were still the remains of a bridge, consisting of 2 poles fastened together by osier bands placed across the stone piers. It almost required the steady foot and practised head of the mountaineer to cross the roaring stream by this perilous structure. The horses and mules were with much trouble and delay driven into the river, and after buffeting with the whirlpools and eddies reached, almost exhausted, the opposite bank. We now entered the valley of Berwari, and crossing the pass of Ahmadiyah, took the road to Mosul, through a country I had already more than once visited. Leaving the caravan and our jaded horses, I hastened onwards with Hormuzd, and travelling through a night, reached Mosul in the afternoon of the 30th of August, after an absence of 7 weeks. End of Chapter 19. Recording by Sabrina Jazz Ainsworth.
Chapter 20 of Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle Eaton. Discoveries among the Ruins of Nineveh and Babylon by Austen Layard. Chapter 20. Discoveries at Kauyunjik during the summer. Description of the sculptures. Capture of cities on a great river. Pomp of Assyrian king. Alabaster pavement. Conquest of tribes inhabiting a marsh. Their wealth. Chambers with sculptures belonging to the new king. Description of the sculptures. Conquest of the people of Susiana. Portrait of the king. His guards and attendants. The city of Shushan. Captive prince. Musicians. Captives put to the torture. Artistic character of the sculptures. An inclined passage. 2 small chambers. Colossal figures. More sculptures. Whilst I had been absent in the mountains, the excavations had been continued at Kauyunjik. Notwithstanding the summer heats, nearly all the Arabs employed in the spring at Nimrud had been removed to these ruins, and considerable progress had consequently been made in clearing the earth from them. Several chambers discovered before I left Mosul had been emptied, and new rooms with interesting sculptures had been explored. It has been seen that the narrow passage leading out of the southwest corner of the great hall, containing the bas reliefs representing the moving of the winged bulls, turned to the left, and by another gallery connected this part of the edifice with a second hall of even larger proportions than that first discovered. The sculptures panelling the western wall were for the most part still entire. They recorded, as usual, a campaign and a victory, and were probably but a portion of one continuous subject carried round the entire hall. The conquered country appeared to have been traversed by a great river, the representation of which took up a third of the bas relief. Next came the siege and capture of a city standing on the opposite bank of the same great river, and surrounded by a ditch edged with lofty reeds. The Assyrian footmen and cavalry had already crossed this dike, and were closely pressing the besieged, who, no longer seeking to defend themselves, were asking for quarter. On the other side of the river, Sennacherib in his gorgeous war chariot, and surrounded by his guards, received the captives and the spoil. It is remarkable that this was almost the only figure of the king which had not been wantonly mutilated, probably by those who overthrew the Assyrian Empire, burned its palaces, and levelled its cities with the dust. In this bas relief, the furniture of the horses was particularly rich and elaborate. Above the yoke rose a semicircular ornament, set round with stars, and containing the image of a deity. The chariot of the Assyrian monarch, his retinue, and his attire accurately corresponded with the descriptions given by Xenophon of those of Cyrus, when he marched out of his palace in procession, and by Quintus Curtius of those of Darius, when he went to battle in the midst of his army. The Greek general had seen the pomp of the Persian kings, and could describe it as an eyewitness. The description of Quintus Curtius is no less illustrative of the Assyrian monuments. The Doryphori, a chosen body of spearmen, preceded the chariot, on either side of which were the effigies of the gods in gold and silver. The yoke was inlaid with the rarest jewels. From it projected 2 golden figures of Ninus and Belus, each a cubit in length. The king was distinguished from all those who surrounded him by the magnificence of his robes, and by the sidaris or mitre upon his head. By his side walked 200 of his relations, 10,000 warriors bearing spears, whose staffs were of silver and heads of gold, followed the royal chariot. The king's led horses, 40 in number, concluded the procession. Allowing for a little exaggeration on the part of the historian, and for the conventional numbers used by the Assyrian sculptor to represent large bodies of footmen and cavalry, we might suppose that Quintus Curtius had seen the very bas reliefs I am describing, so completely do they tally with his description of the appearance and retinue of the Persian king. The captives, bearing skins, probably containing water and flour to nourish them during a long and harassing march, were fettered in pairs and urged onwards by their guards. The women were partly on foot, and partly with their children on mules, and in carts drawn by oxen. Mothers were represented holding the water skins for their young ones to quench their thirst, whilst in some instances fathers had placed their weary children on their shoulders, for they were marching during the heat of a Mesopotamian summer, as the sculptor had shown by introducing large clusters of dates on the palms. Thus were driven the inhabitants of Samaria through the desert to Halah and Habor, by the river of Gozan and the city of the Medes. And we may see in these bas reliefs a picture of the hardships and sufferings to which the captive people of Israel were exposed when their cities fell into the hands of the Assyrian king, and their inhabitants were sent to colonize the distant provinces of his empire. On the south side of the hall, parts of 4 slabs only had been preserved. The sculpture upon the others had been so completely destroyed that even the subject could no longer be ascertained. The fragments still remaining graphically depicted the passage of the river by the great king. The bas reliefs represented very accurately a scene that may be daily witnessed, without the royal warrior, on the banks of the Tigris and Euphrates. Not a fragment of inscription remained to identify the country represented in the bas reliefs I have just described. From the size of the river, far exceeding that of any other scene in the sculptures of Kuyunjik, I am inclined to believe that it must have been the combined waters of the Euphrates and Tigris, now known as the Chateau Arab. In the south side of the hall, a centre portal flanked by winged bulls and 2 small entrances, formed by gigantic figures, opened into a long chamber, whose sculptured walls had been burnt to lime. To judge from the fragments that remained of this series of sculptures, the most skilful artist of the day, must have been employed in its execution. At both ends of the chamber, doors guarded by colossal figures led into smaller apartments, in which the bas reliefs had been almost entirely destroyed. Returning to the great hall, we found an entrance formed by colossal figures, leading into a long, narrow chamber, about 70 feet by 12, whose walls had partly escaped the general wreck. It appeared to be the remains of an entrance into the palace, like that on the western face, or a gallery leading to the outer terrace, which probably surrounded the building. On its alabaster panels was sculptured the conquest of some of those tribes which inhabited, from the remotest period, the vast marshes formed by the Euphrates and Tigris in Chaldee Babylonia. Although the people represented in these bas reliefs dwelt in the swampy districts of Chaldea, unless indeed they had only taken refuge in them to escape the vengeance of the Assyrian king, they appear to have been as rich, if not richer, than any others conquered by Sennacherib. With the exception of 3 slabs and part of a 4th, containing the battle in the marsh, the entire walls of the chamber were sculptured with the captives and spoil brought by the victorious troops to their king. Unfortunately, the image of Sennacherib himself in his chariot, which, to judge from a fragment or 2 found in the rubbish, must have exceeded all others in the palace, both in size and in the finish and richness of the details, had been entirely destroyed. Returning to the great hall from which this gallery led, I found on its western side 3 other entrances, corresponding with those on the southern. The centre formed by a pair of winged bulls in a fossiliferous limestone. They led into a chamber 58 feet by 34, panelled with unsculptured slabs of the same material as the colossi at the principal portal. 3 similar doorways opened into a parallel chamber of the same length, though rather narrower. Its walls had been ornamented with carved alabaster slabs, of which a few fragments remained. 3 doorways on the western side of this chamber, similar to those on the eastern, led into as many distinct rooms, unconnected with each other. There were thus 3 magnificent portals, one behind the other, each formed by winged bulls facing the same way, and all looking towards the great hall. The large colossi, those in front, being above 18 feet high, and the smallest, those leading into the inner chamber, about 12. It would be difficult to conceive any interior architectural arrangement more imposing than this triple group of gigantic forms, as seen in perspective by those who stood in the centre of the hall, dimly lighted from above, and harmoniously coloured or overlaid, like the cherubims in the Temple of Solomon, with gold. At the upper or southern ends of the 2 parallel chambers just described were entrances opening into a room 82 feet by 24, whose walls were of the same unsculptured limestone. From it a portal formed by winged lions in the same material led into an apartment 76 feet by 26, standing on the edge of the mound, and consequently one of the last on this side of the palace. Only 6 slabs, neither of them entire, remained against its walls. The rest had been purposely destroyed, and the fragments used for the foundations of a building raised over the Assyrian ruins. They were covered from top to bottom with small figures, most elaborately carved and designed with great spirit. Although bearing a general resemblance to the bas reliefs of Kauyunjik, there was sufficient in the style of art and in the details to show that they were not of exactly the same period. Fortunately, several epigraphs still remained over the principal groups, and enable us to determine to what monarch the sculptures belong, and to identify the events and incidents they portray. The 3 slabs to the right of the winged lions on entering were occupied by a highly curious representation of a battle. The subject was incomplete and could not be restored, and from the number of figures introduced and the complicated nature of the action, it is difficult to describe these important bas-reliefs intelligibly. Above one of the groups of figures was an epigraph, unfortunately much mutilated, which recorded the slaughter of a king whose name was Tyrannish, and who, we learn from other inscriptions on the same sculptures, reigned over Elam or Susiana. The lines being incomplete, the meaning of the whole inscription is not quite clear. Behind the cart with the Assyrian warriors was the tent of the registrar, to which had been led a captive chief and his 2 attendants. Within were collected a heap of human heads, whilst warriors were bringing more of these bloody trophies to the appointed scribes. Several of the captives were apparently about to undergo some dreadful torture. With their hands manacled in iron fetters, they knelt over an object, which might be a chafing dish, with hot coals or a vessel to receive their blood. One of the torturers held his victim by a collar round his neck, whilst a second, seizing the unfortunate prisoner by the hair, was about to strike him with an iron-headed mace. The epigraphs declare that the war recorded by these sculptures was undertaken by an Assyrian king, whose image was represented on a slab not yet described, against the people of Elam or Susiana. It is of considerable importance thus to identify the conquered people, and to be able to ascertain the costume, the arms, and the mode of warfare of a nation well known in ancient history. Amongst the captives were men clothed in fringed robes and a short under-tunic. These were probably the lords of the land. The women wore their hair in curls, falling on their shoulders, and bound above the temples by a band or fillet. Some had one long ringlet on each side of the face. Their children were either naked or clothed in simple shirts. The Assyrian troops were divided into cavalry and foot. The horsemen carried the bow and spear, and wore coats of mail, high greaves, and the pointed helmet, that characteristic part of the Assyrian military costume from the earliest period. Their horses were covered with clothes, and even, it would seem, with a kind of leather armour, reaching from the head to the tail, to protect them from the arrows of the enemy. The costumes of the footmen, as in the bas-reliefs of Sennacherib, varied according to their arms. The archers, probably auxiliaries from different tribes in alliance with the Assyrians, were dressed in very short tunics, scarcely covering the thigh. A broad belt, with the fringed ornament peculiar to the later Assyrian period, encircled their waist, and over their shoulders they wore a cross-belt of checkered cloth, resembling a Scottish plaid, to support the quiver. Their hair, confined by a plain fillet, was rolled up behind in one large curl. All the spearmen had the pointed helmet, but some wore coats of mail and metal greaves, and others a simple tunic, but without any covering to their legs. Their shields protected nearly the whole person, and were rounded at the top and straight at the bottom. Some appear to have been faced with small square pieces of leather, others to have been made entirely of metal, with embossed edges. For the first time we see in these bas-reliefs the Assyrians using the battle axe and the mace in battle. On the opposite side of the lion entrance were also 3 slabs, but better preserved than those I have just described. They formed part of the same subject, which had evidently been carried around the 4 walls of the chamber. They represented the triumph of the Assyrian king, and, like the battle scenes, were divided by horizontal lines into several bands or friezes. The monarch stood in his chariot, surrounded by his bodyguard. Unfortunately, his face, with those of the charioteer and the eunuch bearing the parasol, had been purposely defaced, like that of Sennacherib on his monuments, probably when the united armies of the Medes and Babylonians destroyed the palace. The royal robes were profusely adorned with rosettes and fringes. In front of the chariot were 2 warriors or guards in embroidered robes and greaves. Their long hair was bound by a fillet, whose tasselled ends fell loose behind. They were preceded by 2 remarkable figures, both eunuchs, and probably intended for portraits of some well-known officers of the royal household. One was old and corpulent, his forehead was high and ample, his nose curved and small, and his chin round and double. The wrinkles of the brow, the shaggy eyebrows, and the bloated cheeks, with the stubble beard peculiar to beings of his class, were very faithfully represented. His short hair was tied with a fillet. His companion was younger, and had not the same marked features. He carried before him a square object, resembling a closed box or book, perhaps a clay tablet containing some decree or register, such as were discovered in the ruins. Both wore long plain shirts, and round their waists a simple cord, in which was fixed a whip, probably a sign of their office. Above this remarkable group was an inscription in 8 lines, fortunately almost entire. From it we learn the name of the king, whose deeds were thus recorded. He was the son of Esarhaddon, and the grandson of Sennacherib, and the conqueror of Susiana. He was the Assadanes of the chronological tables, and his name begins with the monogram for the Assyrian deity, Ashur. These bas-reliefs record his conquest of the country of Nuvakai, a name by which Susiana or Elimaeus was anciently known, as we also find from the inscriptions at Khorsabad, as well as those from Bicetan. It is highly probable that we have, in the bas-relief, a representation of the city of Susa or Shushan. Its position between 2 rivers well agrees with that of existing ruins generally believed to mark its site. The smaller stream would be the Shapur, and the larger the Ulius or river of Disval. The city was surrounded by a wall with equidistant towers and gateways. The houses were flat-roofed, and some had 1 tower or upper chamber, and others 2. They had no windows, and their doors were square. Thus, in general form, and probably in the interior arrangements, they closely resembled the common dwellings of the Egyptians, of which a very interesting model is now in the British Museum. Nor were they unlike the meaner houses of the modern town of Shushta, the representative of ancient Susa. The adjoining slab was divided into 8 bands or friezes, by parallel lines, and the next slab into 7. On both were represented the Assyrian army, returning from its victorious campaign and bringing to the king the captives and the spoil. The prisoners, who were probably considered rather rebels to his authority than enemies, were being cruelly tortured in his presence. The principal group was that of the eunuch general, or tartan, leading a chief or prince of the conquered people. Above him was an inscription unfortunately much mutilated. It appears to have declared that he was one of the sons or chiefs of the Susianian monarch, defeated and slain in battle near the district of Madaktu, the name over the city on the adjoining slab, and near the city of Shushan, and that the Assyrian king had placed one of his own generals on the conquered throne. Before the captive prince were gathered a number of the Susianians, probably the subjects of the slaughtered king, who had come to surrender to the Assyrian general, for they still carried their arms and were not led by the victorious warriors. Some of them knelt, some bowed to the ground, and others stretched at full length, rubbed their heads in the dust, all signs of grief and submission still practised in the East. The Assyrian generals were welcomed by bands of men and women, dancing, singing, and playing on instruments of music. Thus, when David was returned from the slaughter of the Philistines, the women came out of all the cities of Israel, singing and dancing to meet Saul, with tabrets, with joy, and with instruments of music. We find from various passages in the Scriptures that the instruments of music chiefly used on such triumphant occasions were the harp, one with 10 strings, rendered viol or lyre in some versions, but probably a kind of dulcimer, the tabor and the pipe, precisely those represented in the bas-reliefs. The whole scene was curiously illustrative of modern Eastern customs. The musicians portrayed in the bas-reliefs were probably of that class of public performers who appear in Turkey and Egypt at marriages and on other occasions of rejoicing. Above the Assyrian warriors were the captives and their torturers. The former differed in costume from the Susianian fighting men represented in the adjoining bas-reliefs. They were distinguished by the smallness of their stature, and by a very marked Jewish countenance, a sharp hooked nose, short bushy beard, and long narrow eyes. Could they have belonged to the Hebrew tribes which were carried away from Samaria and Jerusalem, and placed by Shalmaneser, Sennacherib, or Esarhaddon as colonists in the distant regions of Elam, and who, having become powerful in their new settlements, had revolted against their Assyrian rulers, and were once again subdued. Some in iron fetters were being led before the king for judgment or pardon. Others had been condemned to the torture, and were already in the hands of the executioners. 2 were stretched naked at full length on the ground, and whilst their limbs were held apart by pegs and cords, they were being flayed alive. Beneath them were other unfortunate victims, undergoing abominable punishments. The brains of one were apparently being beaten out with an iron mace, whilst an officer held him by the beard. A torturer was wrenching the tongue out of the mouth of a second wretch, who had been pinioned to the ground. The bleeding heads of the slain were tied around the necks of the living, who seemed reserved for still more barbarous tortures. Above these groups was a short epigraph, commencing by 2 determinative signs of proper names, each followed by a blank space, which the sculptor probably left to be filled up with the names of the principal victims. It then declares that these men, having spoken blasphemies against Ashur, the great god of the Assyrians, their tongues had been pulled out, Lishanes hunu eshlup, both words being almost purely Hebrew, and that they had afterwards been put to death or tortured. The inscription, therefore, corresponds with the sculpture beneath. It is by such confirmatory evidence that the accuracy of the translations of the cuneiform characters may be tested. These highly interesting bas-reliefs had been exposed, like all the other sculptures of Kauyunjik, to the fire which had destroyed the palace. Although each slab was cracked into many pieces, the sculptures themselves had suffered less injury than any others discovered in the same ruins. The hard fossiliferous limestone not having become calcined by the heat like the alabaster. The outline was still sharp, and the details perfectly preserved. Considerable care was required to move them, but the pieces were at length packed, and since their arrival in England have been admirably restored. Some bas-reliefs sculptured by order of the son and successor of Esarhaddon had been discovered at Kauyunjik and Nebi Yunus. These bas-reliefs prove that many changes had taken place in the arts and dress of the people of Assyria between the reign of Sennacherib and that of his grandson. The later sculptures are principally distinguished by their minute finish, the sharpness of the outline, and the very correct delineation of the animals, and especially of the horses. We now approach the period of the fall of the Assyrian Empire, and of the rise of the kingdoms of Babylon and Persia. The arts passed from Assyria to the sister nations and to Ionia. There is much in the bas-reliefs I have just described to remind us of the early works of the Greeks immediately after the Persian War, and to illustrate a remark of the illustrious Niebuhr that a critical history of Greek art would show how late the Greeks commenced to practice the arts. After the Persian War a new world opens at once, and from that time they advanced with great strides. But everything that was produced before the Persian War, a few of those works are still extant, was, if we judge of it without prejudice, altogether barbarous. The chamber containing these sculptures had an entrance opening upon the edge of the mound. Of this doorway there only remained on each side a block of plain limestone, which may, however, have been the base of a sphinx or other figure. The outer walls to which it led had been panelled with the usual alabaster slabs, with bas-reliefs of a campaign in a country already represented in another part of the palace, and distinguished by the same deep valley, watered by a river, the vineyards and wooded mountains. Over one of the castles captured and destroyed by the Assyrians was written, Sennacherib, king of Assyria, the city of Bit Kubitalmi. I took the spoil I carried away, the city I burned. Whether these walls belonged to a chamber or formed part of the southern face of the palace could not now be determined, as they were on the very brink of the platform. At right angles to them, to the west, a pair of winged bulls opened up another wall, of which there were scarcely any remains, and midway between the two entrances was a deep doorway, flanked on both sides by 4 colossal mythic figures, amongst which were the fish god and the deity with a lion's head and eagle's feet. It led to an inclined or ascending passage, 9 feet wide in the narrowest part and 10 in the broadest, and 44 feet in length, to where it turned at right angles to the left. It was paved with hard lime or plaster about 1.5 inches thick. The walls were built of the finest sun-dried bricks, admirably fitted together and still perfectly preserved. This inclined way probably led to the upper chambers of the palace, or to the galleries which may have been carried round the principal chambers and halls. I have only to describe 2 more rooms discovered in this part of the ruins during the summer. They opened into the chamber parallel with that containing the sculptured records of the son of Esarhaddon. The entrances to both were formed by 2 pairs of colossal figures, each pair consisting of a man, wearing the horned cap, surmounted by a fleur-de-lis, and a lion-headed and eagle-footed human figure, raising a dagger in one hand and holding a mace in the other. These sculptures were remarkable for the boldness of the relief and their high finish. The bas-reliefs on the walls of the 2 chambers recorded the same campaign against a nation dwelling amidst a wooded and mountainous country, and in strongly fortified cities, which the Assyrians took by assault, using battering rams to make breaches in the walls, and scaling ladders to mount to the assault. The besieged defended themselves with arrows and stones, but their strongholds were captured, and a vast amount of spoil and captives fell into the hands of the conquerors. The men had short bushy hair and beards, and wore an inner garment reaching to the knee, an outer cloak of skins or fur, and gaiters laced in front. The robes of the women were short, their hair hung low down their backs, and was then gathered up into one large curl. Such were the discoveries made at Kauyunjik during the summer. At Nimrud the excavations had been almost suspended. I have already described those parts of the high mound or tower, and of the adjoining small temples, which were explored by the few workmen who still remained amongst the ruins, rather to retain possession of the place than to carry on extensive operations. I was engaged until the middle of October in moving and packing bas-reliefs from Kauyunjik, a task of considerable trouble and demanding much time and labour, as the slabs, split into 1,000 fragments by the fire, had to be taken completely to pieces and then arranged and numbered with a view to their future restoration. Nearly 100 cases containing these remains were at length dragged to the riverside to wait the rafts by which they were to be forwarded to Busra, where a vessel was shortly expected to transport them to England. End of chapter 20.